Chapter 1. Under the scorching sun, Richard, with his handsome features and lustrous golden hair, donned a black wizard's robe as he leisurely rode along the pathway. 10 armored knights, wielding lances, followed closely behind him, their steeds adorned with one-handed shields and short bows, while a cart laden with goods trailed at the rear of the procession. Richard was once an ordinary high school student who met an untimely demise in a car accident. Upon awakening, he discovered that he had been reborn as an infant, and his infantile state rendered him in a perpetual daze, sleeping and eating without a care. However, as he grew, he gradually realized that he had traversed into another realm, and rather inconveniently, into the womb of a mother. His father, Henry Xavier, possessed the strength of a third-tier knight and had once fought valiantly in another dimension during his youth. Unfortunately, due to injuries sustained in battle, he had retired, inheriting the title of Baron from his grandfather, along with the accompanying baronial lands. Richard was Henry's second son, a child that did not garner his father's affection. This was not merely due to Richard's otherworldly origins and his peculiar behaviors, but more importantly, because he was the illegitimate offspring of Henry and a maid, lacking any noble status. At the age of 5, Richard finally came to the realization that he had entered a world imbued with magic and martial prowess. Regrettably, he did not inherit Henry's talent for cultivating martial energy, and there were no wizards residing within Henry's baronial domain to ascertain Richard's magical aptitude. When Richard turned 12, after inadvertently detonating a corner tower of the baronial castle while experimenting with gunpowder, Henry, perhaps recalling the possibility of Richard's magical potential, summoned a wizard to assist in awakening Richard's magical abilities. After all, Richard was engrossed in perilous magical experiments akin to those of a wizard. The wizard soon discovered Richard's innate magical talent and insisted that he attend the St. Senni Magic Academy to study magic. After 4 years, Richard successfully ascended from a magical apprentice to a full-fledged wizard, earning the title of a noble lord. Upon becoming a lord, Richard was informed of the obligation for nobles to serve in the military, while ordinary nobles could send non-active knights to fulfill this duty. Those who became nobles through the rank of wizard were required to serve personally. Thus, at the age of 16, Richard heeded the call to the Iyun dimension, with the 10 knights behind him being his father Henry's support, including their steeds, weapons, and armor, totaling 200 gold coins. Richard glanced back, noting that only the knight leader, Hansen, who had fought alongside Henry in wars and was now 32 years old with the strength of a first-tier knight, possessed battle experience among the group. The other knights were all under 22 and lacked even the strength of a first-tier knight. It is worth mentioning that the promotion of knights differs from that of wizards. It relies on physical prowess and the nourishment of martial energy through intense combat, implying that these knights had either never experienced significant battles or had barely enough to eat at home. What else could such a troop be but fodder? Moreover, from what Richard gleaned at the St. Senni Magic Academy, the Iyun dimension was a newly invaded realm of the Jev Kingdom, with an exceedingly high casualty rate among its troops. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. Hansen's voice suddenly rang out, and as Richard scrutinized the distance, he spotted over 20 Iyun soldiers clad in animal skins, charging towards them on wild boars. Pain, you protect Lord Richard and cast spells, the rest follow me. Hansen, as the captain of the knights, promptly began issuing commands. Casting a glance at Richard, Payne was the tallest among the 10 knights. Lacking combat experience, Richard did not argue, saying, "I will cast spells to support you." Both sides are mounted, and Hansen could not allow the enemy to charge freely. As the Iyun soldiers drew closer, he led the remaining knights into a countercharge, while Richard and Hansen took their positions beside the cart. Once the two forces clashed, Richard realized that the battlefield was conveniently within his casting range, and he could not help but admire Hansen's tactical acumen. He immediately began to cast first-tier fire elemental magic, Fireball. A fireball, roughly the size of a fist, slowly coalesced before Richard and, with his mental guidance, hurtled towards an Iyun soldier. Ah! The soldier screamed in agony as he, along with his wild boar, ignited violently, turning to charred remains within moments. One particularly tall Iyun soldier, armed with a spear, engaged Hansen in combat. Upon noticing the presence of a wizard, he urgently shouted commands to his subordinates. 6 Ayun soldiers promptly broke away from the fray and charged towards Richard. Richard unleashed another fireball, incinerating one of the approaching soldiers. Seeing the remaining 5 soldiers rushing towards him, he quickly switched to another spell. First tier Earth Elemental Magic, Quagmire. The ground before him began to soften, causing the wild boars beneath the 5 Ayun soldiers to sink into the mire. A few soldiers abandoned their mounts, leaping onto the backs of the boars, while Pain raised his lance to meet them, piercing one Ayun soldier through the chest before he even landed. First tier Ice Elemental Magic, Ice Armor. A protective armor of ice formed around Pain and his steed, emboldening Pain as he charged forth. Richard followed up with 2 more fireballs, aiding Pain in dispatching the remaining soldiers. Seeing the tide of battle turn, the tall Ayun soldier shouted a series of incomprehensible words, urging his comrades to flee, and the other Ayun soldiers, abandoning the fight, spurred their boars to escape. Hansen and the others seized the opportunity to pursue and strike down a few more enemies. However, Richard, having recently ascended, had sufficient magical energy for only about 10 spells. Recalling the old adage about not pursuing a retreating enemy, he urgently called out to Hansen, "Hansen, do not pursue. Be wary of ambushes from the Ayun forces." Though Hansen felt some dissatisfaction being in the prime of his life and desperately in need of military achievements for promotion, he refrained from arguing. Since Richard was a superior, he instead drew a short dagger from his pack and began severing the heads of the slain Ayun soldiers. Richard, observing the gruesome scene, could not help but frown. Although he had grown somewhat accustomed to the brutality, he still felt a twinge of discomfort. The other 9 knights, having grown up in the Jev kingdom, appeared far less perturbed by the sight. Noticing Richard's grim expression, Hansen quickly explained, "By slaying these Ayun soldiers, their heads become our military merits. Without them, the officials of the merit office would surely not acknowledge our accomplishments." Richard nodded in understanding. Serving in the military not only had a time limit, but also required a certain number of military merits. Failing to meet the merit quota within the specified time would result in an extension of service. The other knights dismounted to assist Hansen in collecting the spoils. Once the tally was complete, Richard noted that aside from the one he had incinerated with fireball magic and the 6 slain while charging at him, only Hansen had managed to kill one initially, and later 2 during the Ayun soldiers' retreat. In less than 5 minutes, aside from Hansen and Pain, the rest of the knights had not claimed a single enemy life. Richard surveyed the crude weapons and lack of armor on the Ayun soldiers' corpses, feeling a deep sense of pessimism about his future. Upon assessing the spoils, aside from the weapons and animal hides, the most valuable items were likely the wild boars ensnared by Richard's Quagmire spell. It was uncertain how the Ayun people had tamed these boars, but they were remarkably obedient, following along once their reins were tied to the cart. However, after traveling less than 10 kilometers, they became unable to proceed, forcing Richard to order a halt for rest. The Ayun people could not have overlooked this issue. This implied that within the last 10 kilometers, there must have been a resting point for them. Richard pondered whether more Ayun soldiers might be waiting there. As he contemplated, he accepted a piece of dry bread offered by Hansen. Though somewhat arid, Richard had grown accustomed to this common fare of the Jev kingdom. Having arrived in the Ayun dimension for 7 or 8 days, Richard had received orders from the Jev Kingdom's military to report to the frontline Green Flag camp after passing through the dimensional portal. The Green Flag camp was stationed at the end of the pathway, primarily tasked with constructing the road and preventing Ayun ambushes. Yet, the recent battle clearly indicated that the camp had not fulfilled its duties. Did this mean that upon reaching the Green Flag camp, he would be assigned perilous tasks? After finishing his bread, Hansen directed the knights to feed their steeds and the wild boars while imparting some combat techniques to them. Ordinarily, the knights would have been distracted, but after the recent skirmish, they recognized that the gap between them and Hansen, a seasoned knight, was not merely one of martial energy, but also encompassed an abundance of combat skills and experience. Indeed, the formidable Richard evoked profound reverence among them, whether in the chronicles of knights or the tales of legend. The might of sorcerers was always extolled. Today, they bore witness to the sheer power of a mage, as Richard effortlessly vanquished a knight with a mere flick of his wrist. Only Richard was acutely aware of his own insignificance among the ambushers from the Oyun tribe. Was a leader capable of contending with Hansen, likely of the formal knightly rank had they possessed superior armor, shields, or even anti-magic gear, and had their numbers exceeded two, they would have easily dispatched a small squad. Suddenly, Richard's thoughts plunged into a different realm. With tawny fur and dark stripes adorning his body, a regal W formed atop his head at this moment. He was a tiger. Richard had transcended once more, or rather, the essence of Richard's soul had traversed. Since being discovered for his magical aptitude at the tender age of 12, Richard often dreamt of a robust tigress and her 3 cubs during his slumber. As the cubs gradually matured, it dawned upon Richard that he had traversed yet again. This form of transcendence diverged from Richard's previous imaginings by delving into profound meditation. His consciousness could shift from Richard to that of the tiger conversely. When the tiger slumbered, his soul would return to Richard's form. This ability elucidated how Richard ascended to the rank of formal sorcerer within a mere 4 years as he meditated. His essence would envelop the tiger's body, allowing him to remain in a meditative state as long as he refrained from sleep. However, Richard's current journey as a tiger was not for this purpose. Exiting the cave he called home, he hastened toward a specific direction, reaching his destination in under 3 minutes. There, upon a stone wall, grew a vine exuding a foul odor. Its vibrant leaves, signaling its toxicity nearby, lingered Richard's essence, deterring other creatures of the mountain from approaching. Only Richard, possessing knowledge of herbalism, recognized this as a magical herb, the clear heart grass. The clear heart grass served as a vital ingredient in the creation of basic mana recovery potions in the realm of sorcery. Such a sizable specimen could yield a potion worth at least 1,000 gold coins, even if sold as mere herbs. It could fetch 400 coins yet. As a mighty tiger, Richard lacked the ability to concoct magical potions. Moreover, his soul's traversals prevented him from transporting herbs to the magical realm. Unless he could discover spatial magic equipment and bind it to his soul, he remained at a disadvantage. Regrettably, such equipment could only be crafted by mid-level sorcerers, and Richard still needed to ascend 3 more ranks. Cautiously plucking a leaf from the clear heart grass, Richard consumed it, immediately feeling his mana accelerate in recovery. The mana, intertwined with his soul's essence, could be replenished in this manner astonishingly. Even in his tiger form, he could wield magic through his soul's power, albeit with diminished efficacy in elemental spells due to the tiger's lesser affinity for the elements. Thus, at the St. Knee Academy of Magic, Richard not only majored in elemental magic, but also minored in chaos magic. Chaos magic, while less potent than elemental magic, proved remarkably effective against spellcasters. Spells such as Fright and Silence could disrupt incantations, rendering a sorcerer unable to cast spells, thus severely diminishing their combat prowess. Casually casting Fright caused a rabbit to collapse in terror. Richard considered this a modest meal. Though the taste of raw meat left much to be desired, he returned to his cave to rest, acutely aware that the nightly squad had yet to reach the green flag camp, and safety remained elusive. The sooner he arrived, the better. Richard concluded his meditation, and although Hansen and the others had finished their rest, they refrained from disturbing him. After all, Richard was undoubtedly the most formidable fighter among the group, and his magical prowess was synonymous with his combat strength. Meditating was essentially a means to restore that power. Rising to survey the knights who had already recuperated, Richard promptly instructed Hansen, "Let us resume our journey and hasten to the green flag camp." Unaware that Richard's magical energy had been replenished, Hansen was nonetheless acutely aware of the inherent dangers of their surroundings, and thus the group continued on their way in the course of their journey. The Oyun forces did not pursue them. It remained unclear whether this was due to a fear of Richard's magical capabilities or the proximity to the green flag camp, but the 11 of them eventually arrived there. The green flag camp boasted a population exceeding 30,000, including 10,000 troops of the Green Flag Army, over 10,000 construction workers tasked with building the roads, and more than 300 merchants accompanying the army. The presence of merchants was a consequence of the revised 3-7 law instituted by the Kingdom of Jeff to entice more individuals to join the military. During planar wars, spoils of war belonged entirely to the victor. While land was divided in a 3-7 ratio with the kingdom, soldiers who acquired spoils would sell them through these merchants, who also provided substantial supplies of food and high-quality weaponry for the army. Since the enactment of the 3-7 law, the Kingdom of Jeff had gained vast tracts of land through planar wars, sustaining an army of over 2 million within its 30 million populace. As a gentle breeze wafted through the air, it carried with it the dust and sweat raised during the construction of military roads. Richard and his companions finally arrived at the Green Flag Camp. This camp was manned by the Green Flag Army of the Jeff Kingdom's Rainbow Flag Legion, which, in comparison to the other armies of the Legion, was undoubtedly the weakest in terms of combat prowess. The primary responsibilities of the Green Flag Army included the construction of military roads to facilitate rapid troop deployments to the front lines, as well as the protection of merchant convoys transporting food and supplies to the foremost Red Flag Camp, a location directly engaged with the Oyin forces. The Red Flag Camp boasted not only the finest weaponry of the Rainbow Flag Legion, but also a 100-member cadre of wizards, making it the most wizard-laden of the Legion's 7 armies. Had it not been for the Red Flag Army's policy against accepting untrained wizards, Richard's registration would likely have been directed there. In stark contrast to the Red Flag Camp, the Green Flag Camp was considerably more disordered. It had taken in a multitude of novice wizards like Richard, who were facing the battlefield for the first time, alongside numerous merchant convoys. A series of caravans were parked just outside the Green Flag Camp, with many merchants spreading gray cloth on the ground to begin their sales, while others erected wooden signs proclaiming their intent to purchase goods. The most inexpensive items on these signs were weapons and pelts from the Oyin people, while the wild boar, being edible, fetched a relatively high price. Conversely, the most expensive items were magical herbs and the magical crystals from magical beasts, some of which could sell for over 1,000 gold coins. As Richard and his group traversed through the merchants, they observed the heads of Oyin people and the wild boars tethered to the carts. Occasionally, merchants approached, eager to negotiate for these goods at a lower price, their words revealing a willingness to pay handsomely for the heads of military merit. Richard was taken aback by the audacity of these army merchants. The Kingdom of Jeff explicitly forbade the sale of military honors. Yet here, adjacent to the Green Flag Camp, these merchants brazenly sought to acquire such accolades. Observing the nonchalant expressions of the other merchants, it was evident that trading in military honors had become commonplace in this locale. New to this place, Richard remained cautious, resolutely rejecting the merchants' enticing offers. Upon reaching the registration office, he passed through the inspection of the reporting clerk without incident, who then instructed him to lead his subordinates to report to the Wizarding Corps at the Green Flag Camp. Upon arrival, Richard was astonished to find the Wizard Corps quarters to be quite spacious, yet scarcely populated. It was essential to note that the Wizard Corps included not only wizards but also accompanying knights. Given that Richard was a wizard accompanied by 10 knights, he considered his situation rather modest. However, the entire wizard camp consisted of an open expanse. What should have been occupied by military tents was instead replaced by a metal workshop for magical handiwork. 3 wizard apprentices were busily engaged in the workshop, crafting alchemical devices unknown to Richard, while 1 wizard moved about the alchemical apparatus, occasionally reprimanding the apprentices. Is this truly our Wizard Corps at the Green Flag Camp? It appears rather impoverished, Richard mused. Noticing Richard and his companions, the wizard exited the workshop and inquired, "Who are you? To which unit do you belong?" "I am Richard, a newly arrived wizard reporting for duty." "And these knights are my retainers," Richard replied. The wizard, unimposing in appearance and slight of stature, wore rings and necklaces that shimmered with magical radiance. He bore the wizard's insignia on his chest, featuring 3 brass rings symbolizing the pinnacle of magical achievement, indicating that he had attained the 3rd level of magical prowess, just 1 rank shy of becoming an intermediate wizard. The green flag of the Rainbow Flag Legion was emblazoned on his left shoulder, while the golden dog head medal on his right shoulder signified a military rank equivalent to that of a military master. In the Kingdom of Jeff, there were 6 primary legions, with the marshal being none other than King Jeff III. Beneath him were the 6 legion commanders and 12 deputy commanders, overseeing military masters who commanded various armies. The Green Flag Army, being relatively weaker, had its military master as an intermediate knight, while both deputy military masters were of lower rank. The presence of the golden dog head medal indicated that this wizard was one of the 2 deputy military masters of the Green Flag Army. Richard promptly bowed and, alongside Hansen and the other knights, addressed him. "We pay our respects, military master." The deputy military master waved his hand and said, "I am Barenbert, the current deputy military master of the Green Flag Army and the head of the Wizard Corps. As you have reported to the Wizard Corps, I am now your direct superior." He instructed Hansen and the others to set up their marching tents in the open area and allowed Richard to enter the magical workshop. "Which magic academy did you graduate from?" Baron Burt queried, retrieving a cigarette from a small box. A perceptive apprentice promptly assisted him in lighting it, and Burt took a satisfying puff, exhaling clouds of smoke as he continued. They say wizards are quite wealthy, and it appears to be true. The cigarettes in the wizarding world are made from invigorating magical herbs, with even the cheapest costing gold coins." After a moment of contemplation, Richard replied, "I graduated from the St. Ni Magic Academy with a major in elemental magic and a minor in chaos magic, specializing in alchemy and minoring in herbalism." Elemental magic, Burt nodded, acknowledging that most wizards typically majored in this field due to the formidable power of low-level elemental spells. Chaos magic, however, likely holds little value. Warriors often possess extraordinary willpower, rendering chaos magic far less effective against them than elemental spells. Burt's interest peaked at Richard's specialization in alchemy, as most wizards in the Kingdom of Jeff focused on enchantment magic. Given the kingdom's rich mineral resources that allowed for the creation of various weapons enhanced through magical enchantments, in comparison, alchemy and herbalism were not as highly regarded in the Kingdom of Jeff. Alchemy recipes often served as lucrative sources of income for wizards, even selling them commanded exorbitant prices. Meanwhile, the predominantly arid landscape of the Kingdom of Jeff was not conducive to the growth of most magical herbs. "What is your specialization in alchemy?" "Alchemy materials." In truth, Richard's primary aim in studying alchemy was to produce gunpowder. However, he soon discovered that there were several materials similar to gunpowder in the realm of alchemy, such as explosive powder. Yet these materials shared a common issue with the black powder he had synthesized: the elemental fluctuations within the wizarding world. Elements fluctuated like tides in the wizarding realm, sometimes causing tectonic shifts, igniting flames on water surfaces, or bringing torrential rains to parched deserts. The black powder Richard created could spontaneously combust due to these elemental fluctuations, fortunately. After having suffered a setback at Baron Henry's castle, the amounts of black powder he had recently produced were relatively small. Unless he could devise a reliable storage method, Richard's aspirations to profit from gunpowder would have to be shelved. Alchemy materials? Burt mused, that does not align with the needs of the wizarding corps. He took a drag from his cigarette, then asked, "What was your score on the alchemy graduation assessment?" "Full marks, a high school student from another world." Richard excelled at examinations. The vast majority of courses at the Magic Academy were straightforward for him, as he could memorize content merely by studying the texts. The material was considerably less complex than what he had encountered in his previous life. It was perplexing how other students struggled to such an extent that some had graduated with a score of 0, having paid a substantial sum of gold coins to ultimately receive their diplomas. "Full marks," Ben nodded slightly, indicating that Richard possessed commendable learning abilities, which would enable him to remain here and assist in the creation of alchemical machines. Ben then elucidated the situation to Richard, who came to realize that with the addition of Ben and himself, the Green Flag Army's wizarding cohort comprised merely 6 sorcerers. Consequently, their primary function did not lie on the battlefield, as lower-tier mages had a limited capacity for spellcasting, while the wizarding corps held a significantly greater role. This brings to mind a common type of alchemical machine found in the world of sorcery, the magical censer. Initially, the wizards devised the magical censer for the purpose of defending against magical beasts. However, as humanity flourished, these creatures gradually abandoned their habitats near human settlements, retreating to harsher environments. Nonetheless, due to the precious magical crystals and materials found on these beasts, wizards would annually venture forth, either alone or by hiring mercenary bands, to hunt them. Yet, as the magical beasts distanced themselves from human enclaves, the magical censers slowly fell into obscurity. Ben, however, modified the magical censer based on the practices of the Oyun people. The ascension of the Oyun folk relied upon the Oyun temple, venerating the great deity Oyun, which facilitated their transformation through divine power. The primary paths to advancement were as warriors and priests, with the warriors being the leaders of the Oyun soldiers that Richard had previously encountered, whose combat prowess was comparable to Hansen's but lacked spellcasting abilities. The priests, on the other hand, were the principal spellcasters among the Oyun people, primarily wielding the difficult-to-master sacred magic, which could enhance the Oyun soldiers collectively. This implies that the priests far surpassed the sorcerers in terms of battlefield efficacy. Ban took advantage of the Oyun people's indirect cultivation of fighting spirit and magical power, relying instead on the divine strength of their deity. To refine the magical censer, the modified censer could detect the divine power of the great Oyun within a 5-kilometer radius, meaning it could identify those who ascended through the divine might granted by Oyun. This sensor, or rather the divine power sensor, required not only Ban's crafted alchemical machine, but also the divine crystal purportedly capable of communicating with the great Oyun, worn upon the foreheads of the Oyun priests. Richard was astonished that Ban, seemingly unremarkable in appearance, could transform alchemical machines based on divine power. After all, Richard had been taught from a young age to revere the divine in the world of sorcery. Even peculiar deities, such as the god of wine or the god of pots, earned the respect of humanity within the sorcerous realm. Do you think the great Oyun is a deity within the world of sorcery? Ben chuckled, explaining, the Oyun plane can only support high-tier life forms. Otherwise, how could the kingdom choose to invade this realm? I suspect this so-called great Oyun is merely a higher being, possessing a divine status that grants him extraordinary powers akin to those of a sorcerer. Any deity from the sorcerous world could easily deal with him. After stating this, Ban quoted a proverb that Richard had previously encountered in magical texts. We must revere the divine, yet the divine must also revere us. In recent days, a batch of divine crystals had been transported from the Red Flag camp, and Ban was hastily crafting the divine power sensors. The other sorcerers of the Wizarding Corps were deploying the completed divine power sensors around the vicinity of the Green Flag camp. As alchemical devices required magical energy to operate, a task beyond the capabilities of the warriors, Ban intended for Richard to learn part of the process of crafting the divine power sensor, thereby allowing him to focus solely on the most critical components. This way, the method of creating the divine power sensor would not be lost, while also enhancing production efficiency, as for Richard mastering the creation of the divine power sensor. Ban had never considered that possibility. Not only was Richard merely a newly graduated sorcerer from the Magical Academy, lacking Ban's instruction on the core components, but Ban was also confident that even as fellow third-tier sorcerers, it would be improbable for them to develop the divine power sensor. After all, expertise is specialized. Prior to enlisting, Ban had engaged mercenary groups multiple times to hunt magical beasts for their materials in order to create various magical items. His understanding of the magical sensor had been cultivated through these repeated hunting endeavors. When Richard learned that he would not have to face the battlefield, he readily agreed, recognizing that preserving his own life was paramount. Ban retrieved a slim tome from his magical box and handed it to Richard. This is my magical notes on the construction of the divine power sensor. Consider it a favor to you. Take it back and study how to create it, and in the future, you will lead these 3 apprentices. Understood. After finishing his cigarette, Ben lifted the magical box and departed, as the wizarding camp lacked even a tent, indicating that he would not be staying there for the night. Richard then acquainted himself with the 3 wizard apprentices. One female apprentice named Kaisi, age 17, had been an apprentice for 5 years, and her father was an officer in the Green Flag Army. The 2 male apprentices were brothers, the elder, Eden, and the younger, Ivan. Their father was also a sorcerer and was currently installing divine power sensors near the Green Flag camp. Eden and Ivan inherited their father's magical talents, and in Richard's perception, their magical prowess surpassed that of Kaisi. All 3 apprentices were children of Green Flag Army soldiers, leading Richard to understand that wizard apprentices typically lacked spellcasting abilities. Even on the battlefield, they would be of little use. It was likely that these apprentices were merely following their parents in service to the Green Flag Army. Given the diverse composition of the Green Flag Army, Richard found it unsurprising that some merchants among them were the lovers of Green Flag soldiers. The 3 apprentices had their own living quarters and did not reside within the Wizarding Corps camp. Once Ban departed, the apprentices lacked motivation to work, locking the workshop's doors and handing the key over to Richard. Despite being in a military encampment, the threat of unscrupulous merchants stealing valuable alchemical devices, made from magical metals that could fetch a handsome sum even when melted down, was ever present. Richard opened the magical notes provided by Ban and began to read diligently. The content was concise yet rich, encompassing the 3 components of the divine power sensor, accompanied by detailed illustrations. The focal point was the neatly drawn magical runes, allowing Richard to grasp the concepts swiftly. Ultimately, the 3 components required the sorcerer's spell casting to be assembled, integrating the powers of all the magical runes, which would then be jointly powered by the sorcerer and the divine crystal, enabling the detection of Oyun practitioners within a 5-kilometer radius. Hansen had already set up a tent for Richard. As a noble, Richard's tent was notably larger than the others, while Hansen also had a separate tent. Due to his tall stature, Pien had to occupy a tent on his own, whereas other knights shared accommodations. The hierarchical structure of the sorceress world was deeply ingrained. ranging from the lowly slaves to free citizens and landholders, followed by professionals like Hansen who lacked noble status, and then the common nobility. Professional nobles and territorial lords, Pien and the others were summoned from Baron Henry's territory, where their ancestors had resided for generations, ensuring their loyalty was not in question. After all, one could escape the monk, but not the temple. Hansen had originally been a free citizen who wandered into the Baron's domain, and he followed Baron Henry into the dimensional wars during his youth, eventually rising to the rank of first-tier knight through valor in battle. The Baron, having completed his military service and possessing the strength of a third-tier knight, successfully inherited the barony from Richard's grandfather, opting to forego further participation in the dimensional conflicts, due to his military accomplishments. Baron Henry granted Hansen land, and the crops in the sorcerous world, bolstered by magical elements, yielded decent harvests in the absence of calamities. However, 3/10 of the harvest had to be paid as land tax to Baron Henry. The serfs on the Baron's lands fared even worse, remitting a staggering 70% of the harvest in taxes, leaving them with barely enough to survive. That Hansen's decision to accompany Richard was driven by the desire to amass military merit. Aiming to elevate himself to a noble knight, a rank one tier below Richard's lordship, which similarly could not be inherited. However, should he achieve nobility, Hansen would not only gain more land from the Baron but also be exempt from paying land taxes, facilitating his promotion within the military. The military merit system of the Jeff Kingdom was relatively straightforward. The knights like Hansen, serving as Richard's retinue during the current war, would see their military achievements reflected in Richard's own. Likewise, any military accolades Richard accrued would proportionately enhance Ban's military standing as the Wizarding Corps leader. Ultimately, all military merits would converge upon the Jeff Kingdom's monarch, the bloodthirsty Jeff III. Upon learning of this military merit system, Richard could not help but feel somewhat speechless, realizing that as long as he did not make any egregious mistakes, Hansen and the others would forever remain subordinate to him. Thus, Richard commanded Pien to slay a wild boar they had captured, treating his retinue of knights to a hearty meal. After all, they would soon be his subordinates, and it was essential to reward them generously to foster their loyalty. Long live Lord Richard, a group of knights, having heard of Lord Richard's intention to slay a wild boar in their honor, erupted into joyous cheers. At home, they could scarcely indulge in a morsel of meat once a month, even when they managed to hunt some game. It was often brought to the town market to be sold for essential goods. Moreover, since their arrival in the Ayun realm, they had been camping along the military road, where the Green Flag Army had cleared away most wildlife, leaving them to subsist on dry, bland oatcakes daily. Instantly, several knights abandoned their tasks to assist in subduing the wild boar. My Lord Richard, these knights would be content with just a share of oatcakes, suggested Hansen in a low voice. It might be wiser to trade the boar with the merchant caravans outside for gold coins. Given the sweltering weather, we may not be able to consume all that meat before it spoils. Richard cherished Hansen for his unwavering support of his authority. Even when he disagreed with Richard's decisions, he never openly contradicted him before the knights, but instead sought opportunities to gently advise him, greatly satisfying Richard's vanity. Undoubtedly, this was a habit instilled in Hansen by Baron Henry. In contrast to Henry's imposing demeanor, Richard was notably more approachable. Otherwise, Hansen would likely have opted to fulfill Richard's orders without counsel. Richard patted Hansen on the shoulder and explained, "We have just emerged from battle. It is only right to reward these knights. Prepare some prime cuts of the boar to present to the wizard Captain Ban and the 3 apprentices we encountered earlier. As newcomers, we should foster good relations with them." Both the wizard captain and the apprentices held positions of higher status than Richard's knights. As the saying goes, a gift is never unwelcome, and offering gifts is always prudent. As for the remaining meat that we cannot consume, we can exchange it with the merchant caravans for some portable jerky and bread. It is unthinkable for my knights to subsist solely on oatcakes during combat. Hansen, being a commoner and lacking formal education, naturally did not possess Richard's comprehensive line of thought. After hearing Richard's rationale, his perception of Richard began to shift. Despite Richard's youth and relative inexperience in battle, he possessed a wisdom that surpassed that of ordinary men. If Richard could hear Hansen's inner thoughts, he would likely chuckle. What he deemed wisdom was merely the age-old principle of reciprocity. In the wizarding world, merchants held a lowly status, viewed by nobles as avaricious profit-seekers, only to be courted when their interests aligned. When not needed, taxes on trade would rise, causing merchants to scatter like leaves in the wind. Meanwhile, common folk regarded merchants as cunning leeches, profiting from the exploitation of their goods. Richard, having traversed from another world, held no particular fondness for merchants, but also bore no prejudice against them. When faced with items he deemed unnecessary, his first instinct was to think of trading them through merchants. Payne deftly skinned the wild boar, revealing a thin layer of yellow fat and dark red muscle, with the fresh meat still twitching slightly. This breed of wild boar served as the primary low-tier mount for Ayun soldiers. While their endurance was lacking, their meat was exquisite, combined with the dried wild vegetables and a smattering of spices carried on the cart. They concocted a delicious stew, allowing Richard and the knights to enjoy a sumptuous dinner. For Richard, this hardly qualified as a culinary delight. The cooking method was merely a straightforward stew, seasoned with nothing more than salt and a hint of spices. Yet to the knights, it was a rare delicacy. Payne, in a generous spirit, loosened his tunic and heartily gulped down the broth, while Hansen retrieved his cherished brew from the cart, a common beer from the kingdom of Jeff. Known for its sour and bitter taste, nevertheless, its strong flavor was favored by the common folk. Hansen poured the beer into cups, distributing it among the group. In the past, Richard would have shunned such ale. But the lively atmosphere stirred excitement within him, prompting him to down an entire cup. Ugh! Richard had forgotten that this body had yet to acclimate to the effects of alcohol. Just one cup left him quite tipsy. And amidst the laughter of the knights, he retreated early to his tent to rest. Lying in bed, Richard felt significantly better, the resonant songs and boisterous laughter of the knights wafting through the air. With a smile, he entered a meditative state. His consciousness once again found itself within the body of a tiger. Fortunately, a tiger could sustain itself for an extended period after a single meal. And utilizing magic to hunt allowed Richard to procure food with ease. However, in this realm, tigers were not apex predators. Beyond the territory of Richard and his tiger brethren, there roamed magical beasts capable of casting spells. Richard's mother tiger had fallen to a formidable earth elemental bear. Richard found solace in the fact that these magical beasts possessed a strong territorial instinct and rarely wandered beyond their domains. As long as he did not encroach upon their territory, danger was unlikely. Suddenly, a series of tiger roars echoed from outside the cave. Stepping out into the moonlight, Richard beheld 3 tigers, slightly smaller than himself. These were his younger brothers, whom he had named De Huang, Air Huang, and San Huang As for himself. Being a pure human, Richard silently praised his own exceptional naming prowess. De Huang's eyes shone brightly, reflecting a green glow under the moonlight. While Air Huang and San Huang engaged in a playful sparring match with their massive paws. Had he been in his human form, Richard would have fled in terror. Yet now, he unleashed a roar that reverberated through the forest, prompting his brothers to lower themselves in submission upon hearing him. Even without magic, Richard's robust physique established him as the strongest among them. The 4 brothers typically did not reside together, as they dispersed to maximize their hunting gains. Leading the way, Richard ventured forth, with his 3 brothers trailing silently behind. As he recalled the location of a herd of deer, the tiger's acute night vision enabled Richard to observe the herd's condition. Several sturdy male deer lingered at the periphery, while numerous fawns nestled with their mothers within the heart of the group. This area fell within Richard's hunting grounds, where the limited number of male deer had previously been his targets. After all, a deer herd did not require many males for reproduction. However, a certain threshold must be maintained. Excessive demands from the females could drive the males away to seek survival on their own. Today, Richard's objective lay with some of the females that had not yet given birth. These does had lost the favor of the males, making them prime targets for Richard's needs. Crouching downwind, Richard stealthily began to cast a spell. A level 1 chaos magic spell, the day spell. A beam of purple light emanated from above Richard's head, silently striking his target. The affected doe displayed no immediate reaction, merely sinking deeper into slumber, as the darkness provided Richard with a cloak of invisibility. The deer herd remained oblivious to his presence. Richard's 3 brothers watched him with curiosity, uncertain of what their elder brother was up to, for this was the first time Richard had cast magic before them. Though his brothers possessed a keen intuition, Richard could not explain his magical endeavors to them. After signaling for them to remain patient, he cast the day's spell 2 more times, incapacitating 3 additional targets. Once he completed his spells, Richard emerged from the thicket. The vigilant male deer spotted him immediately and, with a frightened bleat, fled without hesitation. The does soon awakened, rousing their fawns to join the panicked escape. Only the 4 does that Richard had incapacitated remained, still under the influence of his magic. Even when he managed to rise to his feet, he trembled unsteadily and fell to the ground with a thud. Richard roared to halt his 3 younger brothers, who were eager to pursue, gesturing for them to capture the 4 does left behind. The brothers were taken aback by Richard's display of magic. They were accustomed to relying on their robust bodies and sharp claws for hunting, so it was quite astonishing that their elder brother had suddenly begun to wield magic, though they were the most formidable creatures in their territory. Hunting was not as simple as it seemed, especially to capture four does so effortlessly. Nonetheless, such thoughts did not hinder their pursuit. One tiger clamped down on a doe's neck, and after a few struggles, it succumbed. Richard swiftly dispatched the remaining doe, and together with his brothers, they carried their quarry and sprinted down the mountain. After running for over an hour, a flicker of fire appeared in the tiger's line of sight. As they drew closer, they discerned a low stone dwelling, with the light emanating from a bonfire in the clearing outside. This was a small human settlement at the foot of the mountain. On an occasion of serendipity, Richard had rescued the daughter of the tribe's chief from the clutches of a mighty earth bear, bringing the injured huntress back to the tribe, thus forging a bond with them. This tribe was known as the Fierce Tiger Tribe, comprising just over 100 individuals. Richard learned this through his clandestine study of their language, discovering that they referred to themselves, their tribe, and the mountain with the same name, which initially perplexed him. Richard speculated that they might have originally named the mountain after his tiger mother. Richard had intended to cultivate a friendship with these humans, seeking an opportunity to hunt the formidable earth bear together. However, he found no professionals among the Fierce Tiger Tribe. They were merely ordinary folk lacking mining capabilities, wielding only wooden and stone weapons. With such a lineup, even a few hundred individuals would merely serve as fodder for the earth bear. Upon seeing Richard and his brothers, a lithe huntress with sun-kissed skin emerged from the bonfire's glow. Her tall frame, despite being clad in coarse animal hide, radiated a wild beauty, and she affectionately nuzzled Richard's head. She was the huntress Richard had saved, known to her people as Shah, a name signifying wisdom and courage in their tongue. Richard set down the doe he was carrying and rubbed against Shah's bosom. Regrettably, as a tiger, he could only indulge in this manner. Shah was unfazed, not sensing any impropriety, and effortlessly lifted a doe weighing at least 20 kilograms. Since rescuing Shah, Richard had made it a routine to bring game to the Fierce Tiger Tribe each month, allowing them to assist in roasting the meat over the bonfire, a task quite challenging for his tiger claws. His three brothers had developed a fondness for the roasted meat after their first taste of Richard's offerings, and they had since made it a habit to join him each month. However, Richard strictly forbade them from frequently visiting the Fierce Tiger Tribe. After all, as a tiger, he was not the same as the reincarnated Richard. The consequences of a ravenous hunger leading him to devour the tribe's members would be disastrous. A towering figure emerged from the crowd, a man nearly 2 meters tall, bare-chested, with a fierce tiger painted on his chest using pigments Richard had never seen before. The depiction was not realistic, yet it exuded the ferocity of the king of beasts. This was Shah's father, Vic, the chief of the Fierce Tiger Tribe. Vic scrutinized Richard closely, noting with keen observation that the only wounds on the game he brought were at the neck. As the tribe's most skilled hunter, Vic understood the prowess of a tiger well. Yet, he found it perplexing that even a powerful tiger could consistently strike the neck of a nimble deer. While intrigued, he wasted no time, taking the game from Richard and his brothers. Although he was to help the tigers roast the meat, a single tiger could not consume such a large catch in one sitting. Moreover, given the small size of the wound, it was clear that the hides could be preserved, a precious resource the Fierce Tiger Tribe would not squander, as they were used for trading with larger tribes for weapons and food. Upon receiving the game, Vic noticed that these 3 deer bore the same injury as Richard's, only at the neck. Could it be that this amicable tiger had become a beast of magic? It seemed improbable. In his youth, Vic had ventured beyond the Fierce Tiger Mountain, encountering tribes capable of slaying magical beasts. Yet these tribes relied on their numbers and terrain advantages, taking an entire day to deplete a beast's magic before successfully defeating it. Vic drew a small metal knife, a recent acquisition he had traded for with 10 hides. Typically, he reserved its use for skinning. Richard had never encountered anything made of metal in the Fierce Tiger Tribe, and he couldn't help but lean in for a closer look. The knife's blade was wide, likely forged, and the edge gleamed sharply. This is something my father obtained from the Chinga tribe just a few days ago. Isn't it beautiful? Vic said, worried that Shah might damage the deer hide, and he took the deer from her grasp. Shah sat cross-legged on a stone stool, oblivious to whether Richard understood her or not, and continued, the Chinga tribe is the strongest nearby, boasting several thousand members. They have many items like this knife, and their weapons are far superior to those of our tribe. Suddenly, she produced a smooth metal whistle from around her neck. What do you think? Isn't it lovely? My father traded a hide for this. Richard took the whistle with his claws, eager to try blowing it, But Ayershaw quickly interjected, "This is not for eating." With a low sound emanating from Richard's mouth, Ayershaw stood frozen in place. It turned out that the merchant was not a fraud. She had believed that her own whistle was broken after it failed to produce sound upon her attempt. "So you cannot even whistle?" Richard, intrigued by the iron tool, simply handed the whistle back to Ayershaw. She took it in her mouth but failed to produce any sound, gazing wide-eyed at Richard. Observing this, Richard wrote 2 characters of their language in the dirt. Blow. Ayershaw had long known that Richard could write, primarily because he could not verbally communicate with her, necessitating written exchanges over time. Since learning of Richard's literacy, Ayershaw had become even more delighted, teaching him many characters in return. Mastering a language required more than mere comprehension. Ayershaw's lessons had saved Richard considerable effort. However, having learned this language, Richard could only communicate with the people of the fierce tiger tribe, leaving him uncertain if it was a worthwhile endeavor. Nevertheless, since he had the opportunity to traverse this realm, Richard was eager to explore it further. Unlike Richard, the fierce tiger tribe possessed knowledge of routes that traversed various magical beast territories without attracting their attention in the eyes of these beasts. Richard appeared as the lord of the fierce tiger mountain, making it implausible for him to enter their domains. Ayershaw quickly grasped the technique for whistling, her excitement causing her to dance with joy. Watching her delight, Richard couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Whether in a previous life or in the world of sorcery, the standard of living for humanity far surpasses that of this realm. Whistles, for instance, are toys that one ceases to play with by the age of 4 or 5, yet for Ayershaw, such an object is a precious treasure. This thought stirred a sense of compassion within Richard. At an age when a young girl should be blossoming into the most beautiful of flowers, she instead leads a primitive existence, living as a hunter, finding joy in a mere whistle. However, witnessing Ayershaw's genuine happiness alleviated Richard's melancholy. Soon, the wild deer, skillfully skinned by Vic, was divided into generous portions by several remarkable chefs of the tiger tribe and set upon the campfire to roast. Richard's 3 younger brothers wasted no time, diving into the feast without regard for the heat of the freshly cooked venison, delighting in the flavor enhanced by a sprinkle of salt applied by the chefs. Richard, however, partook only sparingly. His initial intention in providing game to the tiger tribe was merely to assist humanity and glean more information about this realm. After learning of the tiger tribe's connections with other tribes, he hoped to strengthen ties through the act of gifting prey, though visiting Ayershaw was certainly another motive, as she could be considered his first friend in this dimension. Once his 3 brothers had their fill of roasted meat, they offered no word of farewell to Richard before leaping away into the darkness. Those ungrateful wretches. Once they are satiated, they forget their kin. Richard muttered under his breath. Yet, for the tiger tribe, this feast was only just beginning. The remaining portions of deer meat promised another splendid meal for the tribe, while the simple folk gathered around the fire. Engaging in joyous dances, Ayershaw joined in, her tall figure a feast for Richard's eyes. A group of young children, imitating the adults, held hands and encircled Richard, singing ancient melodies that praised the old deities for bestowing delectable feasts upon them. Could the deity of the tiger tribe be the tiger itself? Might this be a rudimentary form of ancient totem? Perhaps he was destined to embody the totem of the tiger tribe. In that moment, Richard forgot the pressures of war in the Oyun realm, resting comfortably on the ground, savoring the tranquility as his meditation concluded. His consciousness returned to the Oyun dimension, where he was soon to face a new day and the battles it entailed. Fortunately, due to the orders from the sorcerer captain, Richard was spared the burden of carrying a divine power sensor like the other sorcerers of the Green Flag Army, tasked with locating the hidden Oyun soldiers near their encampment. Upon exiting his tent, Richard noticed that his knights had already risen, following Hansen in their morning exercises. These knights, hailing from the baronial lands, had developed the habit of rising with the sun and resting at dusk. Much like the peasants, after a brief wash, Richard shared a meal of leftover stew with the knights. He granted a day off to all but Hansen and Pien. Hansen and Pien, he instructed, we shall first visit the military merit office to exchange the heads we collected for military merits. Afterwards, we will head to the merchant convoy to sell these wild boars and see if there is anything worth purchasing. Yes, my lord, Hansen and Pien responded in unison. Richard and Hansen made their way to the military merit office. Heads and TOWs expected. The officers and knights at the office were, as the rumors suggested, plump and glistening, Clearly indulging in corruption, but it was here that Richard finally understood why merchants dared to openly trade in military merits, brazenly displaying their prices. The essence of the kingdom of Jeff's warfare was to amass wealth through conflict, not only plundering the riches of the Oyun realm, but also those from the noble merchants. This was one of the reasons Richard harbored such disdain for this war. Of course, if Richard were seated upon the throne of King Jeff, he likely would not forsake the wealth laid before him. Ultimately, after risking life and limb, it was unbearable for Richard to see the fruits of his labor filling others' pockets. With a total of 9 ordinary warriors' heads collected, Richard's military merits soared tenfold for every level gained by a professional. Exchanging them granted him a promotion to junior officer. 5 merits elevated him to junior officer, 25 to intermediate officer, and 125 to senior officer. Beyond that lay the ranks of flag officer and, subsequently, the commanding officer of a squad. 3 of the merits attributed to Hansen were merely duplicates, but since Hansen was already an intermediate officer, his rank remained unchanged. Despite receiving Richard's assistance, Pien had also slain 3 Oyun soldiers himself. Thus he too was granted 3 merits. Given that both Hansen and Richard were formal professionals, the officials at the merit office did not question the exchanges further. This was also why nobles in the kingdom of Jeff could ascend ranks at a pace several times faster than that of commoners. With soldiers at their disposal, they had no shortage of military merits, while commoners could only advance slowly to earn their own lower ranks in the absence of vacancies. Nobles could draw from their territories to enlist free citizens, who automatically fell under their command. Naturally, the compensation for fallen free citizens was borne by the nobles. What a rigidly hierarchical system, Richard mused, discovering that he was indeed a noble. How fortunate. After leaving the military merit office, Richard and Hansen proceeded to the merchant convoy with the wild boars and the seized weapons and pelts. A stroll through the merchant convoy provided Richard with a clearer understanding of the captured goods. Wild boars, being a source of food, could fetch up to 50 silver coins each in the Oyun realm, where food largely depended on supply from the rear. Pelts, known for their warmth, raised Richard's curiosity about how the Oyun people managed to wear them in such heat, and could also be worth around 10 silver coins each. Richard lamented the loss of the pelts, as his fireball spell had incinerated 4 of the individuals, destroying the pelts in the process. The least valuable were the Oyun weapons, far too heavy to be worth the transport back to the sorcerer's world, especially given the abundant mineral resources in the kingdom of Jeff, where these weapons commanded low prices. The merchants were unwilling to squander their transport capacity on such goods. Fortunately, many seized weapons were already present at the Green Flag encampment, and a financially robust merchant convoy, the Fortune Merchant Association, had begun purchasing these weapons for reforging, establishing a blacksmith shop near the encampment to sell the reforged items. Richard observed that the prices offered by the Fortune Merchant Association were quite reasonable, and he decided to sell all his goods to them. The leader of the Fortune Merchant Association at the Green Flag encampment, Eugene, did not scorn Richard for the low transaction amount. Rather, he hinted at a desire to purchase military merits from Richard at a high price. Unfortunately, Richard had already submitted those merits to the military merit office, and given that his military service was limited to 3 years, with a requirement of 200 merits, he had no intention of selling any merits until he fulfilled the service requirements. As Richard browsed through the Fortune Merchant Association shop, he found some desired sorcerer equipment but lamented that even the most affordable items were priced near 100 gold coins, far beyond the 30 coins he had at his disposal. Most of the gold coins granted to Richard by Baron Henry had been spent on the armor, weapons, and mounts for his knights. As for himself, metal armor would hinder his spellcasting, and he held no interest in standard leather armor, as any equipment he could afford would serve little purpose. The cost-effectiveness for Richard's 10 knights was simply too low. Once they all achieved the status of formal knights, Richard's small squad would see a dramatic increase in combat power, even with Richard included. "What is this? A magic notebook?" Richard inquired, picking up a tome. Generally, magic notebooks contain the insights and knowledge of sorcerers regarding magic, and it is forbidden to browse through them before completing a transaction. This is a compilation of insights on enchantment by our Merchant Association's sorcerer, Beckley Vincent. The notes also detail a commonly used enchantment, the low-level sturdiness spell, which enhances the durability of shields and armor. Priced at just 10 gold coins, Eugene eagerly introduced the notebook upon noticing Richard's interest. 10 gold coins. How exorbitant, Richard mused, considering that he was currently tasked with assisting Ban in the creation of divine power sensors. Although the assembly granted some merit for the tasks completed, it was evident that this superior would not bestow any monetary rewards. Thus, I might need to explore new avenues for generating income. The rudimentary and sturdy techniques are often employed in the crafting of armor and shields. Noticing Richard's hesitance, Eugene seized the moment to say, "If you, esteemed wizard, are willing to purchase this tome of magical notes, I would be delighted to gift you an introductory manuscript on the Ion Plane, which not only contains maps explored by our caravan but also provides insights into the society and customs of the Ion people." Richard felt a genuine need for this, and readily produced the coined I in this exchange. He ended up expending 6 or 7 gold coins, yet as long as the items proved useful, Richard was indifferent to the loss of gold. For after all, gold could not aid him in combat. After Richard swore an oath to the magic, vowing not to engage in any secondary transactions regarding the contents of this magical tome, the two parties successfully completed the trade. It is said that violating one's oath to magic would render a wizard incapable of wielding their powers, and Richard certainly would not risk his magical abilities over a mere 10 gold coins. Following the transaction, Eugene retrieved a roll of animal hide from beneath the counter. It was a map of the Ion Plane, meticulously drafted by the Fortune Trading Company, albeit with only the most basic annotations. Both the magical notes and the map were easily replicable for the Fortune Trading Company, representing a continuous source of wealth. Even if Richard were to master the enchanting techniques within the notes, it would not adversely affect the company's business. In warfare, wizards proficient in enchantment are always a scarce resource. Richard's abundant magical prowess would scarcely make a dent in the needs of an army. Richard then exchanged the remaining wild boar meat with Eugene for some jerky and dark bread. While these provisions lacked the fresh taste of wild boar, they excelled in their longevity and required no cooking, making them staple foods for outdoor campaigns alongside flatbreads. At the wizard's encampment, 3 wizard apprentices had already commenced their work in the magical workshop, while the wizard captain, Ban, was yet to be seen. Richard entered the magical workshop without harboring the arrogance commonly observed among those in the wizarding realm. These 3 apprentices were, in fact, of a similar age to him. By observing the tasks performed by the 3 apprentices, Richard was able to corroborate the knowledge he had gleaned from Ban's magical notes the previous day. Strictly speaking, their work did not involve the application of magical power. Rather, it required an understanding of the properties of magical metals and a certain level of craftsmanship, making it feasible for even a non-magical blacksmith to produce. However, Ben held considerable disdain for those devoid of magical ability, issuing a stern prohibition against the assignment of non-magical blacksmiths to his workshop. As one of the most powerful figures within the Green Flag Army, Ben naturally possessed such privileges. Setting aside these factors, Ben could indeed be regarded as a prodigy in alchemy. He not only succeeded in transforming the long-established magical sensing device within the wizarding world, but also simplified its operational procedures, allowing ordinary individuals devoid of magical power to partake in the construction of alchemical machines. Were Ben to relinquish his biases, his talents would undoubtedly shine brightly. Richard mused silently. Being a wizard, he could influence metals with his magic, effortlessly crafting the 3 components of the divine power sensing device, leaving Eden and Ivan in stunned silence, while a look of astonishment crossed Kathy's face. Despite its simplicity, the 3 apprentices had spent over a week learning to create a single component of the divine power sensing device. A tinge of bitterness flickered through Kathy's mind. Was this truly the chasm that separated her from fully fledged wizards? She had exerted herself greatly, awakening her magical talent at the tender age of 8 and never once slacking off. Yet, entering the meditative state of a wizard was not something Kathy could simply will herself into, especially in recent times when her moments of meditation had grown increasingly brief. Her confidence in becoming a full-fledged wizard had dwindled significantly. Looking at Richard, who had not only attained the status of a full-fledged wizard at such a young age, but also possessed extraordinary talent in alchemy, she couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. "Is this your doing?" A voice suddenly interrupted Kathy's ruminations. Ben had arrived at the magical workshop, picking up the component Richard had crafted for the divine power sensing device to inspect it. "Not bad," he remarked. "Although this is your first attempt, there are still some discrepancies in the dimensions, yet it is usable." Despite the praise, Richard felt a sense of disappointment. To hear his creation described as merely usable felt like an underwhelming acknowledgement. Ben, however, did not dwell on this, for Richard's prowess in alchemy was not unexpected, and he began demonstrating how to combine the 3 components with the divine power crystal using magical energy. The divine power crystal bore a striking resemblance to the magic crystals Richard had encountered in the magical academy. resembling a golden crystal. Yet, Richard could sense the immense power contained within it, a force that surpassed even his own magical energy. This was to be expected, for according to Ban's descriptions, the power of the Ayun deity was at least equivalent to that of a high-level wizard, far exceeding Richard's capabilities. Soon, Ban completed the fusion of the divine power sensing device's components with the divine power crystal. At this juncture, the entire sensing device was nearly complete, save for the magical array, which constituted the core of the device. Without Ban's etching of the magical array, the divine power sensing device would merely be a hunk of scrap metal encasing the divine power crystal. Suddenly, Ban noticed that the space allocated for him to inscribe the magical array on this divine power sensing device was larger than that of the previous devices he had created, meaning he could etch the array with greater ease. Was it merely a coincidence? It should be, considering that the magical notes he provided Richard contained no information concerning the magical array. Ban had accrued considerable military merit through the divine power sensing device within the Green Flag Army, and was not inclined to share knowledge of the magical array with anyone. Unfortunately for him, Richard had deduced the location for the magical array etching from the notes Ban had given him and adjusted the dimensions of the divine power sensing device as components according to his understanding, thus expanding the area for the magical array and diminishing the skill required for its inscription. Ban, this third-tier wizard, had not recognized the significance of Richard's adjustments, only realizing their impact after the fusion. Ban appeared somewhat embarrassed as he exchanged glances with Richard, only to be met with Richard's inscrutable smile, causing a pang of irritation to stir within him as for the three wizard apprentices. Being neither full-fledged wizards nor possessing comparable understanding, they could not grasp the implications of Richard's modifications and remained oblivious. Ben felt a sense of relief wash over him. Hastily concluding the demonstration of the fusion between the divine power sensing device and the divine power crystal. Leaving behind a few crystals before departing, Richard encountered challenges during the fusion process, for the gap between him and a third-tier wizard was one that even talent could not bridge. Promotion among wizards necessitated not only a stringent magical energy requirement, but also proficiency in spellcasting. Certain high-difficulty low-level spells could only be wielded by third-tier wizards at the pinnacle of their craft. Thus, higher-tier wizards could not only cast a greater array of spells, but also wield a mastery of magical energy that could easily overwhelm low-tier wizards. Even when utilizing the same spell, Ban's execution yielded power thrice that of Richard's, not accounting for the enhancements provided by Ban's wizarding gear. As night fell, Richard casually placed the divine power crystal aside. The day's endeavors merely refined his control over magical energy. He remained at a loss regarding the fusion of the divine power sensing device. Daily meditation was essential, prompting Richard to enter a meditative state. Unbeknownst to him, the divine power crystal, initially resting beside him, soared into his forehead as he began to meditate. Richard's consciousness traversed into the body of a fierce tiger, yet he was suddenly struck by a sharp pain in his head, causing him to stumble and collapse onto a bed of hay fashioned into a tiger's den. What was happening? Was there a flaw in his meditation? Richard hastily entered a meditative state, delving into the depths of his psyche. Often referred to by some wizards as the Sea of Consciousness, within the depths of his mind lay a vast expanse of black ocean. Whenever Richard's emotion stirred, the ocean would swell with waves. As his consciousness penetrated deeper, it coalesced into a representation of the wizarding world alongside his own form and that of a fierce tiger. This was Richard's first experience entering the depths of his psyche in the guise of a tiger. At that moment, a pair of enormous eyes hung above the dark sea, radiating a captivating golden light that struck at the core of Richard's consciousness, causing the once serene black ocean of meditation to erupt into tumultuous waves. What was this monstrous entity? Richard suddenly noticed a golden crystal shimmering above the eyes. Could it be the divine power crystal? Was it possible that these eyes were manifestations of the divine power crystal of the Ayun deity? At that moment, the enormous eyes also detected Richard and immediately unleashed a mesmerizing golden light towards him. Upon witnessing this, Richard promptly cast a spell, an initial level chaos magic. The fear spell that a black beam of magical energy coalesced almost instantaneously. This was also the reason why wizards seldom invade the depths of their enemies' minds. Possessing the home field advantage in the subconscious allows a wizard to cast spells in the blink of an eye. The black beam of magic collided with the captivating golden light emitted from the eyes, and the two magical lights entwined. However, Richard soon realized that his magic was gradually being overwhelmed by the golden radiance. The divine magic represented by the golden light possessed an advantage in the mental confrontation that chaos magic lacked, not to mention that the source of this divine magic was the crystallized power of the great deity Oyun, which, in terms of levels, was at least 6 ranks above Richard. The only solace for Richard was that he had only taken one crystallized divine power for himself. It was likely that the priestess of Oyun who produced this crystallized power was only at the first level, suggesting that this crystallized power did not contain an abundance of divine energy. Had he casually taken a few more from the magical workshop, he would have surely become a lifeless corpse of a wizard by now. Richard continued to employ chaos magic to resist, but he could only barely hold his ground and was in no position to counterattack. Sensing something, a pure white force suddenly emerged from the spectral image of a ferocious tiger behind him. As Richard gazed upon this pure white force, it felt as though he was witnessing the humans of the tiger tribe in their repeated prayers during hunts, hoping that the ancient deities would bless them with prey. Once again, Richard was transported back to the campfire, where the children of the tribe danced joyously around him, expressing their gratitude to the ancient deities for providing them with food. Was this force the faith that the divine required? Based on what Richard had learned from Shah, the ancient deities they spoke of were merely the tiger tribe's reverence for nature. This so-called deity had never conferred blessings upon the tribe like the great deity Oyun had. Therefore, was it possible that, sharing the same name as the ancient deity and having brought prey to the tiger tribe, the faith had shifted toward himself? This pure white force of faith seemed to be the nemesis of divine energy. The golden holy magic struck it without causing even a ripple. Drawn by the divine energy, this force of faith slowly surged toward the crystallized divine power, and the eyes showed no reaction as it was erased by the faith. Ultimately, the entire force of faith surged into the crystallized divine power, which began to melt like ice confronted by a blazing sun, transforming into golden droplets that fell into the abyss of Richard's mind. Richard felt a surge of new knowledge suddenly emerge from the depths of his consciousness. First-level holy magic, Song of Courage. The Song of Courage could bestow holy magic upon a target, overcoming fears and unleashing formidable morale. With the number of casters determined by the magical power provided by the caster, first-level holy magic, the spell of domination. This spell could mentally shatter an opponent, and if the caster's mental strength vastly exceeded that of the opponent, it could even enslave them. First-level holy inscription, divine restoration. The divine restoration could grant the inscribed individual a recovery bonus of 10 to their stamina, fighting spirit, magical power, and mental strength. How could Richard make the Oyun people more devout in their worship of the great deity Oyun? While Richard was organizing the knowledge left behind by the crystallized divine power, he suddenly noticed that the spectral image of the ferocious tiger behind him was gradually solidifying, and a magic crystal the size of a walnut was slowly coalescing. Was his tiger form about to ascend to become a magical beast? Richard was overjoyed. His mental strength had long reached the level of a first-level magical beast. However, the meditative effects of being a tiger were not optimal, as tigers inherently lacked the bloodline of magical beasts. The growth of magical beasts primarily relied on the inherited power within their bloodlines. They not only did not require meditation, but could also naturally acquire the magic contained in their bloodlines upon reaching maturity, mastering these spells without the need for study. Nonetheless, magical beasts were also constrained by the inherited power within their bloodlines. Their meditative effects were far inferior to those of humans, and they found it exceedingly difficult to learn magic outside of their inherited powers. Richard had been transmigrated into the tiger form for 4 years, and during each transition, he had spent considerable time in meditation. Yet, a significant gap still remained before he could become a magical beast. Richard initially planned to purchase the blood of tiger-like magical beasts from the wizarding world to see if it could facilitate the ascension of his tiger form. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, he refined a crystallized divine power of the great deity Oyun with the help of the force of faith, directly achieving the status of a magical beast. As Richard's consciousness withdrew from the depths of his mind, he suddenly felt a wave of excruciating pain. The magical energy of ascension to a magical beast felt like hammers shattering and restructuring his bones and muscles. The agony of this second maturation during the ascension to a magical beast was unbearable. However, in such a state, he could not fall asleep to return. Richard could only grit his teeth and endure the pain. Soon, tufts of fur began to fall from his tiger form, and his teeth and claws became loose, only for new ones to sprout forth like bamboo shoots after a rain. The shedding fur rapidly regrew, and after enduring the torment of bodily reconstruction for an indeterminate duration, Richard finally managed to persevere. Was it finally over? Richard forced himself to rise, now standing twice his original height, with a considerably broader field of view. He knew that what he needed most at that moment was sustenance. Ignoring his fatigue, he used magic to hunt a wild buffalo and devoured it voraciously. After satisfying his hunger, Richard felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion enveloping him. Both his tiger form and the wizarding Richard fell into a deep slumber. The next day, upon awakening, Richard discovered that the sun had already risen high in the sky, and Hansen had not come to call for him. Although Hansen had known Richard for only a short time, he was aware that Richard was not one to indulge in sleep. However, as a wizard, it was also plausible that Richard had entered a profound meditative state. Rubbing his still aching head, Richard began to assess his condition. This exploration brought him both surprise and delight. The joy stemmed from the realization that, due to his tiger form's ascension to a magical beast and the suffering he had endured akin to bodily reconstruction, his mental strength had doubled, now reaching the level of a second-level wizard. As long as he continued to work on enhancing his magical power and learned a second-level spell, he would become a second-level wizard. Furthermore, with the enhancement of his mental strength, Richard had awakened the legendary ability of dual focus, a power said to greatly enhance a wizard's meditative effectiveness and spellcasting speed. The shock came from the fact that the attack of the crystallized divine power of the great deity Oyen had seriously damaged Richard's mental state. Despite his mental strength reaching the level of a second-level wizard, his overall power had significantly diminished in a short span, which was not good news for someone embroiled in a planar war. Richard knew that the cost of potions to restore damaged mental strength far exceeded that of ordinary magical potions, meaning he could only slowly mend his mental strength through meditation. Nevertheless, Richard remained optimistic. After all, achieving second-level mental strength was evidently a more challenging endeavor than repairing the damage to his mental power. Richard had seen potions that could restore mental strength before. However, he had yet to encounter any potions capable of enhancing mental power during his studies at the St. Ni Magic Academy. Some vague rumors suggested that the price of such potions could reach 5 figures even in gold coins. Some wizards, in their quest to stimulate their mental power, resorted to various forms of human torture upon themselves. And some even took the extreme step of slaughtering their relatives and loved ones, leading to a perception among many commoners that wizards were synonymous with suffering and calamity. Richard then shifted his consciousness back to his tiger form, only to find that due to the awakening of his dual focus ability, he no longer needed to maintain a meditative state to traverse between forms. He could even manipulate both bodies simultaneously, controlling the magical power within both and casting spells concurrently. Of course, the price for such prowess was a significant consumption of his mental strength, given his mental power was compromised. Richard could currently only operate both bodies for mundane tasks and could not cast spells simultaneously. Stretching his body, Richard noted that the transformation of his tiger form was not as exaggerated as the awakening of the colossal bear. However, it also increased in height to 3 meters, with a body length reaching 7 meters. The newly emerged fangs resembled sharp daggers. With a gentle leap, Richard could spring forth a distance of 20 meters, indicating that his ascension to a magical beast was primarily characterized by agility. Nonetheless, magical beasts are akin to a fusion of wizards and warriors, possessing abilities that surpass those of unarmed wizards and warriors. Humans, in contrast, rely on finely crafted equipment to combat magical beasts. Richard further probed the bloodline power of his tiger form and discovered that perhaps due to the belief power associated with hunting and sustenance that had previously shattered the divine crystal. The 2 types of magic within his bloodline were related to these aspects. The first magic was a first-level dark element spell, Night Stealth. Upon casting Night Stealth, one would be enveloped in darkness, achieving an effect akin to near invisibility while slightly reducing magical damage taken. When executed in darkness, the invisibility effect was enhanced and magical damage sustained was significantly diminished. However, the invisibility effect was less effective during the day. This spell was highly functional, capable of rendering one invisible and diminishing magical damage received. Its drawback was the lack of offensive capabilities, primarily serving as a means for ambush. The second magic left Richard somewhat disheartened, for it was also a supportive spell. It was a first-level holy magic, Rapid Growth, which, when cast, could greatly accelerate the growth rate of plants. However, it had no effect on magical herbs. Otherwise, precious magical herbs would become commonplace. Moreover, Richard had not yet encountered any crops in the tiger tribe, rendering it of little immediate utility. One spell was stealth-oriented, while the other was rather insignificant. Fortunately, Richard was not merely a magical beast, but also a human wizard. Besides the bloodline magic, he could also cast other spells, However, the magic acquired from the divine crystal was solely of the holy type, making it challenging for Richard to learn. Overall, the outcome was a source of joy for Richard. Merely from a first-level priest's divine crystal, he had gained such significant enhancements. Regrettably, both Richard's spiritual power and the newly emerged belief power were currently unable to withstand the consequences of another such event. In the wizarding world, Richard informed Hansen about the damage to his spiritual power, conveying that he would need to meditate in his tent for the coming week and requested that Hansen directly deliver meals to him. While also informing Ben of a sick leave, Hansen expressed his concern and stated that he would intensify his training with the knights under his command. It was not until the afternoon that Ben arrived at the wizarding camp and learned of Richard's spiritual power impairment. The damage to a wizard's spiritual power was deemed more severe than that to a warrior's fighting spirit. After examining Richard's condition and confirming the damage, Richard's sick leave was duly approved. Fortunately, Ben did not inquire about the divine crystal. Otherwise, Richard would have had to explain the matter of the missing crystal. Nevertheless, in the following days, many soldiers in the Green Flag Army became aware of the newly arrived young wizard in the camp who had taken sick leave before the battle had even commenced, leading to inevitable mockery directed at Richard and his knights. Of course, Richard, confined to his tent, remained oblivious to such jests, as his primary focus was on meditation and practicing magic in his tiger form. Despite the elevation to a magical beast, the efficacy of meditation had not significantly improved. A gray wild rabbit was nibbling on grass in the meadow, its long ears twitching slightly. Suddenly, its red eyes noticed that the grass before it appeared to be flattened, as if pressed down by some unseen force. Looking above the prostrate grass, a swirl of black mist floated above. Animals in the jungle never lacked vigilance. The gray rabbit immediately ceased its feeding and swiftly hopped away. A golden beam of magical light shot forth from the black mist, manifesting as a first-level holy spell, compulsion. The rabbit struck by the spell halted its movements, remaining in place. From within the black mist, a towering tiger emerged. It was Richard. Through relentless practice, Richard had mastered night stealth, achieving near invisibility even during the day. Regrettably, this stealth was not true invisibility. While he could approach intellectually simple creatures undetected, seasoned warriors and wizards of the wizarding world would likely perceive the use of stealth magic at a glance. Compulsion, on the other hand, was rather effective, akin to the confusion spell fear that Richard had mastered. However, while fear often caused adversaries to flee due to their inner terror, compulsion instilled a psychological intimidation that restricted the opponent's movements, and against opponents with significantly lower spiritual power than Richard. It could even manipulate their actions. Richard utilized his mental control to guide the rabbit back, opening his gaping maw and compelling the rabbit to enter. Yet, it seemed that the rabbit's instinct for survival unleashed a surge of greater spiritual power, allowing it to break free from Richard's mental grasp. In a few powerful leaps, it vanished without a trace. The jungle was riddled with the burrows of rabbits. Once they burrowed inside, the labyrinthine tunnels provided the best refuge from predators. Life often reveals its capacity for strength in the face of death's terror. Richard's attempt to control the rabbit was not for sustenance, but rather to test the capabilities of his new magic. Unfortunately, the outcome was unsatisfactory. If even wild animals could only yield such results, controlling humans would likely be far more improbable. As for meditating to restore his damaged spiritual power, Richard estimated that, based on his current meditation effectiveness, it would take at least a month for his spiritual power to fully recuperate. However, if he were to truly take a month off, Richard knew that it would be challenging for him to maintain his standing in the Green Flag Army. Even if his immediate superior Ben had no objections, the soldiers who fought valiantly on the battlefield would undoubtedly harbor biases against him, perceiving him as one seeking to evade combat. These soldiers would be his comrades in the future. Thus, Richard resolved to recover his spiritual power to a level that would not impede the casting of first-level magic within a week, after which he would proactively request to join Ben in leading his small team. Equipped with divine sensing devices to sweep the vicinity of the Green Flag camp, therefore it was paramount for him to restore his strength and prepare for his promotion to a second-level wizard. Toot toot. Richard lifted his head, recognizing the sound of Elsa's whistle. Could it be that someone from the tiger tribe had encountered trouble and was seeking him out? Or perhaps it was related to the earlier belief power? Indeed, Richard spotted Elsa, who was now alone, adorned in brightly painted animal skins, a hat made of leaves atop her head, and wielding a wooden spear, cautiously traversing the jungle while whistling, with her bright, large eyes. Elsa scanned the surroundings. Even as an exceptional huntress of the tribe, venturing out alone to hunt was a perilous endeavor. Upon seeing Richard, Elsa was startled, for the Richard before her had undergone a significant transformation in size compared to the one she had encountered in the tiger tribe days prior. Seeing the enormous Richard, Elsa hesitated to move, her mind racing with worry. This is bad that I should not have disobeyed my father's orders and sneaked out of the tribe that it was her first encounter with such a colossal predator. But logically speaking, Tiger Mountain was Richard's territory. Even Richard's 3 brothers resided nearby, seldom appearing here. Now, encountering such a gigantic predator on Tiger Mountain, Richard must be in grave danger. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Elsa felt a pang of sorrow, yet she noticed that the tiger before her did not attack, but rather observed her silently. Richard realized that Elsa no longer recognized him and wrote the words "blow whistle" on the ground, an understanding known only to him and Elsa. Upon realizing that the tiger before her was indeed Richard, Elsa's worry transformed into joy, and she asked, "How did you suddenly grow so large?" Richard gestured with his paw, explaining his transformation into a magical beast akin to a colossal bear, and inquired why Elsa had come to find him, wondering if something had happened in the tribe. Elsa shook her head, assuring him that all was well in the tribe and everyone was fine. However, she recounted a troubling nightmare she had experienced a few days prior, in which she dreamed of Richard being injured by a pair of terrifying eyes. Upon waking, she discovered that several others in the tribe had shared similar nightmares. Thus, out of concern for Richard, she had stealthily ventured out to find him. Richard felt a surge of emotion as he realized that Elsa had braved danger to come out, driven solely by her concern for him. Her friend he gently patted Elsa's head and advised her not to sneak out alone next time. Should anything happen, both her loved ones and he himself would be deeply worried, concerned for Elsa's safety on her return. Richard accompanied her back to the tiger tribe, where they soon encountered the hunting party that had come in search of her. Leading the group was none other than Elsa's father, Vic, who sighed in relief upon discovering her presence. After Elsa explained the situation, Vic learned that Richard had ascended to become a formidable magical beast. Suddenly, Vic struck Elsa across the face. Taken aback by her father's unexpected blow, Elsa covered her face, which quickly flushed red. Vic seemed poised to strike again, but Richard intervened, understanding Vic's mindset, which mirrored the traditional disciplinary methods of his own parents in a past life, concerned that Elsa might once more run off. After all, during her last escapade, she had encountered a ferocious earth bear. Had it not been for Richard's assistance, she would have ended up as mere prey. While Richard understood Vic's intentions, he could not condone such punitive measures, and thus he stepped in to stop the impending blow. Though Vic was furious, Richard's intervention provided him a way to save face, and he merely ordered the hunting party to take Elsa back for confinement. The members of the hunting party gazed at Richard with trepidation. Despite Elsa's explanations, the imposing figure of Richard instilled considerable fear. It wasn't until Richard slowly cleared the way that they approached, confiscating Elsa's spear and binding her hands with grass ropes. After this commotion, Richard had initially intended to study the power of faith among the tiger tribe, but it was evident that he had yet to earn the trust of most of the tribe's people. As Elsa was escorted back by the tiger tribe, Richard watched them depart, shaking his head at Elsa's frustrated expression, filled with misunderstanding. This was not the safe world of his past life. Perhaps Vic's methods would ensure the survival of more individuals. In the dead of night, in a stone hut within the tiger tribe, Elsa lay on her bed, forbidden from eating, gazing sorrowfully at the luminous moon outside, tears streaming down her cheeks. A wisp of dark mist materialized at the window, revealing Richard, who, having used his night cloak spell, peered inside and noticed Elsa. He presented her with a rabbit he had cooked using magic. Surprised by the sudden appearance of the roasted rabbit, Elsa momentarily forgot her tears. Richard scanned the surroundings and, finding no one else present, dispelled the night cloak effect. Elsa gasped and quickly covered her mouth. Lowering her voice, she reached through the window to touch Richard's fur, exclaiming, "Is this your magical ability? How impressive!" Indeed, while Richard considered the night cloak to be of little combat value compared to other spells, to the humans of the tiger tribe, this sudden manifestation seemed akin to divine power. Richard nudged the roasted rabbit towards her. Despite its golden crispness, the lack of salt and other seasonings rendered it rather bland, though a famished Elsa relished it. "If only I could be like you," she lamented between bites. "You do whatever you want every day, unlike my father, who only knows how to control me." Before Richard could offer any comfort, he suddenly sensed the previously dormant power of faith within him swelling slightly. And even his mental fatigue seemed to abate. Was it because he had provided Elsa with food? This implied that, should he continuously supply the tiger tribe with nourishment, he might rapidly accumulate faith power. Yet, he pondered whether this method of gathering faith was too inefficient. Although Richard was a born predator and had awakened two types of magic as a magical beast, he was acutely aware of the delicate balance of nature. If he increased his hunting intensity on Tiger Mountain, the animals would soon flee, leaving him vulnerable to the attacks of other magical beasts who would welcome the lower-tier creatures. Furthermore, as a newly awakened magical beast, Richard would be targeted by the very predators he sought to evade. Until he regained his mental strength, he resolved to refrain from hunting magical beasts. What alternative methods could he employ to acquire faith power? Richard meticulously compared various texts about deities across several worlds, noting that most established sects related to their powers, such as the Mother Earth's Nature sect and the God of Courage's Courage sect. There were also beings like the great god Ayun, who had nearly garnered the faith of all Ayun people in his realm. However, through the knowledge gained from refining divine power crystals, Richard learned that the great god Ayun still worked to build temples to deepen his followers' devotion. After some contemplation, Richard considered whether he should establish a hunting sect or perhaps a harvest sect in this realm. The idea of a harvest sect was quickly discarded, although he possessed magic for rapid growth. He had yet to discover any crops. Establishing a temple was also ruled out, as his foothold in this world remained too tenuous to attract a significant following. As for creating a hunting sect, he would need to entice people to join, but how could he draw them in? If he relied solely on his own hunting prowess, he would soon find himself overwhelmed as the number of hunters increased. Ultimately, the most feasible option appeared to be helping those who joined the hunting sect to become professionals, by imparting knowledge that enabled them to become adept hunters of magical beasts. He would be aligning with his own powers. Richard glanced at Elsa, who was still savoring the roasted rabbit. Her willingness to risk her life to seek him out made her the perfect candidate to propagate the hunting sect. Thus, he began writing on the ground, inquiring if Elsa would be interested in learning magic or battle aura. It seemed imperative for him to find a way to communicate verbally. The vocal cords of tigers and humans differed vastly, rendering Richard's knowledge of the local language's phonetics ineffective. He recalled a unique spell from the world of wizards that allowed one to project sound through magical energy, though it lacked the subtlety of secretive communication found in the novels of his past life. Tomorrow, he resolved to ask the merchants if such a spell was available for purchase. Magic? Battle aura? Elsa looked up at Richard, curiosity lighting her eyes. What are those? Are they fun? Richard explained that magic was the ability possessed by both him and magical beasts, while battle aura enabled one to ascend to the ranks of warriors on par with magical beasts. The prospect of becoming as powerful as a magical beast thrilled Elsa, and she exclaimed, "If I could learn magic and battle aura and become as strong as you, my father would no longer be able to control me." As Richard continued to explain that magic and battle aura could not be practiced simultaneously, he secretly worried for Vic's future. After transforming into a magical beast, Richard could assist others in completing their awakening rituals. However, when he checked Elsa's magical aptitude, he discovered that she lacked the talent for magic. Although disappointed by the news, Elsa soon became captivated by the idea of battle aura. "Before you learn about battle aura, you must promise me that you will encourage more people to worship me and regard me as a deity," Richard instructed Elsa. "Worship? Deity?" Richard elaborated, explaining that before a hunt, they should pray to him, and after a successful hunt, they ought to offer sacrifices. This was his devised method for acquiring faith power related to hunting. As for her address, Richard decided on Tiger God, given his lack of naming talent. Having become a shallow follower of Richard, Elsa was not held to any strict requirements regarding prayer or sacrifice. After all, they were still friends. Thus, Richard imparted to her a battle aura cultivation technique that was already widespread in the kingdom of Jeff. This method was also favored by many due to its accessibility, including Richard's father, Baron Henry, who practiced the same technique. Richard guided Elsa on how to sense her body's energy and how to condense that energy into battle aura, forming battle aura seeds. During the process of forming battle aura seeds, a warrior's mental strength would also be involved, enhancing both the spirit and the battle aura seeds simultaneously. Even among warriors, mental fortitude is of paramount importance. During this period, Richard found himself explaining various concepts to Elsa repeatedly, yet fortunately, Elsa proved to be exceptionally gifted, swiftly mastering the art of condensing fighting energy, perhaps due to her prolonged participation in hunting. Elsa's physical energy surpassed that of an average individual in the wizarding world, which facilitated her ability to form a fighting energy seed with relative ease. Although she had successfully created this seed, Elsa still needed to engage in continuous training and combat experience to ascend to the rank of a formal warrior. Richard was not particularly concerned about this. as Elsa's extensive hunting experience may have equipped her with combat skills that rival those of Hansen. However, weapon specialization is a significant characteristic of a warrior. Richard was aware that Hansen possessed both basic proficiency in firearms and basic proficiency in shield techniques, enabling him to unleash extraordinary combat prowess with these two types of weaponry. As for the humans of the Tiger tribe, they frequently utilized spears, yet they had yet to establish a systematic approach akin to that of the wizarding world. Knowledge related to weapon specialization could also be regarded as the expertise of the hunter's sect. Though it was unfortunate that the weapons of the Tiger tribe were rather rudimentary, even the farming tools used by commoners in the kingdom of Jeff surpassed the weaponry of the Tiger tribe, indicating a pressing need to establish contact with the Chinga tribe. If Richard's assumptions were correct, there must be easily exploitable mineral resources near the Chinga tribe. After imparting some advice to Elsa, Richard departed from the Tiger tribe. At the Green Flag camp, Richard directly enlisted Hansen's assistance in procuring specialized magic related to magical pronunciation, under the pretext that such skills would enhance his ability to issue commands on the battlefield. Hansen did not disappoint Richard, successfully acquiring the required magic for the expenditure of 3 gold coins. As for the knowledge of weapon specialization, the members of the Tiger tribe currently lacked adequate weaponry. The magic of magical pronunciation felt reminiscent of pinyin from Richard's past life. Utilizing a combination of tones to produce various sounds, Richard effortlessly learned this magic, recognizing its most beneficial application lay in its capacity to mimic the timbre of different individuals. If he were to issue commands on the battlefield imitating the voice of an opposing commander, the enemy would undoubtedly fall into disarray. After resting in the tent for 2 days, Richard was suddenly stirred by the sound of a prayer. A surge of faith emerging from the ethereal image of the tiger in his consciousness. Richard reached out with his mind to this force of faith, and a vivid image of Elsa praying appeared before him. Along with the clarity of her voice, it became evident that Vic still held concern for his daughter. Merely confining Elsa for a day had sufficed for her release, yet she received no gratitude. Having learned the cultivation of fighting energy, she was determined to surpass her father and become the mightiest in the Tiger tribe. This the remarkable utility of faith. Richard attempted to communicate directly with Elsa through the force of faith. Yet his magical energy fell short. It appeared that his power was insufficient, necessitating further enhancement. Emerging from the realm of faith, Richard felt as though he had forgotten something of great significance. Upon reflection, he realized Elsa was praying in another dimension, while his consciousness could still perceive events in the Oyun dimension. This indicated that the force of faith was not constrained by dimensional boundaries. Moreover, the divine power that had struck him was evidently similar to the force of faith, also unbound by dimensional separation. The divine power crystallized had been transmitted directly to another dimension under divine control. Did this imply that he could utilize both faith and divine power to facilitate interdimensional transfer of objects? Richard pondered his ability to traverse dimensions freely, questioning whether his transdimensional experiences were somehow connected to the divine. With this thought, Richard used his presence in the Oyun dimension to pray to the tiger god. Surprisingly, a significant force of faith manifested, even more substantial than that generated by Elsa. Richard found himself engulfed in deep confusion. How could he possess faith in himself? Were he and the tiger form indeed two separate entities, as he felt the ability to traverse between two bodies at will? Richard sensed that his consciousness was not divided among distinct entities, but rather caught in a loophole generated by the force of faith. He then retrieved several volumes of his school notes on magic, offering them as sacrifices to the tiger god one by one. To his astonishment, this truly worked. A volume of notes appeared beneath the claws of his tiger form as a result of the sacrifice. Contingent upon the faith and magical energy of the tiger god, Richard proceeded with several more sacrifices, discovering that both bodies could provide the necessary magical energy, while the force of faith could only be supplied by the tiger god. As only the tiger god possessed such power. Subsequently, the tiger god graciously returned Richard's magic notes, though the already scant force of faith had been entirely depleted. Richard prayed to the tiger god once more. Yet this time, no new force of faith emerged. It seemed that a believer could contribute faith only once within a short span of time. Upon ceasing his prayers, Richard realized that his mental energy had also been considerably drained. Thus, his method of exploiting his faith to navigate loopholes was evidently unwise. After his sick leave concluded, Richard finally emerged from the tent, his mental state fully restored thanks to the force of faith. This was largely due to Elsa's tireless promotion of the tiger god within the tiger tribe, resulting in a few of Elsa's friends, along with those vying for her affection, joining Richard's hunting sect. thereby providing him with a substantial amount of faith that it was no wonder many sects established the role of a saint. It appeared to be yet another method of harvesting faith. The long-awaited Hansen and his fellow knights were already clad in armor, and Richard had previously informed them of their upcoming mission to clear the vicinity surrounding the green flag camp. He first met with the commander of the Wizard Corps, Ban, to acquire the divine power sensor necessary for this task. Ban cautioned Richard that the sensor could only detect Oyun warriors and priests imbued with the divine power of the Oyun god, and would be ineffective against ordinary soldiers devoid of divine energy. If they were to be besieged by a multitude of common soldiers, even formal wizards and warriors would find themselves in peril. Should they encounter an irretrievable situation, I permit you to escape. After all, we are wizards and need not sacrifice our lives for the Green Flag Army. Though Ban's words slightly contradicted the ethos of the Green Flag Army, it was evident that he harbored some dissatisfaction with his circumstances within it. As a third-tier wizard capable of employing flight spells, Ben undoubtedly accrued more military merit on the battlefield than he did in crafting divine power sensors. Furthermore, as the leader of the Green Flag Army's Wizard Corps, with only 6 wizards including himself, it was understandable that Ben felt out of place. Richard expressed his sincere gratitude for Ban's support, recognizing that regardless of Ban's relationship with other commanders of the Green Flag Army, it was not his place to offend them. This mission to clear the surroundings of the Green Flag camp included Richard and his knights, along with 2 warrior squads. After all, those detectable by the divine power sensor were at least formal professionals, and Richard's squad lacked the capability to easily eliminate such opponents. The leaders of the warrior squads were George and Bob, both of whom were second-tier knights. George, like Richard, belonged to the nobility, possessing striking looks and wielding a one-handed greatsword instead of a lance. Adorned in splendid half-armor, both his sword and armor radiated a magical sheen, indicating they were enchanted equipment. George commanded a total of 25 knights, whose equipment, of course, did not match his OWN.to Richard's astonishment. Among these 25 knights, 11 were formal knights. Bob, on the other hand, hailed from a common background, clad in heavy armor. Richard noted that he carried an ironwood bow and 2 quivers of arrows on his horse. And Bob's squad also comprised 25 knights, indicating that both men held equivalent ranks as senior officers. Although George and Bob shared the same rank, George seized the initiative upon joining the team. You must be the new wizard Richard. Correct. Without waiting for Richard's response, he began issuing orders. I will take command of this mission. You can focus on helping us detect those OU natives. Typically, command authority is held by the highest-ranking officer present unless designated otherwise by the military. Richard glanced at Bob, who remained silent. And naturally, he had no objections to George assuming command. It appeared that the nobility exerted comprehensive dominance over the commoners. Although they held the same rank, George confidently asserted his command. Our primary mission this time focused on clearing the jungle located to the west of the Green Flag camp. Sergeant Bob, please arrange for your squad to take turns on guard duty to prevent ambushes by the indigenous people. Richard the Wizard, I will inform you of our planned route. You need only conduct a magical sensing every 5 kilometers. After speaking, George reminded Richard, should your magical energy wane, do not hesitate to inform me. Clearly, George regarded Richard merely as a novice wizard. Both Bob and Richard acknowledged their orders, with Bob returning to his squad to organize the patrols. Richard retrieved the map George had just handed him, noting that while George exhibited a degree of arrogance, he was far from foolish. The planned route often paralleled the main road, facilitating cavalry charges and retreats. Richard employed the divine energy sensor again, finding no targets, which was to be expected as they had only just departed from the Green Flag camp. Even if the Oyun people dispatched scouts to gather intelligence, they would not risk sending seasoned warriors to their deaths. Throughout the first day until dusk, Richard detected no targets, much to George's surprise at Richard's considerable magical prowess. Little did he know that Richard, mounted, had been multitasking, meditating to replenish his magical energy. A group of them erected tents, with George assigning his men and Bob's soldiers to take turns on night watch for the first evening. Richard relished the opportunity to rest in his tent. During his respite, Richard realized that ever since his diminished mental strength had been restored, his magical training had accelerated remarkably, and he anticipated achieving level 2 during the mission. Richard extracted a notebook containing 2 level 2 spells he had learned at the St. Senni Magic Academy, though he had yet to break through. His studies in magic could now commence. The following day, George designated Richard's knights for guard duty, while the remaining personnel were fresh recruits, compelling Richard to assign Hansen as the leader to Richard's surprise. Shortly after their departure, he casually utilized the divine energy sensor and discovered 2 Oyun professionals at the edge of the sensing range. Had he not rested the previous night, he might have detected them sooner. Richard immediately spurred his horse to catch up with George, exclaiming, "Sergeant George, I've detected 2 Oyun professionals using the divine energy sensor." George inquired about the location of the 2 Oyun professionals and dispatched his aide to investigate while instructing the entire cavalry to advance 1 kilometer. After proceeding a kilometer, George ordered all knights to dismount and rest, then had Richard use the divine energy sensor once more, revealing a total of 7 Oyun professionals. The number of professionals among the Oyun soldiers was naturally inferior to that of the Jeff Kingdom's army. Even the underperforming Green Flag Army. This indicated that surrounding these 7 professionals were likely numerous non-professional Oyun soldiers, but a single misstep could lead to significant losses. George summoned Bob and Richard, and before either could speak, he shared his perspective. "I believe we should engage. The indigenous Oyun lack powerful weapons and equipment, and their mounts are inferior to ours. If we can eliminate this group of natives, even if the mission fails, we will still garner substantial military merit." Bob's combat spirit was equally high, and Richard understood that having been raised under the harsh education of the Jeff Kingdom, they cared little for the lives of their subordinates. As gaining military merit would swiftly lead to promotions and reinforcements, their opinions aligned, and Richard knew that even if he urged caution, it would be in vain. Soon, George's aide returned with intelligence. The total number of Oyun soldiers was around 400 to 500. With 7 professionals, 6 of whom were warriors and 1 a priest. Upon hearing the aide's report, George inquired, "The priest's courage song could be troublesome. Richard, do you have a solution?" If the priest were to bestow the courage song upon the ordinary soldiers without regard for magical energy, the Oyun soldiers could unleash significantly greater combat power, potentially altering the entire situation. Richard contemplated his level 2 mental energy and confidently replied, "As long as I can enter the casting range, I can use chaotic magic to interrupt the priest spell. But I must locate that priest and gain entry to the casting area." George and Bob were pleasantly surprised by Richard's confidence. They were well aware of the difficulties they had faced before Oyun priests. George patted his chest, assuring, "I will personally lead the way to protect you as you confront that priest. We will launch a sudden attack, catching those natives off guard and eliminating that native priest first. Bob, you lead the others in a feigned assault to draw attention. Once we've dealt with the priest, we'll rush to your aid in the misty morning jungle." A refreshing coolness relieved the oppressive summer heat. A large contingent of Oyun people rested in a clearing within the jungle, with only the higher-ranking professionals possessing wooden huts. As for tents, only the vile invaders would employ such structures. If anyone were discovered using a tent, the priests would send them to the underworld with the divine fire of the Oyun deity. Some Oyun gathered in prayer, their devout faith assuring them entry into the divine realm of the Oyun deity after death. While some fervent believers might be granted divine power and ascend to professional ranks. Whoosh. An arrow flew forth from the depths of the jungle, striking true into the head of an Oyun native on patrol. Bob's figure emerged from the foliage, accompanied by over 40 knights. Bob drew his ironwood bow once more, loosing another arrow, but by then, an Oyun soldier had reacted, deflecting the arrow with their weapon. They then bellowed in Oyun, "Kill these evil invaders." Bob understood that his task was to attract the attention of more Oyun soldiers. He seized his lance and shouted, "Knights, charge with me." Most of the Oyun soldiers still engaged in prayer were unarmed, allowing Bob's squad to easily slay dozens. However, as more Oyun soldiers joined the fray, their momentum began to wane. Several Oyun soldiers armed with a variety of weapons surrounded Bob's group, encircling them with hundreds of Oyun soldiers under their command. Meanwhile, Richard observed keenly from the jungle. The priest represented the highest echelon among the Oyun, and the leader during the prayer was indeed a priest, now encircled by numerous soldiers, with Bob's charge. The priest's position was revealed amidst the cluster of Oyun soldiers. He evaded Bob's frontal assault and began to maneuver towards the outer perimeter of the encirclement, clearly seeking a safe casting position. Bob understood his mission and continued to lead the knights in relentless assaults against the priest, ensuring his position remained exposed to Richard and the others. "All right, we'll clear a path for you. Prepare to cast and disrupt that native priest." George noted that the priest was now within close proximity, and he finally led the remaining knights out of the jungle, with Richard, clad in his wizard's robe, following behind the charge, with no choice but to don the robe for its modest defense. Richard advanced as they approached. Oyun soldiers finally spotted Richard and his companions, promptly alerting others in Oyun. There's a group of evil invaders here. Kill them. The priest also recognized Richard's group, realizing they were clearly targeting him, and called for protection. Quickly, 2 to 3 dozen Oyun soldiers withdrew from the encirclement to shield the priest. Level 1 fire element magic. Fireball. Richard unleashed a fireball from a distance, the flames causing several Oyun soldiers to scream in agony. There were too many enemies, and he could only use the fireball to create a path, though the effect was commendable. The priest, however, displayed no awareness of the need for rescue. Instead, he felt exhilarated that the opposing wizard wasted a level 1 spell. Knowing that once the wizard exhausted their magical energy, their combat effectiveness would plummet below that of an ordinary soldier. His divine power, of course, was reserved for crucial spells. Observing that he had 2 formal soldiers protecting him, the priest began to sing loudly, invoking the level 1 sacred magic, courage song. George recognized that the priest had commenced his incantation, and it was now up to him and Richard. He immediately shouted, level 1 combat skill. Charge! The crimson aura of fighting spirit erupted from his entire being, enveloping both him and the warhorse beneath him, instantly doubling his speed as he charged toward the priest. 2 ordinary Oyun soldiers, witnessing this, hastily mounted their wild boars to block George's path, only to be sent flying by his forceful impact, blood spewing from their mouths, their survival now a mere illusion. 2 Oyun elite warriors, tasked with protecting the priest, rushed forward, yet they too were repelled by George's momentum. However, the red fighting spirit radiating from him had nearly depleted, and even the warhorse buckled to the ground, clearly overwhelmed by the recent exertion. George swiftly dismounted, wielding his great sword with one hand to restrain the 2 elite Oyun warriors. Richard, endowed with the talent for multitasking, was already prepared to cast his spell. A beam of black magical energy struck the priest with precision, abruptly halting his incantation. This black magical beam was none other than Richard's first-level chaos spell, Silence. As the silence spell took effect, the priest's grand chant was abruptly silenced, and the divine power within him suffered a backlash from the disrupted casting. Recognizing the opportune moment to eliminate the priest, Richard unleashed 3 consecutive fireball spells, his second-level mental prowess and multitasking talent fully realized. The 3 fireballs struck the priest in rapid succession, and due to the silent spell, he could not even emit a cry of despair before being reduced to ashes, leaving behind only a radiant crystal of divine power nestled amidst the remnants. The continuous casting left Richard feeling a wave of emptiness within. Aware that he required a moment of respite, he quickly instructed Hansen and the others to ensure his safety. With the priest's demise, the tide of battle swiftly turned. As a second-level knight, George, alongside Bob, began to dominate the ordinary Oyun soldiers with overwhelming force. Even the elite Oyun warriors could only withstand a few exchanges. At this juncture, George had mounted a warhorse relinquished by his subordinate, joining forces with Bob and the other knights, taking command of the battlefield as they led their troops in relentless charges, slicing through the encirclement of the Oyun forces. Yet, the numerous Oyun soldiers continued to resist fiercely. Knights fell in battle, while some cunning ordinary Oyun soldiers used their weapons to trip the war horses, and the fallen knights, often unable to keep pace with their ranks, were swiftly butchered by the encroaching Oyun soldiers. Richard recognized that it was time for him to break the stalemate, employing sound magic to mimic the voice of an Oyun elite warrior. Retreat. This phrase in Oyun was learned from the leader of the Oyun soldiers who had previously attacked him. Upon hearing the retreat command, many frightened Oyun soldiers immediately turned to flee. 1 remaining elite Oyun warrior, witnessing the fleeing soldiers, began to shout loudly, "You cowards! How dare you betray the great Oyun deity?" However, compared to Richard's magically amplified voice, his cries were barely audible amidst the cacophony of battle, inadvertently revealing his position. George swiftly led the knights to charge at him, and soon, the last Oyun professional met his demise on the battlefield. With the last elite Oyun warrior slain, coupled with Richard's continuous commands for retreat, the remaining 200 soldiers could no longer withstand the pressures of the battlefield and began to join the fleeing ranks. However, the endurance of the wild boar mounts was lacking, and their speed could not match that of the Green Banner Army's war horses. Thus, the retreating forces were quickly overtaken by the knights who had converged with Richard. Richard cast 2 fireball spells, expending a significant amount of magical energy before halting his quest for military merit, having reserved enough mana for using the divine sensing device to prevent any unexpected appearances of other Oyun professionals. Meanwhile, his subordinates Hansen and the other knights maneuvered skillfully among the Oyun soldiers, reaping considerable military merit. The The policy of the Jeff Kingdom's planar wars was to avoid capturing ordinary prisoners. After all, these ordinary Oyun soldiers, even if transported back, would merely serve as slaves destined to toil until death, with their unwavering faith in the Oyun deity rendering them potential instigators of rebellion. Thus, very few merchant caravans from the Jeff Kingdom were willing to bear the costs of planar transit for ordinary Oyun individuals. Soon, the retreating Oyun forces were dealt with, and George ordered 3 squads to pursue the scattered remaining Oyun soldiers, while he began tallying the military merits, since this mission did not designate a commanding officer. The military merits were to be evenly distributed. The merits for slaying Oyun soldiers would be calculated separately, a key reason why George and Bob were eager to eliminate this group of Oyun soldiers. Furthermore, as the 3 squads belonged to different commanders, there was no direct hierarchy among the 3 officers, making the accurate calculation of military merits particularly vital. Ultimately, the tally revealed the defeat of 1 Oyun priest, 6 elite Oyun warriors, and 462 ordinary Oyun soldiers. Among them, Richard had the least military merit. He and his knights had initially been waiting for the opportunity to deal with the priest, most of his magical energy being expended in that endeavor, while Hansen and the other knights, needing to protect Richard, had accrued little merit. However, Richard's squad suffered the fewest casualties among the 3 aside from 2 knights sustaining injuries. Payne even advanced to the rank of official knight during the battle, while the other 2 squads faced heavy losses. Official knights possessed protective fighting spirit, affording them better chances of survival in chaotic skirmishes. Unlike ordinary knights, most of whom returned with injuries, that George's contingent lost 8 ordinary knights, while Bob's lost 1 official knight and 12 ordinary knights. The lone official knight's death resulted from an injured warhorse and being besieged by several elite warriors. And at that moment, Bob, to avert being completely encircled, did not attempt to rescue, leading to his demise. The casualty ratio between the 3 squads and the Oyun forces reached an astounding 1-22. This was primarily due to the effective strategies devised by George and Richard's successful elimination of the priest before he could cast his courage-imbuing battle hymn. The significant disparity in the capabilities of the combatants, as well as the advantages in equipment and mounts, further illuminated the chasm between the Oyun plane and the Jeff Kingdom. Of course, Richard's final use of sound magic also played a pivotal role, robbing the remaining Oyun soldiers of their fighting spirit and prompting them to flee, thereby wasting the stamina of their wild boar mounts on a simple wooden board. A pile of Oyun heads was amassed as Richard, George, and Bob convened to discuss the distribution of military merit. This was a distinct aspect of task-related military merit, designed to prevent disputes over merit allocation that could discourage participation in less lucrative missions. The military merits accrued from slaying enemies could be calculated by the commanding officers, who would ultimately need to submit a reasonable report to the military merit office. Richard claimed the divine power crystal left behind by the slain priest, asserting, "This divine power crystal is my trophy and rightfully belongs to me." Although the crystal could also be exchanged for 10 military merits at the military merit office, Richard, having slain the priest, held the highest claim to it. He had previously informed George and Bob that he needed the crystal. Both George and Bob harbored no objections to Richard possessing the divine power crystal, as he retrieved a metal-sealed box designed to contain magical materials. This enchanted box, crafted from metal and adorned with a magical array, effectively insulated against magical energies, making it the most commonly used container for transporting magical materials. George and Bob subsequently divided the spoils from the fallen elite Oyun warriors, each receiving 3, with George himself having dispatched 2 elite Oyun warriors, providing Richard with a clearer understanding of his combat prowess. Next came the military merits from the ordinary Oyun warriors, which constituted the bulk of the total military merits. Bob spoke up first. "Gentlemen, my squad undertook the most perilous tasks and consequently incurred the highest losses. Thus, we should receive the highest share of the military merits," observing the blood still dripping from his armor. Richard was almost inclined to agree. However, George's piercing gaze fixed on Bob and Richard as he quietly interjected, "My squad members equally shared the risks alongside yours if we are to discuss danger. They bore the same burden. I believe our distribution of military merits should be based on contributions to the mission rather than losses. After all, we are a military force, not a charity. Those lacking ability must accept the reality." Richard understood that George was advocating for both himself and Richard in this matter, and promptly concurred with the notion of distributing based on contributions. Bob, though displeased, strategically retreated, asserting that he should receive the largest share of the spoils. To which George and Richard raised no objections, as their noble backgrounds rendered them less in need of gold than Bob. He also mentioned that he would not draft the report to be submitted to the Military Merit Office, requesting either George or Richard to handle it. Richard suddenly sensed Bob's underlying glee and couldn't help but scoff internally. It seems Bob's initial intention was solely the spoils, and since his soldiers do not hail from noble territories, he is not liable for any compensation. That I truly wonder what he intends to do with all that gold. Richard, oblivious to his own fortunes, was grateful for the 200 gold coins provided by Baron Henry, which allowed him to equip his subordinates with excellent warhorses, lances, and one-handed shields that of humble origins. Bob could scarcely afford his own equipment as a second-tier knight. He was armed with only common weaponry, while George boasted an array of enchanted gear. Ultimately, Richard accrued 110 military merits along with a modest assortment of battle spoils, accomplishing more than half of his military service in a single mission. In truth, Richard had also taken advantage of the other two squads. Yet without Richard's magic, they would have been unable to vanquish the group of Oyun warriors. Each of the three squads suffered injuries, prompting George to command that the wounded be sent back with the military merits and spoils, while the others pressed on with their mission. Richard's squad left behind 2 injured comrades but gained an additional formal knight, thus enhancing their combat prowess. Conversely, the other 2 squads experienced a significant decline in strength, with several formal knights among them opting to retreat due to injuries. With a second-tier fire elemental spell, Richard unleashed dual fireballs the size of watermelons, incinerating an advancing Oyun warrior into ash. Yet he felt no joy in the act. Bob, clad in armor, suddenly burst forth from the throng, grasping Richard's outstretched hand and shouting, "Hurry, hurry!" Bob mounted his horse, and soon the warmth of blood soaked through Richard's wizarding robe, mingling uncomfortably with his own perspiration. Ignoring the bloodied garment, Richard hastily urged his steed onward, while Bob spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva at the pursuing Oyun warriors. Behind them, shadows danced among the trees as Oyun soldiers mounted on wild boars charged from the underbrush, with several priests loudly chanting, bolstering the morale of their ranks. In truth, they lacked no courage in pursuing a horde of fleeing invaders. It was merely that the speed of the wild boars could not match that of the warhorses. A week had passed since the elimination of the 400 Oyun warriors, and the 3 squads began to encounter Oyun soldiers devoid of professionals. Initially, the members engaged in relentless slaughter to gain military merits, but gradually they sensed an unsettling change. The frequency and number of Oyun soldiers were excessive, and the formal knights were exhausting their fighting spirit, their combat effectiveness waning. Yet, the Oyun soldiers offered no respite, and Richard's divine power sensor could not provide foresight, for the Oyun professionals had not appeared within a 5-kilometer radius. The 3 squads could only flee under the relentless pursuit of the Oyun soldiers. Today, thousands of Oyun warriors finally encircled the 3 squads, and Richard's divine power sensor detected the presence of Oyun professionals emerging beyond the 5-kilometer mark. After enduring for some time, Richard revealed the might of a second-tier wizard and chose to hold the rear alongside Bob. George, possessing charge techniques and enchanted equipment, was the optimal choice to lead the breakout. The warhorses had scarcely galloped a short distance before they encountered the breakout team, and Richard urged his mount forward as a knight under Bob's command swiftly assisted the gravely injured Bob. However, the supply cart had been abandoned, leaving Bob to recline awkwardly upon his horse, while the knight painstakingly removed Bob's shattered armor, revealing the multiple wounds upon his body, tending to each injury with care. Richard surveyed the breakout team, consisting of his own subordinates, Hansen, and 4 knights. A week of battle had elevated the other 2 ordinary knights to formal status, yet the remaining knights from the other 2 squads had perished. Hansen presented Richard with his magic suppression box, from which Richard extracted a vial of potion and consumed its contents. Though the vial contained nothing more than plain water, it served to obfuscate the rapid replenishment of his magical energy from the other knights. Apart from his dual focus talent allowing him to maintain a meditative state, a nearly depleted Qingshin herb from another plane had also greatly aided Richard. Once more, Richard consulted the divine power sensor, stating, "They possess 42 professionals. I suspect the Oyun have become aware of the existence of our divine power sensor, which is why they can so precisely time their encirclement." George's freshly bandaged left leg was quickly stained crimson, while his once resplendent golden hair clung limply to his cheek. The sheer number of Oyun natives in this region suggested that there were likely over 100,000 in the vicinity of the Green Flag camp. Upon hearing this, Bob, wincing from the pain of his wounds, cursed vehemently, "It must be those fools from the red flag camp, allowing so many natives to swarm in. Now, not only we, but the entire green flag camp is likely doomed." Richard, still new to the green flag camp, was perplexed. He understood it to be a logistical support for the red flag camp. If the red flag camp released the natives, would they not be effectively surrendering their supplies to the enemy? Richard voiced his confusion. George, unfazed by Bob's tirade, elucidated, "The Gatorland Mountain, guarded by the red flag camp, has always been a focal point of contention. Yet both the red flag camp and the opposing natives lack decisive military strength. However, once the green flag camp establishes a military road to Gatorland Mountain, the kingdom will dispatch its true elite forces, the Bloody Knight Legion. That point, breaching Gatorland Mountain will be effortless." Richard remained bewildered. If the Bloody Knight Legion possessed the capability to effortlessly dispatch the Oyun, why were they still stationed in the rear? Bob coughed, spitting blood. "Do you think the planar war is so simple? Relying solely on us lowly knights, the kingdom fears deploying those bloody knights lest they fall prey to the high-tier combatants among the natives. Conversely, the high-tier natives dare not show themselves recklessly. Otherwise, His Great Majesty Jeff would simply go forth and behead the Oyun deity, and we would emerge victorious." George expressed his disdain. The Oyun deity, that cowardly dark god, would never venture a step beyond his divine realm. Richard fell silent, now acutely aware that he was but cannon fodder. The entire seven-colored flag legion was merely a vanguard for the Bloody Knight Legion. Among his own subordinates, he had known the knights for little more than 10 days, often having to recall their names before he could address them correctly. Yet now, they lay at eternal rest in another plane, and Richard's squad had claimed numerous Oyun heads in recent days, leaving him to ponder how the Oyun would treat their remains. He also wondered if the kingdom of Jeff had any customs regarding the return of remains, a flicker of melancholy passing through his heart. However, recalling those who remained, Richard steeled himself, asserting, "We are not yet safe. What shall we do next?" George proposed, "Perhaps we could break through to the outside. Returning to the green flag camp seems futile, as the red flag army will surely dispatch troops to rescue. And we might be able to rendezvous with them." Bob, appearing weakened from blood loss, murmured, "How do you know we can break through? If the red flag army launches a strong assault on Gatorland Mountain for military merits, what will become of us?" With a bitter smile, Bob added, "We might just find ourselves caught in a pot, boiled into soup. My flesh will likely taste bitter and sour, while your noble flesh will surely be savored by those natives. Delicious and tender. The Oyun even resort to cannibalism," Richard exclaimed in shock. While he could comprehend the notion of torture, the idea of eating humans was beyond his understanding. Bob scoffed. "What of it? It's not surprising what those who worship dark gods might do. When I first arrived in the Oyun realm, they even consumed their own, claiming it would send non-believers to hell." Richard frowned at the revelation of the cruelty exhibited by the Oyun deity's followers towards non-believers. George, mustering his spirits, proclaimed, "Thus, to avoid being devoured, we must fight to survive. What is your stance, Richard? Shall we break through or return to the green flag camp?" Richard contemplated carefully, but suddenly realized that regardless of where this group ventured, they would likely be discovered by the Oyun. Even if they seized the divine power sensor, it had never registered anything within its range. Richard recalled that the Oyun priests possessed magic that included the ability to control animals, indicating that priests must be directing animals to track their movements. He glanced skyward, yet saw no birds. Of course, if that were the case, he would have been suspicious long ago. Richard could only relay his insights to the two. The Oyun priests wield a magic that allows them to control animals. Wherever we go, as long as we have not escaped the encirclement, we are likely to be detected. George and Bob exchanged glances, each reading the bitterness in the other's eyes. Yet both individuals understood that the only path remaining was to return to the green flag camp. Attempting to break free would only reveal their whereabouts to the natives. Richard continued, "Although the priests have the ability to control animals, they lack the elven capacity to communicate with all plants. They can only converse with the creatures they command, and exerting control over animals consumes a significant amount of their spiritual energy, thus limiting the number of animals they can command. We must harness the speed of our warhorses and proceed in a singular direction." In order to completely evade the pursuit of the animals under the priest's control, George decisively stated, "Then let us proceed towards the green flag camp." Heading east at full speed, the group seemed to erupt with renewed vigor, galloping forth, disregarding their injuries as they pressed on. Due to their swift pace, Richard was compelled to frequently employ his divine sensing device to detect the presence of the Oyun practitioners. However, remarkably, few Oyun soldiers were encountered along the way, as even small groups would be deterred by Richard's magic. As the sole unscathed second-tier combatant in the team, Richard had no choice but to shoulder the burden, minimizing rest periods to patrol and keep watch over the group. Fortunately, the power of faith from the tiger god aided Richard in replenishing his spiritual energy. Otherwise, he would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. As they gradually approached the green flag camp, the team even stumbled upon traces of a merchant convoy. Yet the overwhelming stench of blood and scattered bones indicated that they too had fallen victim to an Oyun ambush. After a protracted standoff, they had ultimately been overpowered, their goods plundered, and all personnel slain. Richard manipulated a bone with his spiritual energy, revealing distinct bite marks upon it, confirming that Bob's words were not mere fabrications. However, it appeared that the Oyun sought to ensnare as many as possible, as they had not sealed off the route to the green flag camp, but rather opened it further, allowing more individuals to slip into the trap. Richard continued to lead the group onward, acutely aware that retreat was no longer an option. Perhaps the only chance for survival lay in the fact that they had not yet reached the green flag camp. Had they delayed for just a few more days, they might have found themselves outside the Oyun encirclement. Nevertheless, without the two other squads, Richard was far more likely to be slain by Oyun soldiers, reduced to a mere heap of bones. As they neared the green flag camp, Richard finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The camp had evidently learned of their perilous situation, as numerous workers were engaged in constructing an earthen wall outside the camp, likely to serve as a defensive foundation. A guard atop the wall inquired, "Which squad do you belong to? Why have you returned at this hour?" George, a senior officer, produced his military insignia and replied, "We are the patrol squad tasked with clearing the area. I am Senior Officer George. Please allow us entry into the camp, as my comrades require medical attention." The guard hesitated, retrieving a piece of paper and asking, "Have you or your subordinates betrayed the kingdom of Jeff? Will you pose a threat to the green flag camp?" Richard sensed the power of faith emanating from the paper, surmising it was the honest contract of the god of honesty. Monroe. It was said that the honest contract possessed the ability to discern truth from falsehood. George performed a noble gesture, placing one hand over his heart, and declared, "I swear by my family's name that neither I nor my comrades have betrayed the kingdom of Jeff. We are all committed to serving the green flag camp." Only then did the guard permit their entry. Richard and the lightly injured George proceeded to the Military Achievements Office to report their mission, which had evidently failed. However, after passing the test of the honest contract, they managed to secure military accolades for slaying Oyun soldiers. Yet, under the scrutiny of the honest contract, the previously discussed distribution of military achievements could no longer be considered, and they had to adhere strictly to the tally based on kills. After much tumult, Richard successfully ascended to the rank of senior officer owing to the lethal prowess of his second-tier magic, while George and Bob remained a fair distance from attaining the rank of junior officer. Upon exiting the Military Achievements Office, George called out to Richard, who was preparing to leave, "Richard, you must strive to survive." As a 16-year-old second-tier wizard, your future should lie within the Sacred Magic Academy of the Kingdom of Jeff, not the Green Flag Army. The Sacred Magic Academy of the Kingdom of Jeff stands as the pinnacle of wizardry education, with the only archmage of the kingdom serving as its head. Richard waved his hand dismissively, responding with nonchalance, "Regardless of what lies ahead, we must ensure our survival this time." Returning to the Wizard Guild's encampment, Richard discovered that the conditions of the two injured individuals who had returned early had improved significantly. However, upon learning of the deaths of 4 knights, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. Had they not been injured, perhaps they too would have been among the deceased. Richard offered them a few gold coins to procure tents, as their original ones had been abandoned to hasten their journey. He retrieved the demon sealing box from his horse, within which a divine power crystal shimmered brilliantly, aware that his current state was not suitable for absorbing the crystal's energy. He closed the box once more. In the evening, after hastily consuming a piece of dark bread, Richard laid down to rest in a small tent. Tents of that specification were no longer available at the Green Flag Camp. Meanwhile, within the command center of the Green Flag Camp, a fierce argument erupted. Seated in the chief position was a kindly-looking, portly man whose belly protruded comically from beneath his armor. But none of the officers dared to express even a hint of amusement at his appearance. For he was Harold, the commander of the Green Flag Army, and a mid-tier warrior, although merely a level 4 warrior. He was leagues beyond a level 3 practitioner. If level 4 wizards were renowned for their spatial magic and the construction of magical teleportation gates, Then the combat prowess of a level 4 warrior represented a significant increase in mobility, rendering them unafraid of being besieged by lower-tier warriors. Among the lower-tier magics, only the level 3 wind magic, Wind Rush, could rival it. However, even a level 3 wizard using Wind Rush would find themselves exposed to the warrior's strikes. Commander, the walls of the Green Flag camp are nearly complete. Commander, I have ordered my subordinates to confiscate the merchant supplies. Harold surveyed the noisy assembly of officers and glanced at the 2 deputy commanders beside him, who were meditating in silence. Clearing his throat, he quietly reminded them, I have received word from the military department that the Red Flag Army and 5 other forces will not be coming to our aid. They will continue to assault the enemy fortress at Gadeland Mountain. Upon hearing this, the officers were momentarily stunned, and the previously clamorous command center fell into a profound silence. One officer inquired, will the military department send the Bloody Knights to assist us? Harold shook his head. The movements of the Bloody Knights are beyond our knowledge. However, I have not received any news of reinforcements from the military department. It is likely that, in keeping with their usual approach, they would not deploy the Bloody Knights to the battlefield so soon. Harold then asked, how many natives are currently outside the Green Flag camp? Do you have any updates? A slender officer stood up and replied, according to the readings from our divine sensing devices, there are over 2,000 Oyun practitioners, and their numbers continue to rise. As for ordinary natives, their ranks have exceeded 300,000. Our analysis suggests that even the civilian populace among the natives has been mobilized. If our estimates are correct, the total number of ordinary natives will surpass 500,000. The slender officer's report incited a wave of shock among the command center's officers. 500,000? Are we to perish here? Harold raised his hand to signal for silence and inquired of the slender officer, so, is it certain that the Green Flag camp cannot be held? The slender officer nodded. The Green Flag camp has only 10,000 regular troops, with the majority being knights. Their combat effectiveness will diminish during a siege, and we are ill-prepared in terms of defensive supplies. Our stocks of tar and arrows are insufficient. The command center speculated that the natives would likely deploy civilian forces first to exhaust our energy, after which their practitioners would emerge to deal with us. Given the natives' determination to assault the Green Flag camp, it was inevitable that they had mid-tier priests and warriors among their ranks. Thus, the command center's analysis concluded that within 3 days, our newly constructed walls would become ineffective, and within 10 days, the Green Flag camp would be reduced to rubble, perhaps even sooner. Harold merely nodded. This prediction was already within the realm of his expectations. Even he believed that it would be quite remarkable for the Green Flag camp to endure for 5 days. However, as a level 4 warrior, as long as he could avoid the level 4 warriors and priests among the natives, his survival was assured. He instructed the command staff to present their breakout plan by tomorrow morning. The slender officer paused for a moment, then responded with an affirmative and returned to his seat. From the depths of the black mist, the imposing figure of Richard emerged, representing the Tiger tribe. The current state of the Tiger tribe was well aware that Richard had already ascended to the status of a magical beast and had established the hunting sect. Presently, apart from Elsa, the hunting sect comprised roughly 30 members, predominantly comprised of youth and children. The older generation found it increasingly difficult to accept new ideas, a phenomenon common in any society. Richard, however, was not in a rush. After all, he currently lacked the divine crystals left by the level 2 priest, making an immediate ascension to a level 2 magical beast nearly impossible. His demand for the power of faith was not particularly pressing. Once Elsa or other sect members ascended to formal warriors, the people of the Tiger tribe would undoubtedly take an interest in the combat techniques taught within the sect, leading to an influx of new members. Upon meeting Richard, Elsa excitedly showcased the new temple they had constructed for the sect. Although referred to as a temple, it was merely a hall built of stone, barely spacious enough for Richard to move comfortably. Nonetheless, he did not mind. After all, it was merely a venue for sect members to gather, pray, and learn about combat techniques. The techniques Richard had imparted to Elsa were inscribed on a stone at the center of the temple, around which a fire had been kindled, with several sect members gathered to study. After surveying the surroundings, Richard instructed Elsa to assemble all members of the hunting sect, and then spoke. Many of you already know me. Indeed, I am the founder of the hunting sect, and you may refer to me as the Tiger God. Over the past year, I have provided sustenance for the Tiger tribe, and many of you have benefited from my assistance. Now, I have established the hunting sect to empower more individuals, enabling them to face the threats posed by ferocious beasts and secure ample nourishment. From this day forth, Elsa will serve as the saintess of the hunting sect. and you were to follow her leadership in developing the sect and welcoming more members. Having concluded, Richard called Elsa forth. Elsa, showcased your combat seed. Elsa displayed her combat seed, a red orb the size of a fist, shimmering brilliantly in the glow of the fire. Richard was pleasantly surprised by Elsa's talent. In just a few days, her combat seed had grown significantly, indicating that she would likely ascend to a formal warrior within a month. As long as you cultivate your combat techniques and develop your own combat seeds like Elsa, you too can become as formidable as magical beasts. In fact, a level 1 magical beast represents a fusion of a level 1 warrior and a level 1 wizard. Defeating one without sustaining damage may require a dozen level 1 warriors. However, since the hunting sect is still in its infancy, it is only natural for me, as its founder, to paint grand visions to instill confidence among the members. Appointing Elsa as the saintess was a decision I had made long ago. Elsa's standing in the tiger tribe is akin to that of a sect saint. I merely added a layer of sanctity to her role, allowing others to witness the hierarchical structure within the hunting sect. Although in the short term, the treatment of the saintess is not markedly different from that of other members. I plan to provide some metal equipment to the hunting sect in the future. To obtain my metal equipment, one must rely on their faith in me and contributions to the hunting sect. Elsa blushed and shyly asked Richard, Tiger God, how should I fulfill the role of the saintess? I am uncertain. Richard shook his head. It matters not that you are inexperienced. I shall gradually teach you. For now, just continue as you have. When you ascend to a level 1 warrior, I will prepare a gift for you. Really? That is wonderful, Elsa exclaimed, jumping up with excitement and embracing Richard's leg. Tiger God, you are truly magnificent. Richard affectionately ruffled Elsa's hair, while others may pet humans. He relished the sensation of being a great cat petting a person indeed. It felt quite delightful. In the early morning, Richard was awakened by Payne's call. Upon rising, he quickly discerned that the atmosphere of the Green Flag camp had shifted dramatically overnight, apart from Richard's team. The wizard camp also housed Eden's father, Nicol, who led another team and was himself a level 2 wizard. Shortly after Richard's team had completed their cleanup task, they returned to the wizard camp. As for the other wizards, those fortunate enough likely escaped the encirclement of the Ayun soldiers, while those less fortunate may have already met their demise at their hands. Richard felt that the latter scenario was far more probable. Richard greeted Nicol and his 2 sons, establishing a semblance of acquaintance. Nicol, likely informed of Richard's identity by his sons, did not show any inclination to befriend him. Nicol. Richard was merely a newly promoted level 1 wizard. And with the impending doom of the Green Flag camp, he could hardly be bothered with Richard, offering only a nod in acknowledgement. Richard, feeling somewhat disheartened, did not dwell on Nicol's indifference. After having breakfast with Hansen and a few others, he set out to investigate the recent developments within the camp. The marketplace where caravans typically convened, the once bustling stalls had since been dismantled, replaced by a cacophony of noise. Numerous Green Flag soldiers were busy confiscating and documenting the supplies of the caravans, even temporarily conscripting caravan guards into their ranks. Richard shook his head. It seemed the status of the caravans had indeed plummeted. Such actions likely forced the caravan managers into dire straits, stripping them of both resources and soldiers. Even if the merchant guild later compensated according to the military's records, these individuals would ultimately meet their demise. Yet, what distinction did that make to Richard? He too was merely a pawn in this game. Upon reflection, Richard realized that the only individuals he knew in positions of influence were George and Bob. Thus, he sought information on their whereabouts and serendipitously encountered Bob, who was also on a quest for news. Without hesitation, Bob inquired as soon as he spotted George, "So, what is the current situation at the Green Flag camp? Are we truly doomed?" George nodded. "Currently, there is no intent to conceal the truth. The information I have is that during yesterday's meeting, the command staff determined that the Green Flag camp is doomed to fail." Both Richard and Bob were taken aback. The command staff was typically composed of military strategists selected from within the ranks. Known for their impartiality in assessing matters, they seldom declared definitive conclusions regarding the battlefield's circumstances. If an officer had claimed that the Green Flag camp would fail, Richard and Bob might have held onto a sliver of hope. However, the command staff's pronouncement was tantamount to a death sentence. There was no escape. Richard pondered for a moment and asked, "What does it mean for the higher-ups now? Are they seeking a way to break out?" "Indeed, even in death, one should have a dignified exit," Bob concurred. George cast a discerning glance at the two, quietly cautioning, "Currently, the specific breakout plan has yet to materialize. But everyone understands that remaining in the Green Flag camp is merely awaiting death." Regardless, if you both wish to survive, you must find a way to secure a position in the breakout team. George's words galvanized Bob, who hurriedly departed, presumably to seek favor with some officer. Richard expressed his gratitude to George, who then separately advised him against joining the first wave of the breakout team. Why the special warning just for him? Why hadn't George offered the same caution when Bob was present? Regardless, Richard thanked George once more before leaving. As he departed George's quarters, Richard realized that George likely did not perceive him as a newcomer needing guidance, while Bob was deemed experienced enough to require no such reminders. It couldn't possibly be that, he mused. Regardless, securing a connection for the breakout team took precedence. Upon reflection, Richard realized that the only superior he was acquainted with was the indolent Vice Commander Ban. Did he need to leverage his relationship with Ban? Upon returning to the wizard camp, he awaited Ban's arrival until the afternoon. When Ban finally appeared, his demeanor was grim, clearly affected by the impending demise of the Green Flag camp. He first summoned Nicol, the level 2 wizard, for a private discussion. Though Richard could not discern their conversation, Nicol's expression of delight indicated that Ban had likely delivered some good news. Soon after, Richard was called in. With a mix of trepidation, he stepped forward. You are aware that the Green Flag camp cannot hold out any longer, correct? The first words from the squad left Richard astounded. Was it really so blunt? He nodded slightly and remarked that he had learned this information from an officer he met during the recent cleansing mission. Ban gazed skyward and sighed. The Green Flag army is merely cannon fodder. It is entirely reasonable for the higher-ups not to wish to squander manpower rescuing these expendables. After all, the competition for military merit among the major legions is overt. And even if the other 6 armies of the Rainbow Flag Legion were to come to their aid, their achievements would pale in comparison to the conquest of the enemy's stronghold at Jiaodalan Mengshan. More importantly, His Majesty Jeff has always adhered to a principle of prioritizing interests. Even if the commander of the Rainbow Flag Legion were to order a rescue of the Green Flag encampment, it could leave a negative impression on the monarch, an eventuality that the commander would certainly seek to avoid. Richard was momentarily taken aback. After all, we are speaking of over 30,000 lives. Could it truly be that the fear of tarnishing the monarch's reputation would lead to the abandonment of so many lives, as if they were mere weeds? The value of human life seemed to be merely a stepping stone for the commander on the path to promotion. I have been promoted to a second-level wizard during this cleansing mission, Richard interjected before Ban could speak again. At just 16, being a second-level wizard already marked him as a prodigy. He hoped that by highlighting his magical talent, Ban would take him more seriously and lend him assistance. Ban was taken aback upon hearing this. Richard had already advanced to the rank of second-level wizard. If the information was accurate, Richard had only just turned 16 this year. Such a young second-level wizard held the promise of becoming a high-level wizard in the future, perhaps even a legendary wizard. However, at present, Richard was merely a newly promoted second-level wizard. Even if he were to ascend to the rank of legendary wizard in the future, it had little bearing on Ban, who was contemplating whether Richard was worth his effort. I will ensure you are included in the breakout team, but even I cannot guarantee that you will escape. Ban ultimately decided to extend Richard a favor, as his own contribution amounted to little more than a mere gesture. Merely speaking a word in the military's deployment, should Richard survive, he would be sure to remember this kindness. Richard bowed deeply and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Commander. Ban collected all the valuable items from the workshop, leaving no divine power crystals behind. However, Richard still possessed a divine power crystal acquired during the previous cleansing mission. After Ban's departure, Richard felt a profound sense of helplessness. At present, he was just a second-level wizard, and to survive such dire circumstances, he needed to acquire greater power. Standing atop the newly constructed walls of the Green Flag encampment, Richard, clad in his wizard's robe, braced himself against the wind. The freshly erected walls were already pockmarked, the earthy yellow color stained with dark crimson blood, and the groans of injured soldiers echoed intermittently. Below the walls lay heaps of corpses of the Oyun people, while soldiers atop the walls poured incendiary oil to incinerate the bodies, the stench of burning flesh causing Richard discomfort, observing the gruesome scene. Richard exhaled deeply to alleviate his unease. The morning's assault by the Oyun had been repelled, granting the Green Flag encampment a fleeting respite. Richard had been summoned by the military to assist in repairing the walls. With a first-level earth elemental spell, the earth wall technique, he employed this somewhat lackluster magic. After all, constructing an earthen wall was of little use if the enemy could simply bypass it. It proved beneficial only for repairs or in narrow terrains. Under Richard's casting, the earth walls filled the gaps in the fortifications, But as a newly promoted second-level wizard, he could only cast the Earth Wall technique no more than 20 times, which was but a drop in the bucket compared to the entire encampment's walls. Richard did not conceal the news of his promotion to second-level wizard. After casting the spell 20 times, his magical energy was nearly depleted, although his spiritual strength remained relatively intact due to his connection with the tiger god. Returning to the wizard encampment, Richard began contemplating how to enhance his survival rate, in the short term. Advancing to a third-level wizard seemed implausible. After last year's accumulation of faith energy, he had sustained severe damage to his spiritual strength from an attack by divine power crystals. Now, even though the followers of the tiger tribe could provide faith energy more efficiently, it still felt woefully insufficient. Nearby the tiger tribe was the Chinga tribe, presumably larger in number, but distant waters could not quench immediate thirst. And it was impossible to amass a substantial amount of faith energy overnight. After analyzing his situation, Richard concluded that his only immediate means of improvement lay in learning new spells and acquiring magical equipment. Having just recently ascended to the rank of second-level wizard, he had the opportunity to learn many new basic spells, yet he had only prepared 2 second-level spells, the double fireball technique and the ice armor technique. Fire and ice were the elements to which Richard had the highest affinity, and he found that his effectiveness in casting spells of these elements surpassed that of others. Thus, he had chosen fire and ice magic as his 2 secondary spells. Faced with his predicament, Richard scoured the market. Unfortunately, the once bustling marketplace had grown desolate due to the military requisitioning supplies, and many shops had closed their doors. Even the prosperous fortune trading company, which Richard had hoped to rely on, was shuttered. Inquiring around, he learned that the personnel from the fortune trading company had temporarily enlisted in the military. Richard surmised that the influence of the fortune trading company was considerable. The Green Flag Army likely dared not offend them too severely, allowing their people to join the breakout team. Richard rummaged through the scattered shops, acquiring an assortment of odd items and stocking up on rations. Regrettably, the only spell he found of interest was a first-level wind elemental spell, the lightness technique, which he could learn that it offered a slight increase in speed for a duration of 10 minutes. Richard spent 10 gold coins to procure the book containing this spell. After all, if he could not survive, gold would hold no value. Indeed, for the merchants still operating in the market, even earning a fortune would not allow them to take their wealth to the grave. However, Richard soon realized that these merchants were not merely greedy. They were handing over their hard-earned gold coins to the officers of the Green Flag Army, likely to ensure that their families received some funds. Even in their final moments, shaking off his disorganized thoughts, Richard returned to the wizard camp. He instructed Hansen to prepare the horses and rations for the breakout, readying for their escape, before retreating to his tent to study the lightness technique while simultaneously meditating to restore his magical energy. At 2 in the morning, Richard suddenly sensed a commotion breaking the silence of the wizard camp. Before long, Hansen flung open Richard's tent and, with urgency in his voice, exclaimed, "Lord Richard, the military has ordered us to assemble immediately and prepare for the breakout." Richard sprang from his bed, hastily packing away his tent and sleeping bag. Everything else had already been prepared. He stowed the book on the lightness technique in his magic sealing box, being made of magical materials. It required proper sealing. Along with 5 knights, including Payne, he was ready. Richard and the 6 knights followed the military personnel to the base of the walls, where numerous soldiers had already gathered, forming various teams. Richard and his companions approached a diminutive officer. Richard saluted and announced, "Senior Officer Richard of the Green Flag Army's Wizard Corps, reporting for duty." The small officer returned the salute, appraising Richard before instructing, "Officer Richard, please join Team 3. Understood." Leading Hansen and the others to Team 3, Richard was pleasantly surprised to discover George among them. He hurried over to greet him. "George, I didn't expect to see you in this breakout team." Richard exclaimed, not only pleased to find a familiar face but also relieved, knowing that George's family had significant influence, which would likely increase their chances of success in the breakout. George nodded, saying, "I knew with your talent, you would surely make it into Team 3. What about Bob? I haven't seen him." George's expression darkened as he replied, "Bob has joined Team 2, which is breaking out towards the Red Flag Army camp at Jayadal and Megshan. With no established military road, Team 2's escape speed will surely be sluggish. If they are caught by the Oyun, the outcome could be dire." Richard cast a glance toward Team 2, but the sheer number of individuals in that group obscured his search for Bob. Having spent a considerable amount of time at the Green Flag camp, Richard had gained some insight into the Red Flag camp and offered reassurance. The path to break through is fraught with dense thickets. Even if Bob cannot reach the red flag camp, he will surely find a secluded spot to conceal himself and survive. George nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Bob, being a second-level warrior, could evade the dangers of the jungle as long as he was not pursued by the professionals of Oyun. He then cautioned, "When we make our escape, let us strive to stay together. After all, you are a wizard, and it would be troublesome if the Oyun natives got too close." Richard nodded, aware of the vulnerabilities that came with being a wizard. "I have also learned the ice armor and lightness spells. I will not be a hindrance to you." George was taken aback, surprised that Richard had acquired new magic within the span of a single day. And both spells would prove invaluable during their escape. "Indeed, your magic may very well turn the tide when it matters most." Richard and George exchanged further insights regarding the precautions for their breakout. The operation to escape from the green flag camp commenced under the cover of night. The gates of the city swung wide open, and Team 1, comprising thousands, began to depart from the green flag camp in a steady stream. However, their movements were swiftly detected by the watchful Oyun soldiers, who raised alarm within their encampment. Soon, a significant force of Oyun soldiers was mustered to confront Team 1 as they surged toward the escaping group. The soldiers of the green flag camp, being far superior in skill to their Oyun counterparts, received support from arrows and catapults atop the city walls that in no time, Team 1 managed to breach the blockade formed by the Oyun soldiers. As the Oyun forces gathered, additional troops surged forth from their camp. Despite Team 1's numerical advantage, they found themselves ensnared as if caught in a quagmire, with green flag soldiers falling to the ground. Ensnared by the Oyun soldiers, to fall behind and Team 1 meant certain death. Meanwhile, Team 2 prepared to break out of the city, under the command of the diminutive officer. Over 1,000 knights composed Team 2 as they exited through the northern gate of the green flag camp. This team, entirely made up of knights, not only boasted superior equipment compared to Team 1, but also outnumbered them in terms of formal knights, with the Oyun soldiers focused on Team 1. Team 2 stealthily followed in their wake, easily dispatching the Oyun soldiers at the rear of Team 1. As the red aura of battle surged among Team 2, the morale of Team 1 soared, driving them forward with renewed vigor. A third-level priest emerged from among the Oyun soldiers, his grand incantations resonating in the ears of the thousands of Oyun fighters. Golden, divine energy radiated from the priest, indicating a potent area-enhancing holy magic. "Fool," Bob muttered under his breath, mingling among Team 2. Suddenly, a dozen figures within Team 2 erupted with red aura, enveloping both their riders and steeds, their speed doubling as they charged toward the third-level priest like arrows loosed from a bow. This first-level combat technique, a charge, was considered a hallmark of lower-level knights, typically the first technique learned in a flash. As the knights surged past, the third-level priest was reduced to a lifeless corpse. The dozen figures swiftly rejoined Team 2. Merging back into the throng of knights. A golden figure then soared from the ranks of the Oyun soldiers, darting toward the recently vanquished figures. "What? An intermediate warrior?" Bob was taken aback, quickly succumbing to panic as he realized one of those figures was heading directly toward him. "Don't come near me," he exclaimed, hastily altering his course to evade the path of the approaching Oyun intermediate warrior. However, the Oyun intermediate warrior, noticing the presence of a second-level knight, unleashed a punch in Bob's direction. At the intermediate warrior's level, their fists were more formidable than any weapon, and given the general lack of quality arms in Oyun, Bob found himself in a dire predicament. Startled, he disregarded any concern for dignity and leapt from his steed. The warrior's blow struck the horse instead, causing it to cry out in agony as its spine shattered under the force, and Bob was unfortunate enough to be crushed beneath the fallen beast. The Oyun intermediate warrior paid Bob no further mind, soaring toward another target. With a few powerful leaps, that target was soon lifeless, and the warrior ascended anew, pursuing yet another figure. Meanwhile, atop the northern city walls of the green flag camp, Commander Harold and Vice Commander Ban observed the Oyun intermediate warrior from afar. "The Oyun intermediate warrior has engaged. It's our turn to act," Harold declared. Ban nodded in agreement, and together, they ascended to confront the Oyun warrior. The Oyun intermediate warrior, realizing two figures were approaching, was taken aback that it was well known that the Jeff Empire was rich in resources, with a flourishing metalwork industry. Intermediate warriors from their ranks were equipped with superior magical gear, making them significantly stronger than their Oyun counterparts. The Oyun warrior hastily attempted to evade and signaled for reinforcements. From three other directions of the green flag camp, figures began to rise into the air, rapidly approaching the Oyun intermediate warrior. As the commander, Harold was equipped with gear that surpassed the typical intermediate warrior, while Ban, a third-level wizard, possessed an array of magical equipment, utilizing the wind surge spell. He soared faster than the typical warrior's battle aura, causing chaos on the battlefield without even casting additional spells. The Oyin intermediate warrior, apprehensive of Ban's potential magic, was reluctant to allow him any leeway, knowing that without anti-magic equipment, the consequences could be dire, leading to a tense standoff. On the ground, a hand emerged from beneath a fallen horse. Bob, having sustained significant injury from the collision, found himself unnoticed as the battle raged on. Seizing the opportunity, he evaded the battlefield's chaos and fled into the jungle. The green flag camp. The diminutive officer observed that Commander Harold and Vice Commander Ban had successfully diverted the attention of 4 Oyin intermediate warriors and immediately ordered Teams 3 and 4 to commence their escape. Team 3's breakout direction was toward the south, where a military road had been established, while Team 4 would diverge toward the remaining 3 directions. Each direction would involve a similar number of participants. As per the command center's strategy, by utilizing the sole intermediate warrior, Harold, alongside Ban's wind surge spell to draw in the Oyun warriors, the true breakout team would then escape along the military road. Once they distanced themselves from the Oyun pursuers, the latter would find it exceedingly challenging to catch up. Observing the breakout teams across the 4 directions, the diminutive officer began directing the remaining personnel to set fire to the camp and the remaining supplies. In a society still reliant on agriculture, the demand for food was immense, and given the sudden mobilization of hundreds of thousands of natives to besiege the green flag camp, their supplies would surely be insufficient. He, along with the command center's officers, retreated to a hastily dug cellar filled with provisions and water. As long as they remained undetected by the Oyun natives, they could survive there for a month or 2. This was also why he ordered the burning of supplies. Without them, the Oyun natives would be compelled to abandon their siege of the green flag camp, allowing the cellar's occupants to eventually emerge. However, should the Oyun natives choose to hold their ground at all costs, it would spell doom for them. To the south of the green flag camp, Richard, upon looking back, beheld a scene of devastation as the camp was engulfed in flames. Casting a crimson hue upon his handsome visage, Hansen caught up with him, exclaiming, "The green flag camp is likely to be reduced to ashes. We must make our swift exit." Richard took a moment to compose himself and cast a lightness spell on Hansen. Since Hansen was a formal knight, the effects of the spell also extended to his steed, enhancing its speed by 10 within 10 minutes. Owing to his dual focus talent, Richard was able to maintain a meditative state, allowing his magical energy to replenish rapidly. With the lightness spell lasting for 10 minutes, Richard bestowed its benefits upon his warhorse, Hansen, as well as Pien and George. The 3rd squad was primarily composed of officers and their attendants, and they swiftly approached the battlefield of the 1st squad. Alarmingly, the despicable Oyun natives had excavated the military road. What should we do? Perhaps we could circumvent it. Richard also sensed something amiss. The shouts from those ahead indicated that the besieged sections of the military road had indeed been breached by the Oyun natives. The current state of the military road was riddled with holes, resembling rabbit burrows on the plains. If it were merely a matter of troops breaking through, it might have been manageable. However, the war horses lacked the same level of discernment, and given the nighttime operations, it would be impossible to navigate through on horseback. Fortunately, there was a deputy commander within the 3rd squad who quickly recognized the anomaly and promptly issued an order. The Oyun natives could not have excavated much of the military road in such a short span. So we shall take the path through the forest and return to the intact military road once we reach it. Thus, several hundred men from the 3rd squad veered towards the adjacent forest. Richard furrowed his brow. Since the Oyun soldiers had considered digging up the military road, they must have been prepared for an assault towards it. Continuing in this direction might lead them straight into the Oyun soldiers' ambush. And it was uncertain how much disruption the 1st squad had caused to the Oyun natives' plans. However, feeling powerless, Richard shared his suspicions with George, who, upon hearing them, found them quite reasonable. George immediately galloped ahead to catch up with the deputy commander and relayed Richard's concerns. Richard was uncertain how George communicated with the deputy, but the latter glanced back and exchanged a few words with him before George gestured for Richard to approach. "Are you suggesting we might be ambushed by the Oyun natives?" The deputy commander, with a face full of rugged flesh and muscles, had arms thicker than Richard's legs. Richard nodded and spoke clearly. "Given that the Oyun soldiers have excavated the military road, it indicates they have anticipated our attempt to break through from this direction, and continuing along this path would surely lead to an ambush being arranged." Upon hearing this, the deputy commander revealed a contemplative smile and inquired, "Oh, Then what do you propose we do now? Richard pondered carefully before responding. Our soldiers excel in precision, while the Oyun soldiers excel in numbers. Currently, the Oyun soldiers possess overwhelming strength, and we cannot strike at a stone with an egg. Thus, we should avoid their direct confrontation. Since we are already navigating through the forest, it would be prudent to steer clear of the military road and continue advancing in this direction. The Oyun soldiers, having prepared for our ambush, would have excavated a substantial portion of the military road. Although I am unaware of the extent of their excavation, I have previously encountered an Oyun ambush before reaching the green flag camp, indicating their reach is likely extensive. Even if we march through the forest, our speed will surpass that of the Oyun soldiers. Their only means of intercepting us would be through encirclement, and by evading their ambush, we could more easily break free. In an effort to preserve his life, Richard articulated his insights at length, uncertain if he could persuade the deputy commander. If not, he had no choice but to remain with the group. The deputy commander nodded, acknowledging the soundness of Richard's reasoning, but queried, "Why do you not refer to those Oyun natives as natives like us?" Richard wiped away non-existent sweat. He still retained vestiges of the notion of equality from his previous life. Yet, expressing this to the deputy commander was out of the question. With all due respect, it is a matter of strategic disdain for the enemy while tactically respecting them. Only by tactically respecting the enemy can we avoid the pitfalls of underestimating them. The deputy commander chuckled, a clever distinction between strategic disdain and tactical respect. If we manage to break free this time, I could recommend you for a position in the general staff. Suddenly, George interjected. Deputy Commander, Richard is only 16 and already a second-level wizard. If he were to join the general staff, it might be a waste of talent. The deputy commander was taken aback and subsequently dropped the matter of Richard's potential enlistment in the general staff. While the general staff held significant weight within the Legion, it did not preclude the prevailing bias against the less powerful. Convey my orders, steer clear of the military road, and continue forward. The group advanced swiftly, soon circumventing the battlefield of the first squad. Occasionally, Oyun soldiers noticed them. However, the third squad was predominantly composed of elite fighters, and with a surge of warhorses, they broke through the Oyun soldiers' encirclement. As a second-level wizard, Richard found himself at the center of the formation, and he had no opportunity to cast spells before the group successfully broke free. Do not linger. Continue onward. The deputy commander struck the head of an Oyun regular soldier with a hammer while directing the squad. The group rapidly escaped the Oyun soldiers' blockade and entered the forest as dawn approached. The third squad, having completely evaded the pursuit of the Oyun natives, released a magical signal flare. Shortly thereafter, two figures, one red and one blue, soared from the distance. They were Harold and Ban, who had engaged 4 Oyun mid-level warriors. Fortunately, you did not follow the original route. I just saw that the Oyun natives had at least 20,000 troops lying in ambush there, Harold stated hurriedly upon landing. The deputy commander cast a glance at Richard and remarked, "This time we owe it to Richard. Had it not been for his counsel, I would have undoubtedly followed the original route." Oh, Harold expressed surprise, yet he recognized that his deputy commander was not one to adapt easily, and then turned to Richard, asking, "You are Richard, correct? Achieving second-level wizardry at such a young age. What remarkable talent." Dismounting, Richard bowed and replied, "I am indeed Richard." Harold produced a ring from his possession and tossed it to Richard, who quickly caught it with both hands. The ring was adorned with a deep blue gemstone, its clarity shimmering with an inner light, revealing it to be a precious magical artifact. Richard was already aware of the rarity of magical equipment. Even the most inexpensive ones cost nearly 100 gold coins. "Thank you for the generous gift, Commander," Richard expressed. Harold waved his hand dismissively. "It is merely a low-level magical artifact. It pales in comparison to your contributions. Yet, as a second-level wizard, you possess not even a single magical artifact. This does surprise me." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Richard explained, "I have only just ascended to the rank of second-level wizard and have yet to gather sufficient gold." Harold chuckled heartily, choosing not to press the matter further, and led the group onward towards the south. 2 days later, the party arrived at Lycian Town, a modest settlement housing the Purple Flag Army of the Colorful Flag Legion, primarily responsible for the logistics of the other 6 armies. The once bustling town was now under martial law, clearly aware of the news regarding the encirclement of the Green Flag camp. However, the Purple Flag Army and the Green Flag Army were not frontline combat units, so the former opted for a defensive stance rather than deploying reinforcements. As long as they secured the supplies of the Colorful Flag Legion, their responsibilities in this conflict would not be overly burdensome. The breakout squad waved their military flags from afar, the originally vibrant banners were now stained with blood. Fluttering mournfully, Harold did not wait for the breakout team, but directly soared into Lycian town. Meanwhile, Richard and the others had to wait for the Purple Flag Army to confirm their identities before entering the town. This is a disaster for the commander, an entire army along with the construction crew, and now only this few of us remain. George leaned closer to Richard and whispered discreetly. Richard remained noncommittal, despite Harold having bestowed upon him a precious magical ring. However, it was undeniable that the Green Flag Camp had been unexpectedly besieged, and Harold, as the commanding officer, must bear a certain degree of responsibility. The movement of hundreds of thousands of soldiers from the Euroian army had gone unnoticed, and Richard had been ambushed by Euroian soldiers even before he had entered the Green Flag Camp. All of this indicated a severe disarray in the management of the Green Flag Army, which failed to perform even the most basic reconnaissance of enemy activities. Richard was curious about what punishment the military headquarters would impose on a commander who had committed such a grave offense, and thus inquired, "I wonder how the military will deal with Harold this time. What else could it be? It will certainly be the same as before. First, he will be stripped of his command, and then his military achievements will be assessed. If his accomplishments are insufficient, he will be demoted to the Vanguard Army to earn his merits." Richard was somewhat speechless, with the loss of 20 to 30,000 lives. Such a punishment seemed trivial, which certainly explained why the commanders rarely managed their troops effectively. Alas, George sighed, saying, "What can we do? We are conscripted soldiers. Neither part of the directly trained forces of the military headquarters nor private armies of the nobility. We are akin to the unwanted child, neglected by both grandmother and uncle. However, with your status, it should not be difficult for you to leave the Green Flag Army, right?" Richard knew that George hailed from a noble family, a fact that set him apart. Nobles also faced their own troubles. Although his family was quite powerful, they would not expend significant resources for a non-direct descendant like him. His initial intention in joining the Green Flag Army was merely to gain some experience and enhance his standing within the family. But he had not anticipated such turmoil. Richard nodded in understanding, as he too was a baron's second son. Although the baron had provided several hundred gold coins for his military service by the time Richard had descendants, their connection to the barony would likely diminish. As they spoke, the group entered Lycian town. However, due to the martial law imposed by the Purple Flag Army, they were assigned to a barracks and their movements were restricted. They could not leave until new orders from the military headquarters were received. With hundreds of individuals crowded into a single barracks, discontent was inevitable. Yet, aside from the two vice-commanders who were allowed to leave, the rest were under strict surveillance by the Purple Flag Army. After 2 days of riding, Richard and his companions quickly sought out a corner bed to rest. Upon waking, Richard discovered that a clash had erupted between the breakout team and the soldiers of the Purple Flag Army. At that moment, the three commanders were absent, leaving the breakout team without support, and those involved in the conflict received a stern lesson from the Purple Flag soldiers. The soldiers, emboldened by their advantage, began mocking the breakout group. Richard frowned and glanced around, noticing that most individuals wore expressions of humiliation but made no move to retaliate. Some, however, appeared indifferent, focusing on their own meals and rest. George patted Richard's shoulder and consoled him. "Do not be upset. The collapse of the Green Flag Camp has little to do with us officers. Besides, whether the Green Flag Army will continue to exist after this is still uncertain." Richard was taken aback and quickly pressed George for an explanation. After George elucidated the matter, Richard understood the implications. The Seven Color Flag Legion was among the weakest of the Jeff Empire's military forces. With the near annihilation of the Green Flag Army, they would inevitably face a restructuring. The Seven Color Flag Legion had a history of complete annihilation, and typically, a new army would be formed under the original banner. Although there was also the possibility of adopting a new flag if they were to retain the original banner, the individuals from the breakout team would become the principal officers of the new Green Flag Army. However, given that the Green Flag Army and the Purple Flag Army historically ranked at the bottom in terms of combat effectiveness within the Seven Color Flag Legion, it was no wonder that relations were strained. Should a new banner be adopted, the members of the breakout team would likely be assigned to other armies, which would make them even less feared by the Purple Flag Army. After a week in the barracks, despite the continuous taunts from the Purple Flag Army, the supplies provided for the Green Flag Army remained adequate, allowing Richard and the others a much-needed respite. During this time, various other remnants of breakout teams arrived in Lycian town, causing the barracks to become increasingly cramped. However, after searching extensively, Richard could not find any trace of Bob, nor of the wizard Neelko from the wizarding cadre. and he wondered how the recently acquainted Eden and Ivan brothers were faring. Soon after, the orders from the military headquarters spread among the breakout teams. A new banner would be adopted to form a new army.as for Harold and others. They were demoted to the Vanguard Army and sent to the perilous battlefield of the Baki Plains. The remaining soldiers of the Green Flag Army faced a choice. Either seek connections to join a desired legion or wait to see if the newly formed army would accept them. If they were rejected, they would have to return their records to the military headquarters and see if other legions were interested in them, but if none were, they would likely be deemed truly expendable and redistributed. The members of the third breakout team were predominantly officers or flag officers, and naturally, their connections were not lacking. They quickly secured numerous opportunities, with George even leveraging his family ties to find a legion. It was said that one of George's uncles served as a vice commander in that legion. I apologize, but my uncle mentioned that he does not have a good relationship with the commander and cannot take you along. George said apologetically to Richard. Richard waved his hand dismissively. You know me well enough. I am one who values my life above all. I have heard that the legion you are going to is far more dangerous than the Seven-Color Flag Legion. You must exercise caution once you arrive. George nodded in agreement. After spending time together, their bond had grown stronger. To him, Richard resembled a wizard engrossed in the study of magic at the academy, more interested in exploring the principles of the universe than in the fervor of warfare. Unbeknownst to him, Richard had merely grown accustomed to the peaceful era and, having recently joined the Green Flag Army, had developed a distaste for being treated as cannon fodder. After bidding farewell to George, Richard learned further news. The newly established army would be the Black Flag Army, whose commander had decisively rejected all personnel from the former Green Flag Army. Consequently, Richard and his companions saddled their horses once more, setting off for Tunin City, the Jeff Kingdom's stronghold on the European continent and the military headquarters base, as well as a point of planar passage. It was rumored that legendary powerhouses resided within Tunin City, but Richard found this unlikely. Since the European plane was a high-level plane, even legendary beings would be suppressed to the status of high-level professionals upon entry. Moreover, based on Richard's studies at the Magic Academy, he knew that one could not cultivate martial energy or magic under such suppression. Surely, there could not be such foolish legendary beings. Tunin City was defended by one army of the Bloody Knight Legion, one of the Jeff Kingdom's elite forces, comprising full-fledged professionals, with numerous mid-level and even high-level professionals among them. Although only one army of the Bloody Knight Legion was stationed in Tunin City, their combat strength surpassed that of the entire Seven-Color Flag Legion. It was incomprehensible for the European forces to attempt an assault on Tubo City. To make matters worse, the Jeff Kingdom had established several towns around Tunin City as a central point for territorial construction, all of which had been granted to nobles entitled to land. These nobles, in turn, would station private armies to defend their territories, creating a vast defensive network centered on Tunin City, unless the European deity left their divine realm and personally led their followers to attack. The prospect of breaching Tunin City seemed exceedingly slim. Richard, along with Hansen and others, queued to enter Tunin City, where the military occupied a substantial area closest to the city gate. Richard first reported to the military headquarters. Failing to do so promptly could result in being classified as a deserter, facing immediate execution upon discovery without even a military tribunal. He also inquired about the status of his records at the office, ensuring that his promotion to second-level wizard and Payne's elevation to formal knight were duly noted, while the names of the 4 deceased knights were removed. Hansen and Payne had essentially been his half-retainers since joining the military, and their records were tied to Richard's. After completing the necessary procedures, Richard settled into the military headquarters, relieved that they provided food and lodging. Otherwise, the penniless Richard would have no choice but to sleep on the streets with Hansen and the others. It seems Richard might very well be the most destitute second-level wizard in history. In his desperation, Richard could only take out the magical notes he had previously purchased, which contained records of low-level solid enchantments. To peruse, after several days, Richard had become exceedingly familiar with low-level solid enchantments. Yet he lacked the magical materials necessary to perform the enchantments himself. He then retrieved the magical ring that Harold had gifted him from the sealing box. Gradually understanding its purpose, this ring bore a magical array inscribed by a wizard for the water shield spell. With a mere invocation of mental power, he could directly cast the water shield spell. However, the unfortunate aspect was that the gem on the ring was quite small, a mere first-level gem, and utilizing the water shield spell required magical energy from the ring, which would deplete gradually over time. It was no wonder Harold had not kept this ring. His fighting spirit could not recharge its magical energy. Nevertheless, the magical ring offered numerous advantages. Not only could it be precharged with magical energy, but more importantly, it allowed for a swift casting of the water shield spell with just a flicker of mental power. Richard felt a surge of joy, for this was his first piece of magical equipment. A precious item for his survival. He named the ring the Water Shield Ring. Upon exiting the military office, Richard noticed that several subordinate troops had extended olive branches towards him over the past few days. As a second-level wizard was indeed in demand. However, Richard was a conscript with only 3 years of service, and the conditions offered by several armies were rather mediocre, lacking any allure for him. He decided it was best to not dwell on it, as there was still some time before the deadline. Richard had become thoroughly disillusioned with the military, his subordinates, including Payne and other knights, who initially brimmed with youthful zeal and were eager to make their mark on the battlefield, had also sobered up after witnessing the harsh realities of war and began earnestly learning knightly skills from Hansen. Knights, aside from specializing in horsemanship, wielded various weapons. Hansen had already achieved a basic level of proficiency with the lance and shield, more than sufficient to instruct Payne and the others. Richard observed as Hansen imparted knightly skills to them. Believing that acquiring multiple skills could only be beneficial, after 10 minutes, Richard abandoned his attempts to learn. It was not that he lacked the desire, but the specialized skills required the cooperation of fighting spirit. In reality, only Payne, a formal knight, was qualified to learn. 3 days later, a summons arrived that piqued Richard's interest. Tit Town was recruiting wizards of any level. The condition was to establish a magical workshop in Tit Town, providing at least 3 enchanted items each month, with the materials for the magical workshop and enchanted items supplied by Tit Town. Furthermore, wizards were required to participate in the hunting of magical beasts in the vicinity of Tit Town. With the benefit of having priority access to materials from the beasts, excluding magic crystals. If more materials were needed, they could be purchased at a reasonable price. For those unfamiliar with enchantments, Tit Town also offered opportunities to learn enchantment techniques. Up to 3 sessions. Both magical and enchantment records required magical materials, and after a certain number of lessons, the effectiveness of the materials would diminish, making further learning impossible. The lightweight spell and basic solid enchantment Richard had purchased were made from the lowest quality magical materials, allowing only for a single learning opportunity. In essence, going to Tit Town would grant him a free chance to learn enchantment worth 30 gold coins. Richard promptly registered and submitted his resume. In the afternoon, military personnel summoned Richard for an interview. Alongside him were 5 other wizards, 2 second-level wizards, and 3 first-level wizards. It was unlikely that any third-level wizards would be interested in this recruitment. Richard's primary focus was on the 2 second-level wizards, 1 male and 1 female. Both over 30, the female wizard had a curvaceous figure, but Richard could only rate her a 6 in appearance. She wore 2 rings that shimmered, clearly magical equipment, while her necklace was obscured in the depths of her cleavage, leaving Richard uncertain whether it was magical. The male wizard was rotund, holding a wand, and wearing 2 magical rings on his fingers, likely of considerable value. Richard then glanced at the other 3 wizards. Although they were first-level wizards, they all possessed magical equipment. So, am I the only impoverished wizard here? Soon, an attendant ushered each wizard into the interview room. When it was Richard's turn, the 2 interviewers appeared captivated by his appearance, and one of the interviewers introduced herself. I am Jenny, the temporary magistrate of Tit Town. I wonder if Wizard Richard has any particular enchantment specialty? Richard shook his head, replying, I have only studied basic solid enchantment and have yet to produce any enchanted items. Jenny remained composed, perusing Richard's resume before posing another question. Wizard Richard is currently serving. Do you have any intentions of residing long-term in Tit Town after your service concludes? Richard pondered briefly, aware that such an admission might diminish his chances of selection, yet he answered truthfully. My current plan is to return to the wizarding world after my service ends. I do not intend to stay long-term on the continent of Iyun. Jenny smiled, offering no indication of her satisfaction with Richard's response. Wizard Richard may wait outside. I will announce the interview results after all wizards have been seen. After Richard excused himself, he waited for half an hour until the final wizard finished. Jenny emerged alongside that wizard. I will now announce the selected wizards. Wizard Dart, Wizard Bursa, Wizard Richard, Wizard Cronin. Dart and Bursa were the other 2 second-level wizards, while Richard speculated that Cronin was adept in enchantments. Richard was taken aback that 4 wizards had been recruited at once. But it was understandable. Wizards skilled in enchantments were highly sought after, akin to walking money-making machines. What they lacked were merely magical materials. Ginny subsequently informed Richard and the others of the departure time and meeting location before taking her leave. Bursa then invited the other selected wizards to dinner. Dart and Cronin readily agreed, while Richard hesitated for a moment but accepted the invitation, considering they would be working together for over 2 years. At the restaurant, Richard distinctly sensed that Bursa's enthusiasm towards him was greater, while Dart occasionally shared insights about magic, and Cronin was rather quiet, similar to Richard. However, Richard was disinclined to engage in conversation, and Cronin appeared unable to interject. He reminded Richard of the reclusive individuals from his previous world, whose sole focus lay on magic and enchantment. Yet the discussions among the 3 second-level wizards revolved around spells and enchantments that only second-level wizards could learn. Whether intentional or not, Richard silently shook his head, recognizing that even a simple meal could reveal the biases of ranked. He concentrated on his meal. The food was significantly tastier than that provided by the military, and dessert was offered afterward. Rather than flaunting his identity as a second-level wizard, Richard found himself more intrigued by the desserts on the table. After the meal, the group parted ways. Richard needed to return to the military that evening. Bidding farewell to Bursa, who stomped her foot in frustration. Is it just because he has a bit more talent and looks a bit better that he acts so high and mighty? Cronin, who left later, overheard this and felt a sense of relief from his own frustrations. He had been looked down upon by Bursa and Dart, while Bursa herself seemed unimpressed by Richard. This realization made him feel even more pitiful. Upon returning to the military, Richard was oblivious to Bursa's remarks. Even if he had heard, he would not have perceived himself as acting superior. He'd rather spend that time meditating. It had taken him 4 years to ascend to a first-level wizard, and the transition to a second-level wizard relied on the refinement of divine power crystals. Based on Richard's original meditation pace, he estimated it would take another 4 years to reach third-level wizardry. However, given that he had awakened the talent for dual tasking, he might only need 2 years. That he could even maintain a meditative state continuously, potentially shortening the time required to become a third-level wizard. As a third-level wizard, he could afford to act high and mighty then. The following day, having completed their preparations, Richard and his companions set forth once more on their journey. The group had become accustomed to running. For instance, Richard, though originally a bastardy, was acknowledged as a legitimate offspring by the Baron and had lived a life of luxury. In just over a month since arriving on the continent of Oyun. Not only had his skin darkened under the sun, but even the inner thighs had developed calluses from prolonged horseback riding. He pondered whether he would ever be able to ride a more comfortable mount. He had heard that the city of Tunin offered magical contract scrolls that could bind mounts with magical beasts, yet the exorbitant price of over 10,000 gold coins was beyond Richard's means. However, a third-level wizard could learn the wind spirit technique, and the skies were the realm Richard yearned to conquer. Upon exiting Tunin, Richard led Hansen and the others to the rendezvous point indicated by Ginny. She was already there with her convoy, guarded by 200 knights clad in crimson armor. Their orderly attire and superior equipment were a clear indication that they were far from the ragtag green flag army. More than 20 carts were laden with provisions and building materials, followed by over 1,000 Oyun slaves, their hands bound by ropes. Compared to the Oyun soldiers Richard had previously encountered, these slaves appeared significantly weaker. Likely fetching a meager price in Tunin. I intend to take these slaves back to mine, Ginny explained to Richard, who seemed intrigued by the Oyun slaves. Beside the town of Tit lies a copper mine. Purchasing these inexpensive slaves to extract ore, followed by smelting and forging, would yield equipment capable of being enchanted. Red copper? It seems that the yield from this copper mine is also quite high in the kingdom of Jeff, making it difficult to sell for a good price. Thus, you require wizards to enchant the equipment for profit, Richard inquired. Enchanted equipment, regardless of its location, was a valuable commodity, especially metal-enchanted gear for combatants. Melee fighters often experienced wear and tear when using such equipment, as reality was not a game where durability could be restored with a single click. Overused enchanted equipment would lose its magical effects, which explained the continuous market demand for metal-enchanted gear. Before long, the other 3 wizards joined the convoy, though this time, Bursa seemed devoid of the enthusiasm she had shown Richard the previous day. Ginny elaborated on the specifics of Tit Town for the new arrivals. Tit Town was a recently established settlement located to the northwest of Tunin, situated at the foot of the Gadalaming Mountains. far enough from the military road to have already become an occupied territory of the Kingdom of Jeff. Although the Oyun people were termed indigenous, most of them resided on the plains, subsisting on agriculture. Thus, Tite Town was unlikely to be attacked by the Oyun people due to its geographic positioning. Instead, it frequently faced assaults from magical beasts dwelling in the nearby mountains. The town served as a hunting ground for magical beasts to procure magical materials and crystals, yet these beasts were not easily subdued. Possessing extraordinary emotions and intelligence, they continually attacked Tite Town, disrupting their peaceful existence to ensure Tite Town's development. The defense officials regularly conducted hunting expeditions against the beasts, resulting in mutual casualties and a protracted conflict. What Jenny did not voice was that Tite Town was not particularly valued by its overlord, Viscount Fast. The proximity to the Gadalamming Mountains and the frequent beast attacks made it difficult for the Viscount to find willing settlers among the free folk. The climate in Tite Town was also unsuitable for agriculture, allowing for cultivation only during the warm summer and autumn months. In winter and spring, cold fronts from the Gadalamming Mountains would freeze the land, often accompanied by hail and blizzards. Reluctantly, Viscount Fast had to heed Jenny's counsel to recruit wizards to create enchanted equipment for profit. During the distribution of food, the Oyun slaves would close their eyes and pray, expressing gratitude to the Oyun god for their sustenance. Although Richard could not comprehend their words, he surmised that it was a means of channeling the faith of the believers to the Oyun god, most likely thanking the deity for the food. This thought brought him a certain delight. The slaves were grateful for the food, yet the provisions were, in truth, bestowed upon them by the Jeff soldiers seeking to slay the Oyun god and conquer the entire Oyun realm. Despite their status as slaves, these indigenous people had not abandoned their faith. Seemingly enjoying her conversation with Richard, Jenny elaborated further. The slave trader who sold me these slaves advised me not to interfere with their prayers and worship. Apart from their faith, they have been trained to be competent slaves, though I did not expect the followers of the Oyun god to be so devout. Richard mused, having himself become a deity in another realm. Naturally intrigued by the acquisition of fervent believers, it was somewhat amusing. These Oyun slaves had endured a life of poverty from birth until their capture, laboring tirelessly throughout the year only to surrender the majority of their harvest to the temple of the Oyun god, leaving them in a state of constant hunger. Yet, in their oppressed existence, these slaves only deepened their devotion to the Oyun god, believing themselves inherently sinful, destined to toil for a lifetime to redeem their transgressions through service to the deity. Richard sighed, realizing that acquiring faith through the oppression of the people was not his aspiration. The temple had stifled the intellectual and technological advancements of the Oyun people, reducing them to a populace solely fixated on faith. To effect change, their intellectual capacity must be elevated through proper education. Oppression without virtue? Jenny expressed surprise, not anticipating such words from a 16-year-old wizard. If we educate them well, they may be reluctant to work in the mines for us. Perhaps that would be for the best. If the Oyun slaves believe their suffering is deserved, they may even work harder in the mines. So you are a more ruthless slave master than the Oyun god, she remarked nonchalantly. Richard thought to himself that he needed to devise a method to garner more faith soon. Achieving the rank of third-level wizard in 2 years felt rather slow. Should other wizards learn of Richard's ambitions, they would undoubtedly scoff at him. 2 years to ascend to third-level wizardry, and you dare complain of slowness. Why not simply perish? At long last, Richard was spared from the rigors of horseback riding during this leg of the journey, as Jenny's caravan had arranged for a carriage designated for the rest of the wizards. Richard was assigned a carriage all to himself. Besides meals, he spent his time resting and meditating within the carriage, which traveled smoothly along the road. The pace was deliberately slow to accommodate the 1,000 or so Oyun slaves in TOW. In contrast, Hansen and the others did not enjoy such luxuries. However, for nights, riding was as instinctual as breathing. After a fortnight on the road, Richard finally arrived at his destination. As he drew closer to Tite Town, he lifted the curtain of the carriage to observe the surroundings. The military road leading to Tite Town had been completed, flanked by verdant crops that Richard had yet to deliver. The wizarding world frequently invaded other realms, seizing an array of peculiar agricultural produce. In the distance, a massive water mill was busily turning, with many people queuing nearby. Upon entering Tite Town, Richard noted that the city walls were not particularly high, offering little defense against magical beasts. The entire town was essentially constructed in a circular fashion, with the outermost layer serving as the barracks for the local militia, from which the sounds of bugle calls and training shouts could be heard. Further inward lay the quarters for commoners and slaves. Although recently built, the streets had already begun to show signs of disarray. After giving some instructions to her subordinates, Jenny directed that the 1,000 Oyun slaves be taken to their temporary lodgings. The innermost area was reserved for the nobility, separated from the commoners by a river, accessible only via a drawbridge. Crossing the bridge, Richard noticed that the streets became markedly tidier, and he even spotted a theater. However, most of the noble residences remained vacant, which was understandable, as typically, nobles would not choose to settle in such a place. Upon being promoted to wizard, Richard would be conferred the title of Lord by the Kingdom of Jeff, ranking as the lowest tier of nobility. Yet, even the lowest nobility held status. Richard was also allocated a courtyard within the noble district, where he naturally allowed Hansen and the others to reside as well. The location was quite decent, not far from the central castle of Tight Town. Jenny hinted that should Richard wish to settle in Tight Town, she could grant him the courtyard. Richard smiled and politely declined, thinking it absurd that a mere courtyard could entice a wizard to submit to her authority. Jenny, not offended, had merely made a casual suggestion, not truly expecting to attract a gifted second-level wizard in such a manner. "We are hosting a soiree tonight, and Viscount Fast will also be in attendance. Wizard Richard, you must come." Richard nodded. Nobles conducted their affairs through such gatherings, and it was essential to maintain a good rapport with the Lord of Tight Town while fulfilling his own duties. The courtyard Richard was assigned included a 2-story building and a yard yet to be sown with grass, along with several guest rooms. That he entrusted the allocation of the guest rooms to Hansen and ascended to the upper floor. The interior had apparently been recently cleaned and was relatively tidy. Jenny had even thoughtfully provided 2 maids. Richard found himself questioning Jenny's intentions, as the 2 servants, both in their 20s and quite lovely, appeared somewhat taken aback upon seeing him, promptly bowing in greeting. "Welcome, Wizard Richard." Richard was startled. Not even in his father's castle had he been assigned servants, and he realized Jenny was attempting to employ her charms. Although Richard considered himself a decent person, he was merely a 16-year-old youth, navigating the tumultuous waters of adolescence, and he doubted his ability to remain unaffected. "You must be weary after your journey. I have prepared warm water for you. Would you like to bathe now, my lord?" One of the slightly older maids whispered to him. Richard nodded, intending to bathe before the evening soiree, yet upon entering the bathing chamber, he was again taken aback by the 2 maids who had followed him in, and he blushed, saying, "You 2 should step out. I can manage on my own." The maids lowered their heads and complied. Leaving the bathroom, Richard relished the opportunity to bathe in comfort, something he had not experienced since arriving in the Oyun realm. Coupled with the hassle of washing his long golden hair, he lost track of time. He had contemplated cutting his hair short, but in the wizarding world, short hair was hardly fashionable. Some nobles even wore wigs for appearances sake, making barbers hesitant to offer short hairstyles. Eventually, Richard had grown accustomed to his long locks. "I can't believe Lord Richard is so young and remarkably handsome." He overheard the 2 maids whispering outside the bathroom. "I heard Lord Richard became a second-level wizard at just 16. If it weren't for our looks, we wouldn't even stand a chance. So you think the maid chose us for that reason? What do you mean by that? Are you being suggestive? If Lord Richard desired you, would you be willing? You must be joking. No wonder you keep wrapping your legs around me when we sleep. I wake up with a sore back. Don't twist my words. You were the one who snuggled into my arms." Richard listened to their banter, amused. Nevertheless, having 2 maids in such a large courtyard seemed quite necessary. In the military camp, everyone shared meals and lodgings, and although he could have the knights assist him, it would be unreasonable to impose such duties upon them now that he resided in a courtyard. After bathing, Richard donned his wizard's robe, which was exquisitely crafted and timeless in style, suitable even for formal occasions, while also signifying his identity as a wizard. Fresh from his bath, Richard felt even more handsome, and the 2 maids were left speechless. He then asked the maids to introduce themselves. The older one was named Lucy, aged 19, while the younger one was called Petty, just past 16. To Richard's surprise, it was the younger Petty who had just made the suggestive remarks. Shaking his head, Richard left the courtyard to attend the soiree, knowing Hansen and the others were not deemed worthy of participation. Upon exiting, he encountered Bursa, her face flushed as she adjusted her attire. Richard immediately connected Jenny's arrangement of 2 young maids with Bursa's demeanor. Bursa, upon noticing Richard, was unembarrassed and even threw him a flirtatious glance, leaving Richard feeling rather awkward. Thankfully, 2 other wizards residing nearby also emerged to attend the soiree. Cronin appeared rosy-cheeked, while Dart maintained his usual composure. It seemed some individuals had their reasons for not advancing to second-level wizardry. Richard also observed that Bursa was no ordinary woman. The soiree was held in the castle of Viscount Fast, located at the heart of Tight Town. After introducing themselves, the four wizards were ushered into the banquet hall where the event was taking place. Naturally, noble soirees did not feature mediocre ale. They served only the finest wines that Richard's father's territory boasted vineyards, and the wine produced there generated substantial annual profits for the barony. However, Richard held little interest in alcohol, as inebriation hindered his ability to enter a meditative state, wasting precious training time. Thus, he merely held a glass of wine, taking a few sips. Dart, like Richard, was not particularly inclined to drink, while Cronin indulged more freely, his complexion growing even rosier after a single glass. Bursa began to mingle with the nobility at the center of the soiree. Richard found himself somewhat admiring her ability to engage in lively conversation with the nobles after a passionate encounter. The aroma of roasted meat wafting through the hall was delightful, likely derived from some manner of magical beast. Richard sensed the trace of magical elements within the roasted fare. Consuming the meat of magical beasts could enhance a wizard's elemental affinity, albeit at a minuscule rate. For noticeable changes, only certain meats deemed as magical materials would suffice. Even with the Viscount of Tight Town as a lord, such extravagance was rare at the heart of the soiree. Naturally was Viscount Fast, alongside Jenny, who was equally a focal point of the gathering. After conversing with Bursa for a time, Jenny approached and announced, "Tonight's soiree is also a welcome for our four esteemed wizards." She proceeded to introduce the wizards to the assembled nobility, and Richard rose to bow in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, Jenny introduced the four wizards to Viscount Fast. "We warmly welcome our four wizards to Tight Town." The Viscount Fast is a remarkably gentle individual, yet his demeanor is not devoid of authority. However, what Richard finds most striking is the unmasked aura of a fourth-tier warrior that emanates from the Viscount. He hopes that the four wizards will enjoy their time in Tight Town, raising his glass in a toast. The three of them take a mere sip, while the straightforward Cronin raises his cup and drains it in one go. Although Richard and the others are wizards, the Viscount does not exhibit any particular deference. After exchanging a few casual remarks, he turns away to converse with other nobles. Jenny then introduces the four wizards to the town's defense officer, Craig, a third-tier knight known for his stern demeanor. Craig nods in acknowledgement to the wizards, but does not engage in extensive dialogue. It appears that this taciturn nature is inherent to him, as he remains similarly reserved even when conversing with other nobles. In contrast, some nobles begin to express interest in the wizards, as many wizards craft intriguing novelties, though Richard notices that the noble women engaging him seem to outnumber the others. Left with no choice, Richard approaches the relatively solitary Craig. Richard inquires about the types and distribution of magical beasts surrounding Tight Town, and to his surprise, Craig displays considerable enthusiasm for the subject, sharing his knowledge freely. From their conversation, Richard learns that the magical beasts around Tight Town primarily fall into three categories. The first, the black-faced monkeys, are the most numerous, residing in the mountains of Gadrelman and proficient in earth element magic. The nearby copper mine is situated on Gadrelman, making mining teams frequent targets of the black-faced monkeys, who typically attack in groups and possess a high level of intelligence, causing considerable distress to the mining crews. The Viscount often leads these expeditions himself. The second type is the aquatic amphibious water arrow frogs, which are less common but adept at water element magic, frequently retreating into the water after casting spells. Particularly during the summer, when their numbers peak, commoners and slaves must fetch water from the nearby river, resulting in numerous injuries inflicted by the frogs. Lastly, there are the shadow leopards, skilled in dark element magic, especially the art of night stalking, which renders their movements undetectable in the darkness. Often, it is only through the fallen soldiers that one realizes the shadow leopards have struck. Fortunately, their numbers are exceedingly low, and they seldom venture into town. Richard mentally notes Craig's words, recalling that he can also employ night stalking, a spell once mastered by the tiger deity after its ascension to a magical beast. After all, the original wielders of magic learned from these creatures. Richard even transformed himself into a magical beast to experience the release of magic firsthand. Yet, unlike the tiger deity, he lacks a high affinity for dark elements, rendering his shadowy veil insufficient for invisibility in the night. Regrettably, Just as Richard intends to inquire further about how Craig trains his soldiers, Craig abruptly falls silent and walks away, with the space beside him now empty. The gathering of noble women encircles Richard once more, some bolder ones even rubbing their ample bosoms against his arm. But a two-lifetime sorcerer like Richard finds himself overwhelmed, devising an excuse to exit the banquet hall. Fortunately, the castle's garden lies adjacent to the hall, where Richard meanders leisurely. The diversity of flora proves advantageous. Even in the height of summer, a myriad of colorful flowers release their fragrant scents, alongside various trees whose names elude Richard. However, as he strolls, he gradually becomes aware of disordered gasps and murmurs. Glancing toward the source of the noise, he spots Bertha leaning intimately against a man in a gazebo, nearly pressed against him. Richard chastises Bertha internally, realizing he had not noticed her departure, and is astonished by her swift entanglement with someone else. He had heard tales of the noble's brazen nature, yet Bertha's actions leave him astounded. Quickly, he retreats, only to encounter a noble maiden approaching the gazebo. Richard hesitates, unsure whether to call out to her lest he disrupt Bertha's indiscretions, yet Bertha's boldness suggests she fears no onlookers. Moments later, a woman's shriek pierces the air, and the noble maiden dashes past Richard, casting him a fierce glare as she passes. Unfazed, he returns to the banquet hall, only to find the noble maiden present. Surrounded by several nobles of notable stature, Richard rubs his nose, feeling a wave of embarrassment, yet quickly reassures himself that he bears no responsibility for Bertha's indiscretions, indulging instead in the beastly delicacies. After a brief interval, Bertha finally returns, her face slightly flushed but otherwise unremarkable. Shortly thereafter, a young nobleman enters, and to Richard's astonishment, Bertha has struck up a conversation with the very noble maiden who had just fled, showcasing her unparalleled audacity. Yet, Richard wonders if Bertha had indeed failed to notice him. Observing her composed demeanor, he finds even the delectable roasted beast meat loses its appeal. Fortunately, as the soirée progresses, guests begin to depart in succession. Richard offers his apologies to Jenny and leaves alongside Dart. Watching Richard's retreating figure, Bertha subtly curves her lips into a smirk. Upon returning to his quarters, Richard exhales in relief. Reflecting on the adage that one who is shameless is invincible, it seems the wisdom of the ancients rings true. Hansen and the others have begun to prepare for rest, while Richard adheres to his pre-transmigration routine, staying awake until the early hours. Typically, this is the time he spends in meditation. Yet for reasons unknown, Bertha's audacious image haunts his thoughts. His dual-focused talent only exacerbates his mental disarray, prompting him to take a hot bath before delving into his magical notes. This situation proves taxing for the two maids, who learn that they must rise earlier and retire later than their master. Richard, as a wizard, can endure the late hours, but the maids struggle to keep pace. It has been some time since Richard ascended to the rank of second-tier wizard. Although the newly acquired magic comprises merely 2 spells, the realm of wizards extends far beyond the confines of magic itself. Through the exploration of the principles governing all things and the investigation of the mysteries underpinning the world's operation, the earliest wizards delved into the magical potential of the bloodline powers of magical beasts. It was swiftly discerned that the bloodline powers of these beasts merely represented an alternative manifestation of magic, passed down through generations. The force of magic, it became evident, was not exclusively wielded through the bloodlines of magical creatures. Soon, wizards proposed the existence of additional forms of magic beyond the bloodline powers of magical beasts, namely the principles governing all things. However, the elemental fluctuations inherent in the wizarding world rendered the magic derived from these principles somewhat erratic. It was not until Wizard Green introduced the concept of elements that wizards finally uncovered the secrets of the world's operation, subsequently categorizing the magic learned by their predecessors. Wizard Green further innovated by creating an entirely new branch of magic, chaotic magic, upon which he founded his ascent to the esteemed rank of a chaotic archmage. Meanwhile, Richard, who had traversed from another world and received a superior education, was well aware of the principles governing all things that many wizards had noted and subsequently harnessed in their magical practices. For instance, the sound magic Richard had studied stemmed from the wizard's discovery that the essence of sound is vibration, leading to the development of this minor spell. These spells were typically not accessible by the levels attributed to magical beasts. Yet they proved to be quite significant in everyday life. In the deep of night, Richard exited his study to find 2 maids curled up on the sofa, their bodies pressed closely together. Suddenly, he recalled the conversation he had overheard while bathing, causing a flush of warmth to rise to his nose. Covering the two maids with a blanket, Richard retreated to his room to rest. However, his talent for divided attention allowed him to maintain a portion of his consciousness focused on the tiger god, even while he slept. Presently, Elsa had received a summons for promotion to a first-level warrior. Her formidable fighting spirit propelling her to become the most powerful warrior in the tribe. Naturally, those who had been defeated by Elsa were unwilling to concede defeat, promptly joining the hunting sect established by Richard. Coupled with Richard's guidance, Elsa's endeavors had transformed the tiger tribe into a congregation of devoted followers of the tiger god. Before embarking on their daily hunts, the members of the tiger tribe would offer prayers, astonishingly reaping far greater rewards than ever before, which only deepened their faith in the hunting sect of the tiger god. In truth, those game animals had been driven out of the mountains by Richard. Otherwise, their newly acquired fighting spirit would not have enabled such an immediate enhancement in their hunting prowess. With an increase in prey came an abundance of pelts, and the tiger tribe, in their efforts to preserve meat, found their salt reserves dwindling rapidly. Chief Vic of the tiger tribe planned a visit to the Chingha tribe to sell the surplus pelts and procure additional supplies, including salt. Upon hearing this news, Richard could hardly remain still. The tiger tribe had already become fervent followers of the tiger god, and seeking to acquire more belief power by cultivating new followers in the Chingha tribe was a viable path. Richard also yearned to explore more territories within this realm. However, for Richard to venture to the Chingha tribe, he would need the willingness of the tiger tribe members to accompany him, as well as to overcome the obstruction posed by the earth-violent bear, the local overlord. Seizing the cover of night, Richard resolved to eliminate this earth-violent bear, which held a vendetta against him. Upon entering the territory of the earth-violent bear, the slumbering creature stirred, letting out a roar that reverberated across the land. Sensing the presence of another magical beast encroaching upon his domain, the earth-violent bear emerged from his demise, a creature of the earth element. The earth-violent bear was significantly larger than the tiger god, standing at an imposing 10 meters tall when upright. Upon spotting the tiger god, a look of realization crossed its face. This tiger was the offspring of one of its defeated subordinates, and it had sensed a new magical beast's ascension, which it now recognized as this very creature. With this thought, the earth-violent bear displayed a contemptuous smile. It was no ordinary first-level magical beast. Having navigated the first-level realm for many years, it had even claimed the lives of two other first-level magical beasts. Richard, observing the anthropomorphic expression of the earth-violent bear, felt a shiver run down his spine. Nevertheless, he was well prepared to confront the formidable foe. After reviewing the earth-violent bear's information, Richard noted that this beast would grow into a first-level magical beast upon maturity, with its bloodline powers manifesting as earth element magic, specifically the earth shield and earth spike spells, making its close-range combat prowess exceedingly formidable. However, as magical beasts inherently possessed magical resistance, Richard anticipated a grueling battle ahead. With a thunderous roar, the earth-violent bear charged at Richard without employing any magic. Relying solely on its physical might, Richard stood upright, unleashing his massive tiger claws upon the bear's chest. To his surprise, the bear's hide proved exceedingly resilient, leaving only shallow scratches on its surface. The earth-violent bear retaliated with a savage swipe, striking Richard's shoulder with immense force, prompting him to leap away hastily. The bear, eager to capitalize on its advantage, lunged once more, but Richard's tail lashed out like a whip, striking the bear across the face in the darkness. The tiger and bear momentarily separated. Richard assessed his shoulder, realizing that engaging the earth-violent bear in close combat was unwise. However, he was determined to test his mettle. Despite the earth-violent bear's prowess in close-quarters combat being top-tier among first-level magical beasts, the tiger god was evidently superior to most in this regard. The ensuing challenge lay in determining how the bear's magical resistance would fare against Richard's spells. Rather than immediately employing second-level spells, Richard opted for a simple fireball spell, maintaining a safe distance as he launched it toward the earth-violent bear. Regrettably, the elemental power of this realm paled in comparison to that of the Oyun realm, and even less so to that of the wizarding world. That Richard's fireball was no larger than a goose egg, leaving only a basketball-sized char mark upon the bear's hide. Enraged, the earth-violent bear charged at Richard once more. Swiftly evading, Richard managed to keep ahead, Kicking up dust in the bear's wake, Richard continued to evade the bear's attacks while casting fireball spells. He soon discovered multiple charm marks dotting the bear's body. His keen tiger eyes were attentive. Although the bear's hide exhibited high magical resistance, it was improbable that every part of its body could withstand the impact of his fireball. Furthermore, the magical resistance varied across different regions of its hide. The bear's chest and back bore the highest resistance, while the marks on its neck and face were significantly larger. Even though the earth-violent bear's hide could withstand the flames, repeated exposure to the fireball's intense heat had inflicted minor injuries upon it. What astonished Richard was the bear's failure to unleash any magic thus far. Was it attempting to deplete its magical energy, waiting for Richard to exhaust his own before launching a magical counterattack? A smirk crept across Richard's face. Should the bear continue to forego its magic, my chaotic spells will soon render it incapable of casting at all, with his mental power now at the second level. Richard felt justified in this assertion. Finally, the earth-violent bear could no longer contain its fury. It roared to the heavens, invoking the shimmering light of earth element magic before Richard's keen senses identified the spell as Earth Shield. Anticipating this, Richard promptly cast a fear spell, striking the bear on the head. The bear's rounded eyes briefly glimmered with fear, halting its spell casting as it turned to flee, only recovering from the spell's effects after running half a mile. Seething with rage, the earth-violent bear pivoted and charged at Richard once more. Richard, undeterred, resumed his evasive tactics, while the bear attempted to cast spells twice, once invoking Earth Shield and once summoning Earth Spikes. However, all was interrupted by Richard's fear-inducing magic, leaving him panting heavily. 3 failed attempts to cast spells had stirred the bloodline power of the earth-shaking bear, causing it to rampage within its own body, its round eyes faintly revealing a blood-red hue. Although furious, the earth-shaking bear realized that slaying Richard today would be a formidable challenge, and thus turned to flee towards its den. Naturally, Richard did not let this opportunity slip by. Pursuing the bear with fervor, just as the earth-shaking bear was about to enter its cave, Richard had already positioned himself at the entrance, casting a wall of earth magic to seal it shut. This exemplified the advantages of mastering multiple forms of magic. The versatility allowed a wizard to contend with various combat scenarios. Enraged yet humiliated, the earth-shaking bear charged at Richard once more, but alas, Richard maintained a safe distance. The battle had dragged on for quite some time. Richard had consumed the last of his cleansing herb, leaving only the root in hopes of regrowing new leaves. The herb's medicinal properties provided a refreshing clarity to Richard's consciousness, significantly hastening the recovery of his magical energy. Richard adeptly controlled the rhythm of the confrontation, ensuring he retained enough magic to cast his fear spell at least twice more. However, it was evident that while the earth-shaking bear possessed some intelligence, it was rather limited. It failed to anticipate Richard's sudden casting, often roaring before each spell as if to alert him. Richard speculated it might be some form of incantation that summoned greater elemental forces. Unfortunately, this method of roaring and spell casting had long been obsolete in the world of wizards. The earth-shaking bear, having awakened its bloodline, had grown accustomed to this roaring style and had never contemplated a change. Nevertheless, the bear's vitality was truly formidable. Richard battled until the dawn began to break, before finally reducing the earth-shaking bear to a critically weakened state. At this moment, the once ferocious bear lay on its back, its body marred with charred marks, its labored breathing causing its chest to rise and fall rapidly. Even if Richard chose not to end its life now, the bear's condition suggested it would not survive much longer. Richard cast another fireball spell at the bear's neck, leaving it with only enough strength to grunt feebly. Confirming the bear was not feigning, Richard swiftly moved to its front and tore open its neck with his claws, akin to slicing through roasted meat. With a sigh, Richard lamented the loss of the bear's pelt, which he knew would be significant as the bear's trachea and arteries were severed. Blood gushed forth. After a moment's hesitation, Richard leaned over the bear's neck, drinking deeply of its blood. The blood of magical beasts had always been a coveted material for spellcasting, and given that he was the tiger god, nurtured by his mother during weaning and accustomed to consuming raw meat, imbibing a bit of beast's blood seemed trivial. Whether it was the tiger god's unique palate or the inherent magical potency of the beast's blood, Richard found the taste surprisingly agreeable. After consuming it, he felt a warmth in his stomach, and his magical strength surged to advance. Magical beasts typically needed to consume other beasts or attribute specific crystals, a process that often proved excessively costly for most. Extracting a crystal from the earth-shaking bear's body. Richard discovered a yellowish magic crystal rich in power. Nearly reaching the peak of a first-level crystal, he hurried back to the Tiger God tribe, where the inhabitants were just rising. Elsa emerged from the tribe, inquiring, "Tiger God, is there something you need? I have spoken to my father about your desire to visit the Chingha tribe, but he insists that as the lord of the fierce Tiger Mountain, you cannot leave your territory lightly." Upon finishing, Elsa displayed a hint of guilt. Richard ruffled Elsa's tousled hair and replied, "I have slain the earth-shaking bear, so I can depart at any time." The bear was so immense that Richard could not possibly consume it all before it rotted. It would be prudent to share it with the fierce tiger tribe, showcasing his strength and garnering their trust. "Really? You are truly remarkable, Tiger God." Elsa, having once faced the wrath of the earth-shaking bear, understood its might. Had Richard not fled swiftly at that time, her life would have been forfeit. Little did she expect that such a formidable beast would fall to the Tiger God. Nevertheless, Elsa felt an inexplicable confidence in him. Vic, accompanied by the hunting party, followed Richard to the site of the earth-shaking bear's carcass. Gazing upon the colossal body, the residents of the fierce tiger tribe were rendered speechless in Vic's perception. The tiger god had already become the sovereign of the nearby mountains, especially after his ascension to a magical beast. It was no wonder he had heeded his daughter's counsel to join that hunting cult. In the eyes of the fierce tiger tribe, the tiger god was akin to a divine entity. Moreover, the legendary earth-shaking bear had been acknowledged as the unquestionable overlord during Vic's childhood, with even the tiger god's mother having perished at its hands. Witnessing the ravaged remains of the earth-shaking bear, Vic could not help but concede that the tiger god was indeed more powerful than he had imagined. "I wish to accompany you to the Chingha tribe." Richard addressed the astonished Vic, assuring him, "Rest assured, my visit to the Chingha tribe is not solely to develop the hunting cult. I also wish to observe the living conditions of other humans. With my protection, the fierce tiger tribe no longer needs to risk their lives for mere sustenance. For the sake of your tribe's future development, you must also consider how to advance." Vic had initially intended to decline, but fell silent instead. As the chieftain of the fierce tiger tribe, he was acutely aware of its shortcomings. Solely relying on hunting to sustain the tribe was woefully insufficient. The desire for population growth among the tribe's residents was fervent. Since taking on the chieftainship from his predecessor, Vic had exerted considerable effort towards the tribe's development, resulting in a notable increase in population to ensure the tribe's survival and the sustenance of its people. Vic would personally exchange the pelts obtained from hunting for food in the Chingha tribe every few months, even though he knew the Chingha tribe purchased pelts at a low price. Vic dared not argue, for not only did the Chingha tribe possess formidable strength, but he was also aware of their surplus food supplies. The circumstances in other smaller tribes were little better than those of the fierce tiger tribe. "However, I have heard that the Chingha tribe has also slain magical beasts. While I am unsure how they accomplished this, I once saw the heads and hides of such beasts in the Chingha tribe." Vic quietly cautioned Doe. As a magical beast himself, Richard understood their formidable nature. Even he had spent hours vanquishing the earth-shaking bear, so it was surprising to learn that the Chingha tribe could also slay magical beasts. "Have you ever seen anyone in the Chingha tribe who wields fighting energy, like Elsa, or something like this?" Richard said, casting a fireball spell that suddenly materialized before Vic's eyes, intensifying his sense of wonder. "I have not heard of such warriors or wizards. However, there have been instances in the wizarding world where realms lacking energy and magic have been invaded, so perhaps the Chingha tribe possesses such individuals. No matter, I can conceal myself in the mountains during the day and venture forth at night." With the ability to become invisible under the cover of darkness, Richard had little fear of being discovered by the Chingha tribe. "But the Chingha tribe has a curfew. We cannot go out at night. What if the tiger god cannot find us?" Vic interjected. Richard chuckled. "You can pray to me if you wish to contact me. You may express your thoughts after your prayers." Vic could not comprehend the mysteries of faith, yet he was profoundly shaken. Suddenly, Richard recalled that he had sealed the earth-shaking bear's cave with his earth wall spell, but had yet to explore it after slaying the beast. "Make sure to skin the earth-shaking bear. We can divide the meat to consume gradually. However, do not sell the beast's hide to the Chingha tribe. Set it aside, as I will devise a way to craft leather armor." He then turned to Elsa. "Elsa, Would you like to explore the earth-shaking bear's cave? Elsa eagerly jumped up, exclaiming, Yes, yes, I am curious to see what treasures such a massive bear has hidden. The earth-shattering bear has been a formidable presence in the realm of beasts for decades. Richard employed his magical earth spike technique to break open the earthen wall, prompting Elsa to exclaim, Do it again. She then inquired, Is it possible for me to conjure fireballs and earth spikes like you? Richard shook his head, explaining, Magic is the exclusive domain of spellcasters. As a warrior, you cannot wield it. Then what use is a warrior? Elsa pouted, resembling a disgruntled dumpling. Richard affectionately ruffled her hair, reassuring her, Warriors are incredibly powerful. Once you reach level 4, you will be able to channel your energy to soar through the skies. Fly, yay. Elsa's frown vanished instantly, replaced by a bright smile. Then I must train harder. It feels like I'm progressing so slowly. I wonder when I will reach level 4. I can't wait to experience flying. Richard, being only a level 2 wizard himself, knew that despite Elsa's considerable talent, it would take a significant amount of time for her to ascend to level 4. Additionally, he pondered whether their current plane was a mid-level one capable of accommodating intermediate warriors. With a gentle motion, Richard tossed Elsa into the air. She shrieked with delight as she ascended several meters high. While he effortlessly leaped up to catch her, Elsa clung tightly to Richard's fur. How does it feel to fly? Richard asked, noticing her cheeks flushed from the thrill. That it's exhilarating. Can we do it again? Richard indulged her a few more times before declaring, All right. Let us venture into the cave and discover what treasures the earth-shattering bear has concealed. Elsa remained perched upon Richard's back as he led her into the cave, which had been polished smooth by the creature's presence. The environment was quite dry and decent, though the pervasive stench of the bear's body odor was unfortunate. Otherwise, Richard would have considered moving in. Upon observing the grotesque skeletal remains and the rich elemental aura, Richard realized that the earth-shattering bear indeed harbored treasures. Alas, they now belonged to him. After some arrangement, he discerned that the ghastly bones could barely form 2 large skeletons, a testament to the bear's prowess in slaying 2 magical beasts. Regrettably, the lack of proper preservation rendered these remains nearly worthless. However, he mused that they might be ground into bone powder to scatter around the tiger tribe, effectively repelling snakes, insects, and rodents. What piqued Richard's interest most was the elemental essence represented within it. To his astonishment, he discovered a fire element magical crystal. It appeared that the bear had absorbed the earth element crystal from another beast. And this fire element crystal, having not undergone sealing, had lost nearly half of its elemental power. Nevertheless, such a crystal could fetch a high price of 500 gold coins in the wizarding world. No wonder wizards often hire mercenary groups to hunt magical beasts. The bounty from such creatures is immensely valuable. Richard, possessing a high affinity for fire elements, had no intention of selling this crystal. Instead, he planned to craft it into magical equipment to enhance his fire magic's potency. After assessing the spoils from the earth-shattering bear, Richard concluded that he had no need for the bear's earth element crystal, which could still be sold for at least 1,500 gold coins. The bear's massive body, however, was far too cumbersome to transport with Richard's current belief power, and he did not intend to exert such resources unnecessarily. It was far more efficient to gather high-value materials and pelts for transport to the Ayun Plain. Magical materials are essential for every wizard, and Richard had no desire to part with them. The pelts could be tanned into leather armor, which would not interfere with a wizard's ability to sense elemental forces as metal armor would, given the size of the earth-shattering bear's fur. He could likely fashion several sets of armor, keeping one for himself and selling the rest. Richard returned to the site of the bear's carcass, where Vic and the others were still busy with their tasks. He took up a small metal knife and carefully began to skin the bear, extracting its teeth, eyes, and claws, all of which could serve as magical materials. With Richard's assistance, Vic finally managed to dismember the earth-shattering bear into manageable pieces for transport. Richard offered the pelts and other magical materials as a sacrifice to his own self in the Ayun Plain, subsequently storing them in a sealed magical box. That it seemed prudent to prepare several more such boxes, as there were numerous magical beasts near Tight Town, ensuring a substantial reserve. The following day, after a few hours of rest, Richard finally awoke. The 2 maids had already begun tidying the house, and Hansen and the others had commenced their nightly training. Sir, shall we prepare for breakfast now? Lucy inquired, bowing respectfully. Just call me Richard from now on, he replied with a smile, Appreciating the feeling of being cared for, I will join you once I finish washing up. Today's breakfast consisted of toast, specially prepared ham, and a glass of milk. These expenses were likely covered by Tight Town. Though it was a simple breakfast, Lucy managed to create a delightful flavor. It was clear that she had a hidden talent for cooking. Today, the governor has sent word for you to select an enchantment technique, and there are some nobles who wish to pay you a visit. Visit me? Richard shook his head. I will select my enchantment technique shortly. But please inform those visiting nobles that I am currently focused on researching enchantments and have no time to entertain them. Kindly turn them away. Richard had no desire to squander time engaging with nobles, most of whom were likely impoverished lords without any necessity for fostering connections. After finishing his breakfast, Richard intended to seek out Jenny to select an enchantment technique, noticing Hanson and the others training. He reminded Lucy, please let Hanson know that I have no travel plans at the moment. They may enjoy some free time. Being in the noble district of Tight Town, safety is assured, and there's no need for them to shadow me continuously. Regrettably, it seemed Jenny was overwhelmed with administrative duties. She had assigned someone else to guide Richard in learning enchantment techniques. Why her? Richard felt a headache coming on, as the individual assigned by Jenny was the noble young lady he had encountered in the garden during the ball. The memory of that encounter made him wish he could retreat into a wizard's tower. Fortunately, the noblewoman was rather shy and did not engage him in conversation, leading the way silently in front of him. The two soon arrived at the private magical library of Viscount Fast, where 3 other wizards were already present. Richard gazed in awe at the myriad of magical tomes and enchantment books. Could it be that there were other wizards in Tight Town? He focused his attention on the enchantment books, which primarily featured basic enchantments, rendering any indecision unnecessary. Among them were the basic sharpness enchantment and the basic magical resistance enchantment, both of which were among the most common enchantments and ones Richard had already mastered. The final option was the basic agility enchantment, but Richard refrained from choosing it, considering that most of the troops were knights, and such equipment would not benefit their mounts. Ultimately, Richard selected the basic elemental burst, a technique he could utilize. Observing the other 3 wizards still deliberating, he suddenly spoke up. I have a earth element magical crystal for sale. I wonder if any of you would be interested? Magical crystal? The 3 wizards were taken aback. Such a valuable item was sure to pique any wizard's interest. Both Bursa and Dart were level 2 wizards, while Cronin was an adept in enchantments, undoubtedly possessing ample gold. Richard produced the magical crystal obtained from the earth-shattering bear, explaining, this crystal comes from a powerful beast, nearly at level 2, and its elemental power is formidable. It can be used for crafting ordinary magical equipment or as a material for wands, suitable for low-level wizards. As soon as Richard revealed the crystal, the 3 wizards fixated their gazes upon it, clearly eager to acquire it. Even crafting magical equipment for resale would yield significant profits. What price do you wish for this crystal? Dart inquired first, exuding confidence. Richard glanced at the other 2 before responding. At least 1,500 gold coins. 1,500 gold coins. Dart calculated silently that a level 1 magical crystal with such potent elemental power was a rare find. Level 2 crystals were not priced similarly. I will take it for 1,500 gold coins. Richard exchanged a glance with the other 2 wizards, and Bursa cast him a flirtatious glance. However, it seemed that there was no intention to make a purchase. While Cronin's gaze flickered, clearly eager to compete for this magical crystal, that I offer 1,000 gold coins. Along with this wind attribute magical ring, which enhances wind elemental affinity by 20.700 gold coins, should be a reasonable addition. Although Richard currently had no use for wind elemental affinity, he certainly needed it for the 3rd level wizard's essential flight spell, Wind's Grace. Eventually, Cronin made his move, likely due to insufficient gold coins on hand. 1,800 gold coins. Dart immediately raised the bid again. Cronin sighed, relinquishing the idea of further bidding. Richard breathed a sigh of relief. 1,800 gold coins was the price he had anticipated. 2,000 gold coins. To Richard's astonishment, it was the noble young lady who spoke up. Are you a wizard too? If you are not, there is no need to spend 2,000 gold coins on a magical crystal. Richard kindly warned. The noble young lady nodded. I am a 1st-level wizard. She then turned to Dart. Mr. Dart, will you raise your bid? After some deliberation, Dart ultimately decided to forego further bidding. Spending 2,000 gold coins for such a magical crystal could indeed craft a fine wand. But he already possessed a usable wand. Seeing this, Richard traded the magical crystal to the noble young lady. The noble young lady joyfully exclaimed, "Now I finally have enough materials for my earrings." Richard was speechless. A magical crystal for a pair of earrings surely could not compare to crafting a wand. However, her wealth was none of his concern. As long as he profited, that was sufficient. Holding the 2,000 gold coins in his hands, he marveled at the weight of the substantial it was highly improbable for the noble young lady to carry such a sum. So she summoned 2 servants to deliver it. With each gold coin weighing approximately 30 grams, 2,000 coins amounted to 60 kilograms. This was the first time Richard found himself troubled by having too much money. He called out to Cronin, who was about to leave, inquiring whether he still wished to sell that wind elemental ring. Cronin hesitated. The ring was prepared for his own advancement to a 3rd-level wizard. After all, who hasn't dreamed of conquering the skies? However, after struggling for over a decade as a 1st-level wizard, Cronin gradually realized his own limitations. Achieving 3rd-level wizardry would likely take him another decade or more. With this in mind, converting it into gold coins seemed appealing. 720 gold coins, and the wind elemental ring is yours. This was a 20 gold coin increase from the previous bid. But given that it was now a personal purchase rather than a sale, the adjustment was reasonable. Deal. Richard counted out 720 gold coins and handed them to Cronin, acquiring the wind elemental ring, which was adorned with a pale blue low-level wind elemental gemstone. Its quality was commendable. Although it could not compare to a ring made from a magical crystal, such items were rare in the world of wizards. Those seeking to buy could seldom find sellers, and vice versa. While one might possess 10 fingers, it was uncommon for a wizard to indulge in equipping 10 magical rings, as other accessories like necklaces, earrings, and bracelets could also serve as magical gear. Nevertheless, rings remained the most convenient items to circulate. With 2 magical rings already in his possession and a fire elemental magical crystal in hand, Richard had no intention of crafting a wand. Though it seemed somewhat ostentatious, Richard was progressing swiftly in his levels. Crafting a wand might not keep pace with his own wizardry that he intended to create a magical necklace. But the only usable magical materials he had at present were those related to earth elements from the Earth Storm Bear. Richard decided to present these materials as well, prioritizing the acquisition of fire elemental magical materials. "My goodness, did you slay an Earth Storm Bear?" the noble young lady exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the fresh magical materials. Richard shook his head and refrained from elaborating. Despite being a 2nd-level wizard, he lacked the capability to single-handedly defeat an Earth Storm Bear. After all, he did not possess the mobility of a tiger god, and no one would believe such a claim. Whether or not you killed an Earth Storm Bear seems irrelevant to our transaction. "Do you have any fire elemental magical materials?" The noble young lady smiled. "I currently do not, but if I desire them, I could procure them from other sources. May I reserve these materials for now?" The magical materials presented by the other 3 wizards were rather ordinary, and ultimately, Richard decided to reserve his materials for the noble young lady. "Can you guarantee that your magical materials are of the same level as mine?" The noble young lady smiled. "It seems you are unaware of my standing. Even if the materials do not match yours, I will compensate you with gold coins." Upon hearing this, Richard immediately agreed to her proposal. With most of his materials sold, and having learned enchanting techniques, he prepared to return home with the gold coins. After all, the noble young lady's identity was of no concern to him. Completing his transaction was all that mattered. The noble young lady watched Richard as he departed, stamping her foot. "Have you all made your selections? If so, hurry and leave." Ursa observed the noble young lady's sudden chill, having already learned the consequences of crossing her, and instead turned her attention to Cronin, who had just come into wealth. He was certainly easier to deal with. "Cronin, shall we return together?" "Me? Very well." Ursa linked arms with the startled Cronin, and they left together. While Dart departed alone, the noble young lady casually picked up a spell book and began flipping through it, her thoughts wandering elsewhere. Upon returning to the courtyard, Richard was surprised to find Hansen still there. He handed Hansen 100 of the coins he had earned from the transactions, intending it as wages for the nights. "Young master, 100 gold coins is truly excessive. I've heard that wizards require significant expenses." Richard patted Hansen's sturdy shoulder. "Wizards can earn money while spending. You need not worry about gold coins from now on. You may decide how to allocate this 100 coins, whether for purchasing equipment or otherwise." As Hansen was a subordinate of Richard's father, he would return to serve Richard's father once his military service concluded, but Hansen had treated Richard quite well that ASA Squire Knight. He was entirely qualified. Richard merely needed to place his trust in him. By the way, please look into the leatherworking shops in Tight Town for those capable of processing magical beast pelts, with armor crafted from the pelts of the Earthstorm Bear. Richard would have additional security when participating in magical beast hunts. The pelts required specialized tanning processes, and given the presence of magical beasts around Tight Town, such leatherworking shops would certainly not be lacking. I will complete the task, Lord Richard. Watching Hansen depart, Richard sighed. Hansen was admirable in many respects, but he was overly serious, treating Richard solely as a superior. The two maids merely spoke harshly behind his back. Yet when in Richard's presence, they were exceedingly respectful, which amused him. After delivering the coins to the second floor, Richard converted the entire area into his magical laboratory, where he could conduct enchanting and craft magical items. Rest and daily life were confined to the first floor, which was more than sufficient for Richard. The magical laboratory on the second floor was generally kept closed except for when cleaning was necessary, allowing only Lucy or Petty to enter. This arrangement provided Richard with a quiet environment while also shielding the two ordinary individuals from any magical hazards. After all, even in the wizarding world, some believed wizards to be harbingers of danger and disease. Moreover, Richard harbored certain reservations. These two maids had been assigned by Jenny, and their true master was not Richard. Richard required some personal space to pursue his own affairs, such as the materials he had acquired from the Earthstorm Bear. If Jenny were to inquire closely, she would likely realize that Richard had no opportunity to slay an Earthstorm Bear upon his arrival in this dimension. However, she probably would not suspect that Richard could traverse to another dimension with his consciousness and even attain divinity there. At most, she would speculate that his materials came from elsewhere. There were 3 leatherworking shops in Tight Town. Aside from one owned by the Fudong Chamber of Commerce, the other 2 were run by the Fast family, with prices being quite similar across all 3 shops. Having gathered some information, Hansen reported to Richard. Which tannery possesses the finest craftsmanship? Richard inquired. After a brief hesitation, Hansen candidly replied, undoubtedly, the best tannery is operated by the Fortune Commerce Association, as their tanners have all undergone professional technical training. Relax, Richard reassured. Recognizing Hansen's reluctance, the Viscount Fast would not forsake a second-level wizard over a trivial family transaction. Then we shall proceed to the Fortune Commerce Association. Richard made his decision. The fee for beast skin tanning was merely a few dozen gold coins. The Fast family's tanneries would only be curious about the source of the beast hides. Moreover, the fact that the Fortune Commerce Association could maintain a presence in Tit Town indicated they had secured a favorable agreement with Viscount Fast. Accompanied by Hansen, Richard arrived at the tannery of the Fortune Commerce Association with the hide of a great earth bear. Fortunately, Richard's identity was readily discernible through his wizard's robe. Otherwise, he might have entertained the idea of disguising himself and experiencing the thrill of deception, initially concealing his identity. Observing the disdain of the gatekeeper and then revealing his status as a second-level wizard, leading the shop's manager to come forth and apologize. However, Richard clearly overthought the situation. The attendants at the Fortune Commerce Association were also professionally trained, warmly welcoming Richard inside with bright smiles. After understanding Richard's requirements, they thoughtfully summoned a tanner from within the shop. Alas, what a magnificent hide it was! The tanner caressed the great earth bear's pelt as if it were a rare treasure. Although there were numerous areas damaged by magical assaults, with careful segmentation, it might be possible to craft several sets of leather armor. Not all parts of a beast's hide were suitable for armor. And compounded by Vic's ignorance of the tanning craft, coupled with his sole tool being a small knife, it was certain that some material had been wasted. How many sets of leather armor can still be made? Richard inquired of the tanner. For leather armor, 3 sets should suffice. If you wish to use all the material for armor, the remainder can be purchased for 10 gold coins per set. 10 gold coins. Richard nodded, deeming the price reasonable. However, he had no pressing need for so many. Hansen and the others, armed with their own armor, possessed physical defense capabilities that rivaled those of the beast leather armor, albeit with slightly lesser magical resistance, making a trade unnecessary. Ultimately, the 2 sets of armor could serve as rewards for the hunting sect. After all, Elsa had labored for him for so long, and it would make a fitting gift. Then let us proceed to craft all into leather armor. The tanner nodded. Do you require custom sizing? Just let us know the measurements. Richard agreed, aware that the dimensions for male and female armor differed. Yet, he realized he was unfamiliar with Elsa's measurements. I will provide the sizes for the other 2 sets later. For now, the one for me can be measured. The tanner instructed an attendant to take Richard's measurements while Richard attentively noted the necessary dimensions. Before departing, he spent 2 silver coins on a measuring tape. In the Tiger tribe, a lively bonfire feast was underway. The tribe had limited culinary methods, and roasting meat not only tasted exquisite, but also required little salt. Richard summoned his 3 younger brothers, believing they may not recall that the great earth bear was their mother's killer. Nonetheless, he felt they deserved a share of the roasted meat. With Richard's presence, the tribe's residents no longer feared the 3 brothers. The bolder among them even offered pieces of roasted meat to them. Seeing his 3 brothers beginning to transform into huskies, lying on the ground awaiting scraps, Richard felt no dismay. As a being with human consciousness, he naturally hoped for a peaceful coexistence between his brothers and the inhabitants of the Tiger tribe. Richard called Elsa away from the bonfire, prompting her to toss a piece of roasted meat to Vic before running over. Vic sighed as he watched Elsa depart. His daughter had become the saintess of the hunting sect, her strength surpassing his own, rendering him unable to guide her. The previous night, Vic had intended to discuss marriage prospects with Elsa, only to be shooed away by her bashfulness. Yet, with the tribe unable to support more mouths to feed, Vic felt no urgency. However, after the Tiger God offered to assist with food supply, he began to reconsider. Yet, it appeared that Elsa had not contemplated such matters at all. Elsa regarded the Tiger God. "Why have you summoned me? Upon returning from the Chinga tribe, I have a gift for you." Richard felt conflicted about how to broach the subject of measurements with Elsa. "What kind of gift? Is it something delicious?" Elsa inquired, her excitement palpable. Richard retrieved the measuring tape, initially intending it as a surprise gift, but reconsidered and decided to disclose. "It is leather armor made from the hide of the great earth bear. I need you to take your measurements." "Leather armor? Is it similar to the clothing I wear?" "It will undoubtedly be superior to your beast hide attire." Richard glanced at the beast hide Elsa wore, then explained how to use the measuring tape and the specific areas that needed measurement. Elsa playfully pretended to undress, prompting Richard to quickly intervene. "You can measure while wearing your clothes." With a mischievous grin, Elsa playfully punched Richard. "Why are you shy?" "I'm not afraid." "So why should you be?" Richard was at a loss for words. Clearly, Elsa did not regard him as a person. However, he could not exploit the situation for personal gain. So he allowed Elsa to take measurements while fully clothed. Elsa took the measuring tape and began measuring in front of Richard. "I seem to have gained some weight recently," she noted, touching her chest, which felt fuller than before. Richard felt akin to the wolf deceiving Little Red Riding Hood, tricking the innocent Elsa. After Elsa completed her measurements, Richard carefully noted them down, astonished at how well-proportioned her figure was beneath her clothing. "Isn't it hot wearing so many clothes in the summer?" Richard pondered as he departed. Elsa watched Richard leave, unconsciously sighing. She was troubled by Vic's earlier conversation regarding finding a man for her within the Tiger tribe. However, Elsa had completely lost interest in the weak hunters of the tribe. Even before she began training in martial energy, they had been inferior to her, and now, with her training, the gap had only widened. Elsa had initially considered seeking the Tiger Goddess' opinion, but for some reason, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. The following day, Petty approached to inform Richard that someone had come to visit him. Richard instructed her to invite the guest in, and to his surprise, it was the noble young lady. "There's something you wish to discuss with me?" Richard inquired, observing the young lady's delicate features. The noble young lady smiled sweetly. "Is it not permissible to visit you without a reason? Can't I simply come in for a seat?" "Of course, I wholeheartedly welcome esteemed guests." Richard ushered the noble young lady into the sitting room. Although he was unaware of her identity, her lavish offers suggested she was not someone ordinary. The noble young lady surveyed her surroundings with casual confidence before settling onto the sofa. "I heard you utilized the hide of a great earth bear at the Fortune Commerce Association's tannery yesterday." The Fortune Commerce Association's confidentiality is surprisingly lax. She learned of yesterday's events today. Seemingly sensing Richard's thoughts, the noble young lady clarified, "In truth, I am the manager of the Fortune Commerce Association here in Tit Town. My name is Jones Margaret. I arrived in Tit Town upon the invitation of Aunt Jenny. The Fortune Commerce Association is backed by several noble families, and the Jones family is one of them. No wonder her offers were so generous. She was indeed the manager of the Fortune Commerce Association and hailed from one of the families behind it. I believe it poses no issue for me to assist with your business." Margaret remarked. You will likely use only one of the 3 sets of leather armor. Have you considered selling the other 2 in my shop? I also have a friend in need of a set. If you offer a fair price, I could purchase the remaining armor from you. 200 gold coins. Margaret's generosity was evident as Richard realized that with her, Tight Town had only 5 wizards in total. Since leather armor held little value in this place, he readily agreed to the transaction. How Margaret planned to profit from this set of leather armor was of no concern to Richard. By the way, the magical materials obtained from hunting magical beasts in Tight Town are also under my purview. You need only inform me of the materials necessary for the enchanted equipment you provide each month. And Jenny will be quite busy recently, so it would be best not to trouble her. How many magical materials should be supplied each month? Margaret replied. 3 pieces of equipment capable of bearing enchantments and 10 portions of magical materials for casting enchantments. You only need to provide 3 pieces of enchanted equipment each month. As for the remaining magical materials, they will be your reward. 3 pieces of enchanted equipment should fetch no less than 300 gold coins. And with 10 portions of magical materials along with the 3 pieces of equipment, the cost will not exceed 160 gold coins. This means that the 4 recruited wizards could collectively bring in over 560 gold coins for Viscount fast each month. However, the Viscount must also sustain a private army of several thousand, which undoubtedly incurs significant expenses. If there are casualties while hunting magical beasts, he would also be responsible for compensation. It is no wonder he sought out Aunt Jenny to find 4 wizards to earn gold coins for him. And even Margaret from the Fortune Merchant Association was recruited by Jenny. Reflecting on the 2 maids sent by Jenny, it seems she has made considerable contributions to the development of Tight Town. Richard inquired, for this month's enchanting, I will choose the basic sturdy enchantment. There should be no issues with the materials, correct? Of course, there are no issues. By the way, let me also give you the measurements for my friend. As Richard spoke, he found a piece of paper and wrote down Elsa's dimensions, handing it to Margaret. Margaret took it, scrutinizing it carefully, and asked, surely this isn't for that Bursa, is it? Richard was taken aback. Why would you think it was for her? I have no connection with her. This is for another friend of mine. As long as there's no connection, that's fine. Margaret cautioned. Since yesterday, after you purchased the wind element ring from Cronin, Bursa has been inseparable from him. I've heard that she borrowed 500 gold coins from Cronin and even asked him to help her create enchanted equipment. This woman is not a good person. You would do well to avoid any association with her. Bursa borrowing money from Cronin and requesting him to assist in crafting enchanted gear. Judging by Cronin's behavior, it is quite possible he would agree. A second-level wizard seeking him out and not hesitating to offer her charms. Has Cronin already forgotten how Bursa treated him before? Bursa truly knows how to seize opportunities, swiftly approaching Cronin. I am aware. Richard replied, suddenly recalling his first encounter with Margaret, which had stemmed from Bursa's indiscretion in the garden of Viscount Fast. He couldn't help but glance at Margaret. Unexpectedly, Margaret seemed to have recalled that scene as well. Her face flushing crimson as she shot Richard a glare before departing with the paper bearing Elsa's dimensions. In the afternoon, the materials for the basic sturdy enchantment were delivered to Richard. After advising the 2 maids not to disturb him, he entered his magical laboratory with the materials. The current laboratory was somewhat rudimentary and lacked the capability to process magical materials. Fortunately, Margaret had clearly anticipated this. Providing materials that were already processed, the 3 pieces of equipment suitable for low-level sturdy enchantment were 3 exquisitely crafted copper shields, while the materials included well-preserved beast blood and some finely ground beast bone powder. Both beast blood and beast bone powder are the most commonly used pigments for inscribing enchanting runes. After a period of meditation to achieve a focused mental state, Richard began his first endeavor to create enchanted equipment. Late at night, Richard picked up one of the copper shields, examining it under the glow of the alchemical lamp. The shield bore a complete enchanting rune. To his surprise, his dual-focus talent proved advantageous in enchanting. Remarkably, Richard succeeded on his first attempt at creating enchanted equipment, thanks to his awakened dual-focus ability. This talent enabled him to inscribe the enchanting runes while simultaneously managing his magical energy. And given Richard's profound understanding of basic sturdy enchantment, his success was assured. Considering the requirement to submit 3 pieces of basic enchanted equipment each month, Richard sighed with relief. He need not stress over this task. Stretching, Richard descended from the laboratory to his astonishment. Lucy had not yet retired for the night. Sir, "Shall I prepare dinner now?" she asked, in no need. "There should still be some flatbread left from earlier that I can manage with that." "You should rest," Richard replied. Lucy hesitated, finding the flatbread rather bland, surprised that Richard would choose to eat it. "Sir, you should bathe first. I can prepare dinner in no time," she insisted. Richard smiled. "Then I thank you for your kindness." When Richard emerged from his bath, he found Lucy had fallen asleep at the dining table. Looking at the still steaming dinner, Richard felt a mix of emotions as he carried Lucy back to his bed and began to enjoy the meal. Wrapped in the blankets, Lucy's face was flushed, unknowingly emanating warmth. Over the next 2 days, Richard completed the other 2 basic sturdy enchanted shields, using a total of 4 portions of magical materials. Only once did he waste a portion due to impatience while inscribing the magical runes. The other 3 attempts were successful. Gazing at the remaining 6 portions of materials, Richard fell into contemplation. The most profitable course of action was, of course, to purchase equipment capable of bearing basic sturdy enchantments and sell them after crafting enchanted gear. However, this would sacrifice Richard's meditation time. His dual-focus talent had previously allowed him to meditate at any moment, but during these days dedicated to crafting enchanted equipment, he had to fully concentrate on that task. Halting his meditations, although Richard could refine the divine power crystal through his faith to enhance his soul's strength, acquiring faith had always been a challenge. The faith provided by the Tiger tribe was still far too meager. Richard estimated it would take at least 3 more months to gather enough faith to refine the divine power crystal in his possession. This was without considering the need for faith to transport items. And since he only had 1 divine power crystal, it would be depleted after use. For now, Richard had no means to acquire additional divine power crystals, and he was uncertain whether he could purchase them from Margaret. The Fortune Merchant Association wielded considerable influence and likely had a stock of divine power crystals. However, he had yet to devise a plausible excuse for making such a purchase. Thus, Richard resolved to devote his time to meditation. After all, strength is the ultimate truth. Besides, he already possessed over 1,000 gold coins, which should suffice for the time being. Upon advancing to a second-level wizard, there would be many new spells to learn, which could also be purchased from Margaret. The fire element crystal would still require Richard to craft it into magical equipment. All things considered, there were many areas requiring Richard's time. Descending the stairs, Richard had begun to adjust his schedule since the last incident. Otherwise, the maids would have to stay up late with him. As Lucy saw Richard come down, she recalled that evening's embrace, her head instinctively lowering as a blush crept across her cheeks. Ever since that day, Lucy had been too shy to look Richard in the eye. Meanwhile, Petty observed Lucy's flushed face and sensed that something had indeed transpired between her and Richard. After dining, Richard gazed out at the empty courtyard and asked, "Where are Hanson and the others? Have they gone out?" Lucy kept her gaze lowered, replying, "Lord Hanson said today is a holiday. It seems he took the knights to the tavern." Although Richard was not fond of drinking, alcohol remained a popular commodity in the world of wizards, especially given the formidable recovery abilities of warriors. Even if they became intoxicated, a good night's sleep would restore them. Hanson was quite the drinker. Since arriving in the Ayun Plain, he had hardly drunk to excess while caring for his knights. Now that he had the chance and the funds provided by Richard, he would surely indulge. "Since they are on holiday, why don't we go out for a stroll today?" Richard suggested impulsively. Ever since arriving in Tight Town, he had yet to properly explore it. Hetty clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "How wonderful! Lucy and I have always been under strict supervision and have never had the chance to explore, but I've heard there are local specialties from the Oyun realm being sold in the streets." "Petty," Lucy raised her head, her expression returning to normal as she shot a glare at Petty, causing her to fall silent immediately. "There's no need to be so restrained in my presence." Although Richard was a noble, he did not subscribe to the hierarchical notions typically associated with nobility. After all, before his transmigration, Richard had lived in a world that championed equality among all. "Let us go out together." In the commercial street of Tight Town, despite Jenny's efforts, many shops remained vacant, yet to be occupied by merchants. The only items of interest to Richard were some unique local products from the Oyun realm, which had rather peculiar flavors. The moment Petty stepped onto the street, her vivacious spirit returned, her laughter ringing like silver bells without a pause. She insisted on examining and touching everything she encountered. As the trio wandered, they came upon a women's clothing store, and upon witnessing Petty's eager gaze, even the usually composed Lucy felt a stir of interest. Richard promptly ushered them inside. "What do you think of this green dress?" Petty twirled in front of Richard, clad in a lovely green gown. "Beautiful." "Humph. You say every piece is beautiful to its merely because you are lovely yourself." Petty's cheeks flushed crimson as she dashed into the fitting room. "Lucy, why don't you try something on? Don't you like any of these?" Richard queried, observing Lucy, who had seemed so eager to enter but now hesitated to pick out a couple of pieces. "It's too expensive." Lucy pointed to the price tag, feeling awkward about trying on clothes she wouldn't purchase. This women's clothing store had also originated from the wizarding world, under the oppression of the Oyun deity. The ordinary Oyun people lived in hardship and lacked the means to indulge in such extravagant garments. Each item in this store cost at least a dozen silver coins, equivalent to half a month's wages for Lucy. "Don't worry, just try it on. I'll cover the bill if needed." "Absolutely not." Lucy insisted that it's fine. "If you both wear something beautiful, it'll be a treat for my eyes." Richard chuckled in a way. Lucy remained resolute. "How about this? I just thought of Elsa. Although she has her leather armor, she still needs clothing underneath. You help me pick out a few outfits for my friend. And you can choose a couple for yourself as a token of my gratitude for your assistance." "That is still not acceptable. These are simply too costly." Richard adopted a serious expression. "So, you're unwilling to help me? Fine, I suppose. Now go and pick quickly." Richard relayed Elsa's measurements to Lucy, emphasizing the need for something suitable for movement. As his friend enjoyed hiking in the mountains, upon hearing Elsa's enviable figure, Lucy felt a twinge of insecurity, but quickly rallied her spirits and focused on selecting outfits for Elsa. Petty emerged from the fitting room. Having changed out of the green dress, and upon learning about Richard's request for help in choosing clothes for Elsa, eagerly volunteered. Lucy selected 2 pairs of mountaineering outfits with leg straps. While Richard could only discern that they were athletic in style, Petty chose 2 vibrant pieces, flowing with pleats and equipped with shorts beneath to prevent any mishaps. By the way, should we select some undergarments for your friend?" After some deliberation, Richard allowed Lucy to choose a few sets that the checkout. Richard realized that the outfits Petty had tried on earlier had not been included in the tally. "Petty, why didn't you include the dresses you tried on?" "Did you not like them? They're far too expensive. I only need the dress the maid gave me." Surprised to find Petty as considerate as Lucy, Richard ruffled her hair, saying, "Don't be so sensible." "All right." He instructed the attendant to bring forth all the garments Petty had tried on for combined billing. "No, these clothes are too expensive. I can't let you spend so much," Petty quickly interjected, blocking the attendant. Regrettably, the attendant recognized who the true patron was and swiftly packaged the garments. Richard accepted the bundles and handed them to Petty. After purchasing 7 or 8 outfits, the total came to a mere 4 gold coins, revealing a stark contrast in wealth between adventurers and common folk. Yet, it was also true that knights could be quite impoverished, spending years to save up for a single piece of equipment. The genuinely wealthy remained the wizards. "You are truly wonderful," Petty exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she clung to Richard's arm. Upon returning to the courtyard, Richard donned 3 primary fortified enchanted shields and sought out Margaret in the magical library. "Here are my enchanted items for this month." Richard presented the 3 shields to Margaret. "So soon?" Margaret exclaimed in surprise, her deep blue eyes widening in astonishment that in just 3 days, Richard had managed to create 3 enchanted items. And she had learned through Jenny that he had never crafted enchanted gear before. It was remarkable that he could complete such work in such a short span. Even Dart, a fellow 2nd-level wizard, and the experienced Cronin had only recently finished a single enchanted item. "Perhaps I have a particular talent for enchanting." Being adept at enchanting isn't trivial. Even without Richard's words, Margaret could deduce his success rate from the materials he had consumed. After all, he still intended to sell the remaining magical materials to her. "How many portions of materials did you use?" Margaret inquired. "0.4 portions, Richard replied. Margaret's mouth fell open in surprise, but quickly composed herself. Although she belonged to a noble family behind the Funtong Chamber of Commerce, the Jones family had begun to cultivate their progeny's business acumen due to the prosperity brought by the chamber. Margaret had come to Tight Town not only to assist Aunt Jenny in managing the place, but also to engage in business independently and achieve a degree of success that would persuade her family to entrust her with a part of the chamber to manage. To be able to create 3 enchanted items with just 4 portions of materials was a first for Margaret to witness and a novice wizard. If she could have Richard consistently craft enchanted gear for her, or even better, collaborate with him, She could elevate her reputation through enchanted items and easily gain her family's support. That's splendid. Will you still use the copper shield as the base for the remaining 6 portions of magical materials? Margaret mused, secretly delighted to have stumbled upon such a lucrative opportunity. Richard shook his head, replying, I don't plan to create enchanted items with those 6 portions. I'd prefer for you to assist me in selling them instead. Why not? These materials were provided to you at internal pricing. You can't expect to recover their full sale price. Margaret was puzzled. Besides, weren't you just lamenting your lack of gold? Why else would you sell that Earthbear's magic crystal? Richard explained, I was indeed short on funds, but selling the Earthbear's magic crystal has significantly alleviated my situation. However, the primary reason is that I prefer not to expend energy on enchanted gear. My current goal is to become a mid-level wizard. Although Margaret felt somewhat helpless, she understood. It was no wonder Richard had risen to the rank of second-level wizard at just 16. His level of dedication was beyond her reach. Speaking of which, when Margaret's magical talent was discovered, the wizard testing her had remarked on her exceptional aptitude. Yet, in order to gain her family's attention, Margaret gradually shifted her focus towards business. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, she had become a first-level wizard within 3 years, and she had once felt a sense of pride. But now, in the presence of Richard, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of shame. Little did Margaret know that, had it not been for Richard's unique dual-focus talent, his magical aptitude could not compare to hers. The primary reason Richard advanced to second-level wizardry so swiftly was due to the refinement of divine power crystals. By the way, I came to see you today to learn some introductory spells that only second-level wizards can study. Margaret set aside her thoughts. I have prepared quite a few second-level spells commonly used by second-level wizards. It asks 30 gold coins for each lesson that if you cannot learn everything at once, you may take some back to study or choose to learn here. Margaret led Richard to the neatly arranged shelves of magical tomes. I will take a look first, Richard said, hesitating to make an immediate decision. The sections before the tomes, devoid of magical materials, bore the names and effects of the spells. Second-tier fire elemental magic, high heat flame. Second-tier wind elemental magic, blade of wind. Second-tier ice elemental magic, ice armor. Richard examined them meticulously, while Margaret, observing the earnest profile of Richard, found herself lost in thought. It's quite tranquil here. I think I shall study with you. Richard closed the magical tome. The serene environment allowed Richard to concentrate better on his studies. All right, Margaret replied, her cheeks flushing slightly. Were you distracted? Was it about business? Richard did not elaborate further and selected a dozen magical tomes that piqued his interest. After all, he had ample funds at present and ought to learn all the usable magic. Richard had already mastered both fire and ice elemental magics, along with the chaotic spells, and felt he had a grasp of wind elemental magic for the purpose of acquiring the third-tier wind blade. However, this endeavor cost him over 400 gold coins. It seemed gold was indeed easily spent. He had also purchased 7 or 8 sets of clothing for Elsa and her companions, and the total had merely been 4 gold coins, showcasing the stark disparities in the world at that moment. Nevertheless, the exceptionally high success rate of enchantments instilled confidence in Richard. He believed he could quickly recoup the small sum spent. After sending a servant to inform Lucy and the others that he would be studying magic here and that they need not wait for him any longer, Richard took down a magical tome and began to read with great interest. Meanwhile, Margaret, seeing Richard had stayed, felt an inexplicable compulsion to remain as well. As night fell, Richard set down the magical tome in his hands. Realizing he had only learned 3 spells throughout the day, it seemed he would require 4 to 5 days to complete his studies. Beside him, Margaret was also engrossed in a magical tome. But she had begun to nod off. Richard had not anticipated that Margaret's family possessed such formidable influence, and that she would study so diligently. It seemed he too must strive harder. He gently took the book from Margaret's hands, causing her to awaken abruptly. I have finished studying for today. Do you wish to return together? Margaret paused, still not fully roused from her pleasant dreams. Richard waved his hand before her eyes, successfully regaining her focus. Blushing slightly, she asked, "What did you just say?" "I said I am heading back. Would you like to accompany me?" Together, Margaret walked alongside Richard, step by step. On the quiet streets, her heart racing as if a fawn were bounding within her chest. "Where is your home?" "Let me escort you back," Richard inquired. "Escort me back? What else would you prefer? Do you wish to come to my house?" Richard was puzzled. "It's nothing. My residence is over there." For some reason, Richard sensed a hint of melancholy in Margaret's tone. After escorting Margaret home, Richard returned to his own courtyard. Today marked the arrival of the Tiger tribe at the Chingha tribe, and Richard had already arranged with Vic to enter the Chingha tribe that evening. At this moment, the Tiger god had reached the outskirts of the Chingha tribe. The Chingha tribe was built by the water, housing over 1,000 inhabitants. Unlike the Tiger tribe, which constructed homes of stone, they had begun to use timber to erect rows of houses, and the tribe was safeguarded by simple wooden fences to deter wild beasts. Thanks to the stealth afforded by the night, Richard remained completely hidden, and the residents of the Chingha tribe were entirely unaware of his presence. The entire Chingha tribe was enveloped in silence, devoid of any light. Yet numerous patrollers remained vigilant. Suddenly, Richard heard the sound of rushing water. He turned his gaze towards the river adjacent to the Chingha tribe, where peculiar silhouettes emerged, gradually approaching the clear waters. A group of individuals from the Chingha tribe, each carrying bamboo baskets, made their way to the riverbank. What are they doing? Richard wondered as the strange outlines approached the shore and emerged from the water. What is that? Richard gasped in astonishment. Those odd forms turned out to be enormous beasts, larger than the earth-shaking bear, their blue horns glimmering faintly in the night. They were none other than blue-horned hippos. And there were so many of them. In the wizarding world, blue-horned hippos were considered a unique variety of low-level magical beasts. While they could thrive in both water and on land, they spent their days submerged and only ventured out at night. In terms of combat strength, they were slightly inferior to the earth-shaking bear on land, but in water, the earth-shaking bear would find itself outmatched by the blue-horned hippo. Richard had spent considerable effort dealing with a single earth-shaking bear, let alone this multitude of blue-horned hippos. As the hippos reached the shore, they opened their enormous mouths, resembling pets awaiting their meal. The group of individuals with bamboo baskets placed their offerings into the hippos' mouths, which emitted crunching sounds as they chewed. Upon closer inspection, Richard discovered the baskets contained an assortment of fruits. It was unexpected that the inhabitants of the Chingha tribe were feeding blue-horned hippos, which aligned with what Richard had previously learned. Blue-horned hippos were gentle creatures and rarely harmed humans, with fruits being their favorite delicacy. Regrettably, in the wizarding world, people had begun to exploit the hippos' fondness for fruits to capture them, subsequently taming them as mounts through magical contracts. In water-abundant realms, these blue-horned hippo mounts proved immensely valuable, leading to their disappearance near human settlements. After satisfying their appetites, the herd of blue-horned hippos returned to the water, their silhouettes gradually vanishing. Richard pondered the chief's reasoning behind offering precious fruits to these beasts. Were it not for the fruits to sate their hunger, the hippos might come ashore seeking food, posing a danger to the tribe. Indeed, given the size of the blue-horned hippos, even if they were not aggressive, they could easily break through the wooden fences of the Chingha tribe, trampling anyone in their path with ease. Nonetheless, if they secretly reserved some fruits, you'd be courting death. Last time, Akai hid fruits and was discovered by the chief, who promptly fed him to the beasts. A group of individuals, now with empty bamboo baskets, made their way into the Chingha tribe. From the snippets of conversation Richard had overheard, it became evident that these individuals fed the blue-horned hippos merely to prevent them from coming ashore and causing harm, rather than genuinely attempting to tame them. This was logical. Although blue-horned hippos were docile, even with a magical contract, they would not submit to humans weaker than themselves. Such circumstances might indeed provide an opportunity for Richard's hunting sect to thrive within the Chingha tribe. However, even if he were to impart the techniques of combat training to the people of the Chingha tribe, they would struggle against this horde of blue-horned hippos. Lacking proper equipment, it remained uncertain whether a few hundred first-level warriors could contend with the hippos. Even if they could, Richard would never permit them to engage. After all, the warriors of this realm were members of his hunting sect, the very individuals who contributed to his faith. With a swift motion, Richard leapt over the fence. Such barriers were only effective against ordinary beasts. Following the sound of Elsa's prayers, Richard successfully located their lodging. Unfortunately, the cramped quarters made it impossible for him to enter. Likely a consequence of efforts to conserve timber in construction. Richard caused a slight commotion. A delighted Elsa emerged from the room. "Richard, you have arrived." "Indeed," Richard replied, ruffling Elsa's hair. "I have uncovered some secrets about the Chingha tribe. It appears we cannot approach them recklessly." Richard recounted the details of the Chingha tribe's feeding of the blue-horned hippos to Elsa, acknowledging that he currently could not deal with the hippos. However, Establishing a foothold for the hunting sect within the Qinghe tribe remained essential. By the way, didn't you mention yesterday that you wish to be promoted to a formal warrior? Look, Elsa summoned her fighting spirit, and the red seed of combat had grown to the size of a fist, nearly on the verge of her ascent to becoming a formal warrior. Recently, I have been battling with my father, and my fighting spirit has been growing rapidly. Unfortunately, my father is too weak to withstand any real challenge. Richard nodded, stating, once you ascend to a formal warrior, we shall commence recruiting followers. The Qinghe tribe, once silent, began to awaken, with wisps of smoke rising from the kitchen. The Qinghe tribe not only boasts the largest population in the vicinity, but also possesses the most fertile lands. The surrounding smaller tribes rely on the crops cultivated by the Qinghe tribe for sustenance. Consequently, at regular intervals, merchant caravans from other tribes arrive at the Qinghe tribe to exchange valuable goods for food. What? Has the price of food risen again? You think it's expensive? I find it exorbitant too. But you need not purchase if you disapprove. No, I will buy it, Elsa remarked, observing the haughty demeanor of the grain merchant from the Qinghe tribe, which reminded her of her father's past submissiveness in dealings with them. There was little choice, as the Qinghe tribe enforced strict controls over food sales, dominating the nearby tribes and leaving them powerless to resist. However, Elsa now possessed the confidence to rebel. Indeed, after considerable effort, she had finally crossed that threshold and successfully ascended to a formal level 1 warrior. The grain merchant's eyes lit up at the sight of the furs brought by the tiger tribe. Such items could be sold for a handsome profit in winter, allowing him to acquire more arable land. Yet, upon catching a glimpse of Elsa, he turned away with a frown. The chief had recently issued a strict order limiting food sales, and if the tiger tribe did not purchase now, they would miss out. The group from the tiger tribe moved to the center of the gathering, where Elsa hung all the furs using hemp ropes. Vic held up a piece of fur inscribed with words, prompting the merchant to scrutinize it closely. Defeat me, and all the furs are yours. Such audacity stirred the merchant's interest. As the grain merchant of the Qinghe tribe, he wielded considerable influence and had many enforcers at his disposal. If he could best Elsa, he would acquire a wealth of furs for free. Hence, he decided not to sell grain and hurried home instead. Numerous individuals from other smaller tribes were drawn by the words on the furs, and the crowd gradually gathered around. If I defeat you, can I truly obtain these furs? Inquired an impatient man. It is not him you must face. Elsa stepped out from behind Vic. Should you best me, these furs will belong to you. Do you wish to try? The man, excited at the prospect of facing a mere girl, quickly replied, you must not go back on your word. Are we competing or not? Enough with the idle chatter. I shall compete. I shall, he declared, stepping into the clearing. This girl dared to challenge him, so he must not take her lightly. He was a well-known hunter in his tribe, crouching low to assess his opponent's abilities. However, Elsa paid little heed to his caution, striding forward with remarkable speed. Before he could react, she seized his arm. The man felt a dizzying sensation as he was flung away, soaring several meters before tumbling to the ground, rolling several times before he could rise. Elsa mused, no wonder the tiger god advised me to restrain my strength. I had no idea a level 1 warrior could be so formidable. I have yet to unleash my fighting spirit. I wonder if I could rival the tiger god then. Is there anyone else who wishes to compete? Elsa called to the onlookers. She had not forgotten her mission for the day. To elevate the reputation of the hunting sect, Richard had suggested she establish a dual platform. A burly man stepped forth from the crowd. Yet, before a full round could be completed, the hefty individual was tossed aside by Elsa. When the grain merchant returned with his enforcers, he found Elsa surrounded by a throng of spectators, their voices a cacophony of excitement. Suddenly, a gap opened in the crowd, and a figure was hurled from the arena. One of the grain merchant's lackeys emerged to catch the thrown individual, discarding him carelessly aside. The man attempted to protest, but upon seeing the grain merchant and his enforcers, he quickly averted his gaze and departed. The grain merchant pressed through the opening, only to find a petite figure in the center of the arena, single-handedly fending off 5 opponents. Anyone who ventured close was effortlessly cast out of the ring. What? A woman, and so powerful. The grain merchant glanced at the lackey who had caught the thrown man. How about it? Do you feel confident? This lackey hailed from the chief's guard. Though unassuming in appearance, none of his subordinates could last more than 3 rounds against him. Observing the scene, he noted that 4 opponents had already been dispatched by Elsa. His mouth twitched. Let us give it a try. After tossing aside her latest adversaries, Elsa wiped the sweat from her brow. Earlier, some tribesmen had disregarded the rules, insisting on a group of 10 against her, to which Vic had initially objected. However, Elsa was determined to earn the hunting sect a prominent name within the Chinga tribe in order to fulfill the tiger god's expectations. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? She inquired of the crowd. The murmurs of discussion ensued, but no one seemed willing to step forward, evidently intimidated by her recent display of strength against 10 opponents. I shall. The lackey who had spoken with the grain merchant emerged from the crowd. It's him, Chiochi, a member of the chief's personal guard. Last time a tribe caused trouble, he single-handedly dispatched an entire merchant caravan. I didn't expect someone from the elite guard to step up. Chiochi, aware of Elsa's formidable prowess, aimed to strike first and launched a punch towards her. Elsa raised her left hand to block his blow while seizing his arm with her right. Intending to throw him as well, Chiochi quickly grasped her hand, attempting to lock her in a joint hold, but Elsa's strength was overwhelming, and he was unable to maintain his grip. The two separated momentarily. Chiochi shook off the hand Elsa had caught, astonished by her extraordinary strength. They exchanged blows for 2 more rounds, with Chiochi relying on his extensive combat experience to evade Elsa's grasp. Though each encounter was perilously close, Elsa's prior hunting experience proved less effective against Chiochi, resulting in a stalemate between them. With a playful smile, Elsa remarked, "You might want to be cautious. I can't be held responsible for any injuries. After all, I promised him." Chiochi, incensed, retorted, "Do not underestimate me." While Elsa's strength was considerable, Chiochi recognized that she had no formal combat training and could not compare to someone from the elite guard. She was merely relying on brute force. With that, Chiochi lunged at Elsa once more. Suddenly, a crimson aura enveloped her, causing Chiochi to question his own vision. In the next instant, Elsa's fist connected with his arm. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed. Chiochi clutched his injured arm, retreating as pain surged through him, cold sweat beading on his brow. He clenched his teeth to stifle any cries of agony. "Chiochi, are you all right?" The grain merchant rushed forward, concerned for Chiochi, who was a gift from the chief and must not be harmed. As Chiochi released his grip, it became evident that his arm had twisted at an unnatural angle. Clearly fractured. "I concede that we surrender." The grain seller hurriedly pulled Chiochi away to seek medical assistance. A wave of jeers erupted from the crowd. Seizing the moment, Ayar Shah stepped forward and proclaimed in a clear voice, "Esteemed friends from various tribes, I, Ayar Shah, stand before you empowered by my affiliation with the hunting sect. Just 2 months ago, I was an ordinary individual like yourselves. It was only after joining the hunting sect and placing my faith in Lord Tiger that I acquired the ability to cultivate battle energy, transforming me into the formidable person I am today. Now, our hunting sect is welcoming new followers. As long as you pledge your faith to Lord Tiger, you too can be imparted with the knowledge of battle energy cultivation." As Ayar Shah spoke, she activated her battle energy seed, and a vibrant red energy radiated from her abdomen, exuding an overwhelming presence. "Is it true? If I join your hunting sect, can I become as powerful as you?" inquired a young girl. "Of course, little sister. Just look at the members of our tribe," Ayar Shah replied, as the members of the fierce tiger tribe also activated their battle energy seeds. While their energies were not as potent as Ayar Shah's, they still demonstrated a significant difference from ordinary individuals. "But how do I pledge my faith to the tiger god?" Ayar Shah smiled and said, "Anyone wishing to join our hunting sect may sign up now. I will take you to meet Lord Tiger shortly. Once you pledge your faith to him, you will be taught the ways of battle energy." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into murmurs. Could it really be so advantageous? No food, no salt? Surely, it must be a deception. Who could be so benevolent? If it weren't for Richard's need for the power of faith, he would have had no inclination to generously impart the methods of cultivating battle energy to them. Before long, over 200 individuals had registered, most merely curious about the situation. Ayar Shah led this throng toward the outskirts of the Chinga tribe, with the registrants following in a mix of skepticism and intrigue. Soon, Richard appeared before the gathering. "What a grand tiger! A beast of magic!" exclaimed one. "This woman has lost her mind, trying to lead us to be devoured by a magical beast." The crowd erupted into chaos. With some timid souls already contemplating escape, Richard furrowed his brow and bellowed, "Silence." Utilizing his magical prowess, his voice resonated through the wilderness, instantly calming the previously tumultuous assembly, causing a few frightened individuals to drop to the ground in fright. Ayar Shah pointed at Richard, declaring, "This is our hunting sect's Lord Tiger. As long as you pledge your faith to him, I can teach you the methods of cultivating battle energy." The crowd was taken aback, realizing that the tiger god of the hunting sect was, in fact, A magical beast. Is this the fierce tiger of the fierce tiger tribe? This is my first time witnessing a talking magical beast. Richard spoke again. Now, those who do not wish to pledge their faith may leave. Richard had learned from the fierce tiger tribe that forcibly compelling people to pray would not yield genuine faith. Are you truly allowing us to leave? You aren't plotting to deceive us and then devour us, are you? The crowd remained dubious, but gradually, a few brave souls stepped forward and sprinted toward the Chinga tribe. With over 30 individuals opting to depart, most of the remaining individuals were merely following the crowd, hesitant to leave so many behind. This hesitation was also Richard's reason for not directly recruiting followers at the Chinga tribe. Instilling courage to take that first brave step was a challenge. As long as there were reservations in their hearts, people would typically follow the crowd. Very well, since you have chosen to remain. You shall henceforth be members of my hunting sect. Ayar Shah is the saintess of our sect, and she will now instruct you on how to pray and cultivate battle energy. Ayar Shah taught the attendees the prayer, and then guided them through the ritual. Richard sensed the emergence of a thread of faith from the prayers of the 200 individuals, coalescing deep within his soul. Most of them were merely novice believers, providing a modest amount of faith energy. To Richard's surprise, the faith energy generated by Ayar Shah's prayer was several times greater. Could it be due to her promotion to a level 1 warrior? Richard pondered, though he considered it a positive development nonetheless. Remember to pray to me each day, Richard instructed before vanishing into the forest. Ayar Shah then imparted the methods of battle energy cultivation to the group. And as she witnessed so many individuals beginning to pledge their faith to the tiger god, a joyful smile spread across her face that I never imagined it would be so effortlessly to pass on the methods of battle energy cultivation to us. Surely, there are no adverse effects from the prayer we just performed. I wonder if we can secretly share the cultivation methods with others, unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of those present. Ayar Shah gleefully continued to share the cultivation techniques, also imparting some of her own training experiences. Late into the night, Chief, after I registered, this is what transpired. I in the chamber of the Chinga tribe's chief. Several men stood before the figure seated upon a bearskin chair, reporting their findings. The man seated upon the chair was none other than Cook, the chief of the Chinga tribe. Recite the prayer and the battle energy methods to me. The men below were taken aback but, recalling the chief's authority, complied one by one. Is it truly so simple to pass on the battle energy cultivation methods to you? Cook furrowed his brow, perplexed by the tiger god's true intentions. That I only require your faith. Richard's silhouette emerged from the shadows of the night, startling the men below, who swiftly positioned themselves in front of the chief. However, upon finishing his statement, Richard made no further movements. Cook stood and waved his hand, signaling for his guards to step aside. Observing Cook's calm demeanor, Richard wore a bemused smile. Standing before him, he could ascertain that Cook was merely an ordinary man. Yet, Richard was curious as to why this ordinary man remained so composed in his presence. Richard understood that mere verbal constraints could not maintain the long-term faith of the newly attracted followers. However, once any among them began to pray to the tiger god, Richard would be able to pinpoint their locations, thus gaining awareness of several nearby tribes. By knowing their locations, Richard could showcase a few miracles before them, effortlessly drawing them into the hunting sect and capturing the tribesmen in one fell swoop. I never expected you to be so composed, Richard remarked, astonished that an ordinary individual could stand before a magical beast without a trace of fear. I have encountered many magical beasts, though they cannot speak as you do, Cook replied. The primary reason is that I have never displayed an expression since birth. Richard mused. How curious, a natural stoic. The tribe's people believed I possessed extraordinary qualities from birth, which is why they chose me as their chief. Richard speculated, likely more than that, from the events of the previous night. It was clear that the chief of the Chinga tribe had intentionally raised blue-horned hippos. Coupled with Ayar Shah's encounter with the guards, it was evident that Cook could train a formidable guard unit, indicating his own strength, though without the methods of battle energy cultivation. His prowess was inherently limited by his physical capabilities. May I address you as Lord Tiger? Certainly. I wonder if you're aware of my name. I am called Cook. However, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is your sudden arrival at the Chinga tribe. What is your purpose? Richard whispered. Did I not mention earlier? I merely seek your faith that I don't understand. Faith? What purpose does that serve? Cook inquired. You may consider it akin to your ability to cultivate battle energy. I too require faith to grow stronger, and the more believers there are, the better, Richard elucidated. Cook, being a perceptive individual, recognized that clarifying the benefits of their relationship would likely lead to understanding. So, you have come to my tribe to have my people pledge their faith to you. You seek faith, yet do not require anything from my people, while you, as their chief, stand to gain powerful warriors. Cook contemplated, clearly wrestling with the question of whether Richard was deceiving him. You are also a magical beast. Are you not? Although I am unsure how you can speak, your grand stature surely indicates you are a magical beast. Richard nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I am a magical beast, but unlike other magical beasts, I can absorb faith, much like the blue-horned hippos raised by your tribe. Blue-horned hippopotamus. The name you have chosen is indeed apartment. Cook's tone revealed a hint of astonishment, and Richard could only discern his true feelings through the nuances of Cook's voice. Though Cook's expression remained remarkably composed, however, you have misstated one aspect. Those blue-horned hippopotamuses were not something we voluntarily sought to nurture. Rather, they compelled us to cultivate fruits for them. Initially, our fertile fields were dedicated to the cultivation of grains. Yet, ever since this herd of hippopotamuses arrived, the original magical beast vanished, replaced by these more formidable creatures. It was not until one day, when I ventured into the forest with the guard squad for a hunt, that I stumbled upon the remains of that magical beast. Remains? Surely those must have been slain by the blue-horned hippopotamuses? Richard inquired. I wonder if there are any remnants resembling gemstones on the corpse? He questioned about the magic crystals, uncertain whether Cook was aware of their value. I asked this what you were referring to. Cook produced a metallic dagger, embedded with a wood elemental magic crystal. However, due to the prolonged embedding, the elemental power had merged with the dagger, rendering it a magical artifact. Richard sighed. You truly waste resources. This magic crystal has become nearly useless, although this magical equipment could fetch a couple of 100 gold coins. To any wizard, it represented a squandering of magic crystals. Wasteful? This dagger is quite formidable. Richard nearly choked on his words, yet Cook's statement held merit. Compared to other metallic creations from the Green River tribe, this dagger could indeed be deemed a divine artifact. Cook stowed the dagger away and continued. The excrement of those blue-horned hippopotamuses has brought forth seeds for fruits, but their voracious appetites and preference for nocturnal foraging have left our cultivated grains in a state of disarray. To deter these blue-horned hippopotamuses from coming ashore, we commenced the cultivation of fruits, yet these fruits can only thrive in our finest fields, and the population of blue-horned hippopotamuses continues to swell. Currently, our tribe is gradually unable to meet the fruit demands of the blue-horned hippopotamuses, forcing us to convert more fertile land for fruit cultivation. No wonder the prices for grain from the Green River tribe have skyrocketed. The source lies with those blue-horned hippopotamuses. If you assist us in resolving the issue of the blue-horned hippopotamuses, I shall have the authority to negotiate not only for our Green River tribe but also with other tribes. Not merely these minor tribes, but also those akin to the Green River tribe. Removing the blue-horned hippopotamuses was a task Richard was not yet equipped to undertake. However, he was not without alternatives. Richard stated, at present, I am unable to eliminate so many blue-horned hippopotamuses, but I can address your grain issue. His solution lay in another rather insignificant first-level holy magic spell, rapid growth, capable of enhancing the growth rate of ordinary plants. Really? Cook exclaimed, exhilarated. He too understood that eliminating so many blue-horned hippopotamuses was impractical, yet resolving the grain dilemma was a substantial improvement, coupled with the cultivation of fighting spirit. The Green River tribe would undoubtedly grow stronger. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Elsa's rapid ascension to a first-level warrior within 2 months was due to her exceptional talent. I possess the ability to expedite plant growth, and it will be effective for your grains. Excellent. May I witness this capability? Although Cook's face betrayed no sign of excitement, Richard discerned his delight. Certainly. Cook escorted Richard to a plot of arable land, where Richard summoned his magical power, wild growth. Golden holy magic cascaded like raindrops from the sky, merging with the soil, and the once mere seedlings of grain began to grow at a visibly accelerated pace. Soon, the previously sparse field transformed into a lush expanse due to the rapid growth of the seedlings. It is indeed real, Cook exclaimed in astonishment, then addressed Richard, Lord of the Tiger God, your abilities astound me. I have yet to hear of a magical beast like you. He agreed to the Green River tribe's faith in Richard, but added, however, I have one condition. What condition? Our tribe must also have a saintess. A saintess? Was Cook truly misguided? Did he not realize that appointing a saintess was merely a matter of his word? Having a saintess would only serve to attract more followers, providing no substantial benefits. Very well, you may find me once you have made your selection. Richard smirked, knowing he would reap all the rewards. Within less than a day, Cook mobilized the Green River tribe, and over 1,000 individuals began their prayers to the Tiger God. Witnessing his rapidly increasing faith power, Richard couldn't help but smile. In less than half a month, he would be able to absorb the divine power crystal in his possession. The initial stages of a profession merely involved a straightforward accumulation of power. A single divine power crystal could elevate the tiger god to a second-level magical beast, while Richard's spiritual power could reach the third level, fully preparing him for ascension to a third-level wizard. Contemplating his imminent rise to a third-level wizard within half a month seemed remarkably swift, although the kingdom of Jeff boasted its own talented wizards who ascended to legendary wizardry at a young age. Such individuals typically experienced increasingly slower upgrades. Richard had taken 4 years to advance from wizard apprentice to first-level wizard, yet now he was progressing at an accelerated pace, which would undoubtedly appear unreasonable to others. However, he was not without solutions. Richard suddenly recalled someone, Margaret. Though Margaret was also a wizard, each time they met, Richard sensed no trace of wizardly aura about her. She must possess magical equipment capable of concealing her magical presence. Yet, such special effect magical equipment would certainly not come cheaply. Richard needed to devise a strategy to persuade her. Cook not only swiftly recruited followers for the hunting sect, but also efficiently organized the selection of Saintess candidates. In less than half a day, Cook had gathered over 30 candidates. Richard could only exclaim that the Saintess market was flooded. Help us out. Nonetheless, he did not retain all the candidates. If Elsa were to discover that her Saintess was so undervalued, she would undoubtedly be displeased. Richard first employed magic to assess the magical talents of these Saintess candidates. Is there truly a surprise? Richard was astonished to find that one of the candidates possessed magical aptitude. Even if this candidate never ascended to wizardry in her lifetime, merely being a wizard apprentice would suffice for him to delegate some magical material processing tasks to her. Richard maintained his composure, using magic to inspect all the Saintess candidates, yet regrettably, magical talent was not a common commodity. Even in the wizarding world, it was a rare find. In this realm, magical talent was indeed a precious rarity. In short, Richard had stumbled upon a treasure that he approached the candidate with magical talent and inquired, "What is your name?" The candidate, with her straw-colored hair and emaciated frame, bore the appearance of malnutrition. My name is Kelly. From this moment forth, you shall be the Saintess, Richard declared, gazing at her. Kelly appeared dazed, taking a moment to comprehend before responding with a faint Observing Richard's selection of a Saintess, Cook, though not entirely satisfied with the choice, recognized that his objective had been achieved. He promptly instructed that Kelly be taken away for grooming. If Cook's memory served him correctly, Kelly was the daughter of the poorest family in the Green River tribe. With a father bedridden from a hunting injury, leaving the family in dire straits. It was unexpected that Richard would choose her as the Saintess. However, he also understood that Richard's earlier detection of magical ability indicated that this choice was not without purpose. As for Kelly's parents, they would need to be cautious moving forward. After selecting the Saintess, Cook instructed his subordinates to take Richard to apply the rapid growth spell on the remaining fertile lands. Subsequently, Cook, accompanied by a groomed Kelly, made his way to her parents' dwelling. There, he saw a woman with graying hair seated on a stone bench, her hands cracked and weathered, weaving bamboo baskets, while a man on the bed, covered with tattered animal skins, stared blankly at the ceiling. Chief, the man on the bed was the first to notice Cook and Kelly, exclaiming in astonishment. He was well aware of the recent food shortages plaguing the Chinga tribe, which had the chief deeply troubled. This morning, the sudden announcement of the tiger god, who could resolve the food crisis, had compelled everyone in the tribe to revere this deity. He had complied with the order, even recommending his daughter for the selection of a holy maiden by the chief. His reasoning was straightforward. If the tiger god could indeed address the food issue, it implied an abundance of sustenance. With his daughter chosen as the holy maiden, she would no longer suffer from hunger as she did at home. Jeremy, I have good news for you. Your daughter has been selected as the holy maiden. Really? Cook observed Jeremy's expression of delight, secretly acknowledging his good fortune. Indeed, it is true. The tiger god himself personally chose your daughter from over 30 candidates. Your family can now look forward to a prosperous future. As Cook spoke, he instructed his subordinates to bring in 2 bags of grain, which he had taken from his own share. Chief, is this truly appropriate? This is our duty, Jeremy replied politely, but was interrupted by a woman weaving a bamboo basket. It's fine if you go hungry, but your daughter must not suffer with you. As she took the 2 bags of grain and turned her back to Jeremy, he felt a twinge of shame. Due to his hunting injury, he had become paralyzed, leaving his wife to manage the household, while their daughter had grown weak from malnutrition. Cook, witnessing this scene, felt a mix of emotions and simply nodded, saying, "This is how it should be." Meanwhile, a majority of the people from the Chinga tribe followed Richard with a mix of skepticism as they arrived at the fertile fields. However, it wasn't long before they were astonished by the miracle of Richard's rapid growth, which was met with jubilant cheers. Long live the tiger god! We need not worry about food any longer. Richard, observing the enthusiastic crowd, felt a headache coming on. The Qinghe tribe's fertile fields spanned over 1,000 acres, and Richard's single instance of rapid growth could only cover about 4 or 5 acres. In total, he would need to cast the spell over 200 times, even as a newly ascended magical beast. Achieving that in under a month was impossible. However, Richard had overlooked the fact that he only needed to cast the spell to harvest a portion of the crops to alleviate the food crisis. There was no need to cover every inch of arable land. By the way, remember to share some of the grain with the Menghu tribe, Richard instructed. The reason for reserving grain for them wasn't merely for consumption. The Menghu tribe resided in the mountains but had the potential to cultivate barren land with their own magic, ensuring they wouldn't face food shortages either. In Tight Town, within the magical library, Margaret had scarcely spoken to Richard since the misunderstanding that day. Nevertheless, whenever Richard came to study magic, Margaret would remain in the library. As Richard gazed at Margaret's profile, he pondered how to discuss the matter of the magical equipment that could conceal one's aura. Yet, as Richard's gaze lingered, Margaret noticed that he frequently looked in her direction. Recalling the misunderstanding from days prior, she resolved to maintain her composure, picking up a spellbook and avoiding eye contact with him. Richard finally could not hold back. Addressing Margaret, "Miss Margaret, your spellbook is upside down." Margaret was taken aback to discover that the book in her hands was indeed upside down, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "No, I'm practicing learning magic in reverse. Learning magic backward? Surely that must be a sign of confusion." Naturally, Richard wouldn't voice such thoughts. "Actually, I wanted to ask you if you possess any magical equipment that can mask a wizard's aura." Richard inquired quietly, observing the blushing girl in front of him. Magical equipment to conceal a wizard's aura. Margaret's expression softened. "I do have such an item. It is one of the specialty magical artifacts of the Jones family." As she spoke, she produced a necklace from her bosom, adorned with a gem resembling a black diamond. "A dark element magic crystal?" Richard inquired. Margaret elaborated. "However, our family requires dark element magic crystals to create such equipment. This particular crystal was obtained by Uncle Fast from slaying a magical beast. In truth, one of the reasons I came to Tight Town was that Aunt Jenny mentioned there were dark element beasts in the area." Richard felt a pang of frustration. Dark element beasts were rarely encountered in human settlements within the wizarding world. It was said they had all retreated to the Dark Council in the Western continent. Moreover, Richard himself lacked the ability to single-handedly defeat a shadow leopard. Even though he could employ dark stealth, a beast capable of such stealth would be a nightmare for any solitary wizard. What use is it to be pursued by an invisible assassin, especially when that assassin possesses formidable health? How could one possibly fight back? Richard mused. "I wonder if you were considering selling this magical equipment." Though Richard currently lacked sufficient gold to purchase it, he could hunt magical beasts in another realm where they were plentiful. Do you still have any gold?" Margaret continued. "This item is not cheap. If I find someone who truly desires it, selling it for 5,000 gold coins would not be a problem. 5,000 gold coins. Why not just rob a bank?" Richard thought, reflecting that a necklace capable of concealing one's aura could easily fetch the price of 2 earth-reeking bears. Perhaps it would be wise to forego this pursuit. Even if his wizard level were to be exposed, it should not be a significant concern. However, even if it were 5,000 gold coins, I still wouldn't sell it. Margaret smiled. She wore the necklace not to hide her wizarding aura, but because she had long sought a designer to create a piece unique to her. "What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? 5,000 gold coins. How could it not be beautiful?" Richard sighed, realizing that his only option was to join a hunting party to see if he could have the chance to slay a shadow leopard. However, if he hunted alongside the team, the ownership of the magic crystal would belong to the entire group, and according to the recruitment description, magic crystals were not prioritized for wizards. This meant that others in the hunting party could also bid against him. Having circled back to the issue of money, Richard felt a glimmer of hope. Even if he refined the remaining divine power crystal and raised his mental strength to level 3, it wouldn't immediately elevate his magical power to that of a level 3 wizard. He could take this opportunity to hunt blue-horned hippos to acquire some gold. The only uncertainty was whether he could find and slay a shadow leopard within this time frame. Noticing Richard's despondent expression, Margaret's heart stirred. "Actually, I have an idea." "What idea?" Richard inquired. "You know I am the supervisor of the Wealthy Commerce Association in Tight Town. However, there are other towns in the vicinity beyond just Tight Town, and I need to open trade routes to those places. Unfortunately, the lords of those towns have always been reluctant to allow members of the Wealthy Commerce Association to settle there in order to develop their own shops. Richard was puzzled. The lords of the towns were at least of the same standing as Viscount Fast, and he could hardly approach them to gain entry into their towns. One must offer them an irresistible benefit. Margaret explained, "It doesn't need to be something of great value. Take my necklace, for instance. Even if I offered it for 1,000 gold coins, they would likely refuse. However, enchanted equipment, being a form of hard currency, is something any lord would accept." Richard frowned. "So, you want me to help you create enchanted equipment to open up trade routes?" "Precisely." Margaret nodded. "I don't require too many items. You still have over 2 years of service left, right? If you can produce more than 3 pieces of enchanted equipment each month using 10 materials, I would be more than happy to give you this necklace." After contemplating the offer, Richard realized that receiving a necklace worth 5,000 gold coins for free sounded like a lucrative deal. Moreover, Margaret would also buy any additional enchanted equipment he created. It truly seemed like a win-win arrangement. However, it would also take away from Richard's meditation time. He did not immediately agree, but instead posed another question. "I wonder, Miss Margaret, if you could acquire any divine power crystals. As long as there are sufficient divine power crystals, it is inconsequential whether one meditates or not. Please, do not be so formal. You may simply call me Margaret." Margaret did not immediately respond to Richard's inquiry. She had heard of the existence of divine power sensors, at which time divine power crystals were classified as Tier 3 military supplies, strictly prohibited from trade. However, ever since the creator of the divine power sensor, ban, was punished to the Vanguard Army, the military classification of divine power crystals had been lowered to Tier 1. If one could acquire divine power crystals, it would be feasible to craft several enchanted items each month. Seeing an opportunity, Richard seized the moment, saying, "Very well, if you are in dire need of divine power crystals, let us settle our transaction directly with them. 1 divine power crystal shall be exchanged for 4 enchanted items." Margaret's mind raced as she calculated. Purchasing divine power crystals from the military would cost her 200 gold coins. Even if she had to expend additional materials for enchanting, she would still profit. Deal. Richard rejoiced, having not only secured magical equipment to mask his presence but also resolving the issue of divine power crystals in a single transaction. Truly a double triumph for him. A flicker of reluctance crossed Margaret's eyes, yet she removed the black diamond necklace and handed it to Richard. He accepted it with delight. The necklace radiated warmth and bore the subtle fragrance of a young girl. "Thank you. This equipment may prove to be of great assistance to me." Upon wearing the necklace, Richard felt his wizardly aura immediately concealed. By the way, starting this month, I still have 6 sets of magical materials left. Do remember to deliver the equipment for enchanting to my residence. Richard was not naive. He recognized that Margaret had a fondness for the necklace, yet she was now willing to part with it. Indicating the importance of opening trade routes to other towns for her, in reciprocation, Richard resolved to craft several more enchanted items, not merely for the sake of acquiring divine power crystals. "All right, I will deliver it to you tomorrow." Margaret smiled, ensuring she would not dwell on any regrets. After dedicating over 10 days of effort, Richard finally aided the Chinga tribe in maturing a batch of crops, alleviating their food crisis. You would do well to enrich the soil with some fertilizers, such as burning crop straw or manure, Richard advised Cook. Rapid growth was solely a divine magic of the tiger god, and Richard was uncertain if it would deplete the fertility of the arable land. Since witnessing the miracle of the tiger god, Cook had become a fervent supporter, for Richard's efforts had resulted in the production of several hundred tons of food over the past days. "By the way, I shall be returning to the Minghu tribe tomorrow. If any significant matters arise, you may contact me after your prayers." Richard seldom responded directly to individuals, as it required the consumption of faith power. However, Cook was astute, understanding the appropriate circumstances for communicating with Richard. With Cook's assistance, the followers of the hunting sect had proliferated not only throughout the Chinga tribe, but also among several smaller tribes that frequently traded with them. Richard's faith power had accumulated sufficiently to refine divine power crystals. To avoid disturbances from the blue-horned hippopotamus, Richard decided to make his breakthrough at the Minghu tribe. "Leaving so soon? I had hoped to host the tiger god for a few more days," Cook remarked, referring to the fruits meant to feed the blue-horned hippopotamus. After tasting them, Richard found them quite palatable and requested some for himself. With the blue-horned hippopotamus in such abundance, there may indeed be some that could advance to second-tier magical beasts. "You should reserve the fruits for them," Richard cautioned. Even planting more fruits would be acceptable, as long as Cook continued to assist the hunting sect in nurturing followers. the resolution of the blue-horned hippopotamus issue would be within reach. Richard painted a grand vision for Cook, who eagerly embraced it. Tiger God, should you return, do remember to bring Kelly with you. A wave of unease washed over Richard. Though Kelly possessed magical talent, she was somewhat slow-witted. Given that the magical textbooks were written in the language of the wizarding world, Richard had to first teach her some simple terms and magical vocabulary from that realm. However, Kelly's performance had been less than satisfactory. Even Elsa, who merely audited the lessons, had managed to grasp daily conversations, while Kelly struggled with the simplest pronunciations. Very well, as long as she agrees, I shall take her back with me. If she is unwilling, do not force her. Richard was not one to suffer fools gladly. Over the past days, he had criticized Kelly for her poor performance, and it was likely she would prefer not to accompany him. The people of the Minghu tribe had stayed in the Chinga tribe for over 10 days, exchanging hides for ample supplies of food and salt. To Richard's surprise, Kelly had followed them. Were it not for Cook's repeated assurances that he had not coerced her, Richard would have been reluctant to bring Kelly along. Elsa, having the closest relationship with Richard, chuckled. Tiger God, you do not know everything, do you? Though Kelly may be dim-witted, she understands that her current status is due to your grace. Hence, she wishes to repay you. I even saw her secretly practicing the characters you taught her after returning home. Stunned, Richard felt a deeper sense of despair. Initially, he had hoped Kelly's lack of diligence was merely a phase. But it seemed she was genuinely slow-witted. Having delivered Kelly to the Minghu tribe, Richard surveyed his territory. Finding no traces of unwelcome beasts, he returned to his cave. In the Oyun realm, having prepared in advance, Richard retrieved the divine power crystals from the sealing box and used his faith power to transmit them to the Tiger God. As before, the moment the divine power crystals were transmitted, they somehow delved deep into Richard's consciousness. Promptly, Richard focused his awareness deep within, and this time, his form had considerably expanded, the spectral image of the tiger behind him having grown several times in size. Its aura now brimming with potent faith power. Gazing at the familiar colossal eye hovering above the sea of consciousness, radiating a captivating golden light, Richard felt no trace of the panic he had experienced previously. The last time, he had merely possessed first-tier spiritual power, yet he had managed to contend with the divine power crystals. Now, Richard's spiritual strength overwhelmingly surpassed that of the divine power crystals. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed a spell. A dark beam of fear struck the immense eye, causing it to tremble momentarily before returning to its original state. Indeed, even though his spiritual power was greater than that of the divine power crystals, the essence of the crystals far exceeded Richard's spirit. Thus, ordinary wizards could not refine divine power crystals as he did. No longer testing the waters, Richard waved his hand, unleashing pure white faith power from the spectral tiger behind him. Witnessing the sowing of crops in the Chinga tribe and the hunts of the Minghu tribe. Go. Under Richard's command, the faith power surged toward the divine power crystals, effortlessly erasing the colossal eye and rushing into the crystals. The successfully refined divine power crystals melted into golden droplets that dripped into Richard's sea of consciousness. Once again, knowledge surged from the depths of Richard's mind, yet the content was nearly identical to the previous instance. It seemed that the teachings imparted by the great god Oyun to his first-tier priest were consistent. The spectral tiger behind Richard grew increasingly solid, and the glow of the magic crystal shone even brighter. This time, the tiger god had silently ascended to the status of a second-tier magical beast. However, the physical enhancement accompanying the tiger god's advancement left Richard in excruciating agony. Having endured this once before, he struggled to withstand the pain. Even his dual-focus talent faltered under such torment. It hurts. Time passed, though Richard could not tell how long, until he finally rose from the cave. A second-tier magical beast successfully ascended. Richard inspected the condition of the tiger god's body. There was no noticeable change in size. It would likely only increase upon reaching the intermediate tier. Nonetheless, both the physical strength and power had surpassed those of first-tier magical beasts. Most astonishingly, Richard discovered that his dual-focus talent had evolved into triple focus. Evidently, this talent was linked to the divine power crystals refined by the tiger god. This meant that he could further enhance this talent through the refinement of divine power crystals. As long as he continued refining divine power crystals, he could elevate this talent further. At that time, even in the absence of divine power crystals, my meditation speed could easily multiply by dozens. Revealing my wizard level should not pose any significant issues either. Of course, I must still bide my time and cultivate discreetly. I cannot afford to be reckless. My mental power level has successfully reached the third tier, and residing in the Oyun dimension, Richard can now prepare to advance to a third-level wizard. Speaking of which, I can now learn Windstep, bringing me closer to soaring through the skies. However, Margaret has not prepared Windstep. And Richard does not wish to acquire this spell from her. After all, I had previously reached an agreement with her to obtain magical equipment that conceals my aura, and to suddenly seek to learn Windstep would be painfully obvious. It would be better to send my knights on a trip. Such magic is undoubtedly standard in Tunin City, and acquiring it should not be difficult. I could also procure additional magical tomes to deflect attention. Richard has already successfully transformed the remaining 6 materials into enchanted equipment, selling them to Margaret at a unit price of 70 gold coins, thereby earning a total of 420 gold coins. Ironically, it was Margaret, the one spending the money, who was even more astonished. She had not anticipated Richard's high success rate in enchanting, managing to succeed with all 6 materials. Furthermore, these 6 pieces of enchanted equipment are not limited to being provided only to Viscount Fast. As Margaret can handle them herself, with this success rate, she will soon be able to establish trade routes with several nearby towns. Finally, Richard checked his bloodline power once more. As expected, 2 spells awakened within the Tiger God bloodline. One from the Dark Element and one from the Holy Element. Just like last time, the second-tier Dark Element spell, Shadow Blade, gathers dark elements to form a blade, which can be launched at a distance or directly used with a weapon. However, as the Tiger God, I am not able to wield weapons directly, it can only be affixed to my claws. Richard attempted to attach the Shadow Blade to his claws, transforming into a saber-toothed tiger akin to Wolverine. And it felt quite satisfying. At least the Tiger God now possesses an offensive spell. The second-tier Holy spell, Blessing of Life, allows me to absorb the vitality of nearby plants to heal the target. The more plants in the vicinity, the more effective the Blessing of Life becomes. It appears to be related to rapid growth, both being plant-related. It is also a rare healing spell, allowing me to save on healing potions in future battles, especially in areas abundant with vegetation, which greatly pleases Richard. The Tiger God's magic predominantly consists of Dark Element and Holy spells. The Dark Element likely represents the Tiger God's strongest elemental affinity, providing a magical enhancement when utilized. As for the Holy spells, they're all plant-related, which Richard surmises connects to his original divinity concerning hunting and providing sustenance. It is surprising how the provision of food has been twisted into something plant-related. If only his original divinity had been associated with time or space, he would have soared to even greater heights. However, had it not been for the divine power acquired from the initial faith of the Tiger tribe, Richard would have become a fervent devotee of the Oyun great god by now. On the other side, back in the Tiger tribe, Elsa returned home with Kelly. For today, you may stay here with me. Tomorrow, I will have my father help you build a house. After all, there is an abundance of stones here, she suggested. Kelly shyly replied, there is no need to trouble yourself so much. It's no trouble at all. I lead the hunts anyway, and my father is quite free, Elsa chuckled. Well then, thank you. No need for thanks. We are both priestesses of the hunting sect. It is only right that we assist each other. Kelly hesitated for a moment before quietly saying, but I heard that the title of priestess was bestowed upon us by our tribe's chieftain, and that the Tiger God did not initially desire it. Moreover, I am rather slow. Things you could learn in minutes take me an entire day, and I still can't remember them. Elsa shifted closer to Kelly. Do not say that. Your title of priestess was granted by the Tiger God precisely because you possess a unique talent that others do not. Otherwise, why would you have been chosen from over 30 candidates? The Tiger God had previously tested my magical aptitude, yet I have none. Thus, you are of great importance, and I can see that the Tiger God values you greatly. The things you have learned recently were never taught to me by the Tiger God. Kelly was taken aback. After a lengthy silence, she whispered in the dark, but I want to repay the Tiger God. My family has been out of food, and many in the tribe are also lacking sustenance. They say our fertile fields are in trouble. If not for the Tiger God, we would still be starving. Unbeknownst to Kelly, the issue lies with the blue-horned hippos, not the fertile fields. Unfortunately, I know nothing about magic. Next time, I will help you ask the Tiger God if you can learn something simple. Elsa comforted her. Kelly expressed her envy. It's wonderful to have such a close relationship with the Tiger God. Elsa gently patted Kelly's head. In truth, the Tiger God has a very good nature. Lady Elsa, how did you come to know the Tiger God? How did I come to know him? That was long ago. At that time, I had already begun hunting for the tribe. However, once, while pursuing an injured prey, I encountered the earth-breaking bear, a fearsome magical beast. Had the Tiger God not fortuitously passed by and saved me, I would have perished. Back then, the Tiger God was not nearly as powerful as he is now. He risked his life to rescue me. Since then, the Tiger God has frequently interacted with our tribe. He is far more interesting than anyone from our tribe, knowing many delightful things and assisting us in our hunts. Later, The tiger god became as he is now, not only stronger than the earth-breaking bear but also making me a priestess. You may laugh, but even now, I do not know what a priestess is supposed to do. It was the tiger god who said that I am his friend and that I should help him. After comforting Kelly, Elsa returned to her bed and fell asleep, listening to Elsa's reassurances. Kelly gradually felt at peace. Watching Elsa's gentle sleeping face, she unknowingly drifted into slumber. The next day, Richard sought out Elsa. What does the tiger god wish to discuss with me today? Richard reminded her. Have you forgotten? I mentioned that I would surprise you upon my return from the Chinga tribe. Previously, to prevent any shortage of divine power and due to the number of people involved. Richard had refrained from revealing his prepared gifts. A surprise. Is it something delicious? Elsa's eyes sparkled with excitement. Richard hesitated about whether to substitute it with delicacies from the wizarding world, but then thought better of it. Deciding that he could always transport food using divine power in the future, bringing gifts back would only waste additional divine energy. Richard produced the prepared gift. A precisely crafted pink box appeared before Elsa, which was arranged by Lucy. Elsa likely wouldn't mind the presentation, but Richard couldn't explain that to Lucy, so he left it to her. As Elsa gazed at the peculiar box, the exquisite packaging made her hesitant to open it. The surprise lies within the box. Observing Elsa's reaction, Richard had no choice but to guide her on how to unwrap it. Upon seeing the clothing prepared for Elsa by Lucy and Petty, Elsa nearly leaped with joy. Such beautiful garments. Where did you manage to acquire them, tiger god? I am the tiger god, Richard responded with a hint of pride. Quickly, go try them on. All right, Elsa replied, clutching the garments as she headed to her room to change. A small item slipped from Elsa's hands, and she hurried to pick it up. Richard cleared his throat and awkwardly explained, This is, I know. Elsa replied calmly, Isn't this just lingerie? I didn't expect you to prepare this as well. Of course. Richard had completely forgotten that this outfit was a purchase previously suggested by Lucy. When Elsa emerged after changing, Richard was utterly astonished. Previously, Elsa's attire exuded a wild and natural essence, merely serving the practical purposes of warmth and concealment. Now, however, she resembled a noblewoman, embodying an alluringly mature demeanor. It was no wonder that Elsa, with her height of approximately 175 centimeters and her striking figure, could effortlessly attract numerous followers to the hunting sect. The beauty effect was undeniable. How do I look? Beautiful, isn't it? Elsa asked anxiously. Absolutely stunning. With this appearance, even if you were declared a true saint, no one would dare to question it, Richard replied. Since the inception of the hunting sect, he had never concealed matters from Elsa. The initial recruitment of followers had heavily relied on her assistance to establish a foothold in the tiger tribe. Really? Elsa exclaimed with delight, placing her hand on her chest. Surprised to find the outfit fitting so well, especially since her previous garments had become quite constrictive, Richard couldn't help but widen his eyes in awe before gentlemanly averting his gaze. Why are you so shy? Tiger god, Elsa teased. Faced with Elsa's boldness, Richard deftly shifted the topic. The most important surprise I have prepared is not this. With that, he produced the leather armor crafted from the hide of the earth-shaking bear, which had been made after Lucy had carefully packaged the clothes, explaining why it wasn't in a box. This leather armor is made from the hide of the earth-shaking bear. Even your father's metal dagger wouldn't pierce it. You can wear it directly over your clothes. Elsa gasped in delight as she received the armor from Richard's grasp. Tiger god, you were so kind to me. I absolutely adore surprises. Not at all. After all, you are my saint. Richard ruffled Elsa's hair affectionately. By the way, tiger god, Kelly mentioned to me yesterday that the things you taught her were too difficult. Perhaps you could teach her something simpler? Richard sighed. He had tailored his teaching approach based on the knowledge acquired from the St. Nia Magic Academy in his previous education, which was far superior to the haphazard methods employed at the Magic Academy. If Kelly could absorb what Richard taught her, she would undoubtedly become a well-rounded sorceress in no time. However, Richard had not considered that Kelly was different from him. He possessed memories from his previous life that had accustomed him to a certain style of learning. For a young girl like Kelly, still living in the tribe, Richard's teaching methods were quite challenging. Since Kelly struggles with this approach, perhaps I should adopt a different method, Richard concluded. Ultimately, he required not a fully fledged sorceress but a magical apprentice capable of assisting him with magical materials. Given that the current method was ineffective, he decided to impart the meditation technique to Kelly, allowing her to become a magical apprentice first. Tiger god, will you still be able to teach me those things later? Richard was puzzled. You are a warrior, not a sorceress. Why would you wish to learn such things? For a moment, Elsa's expression dimmed. I just often feel that there is a great distance between us. As if you exist in another world. Are we not friends? Allow me to draw closer to your world, she implored. Richard initially feared that Elsa had uncovered the secret of his origin. However, he soon realized she was merely speaking metaphorically. Even if Elsa were to discover his secret, it would not be a matter of great concern. After all, this world lacked sorcerers. And the prospect of a mid-level sorcerer constructing a spatial passage to connect this plane was likely a task only Richard could undertake. Perhaps, in the future, he might have the opportunity to invite Elsa to explore the world of sorcery. Yet, he pondered whether he would meet her in his guise as the tiger god or as Richard, which caused a moment of awkwardness. Since Richard had taught Kelly the meditation technique, she had devoted her thoughts entirely to it. In the tiger tribe, hunting was not within her reach. Thus, within a mere 3 days, Kelly successfully meditated and became a sorcerer's apprentice. After all, Richard's current meditation technique was as simple as the martial arts training method he had imparted to Elsa. Meditation primarily required concentration and persistence, qualities Kelly possessed in abundance. Richard felt a twinge of frustration at Kelly's advancement to sorcerer's apprentice, realizing that he was not suited for teaching. Had it not been for Elsa's suggestion, he might have inadvertently hindered the growth of an exceptional sorceress. In the following period, Richard took Kelly, now a sorcerer's apprentice, on a quest through the human habitation area in search of magical herbs. This world did not possess the soil necessary for alchemical materials. However, Richard had already encountered several magical herbs. In Tight Town, Defense Officer Craig approached Richard. Our upcoming hunt for magical beasts primarily targets the black-faced monkeys, which proliferate excessively in the Gardaland Mountains. If we do not periodically hunt them to restrict their activity range, they will soon invade Tight Town. Hunting black-faced monkeys, Richard, on the verge of becoming a third-level sorcerer, was hardly intimidated. Moreover, even in the hunt, he would be accompanied by the private army of Viscount Fast, ensuring that the sorcerers would remain protected within the group. Very well, I shall join this hunt, Richard replied. Craig nodded. The sheer number of black-faced monkeys posed a significant challenge, while his soldiers were already capable of handling them. The assistance of a few sorcerers would undoubtedly reduce casualties. After Craig departed, Richard summoned Hansen and Payne. Lord Richard, have you summoned us for a particular matter? Hansen inquired, having just seen Defense Officer Craig. Was it related? Defense Officer Craig invited me to join the upcoming hunt for magical beasts, Richard said, pausing before continuing, and I have agreed. Richard observed the reactions of the two knights. Hansen appeared solemn, while Payne seemed somewhat bewildered, likely unfamiliar with the capabilities of the black-faced monkeys. I have a task for one of you knights to handle. You need not participate in the hunt. Who would like to go? Richard asked. Given that a first-level knight would have little impact on the hunting party, Richard considered seizing the opportunity to send a knight to procure the Windblade technique. Once the hunt concluded, the knight would be able to learn it directly. This time, I need you to purchase a few spell books that are unavailable in Tight Town. I will provide 300 gold coins as funding. Richard stated 300 gold coins. Payne was taken aback, having never seen such a sum in his life. Hansen was also surprised but quickly set aside his thoughts. Undoubtedly, Richard's arrangement was quite lucrative. 300 gold coins, if even a small portion could be retained, would amount to a significant fortune for both knights. However, absconding with the funds was out of the question, as both knights were still bound to serve under Richard. After a brief pause, Hansen spoke first. Lord Richard, let this task fall to Payne. He added, the upcoming hunt for magical beasts requires my leadership. Richard nodded, refraining from further comment as he permitted Hansen to leave first. Subsequently, he provided Payne with instructions and handed him the 300 gold coins before allowing him to depart from Tight Town. The sum of 300 gold coins was merely the cost for Richard to craft a few enchanted items. Even if it is lost, it matters little. Rather, it allows one to discern the true character of one's subordinates. The Warcraft hunting party, on its inaugural expedition, saw all 4 mages acquiesce to Craig's invitation. Although Marguerite was notably absent, Richard observed Bertha, who was cozied up to Cronin, both adorned in matching leather armor, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. It was evident that these 2 pieces of leather armor had been procured with the funds from the sale of the Wind Elemental Ring, leaving one to ponder how long Cronin's finances would sustain him. However, Bertha still required Cronin's assistance in crafting enchanted gear, suggesting their separation would not occur imminently. Richard exchanged a knowing glance with Dart, who was also watching the pair, and they both shared a smile. Unbeknownst to Richard, a noble knight within the hunting party was fixated on Bertha and Cronin, his eyes ablaze with jealousy. He was the same young noble who had been overly familiar with Bertha at the soiree. After a prolonged gaze, Bertha, seemingly provoked, cast a flirtatious glance in the direction of the noble youth. In the majestic Gatorland Mountains, the dense forest rustled softly in the gentle breeze. occasionally startling the soldiers of the nearby hunting party as small creatures darted from their hiding spots. Under the scorching sun, the group, already climbing, soon found themselves drenched in sweat. Due to the oppressive heat, the progress of the several hundred-strong hunting party was sluggish. Craigie led the way at the forefront, while the other soldiers formed several small squads, fanned out across the landscape. Richard and the other mages occupied the center of the formation. Closest to them were their accompanying knights, for the sake of safety. Richard donned the armor of the Earth Bear, only to realize, to his dismay, how sweltering it was, leading to a quick soak in perspiration. Bertha and Cronin, already overheated, had removed their leather armor, with Cronin fanning Bertha with great care. Yet, despite the relentless search, the hunting party had not encountered a single trace of the black-faced monkeys by noon. After all, the forest was the domain of the black-faced monkeys, who, possessing considerable intelligence, were well aware of the danger posed by the hunting party and thus eluded their vicinity. Nevertheless, the hunting party was determined to eliminate a number of these troublesome creatures during their expedition. Rest for an hour, Cronin commanded from the front of the line. Bertha complained mildly, prompting Cronin to quickly instruct one of his knights to lay down a piece of silk cloth for her to sit upon and rest. After sweating profusely, the thirst for water became acute, yet Richard understood the necessity of replenishing salt as well during such dehydration. He produced his specially prepared salt and accepted a water skin from Hansen, pouring some salt into it before taking several hearty swigs, ensuring Hansen and the others shared in the refreshment. Wiping his brow with a handkerchief, Richard felt several intense gazes directed at him. Upon investigating the source of the stares, he found Bertha swallowing hard and casting a scornful glance his way, while beside her, Cronin's furious gaze sent a shiver down Richard's spine. Had he inadvertently provoked her? It was clear that Bertha was manipulating him, yet it seemed Cronin was oblivious to this fact. Richard then looked in another direction, only to find the noble youth from the soiree, who had been so familiar with Bertha, had also joined the hunting party. What was this development? It appeared there was more drama to unfold. Yet, why was he fixated on Richard, and what was with that gaze reminiscent of Cronin's? Richard sighed inwardly. Being so captivating could indeed become burdensome. As the hunting party transitioned into mealtime, Richard savored a bento prepared by Lucy and Petty, far surpassing Hansen's meager provisions, unbeknownst to them. Atop the treetops, a completely black-faced monkey surveyed the resting hunting party with a furious glare. Despite its anger, it remained silent, carefully observing the distribution of the hunters, although it could not precisely count their numbers. It sensed that this hunting party was larger than those in previous encounters. Moreover, this time, it was under the direct orders of the Lord to deliver a severe reprimand to these loathsome humans. The thought of the powerful Lord sent a shiver down the black-faced monkey's spine, yet only such formidable strength could hope to rid them of these detestable humans. As the break concluded, the journey resumed. An hour swiftly elapsed, and Craigie, glancing at his alchemical pocket watch, bellowed, "Move out." The previously resting hunting party sprang into action. Richard observed that the soldiers performed admirably, followed by the knights accompanying him and Dart, while Bertha and Cronin's retinue lagged behind due to Bertha's dilly-dallying. However, Craigie refrained from commenting further. The mage's entourage was not the private army of Viscount Fast, thus he felt it inappropriate to intervene. Once everyone was prepared, the hunting party set forth once again. Yet, as evening approached, they still had not caught sight of the black-faced monkeys. It was evident that the mood among the hunters was gradually relaxing. Even the private soldiers of Fast occasionally engaged in idle chatter, while Craigie's brow remained furrowed. In the past, they would have encountered the black-faced monkeys long before now, and their numerical superiority would have easily dispatched any solitary forager. Why, then, had these creatures chosen to conceal themselves this time? As Craigie pondered this, a rock suddenly tumbled down the mountainside, hurtling toward one of the soldiers. Rockfall. Incoming attack. Take cover, Craigie shouted. The soldier hastily raised his bronze shield, but the rock struck with tremendous force, causing him to stagger and ultimately topple, shield and all. Damn those black-faced monkeys, Craigie cursed as he witnessed the soldier's imminent demise. Chirp, chirp. The air was suddenly filled with the cacophony of the black-faced monkey's cries. And Craigie's expression shifted dramatically. Even from the sounds alone, he could ascertain that their numbers were particularly formidable this time. Form defensive ranks. Raise shields. Craigie bellowed. Instantly, the previously scattered hunters clustered together, the outer soldiers raising their shields with grave expressions. Richard and the others were also shielded by the hunting party, and without proper training, the knights under Richard's command would only add to the confusion if they rushed to join the formation. Thus, Richard instructed his knights to remain vigilant. Boom, above, rocks began to gather, ranging from sizes as small as a watermelon to massive boulders measuring 4 to 5 meters across. indicative of the varying ranks among the black-faced monkeys. The rocks rained down upon the bronze shields of the hunting party. Smaller stones were easily deflected, yet the larger ones crushed both shields and the soldiers behind them into the ground. In just one volley of rockfall from the black-faced monkeys, the hunting party suffered a toll of several casualties. Bertha screamed in terror, and the other three mages wore equally pale expressions. Accepting the invitation to join the hunting party had been contingent upon Craigie's assurances of their safety. Yet it appeared that the entire hunting party was now in peril. Damn it, Craigie cursed again, then roared, "Prepare to launch a volley of spears." 50 soldiers who were not shield-bearers swiftly drew their short spears. Aiming at the shadows of the black-faced monkeys surrounding them, and hurled their weapons into the fray, Richard refrained from recklessly joining the fray. A coordinated spear volley was an effective tool against short-range targets. Even Richard, at present, could not withstand such a concentrated assault from the soldiers. The spears, imbued with fighting spirit, soared toward the black-faced monkeys like missiles. Although many of the creatures scrambled to evade, several were struck down. Chirp! A few black-faced monkeys plummeted from the treetops, unable to rise again. Others, despite being pierced by spears, clung desperately to the branches, angrily screeching at the hunting party, while the spear volley yielded commendable results. Craigie's expression remained grim. The ascent had rendered mounts unusable, and the supply of spears within the party was limited. Signal for help, Craigie commanded a nearby soldier, who promptly retrieved a signal flare from his pack and fired it skyward. Boom! A crimson magical flare ascended into the sky, leaving behind a billowing cloud of red smoke. Craig let out a sigh of relief. His hunting party's maneuvers had been coordinated with Viscount Fast, who should still be at the copper mine, vigilantly observing this direction. For a warrior capable of manipulating energy in the air, such a distance posed no challenge to Viscount Fast. Hold on, the Viscount would soon come to our rescue. Craig bellowed, casting a glance at the wizarding contingent. He murmured, "Esteemed wizards, this is a unique circumstance. I kindly request your assistance in overcoming this dire predicament." Richard and Dart readily acquiesced, while Bursa voiced a complaint. Quickly pacified by Cronin, the four wizards were free to exercise their abilities. Craig did not place too much hope in the wizards. Against magically resistant beasts, their offensive prowess would be significantly diminished. Due to the forested surroundings, Richard refrained from employing his favored fireball spell. Instead, he conjured a level 2 wind elemental magic. Wind blade. A cerulean blade coalesced before him. Although Richard's affinity for wind elements was not particularly high, his third-tier mental prowess, augmented by a ring that enhanced his wind affinity by 20, allowed his wind blade to rival that of an ordinary second-tier wizard specializing in wind magic. With a flick of his wrist, the wind blade surged toward a black-faced monkey casting a spell. Whoosh! The wind blade effortlessly cleaved the creature in two, its severed body plummeting from the treetop. Richard had meticulously observed the black-faced monkey for some time. It was merely a first-tier beast, and its attention was entirely absorbed by the surrounding soldiers, rendering it oblivious to Richard's attack, thus enabling him to slay it in a single strike. "Excellent!" Craig shouted, prompting the other three wizards to spring into action. Apart from Cronin, a first-tier wizard who lacked the skill to breach the defenses of the black-faced monkeys, the other two second-tier wizards each achieved notable successes. Although they did not match Richard's direct kills, they managed to severely injure two of the black-faced monkeys. With the wizards' involvement, the morale of the hunting party surged. Yet, it was evident that a third-tier black-faced monkey lurked among them, cunningly concealed within the ranks of its lesser kin, relentlessly casting rockfall spells upon the hunting party. The soldiers of the hunting party found themselves crushed, both body and shield, by the onslaught of the third-tier black-faced monkey's rockfall. To eliminate this formidable foe, a coordinated volley of short spears was essential. However, the third-tier black-faced monkey offered no such opportunity. Were it not for the encirclement by the black-faced monkeys, some soldiers would likely have succumbed to panic and fled. Short spears, fire! Craig commanded with urgency, and over 40 short spears soared through the air, felling several more black-faced monkeys. Raise your shields. The rockfall spells rained down, claiming another dozen victims. Enormous boulders crashed into the throng, creating craters and displacing the earth. The once orderly formation of the hunting party became increasingly disheveled under the relentless assault. More critically, as time passed, the supply of short spears dwindled. A competent spear thrower typically carried no more than 5. While some archers began to retaliate against the black-faced monkeys with arrows, and those without bows resorted to picking up fallen shields to protect their comrades from the falling debris, Richard unleashed a level 2 ice arrow spell, striking a black-faced monkey attempting to hide among the trees. Chirp! The black-faced monkey shrieked in agony, casting a furious glare at Richard. Yet it refrained from recklessly charging forward. It appeared that a level 2 spell lacked the necessary potency to significantly harm a second-tier beast. Richard sighed, but after this trial, he began to focus on the first-tier black-faced monkeys, seizing the opportunity to practice his newly acquired second-tier offensive spells among the more than 100 black-faced monkeys. First-tier individuals were the most numerous, while only 4 were of the third tier. However, the third-tier black-faced monkeys were adept at concealing themselves, providing no chance for the hunting party to concentrate their fire. The black-faced monkeys felled by the earlier spear volleys were primarily first and second-tier. As the hunting party and the black-faced monkeys both suffered losses, the supply of short spears had nearly been exhausted, and the magical energy of the first and second-tier black-faced monkeys was running low. With a command from the third-tier black-faced monkey, those who had depleted their magical energy began to leap down from the trees. Charging toward the hunting party, one monkey's claws raked across a soldier's chest, leaving deep gashes on his crimson armor, forcing him to stagger back, while a nearby soldier swung a battle axe at the monkey's face, causing it to topple backward. Clearly, the black-faced monkeys were not akin to the earth-shattering bears that relied solely on brute strength. Exhausted of their magical energy, they too would suffer significant casualties when facing the hunting party. Craig effortlessly sliced a black-faced monkey in half with his enchanted dagger. Yet, witnessing the other ferocious monkeys charging forth without fear of death filled him with confusion. In past hunts, the black-faced monkeys would typically flee at the sight of casualties, making it challenging for the hunting party to pursue these cunning creatures through the forest. However, today, the black-faced monkeys exhibited an unprecedented audacity, seemingly undeterred by the prospect of death, except for the 4 third-tier black-faced monkeys in the distance, who remained perched on branches, casting rockfall spells indiscriminately, disregarding the safety of their own kind beneath. Were they so beleaguered by the hunting party's repeated assaults that they resolved to sacrifice their kin to eliminate the hunters? Craig pondered this, yet his thoughts shifted to the approaching Viscount Fast. Victory would surely be ours. Resolving to focus, Craig turned his attention back to the enemies before him. Meanwhile, Richard and the other wizards were gradually running low on magical energy. Cronin had completely exhausted his reserves. The cacophony of the battlefield made meditation impossible, forcing him to seek refuge behind Bursa and the protective knights, although Richard and his companions' magical energy was also dwindling. The 3 second-tier wizards had achieved considerable success. Even Bursa, whom Richard often underestimated, demonstrated her prowess as a second-tier wizard, easily inflicting severe injuries on a first-tier black-faced monkey with her magical equipment. "Take cover!" Richard and the 3 second-tier wizards shouted in unison. A massive boulder hurtled toward them, launched by the third-tier black-faced monkey, which had identified the wizards among the throng and was willing to expend additional magical energy to eliminate them. However, Richard and the others, possessing keen observational skills and maintaining a constant awareness of the elemental forces around them, detected the black-faced monkey's incantation just in time. The group quickly scattered, accompanied by their respective knights. Richard and Dart, being closer together, fled in one direction, while Bursa and Cronin's followers took another. Suddenly, a second-tier black-faced monkey breached the defensive line of the hunting party, charging directly toward Bursa and Cronin. Their followers were primarily first-tier warriors, incapable of providing effective resistance against the onslaught of the second-tier creature. The black-faced monkey barreled toward the 2 wizards with alarming ease. Bursa and Cronin quickly attempted to evade. Bursa activated her level 2 ice elemental defensive spell, Ice Armor, encasing herself in a frigid suit of armor. Cronin, however, stood in shock as he watched Bursa swiftly don her protective spell and flee. Moments later, the advancing second-tier black-faced monkey lashed out with a claw, striking Cronin's body. He barely managed to raise his right hand in defense, but the monkey's strike sent him flying several meters before he collapsed to the ground. Unconscious. "Beast, seeking death," Craig exclaimed upon witnessing this, rushing forward to dispatch the aggressive second-tier black-faced monkey with a swift blow. He then reassured the frightened Bursa and hurried to assist Cronin. The sight of Cronin's right hand, mangled and barely connected by flesh, revealed deep claw marks etched into his leather armor. Yet, it was this armor that had granted him a temporary reprieve from death. Craig quickly retrieved a vial of basic healing potion and administered it to the unconscious Cronin, visibly halting the flow of blood from his wounds. However, the right hand, which had already been severed into several pieces, remained unhealed. The rudimentary healing potion was insufficient to mend such grievous injuries. Cronin stirred faintly, glancing at Bertha, who was shielded by both ice armor and leather armor, longing to utter something, but soon succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Meanwhile, Richard and Bertha both turned their gazes towards another direction. In that direction was a young nobleman, who had shared intimate moments with Bertha, and it was also from that very direction that the second-tier black-faced monkey, which had severely injured Cronin, had launched its attack. Bertha cast a fleeting glance at the noble youth, then at the gravely wounded and unconscious Cronin, choosing not to speak further. Subsequently, Bertha refrained from engaging the black-faced monkeys and began to silently regain her magical energy. Richard scrutinized the young nobleman intently. As a second-tier warrior, he pondered how such a young noble had so easily allowed the second-tier black-faced monkey to breach their defenses, coupled with his relationship with Bertha. Richard was now convinced that it had been deliberate. Yet, amidst the chaos of the battlefield, no one would pay heed to the nobleman's subtle maneuverings. Richard deduced the truth based on motive. The young nobleman had no fear of being identified. Recalling the resentful glint in the nobleman's eyes earlier, Richard discreetly reminded himself to remain vigilant. At that moment, a crimson figure arrived upon the battlefield. The figure, wielding a long sword and clad in armor that shimmered with magical brilliance, descended with a fierce aura. It was the Viscount Fast, finally arriving to provide support. Just as the hunting party teetered on the brink of collapse, the Lord of Tit Town, Viscount Fast, had made his entrance. Beholding the hunting party's heavy losses, Fast felt his heart bleed for those soldiers, who were his own private noble army, painstakingly trained from recruits. He had not anticipated that a simple hunt would incur such a devastating toll. With a roar of fury, Fast brandished his long sword and leaped into the air, cleaving towards a third-tier black-faced monkey that had taken refuge in the trees. The black-faced monkey soon realized that its assailant was beyond its capabilities, and frantically sought assistance from the other three third-tier black-faced monkeys. However, the other three monkeys paid it no mind, swinging through the branches and fleeing deeper into the forest, seeing a formidable foe approaching. The remaining black-faced monkey emitted a screech. With a second-tier earth elemental spell, it encased its body in a coat of earthen armor. The black-faced monkey roared, raising its fist, now shrouded in the earthy armor, and swung it at the charging Fast. Seeking your own demise, Fast retorted, as he struck down with his sword against the earthen armor. The strength of a fourth-tier warrior allowed his blade to easily pierce through the earth armor's defenses, slicing through the monkey's fist and shattering its bones. The black-faced monkey shrieked in agony, unable to react before Fast swiftly decapitated it with a counterstrike. Fast then regarded the rapidly retreating trio of third-tier black-faced monkeys and sneered. "Do you think you can escape?" With that, he took to the air, unleashing his battle aura as he pursued the fleeing monkeys. "Such might from the noble lord," Craig shouted, rallying the spirits of the hunting party. The hunting party, invigorated by Fast's effortless dispatch of a third-tier beast, found renewed confidence. Without the command of the third-tier black-faced monkeys, the cunning and cowardly nature of the remaining monkeys began to resurface, prompting them to retreat deeper into the forest. Richard had also witnessed Viscount Fast's ease in slaying the third-tier beast. It seemed even monsters could not overcome a significant disparity in warrior levels. Fast had not even employed battle techniques. Relying solely on his enchanted sword, he had effortlessly slain the third-tier black-faced monkey, serving as a sobering reminder to Richard that a third-tier wizard was hardly formidable. If even a third-tier beast could be dispatched so easily by a fourth-tier warrior, he must not allow himself to become arrogant simply because he was on the verge of ascending to third-tier wizardry. Some bloodthirsty soldiers from the hunting party pursued the fleeing black-faced monkeys, only to find themselves on the receiving end of a ferocious bite aimed at their faces. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of a nearby comrade, who shielded the soldier with a shield, the soldier would have likely lost his face. "Regroup. No more pursuit," Craig ordered, observing the monkeys that had already fled far away. The hunting party soldiers ceased their chase and began to lay the injured on the ground to administer urgent care to their wounds. Some of the more gravely injured were personally tended to by Craig, who fed them low-level healing potions to sustain them until their return to Tit Town. However, there were some soldiers who had begun to struggle for breath. Even the rudimentary healing potions could not save their lives, and Craig had no choice but to grant them a swift end. Before long, Fast returned from pursuing the three third-tier black-faced monkeys, carrying their severed heads. In a brief span of time, Fast had caught up with and slain the remaining trio. He tossed the heads onto the ground and inquired of Craig, "What are the casualties?" Craig's face bore a sorrowful expression as he replied heavily, 97 members of the hunting party have perished, 121 are critically injured, and 201 have sustained minor injuries. We have slain 17 second-tier black-faced monkeys and 62 first-tier black-faced monkeys." Fast nodded thoughtfully. Although the losses were tragic, the number of beasts slain was sufficient to offset his losses, even more than adequately. Fast could sell the monster materials he had collected to procure a new batch of superior equipment. As for the soldiers, despite the heavy casualties, much like the black-faced monkeys of the forest, they would eventually repopulate over time. This hunt was a premeditated scheme by the black-faced monkeys. You are not to blame. Fast reassured the sorrowful Craig. In terms of sentiment, Craig, who had trained alongside the soldiers, felt a deeper connection to them than Fast, who, while recognizing the gains from this venture, chose not to display it. How have the wizards fared? Fast inquired of Craig. Craig gestured toward the area where the wizards were resting, adding, "It was thanks to the assistance of the 4 wizards that we managed to hold our ground." However, Wizard Cronin is severely wounded. Fast approached the gravely injured Cronin, using his battle aura to assess Cronin's condition. Observing Cronin's right hand, nearly severed, and sensing the extent of his injuries, Fast sighed inwardly and declared, "Cronin was gravely injured while defending Tit Town. Henceforth, he shall not participate in the actions of the hunting party or the crafting of enchanted equipment." Richard and Dart exchanged glances. Grimacing slightly. It was evident that Cronin's diminished power as a wizard left his ability to craft enchanted equipment in question. Fast's promise hardly bore weight. Fast then turned his attention to the 3 second-tier wizards, acknowledging their considerable contributions in this hunt, announcing that each would be permitted to select a crystal from the slain beasts. Richard and the others expressed their gratitude, though Richard silently felt that Fast was rather stingy. Despite having personally slain 6 or 7 first-tier black-faced monkeys, he was only allowed to choose 1 crystal. Not counting the 4 heads of third-tier monkeys he had dispatched. Nevertheless, Richard kept his thoughts to himself. Strength remained the ultimate truth. After witnessing Fast's formidable prowess, he began to anticipate his own ascension to the rank of 4th-tier wizard. In a hushed tone, Craig asked Fast, "Do you have any idea why the black-faced monkeys behaved so unusually, gathering to attack us?" Fast, equally uncertain of the black-faced monkey schemes, offered Craig some words of comfort. "Having slain so many black-faced monkeys, your training has borne fruit. Once we sell this batch of monster crystals and magical materials, let your troops be the first to use the newly procured equipment." Just then, a magical signal flare erupted in the distance, transforming into billowing red smoke. That direction pointed towards the copper mine. Fast was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a mere short time after his departure, the copper mine would send out a distress signal. "You tend to the hunting party. I shall investigate," he commanded. After Fast finished speaking, he hurriedly flew towards the direction of the copper mine. Craig felt an uneasy sensation. The distress signal from the copper mine was likely related to the unusual activities of the black-faced monkeys earlier that day. The remaining soldiers of the hunting team, under Craig's leadership, began to retrieve their spears and arrows, dismember the corpses of the black-faced monkeys, and conduct preliminary processing of the magical materials found on them. The 3 wizards, Richard, consumed a considerable amount of magical energy, each seeking a quiet environment to meditate and restore their power. Although Richard's talent for multitasking allowed him to maintain a meditative state at all times, he chose not to display it, adhering to the principle of conserving one's development. Despite the hunting team suffering nearly 100 casualties and a significant number of members facing injuries that could lead to retirement, the rewards were substantial. The magical crystals harvested from the slain black-faced monkeys alone were valued at no less than 100,000 gold coins, not to mention the other magical materials. According to Richard's standards for his retinue, excluding Hansen, who was already a first-level knight, the combined equipment of the other reserve knights amounted to only 200 gold coins. If recruits were to be enlisted under Richard's standards, 100,000 gold coins would be sufficient to equip a force of 5,000 men. Of course, the private army of Viscount Fast was not at that level, aside from the uniformly crafted equipment from the copper mine. Every member of the hunting team was a seasoned warrior, and among Richard's retinue, only Payne had advanced to a first-level knight upon arriving in the Oyun Plain. Hansen, on the other hand, was sent by Richard's adoptive father to protect him and was not included in the 200 gold coins. After waiting for an hour, Fast's figure rapidly approached from the distance. As soon as he landed, Richard noticed Fast's unusually grim expression. "Everyone, leave this place at once," Fast commanded. "Craig, take the magical crystals and any magical materials we can carry, and descend the mountain immediately." "Yes, my lord." Craig sensed the urgency and quickly roused the resting soldiers and wizards of the hunting team. "Lord Fast has given the order. We must descend the mountain at once." Richard, who had not been meditating but rather quietly cultivating his magical energy, quickly stood up and awakened the other 2 wizards. "What is happening?" Bersa asked, somewhat annoyed, as her magical energy had not fully recovered. Richard shook his head, uncertain of the situation, speculating that something had occurred at the copper mine. "Viscount Fast has ordered us to descend the mountain immediately." Both Bersa and Dart felt a twinge of irritation at the abrupt interruption of their meditation. But upon hearing it was Fast's command, they refrained from further complaint. the soldiers of the hunting team gathered the magical crystals and portable magical materials, and to assist with the injured, Richard directed his retinue knights to lend a hand. Fast glanced back towards the copper mine, realizing that he had been ensnared this time. Within the black-faced monkey tribe, there existed a mid-level magical beast, the black-faced Monkey King. This operation was likely a scheme orchestrated by the Monkey King, who had dispatched some of its subordinates to attack the hunting team, calculating the timing of Fast's aerial speed. While he rushed to support the hunting team, the remaining black-faced monkeys attacked the copper mine. The garrison at the copper mine consisted of a small contingent of 500 soldiers. However, faced with the overwhelming numbers of black-faced monkeys and a formidable level 4 black-faced Monkey King, they could not hold out for long and were all annihilated. After all, the small contingent lacked many level 3 warriors due to Fast's presence. By the time Fast arrived, the battle had already concluded, and the black-faced monkeys, under the leadership of their king, were using earth element magic to seal the mine. It was likely that many of the enslaved miners and garrison soldiers had sought refuge there. Yet, under the influence of the black-faced monkeys' earth element magic, they would not survive long within the mine. What incensed Fast, however, was not merely the death of so many soldiers and mining slaves but the smelting furnace at the copper mine, which he had paid a significant price to transport from Tunang City. While it may not be considered remarkable in the wizarding world, it was among the top alchemical equipment in the Oyun Plain. Losing that furnace would mean that even if the copper mine were reclaimed, they could not refine the ore, resulting in a substantial decrease in profit by having to transport the ore directly to Tunang City. Contemplating this, Fast furrowed his brow. Hearing Fast's account, Richard was left speechless. He had not anticipated falling into the trap of the magical beast. It seemed that mid-level magical beasts possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans, and the ability to speak was indeed true. The first thought that crossed Richard's mind was the plane where the tiger god resided. Based on his previous experiences, it was likely a mid-level plane. Given that it was a mid-level plane with a significant presence of magical beasts, mid-level magical beasts were undoubtedly present as well. If the tiger god were to confront a mid-level magical beast in that plane, given the tiger god's current strength, he would likely be swiftly defeated. However, since other humans managed to survive in that region, it suggested that there were no particularly powerful magical beasts nearby. Of course, it was also possible that the temperament of that magical beast was relatively mild and indifferent to the existence of humans. Regardless, Richard needed to secure the divine power crystals from Margaret as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the tiger god, in another plane, also needed to discreetly recruit more followers into the hunting sect to gain greater faith power. Suddenly, Richard felt a sense of urgency. Although he had reached Tight Town, it did not mean he was free from danger. This time, he was acting alongside the hunting team. Without their presence, he would undoubtedly struggle against so many black-faced monkeys. Since he had crossed into the wizarding world and possessed such an inexplicable boon in the form of the tiger god, Richard had no desire to meet an untimely demise. The hunting team soon arrived at the foot of the mountain, and Fast breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the death of so many black-faced monkeys was not a trivial matter for the black-faced Monkey King. It had abandoned the pursuit of the hunting team. However, the Monkey King's sudden and unusual decision indicated that it too had sensed a shift in the situation. The Red Flag Army had already captured the fortress established by the Oyun natives in the Galadaman Mountains. And in order to expand their gains, the towns near Galadaman would likely begin operations to hunt down magical beasts. Fast would naturally not be an exception. The hunting team was initially meant to probe the waters for the larger forces. Unexpectedly, the black-faced Monkey King had also perceived the change in circumstances and chosen to take the initiative to attack his copper mine. Fast pondered quietly, realizing that the upcoming hunt would likely be a challenging contest. Upon returning to Tight Town, Richard and the three wizards each selected high-quality, level 2 magical crystals from the harvested earth element crystals, each valued at no less than 3,000 gold coins, even for a level 2 wizard. That amount would be considered a substantial fortune. Richard then bid farewell to Fast and Craig, returning to his courtyard with Hanson, since it was already late at night upon his arrival home. Lucy and Petty had already gone to bed. Richard chose not to wake them, as they usually rested early when he was absent from the courtyard. After freshening up and reheating the leftover meal from noon, Richard retreated to his room to his surprise. It seemed that due to the commotion caused by Hanson and the others, Lucy had gotten out of bed. Gazing at the sleepily blinking Lucy at the door, Richard smiled and asked, "Is something the matter?" Lucy whispered, "Why didn't you wake me when you returned? My lord, do you look down on us? How could that be?" Richard chuckled, ruffling Lucy's hair. "I saw how hard you all worked to take care of me. I thought it was late, and you were already resting. so I didn't want to disturb you. Lucy's cheeks flushed crimson as she dodged Richard's hand. My lord, our duty as maids is to care for you. Please be sure to wake me next time. Richard was at a loss for words. Lucy had been educated from a young age on how to be a competent maid, which often made Richard feel quite comfortable. However, her perspective frequently clashed with Richard's values, and his respect and consideration for her instead instigated her anxiety. If Richard were dissatisfied with them, Jenny would certainly replace Lucy and Petty. Rest assured, I am very satisfied with your work. And I won't let Jenny change anyone, Richard reassured her. You don't need to be so formal around me. Petty has done exceptionally well in this regard. Lucy quickly bowed and whispered, Lucy dares not. Petty is too young, and hopes the adults will not be angry with her. Richard, feeling helpless, could only feign anger and say, if you continue like this in the future, I shall have to be angry with you. Lucy's eyes immediately misted over, as if she were on the verge of tears. Richard hurriedly comforted her, feeling increasingly exasperated. Thankfully, Lucy soon regained her composure, and Richard allowed her to rest for the day. Upon returning to her bed, Lucy gazed at the still sleeping Petty and sighed softly, carefully slipping under the covers. The following day, Margaret came to visit. Richard, these are the fire magic materials you asked me to bring before. Margaret instructed a servant to bring out a sealed magic box. Additionally, the enchanting materials for next month have been exchanged for the basic sharp enchanting materials as per your request. Richard opened the magic box for inspection. Although Margaret was wealthy and unlikely to tamper with such items, he could not guarantee the integrity of the magical materials. Very well, they are preserved excellently, he remarked. Miss Margaret, I hope you can expedite the delivery of the divine power crystals we agreed upon. The Tiger God now boasts thousands of followers, and the power of faith is rapidly increasing. With the divine power crystals, I believe the Tiger God will soon ascend to the level of a third-tier magical beast. Just call me Margaret, she replied with a smirk. It was surprising to her that Richard treated her so politely, especially since she had come early that morning upon hearing news of the hunting team being attacked by the black-faced monkey. The divine power crystals are military supplies. Although I have purchasing channels, it still requires sending someone to Tunin City, which will take at least a week for a round trip. A week, you say? Richard nodded. As long as you can provide me with sufficient divine power crystals, you may propose any conditions you wish. Relying on equipment crafting to acquire divine power crystals was still somewhat slow for Richard. After completing his military service, he would undoubtedly leave the Ayun dimension. Therefore, without knowing whether divine power crystals existed in the wizarding world, he intended to gather as many as possible within the remaining 2 years. Is that so? Although Margaret did not understand why Richard needed divine power crystals so desperately, this presented a good opportunity to strengthen their relationship. However, Margaret was not one to engage in a losing trade. The previous 6 additional enchanted pieces of equipment had already prompted a lord to grant her permission to open an equipment shop in his territory, leveraging those 6 enchanted items and the red copper equipment from Tit Town. Margaret had earned a considerable amount of gold in that shop. However, she had recently received news that the red copper mine could not provide red copper equipment for a long period due to monster attacks. Thus, Richard's enchanted equipment production could not cease. Then, Richard, can you craft more enchanted equipment? Richard nodded. After enhancing his multitasking talent to a higher level, he had gradually lost interest in meditative practices for enhancing mental strength. As long as he had divine power crystals, his talent could continue to improve, potentially allowing him to multitask dozens of tasks simultaneously. His original meditation method might not keep pace with his meditation speed, necessitating a switch to a different approach. In addition to enchanted equipment, I can also offer some magic crystals, and I hope you can exchange them for divine power crystals. As he spoke, Richard took out a second-tier earth element magic crystal that he had selected from the hunting team. That works, Margaret agreed. Meanwhile, she pondered how Richard could need divine power crystals so desperately. For any wizard, magic crystals were a rare resource. It was only in the Ayun dimension, where the number of magical beasts far exceeded that of the wizarding world, that one could hunt magical beasts to obtain magic crystals. A single magic crystal could yield substantial profits when a wizard crafted equipment and sold it. Perhaps I can leverage my family's connections to procure divine power crystals from the military, she mused. Although the Fortune Trading Association also had channels, they were limited. Margaret, skilled in crafting magical equipment, could profit from this endeavor as well. Although the trade concluded, Margaret did not leave immediately. Instead, she stayed for a meal with Richard. I didn't expect your maid to cook so deliciously, Margaret remarked, patting her stomach. The meal was delightful, and sharing it with Richard made her indulge a bit too much. Why not just give me the maid? Lucy, standing nearby, felt her heart leap into her throat upon hearing Margaret's words. Having only just upset Richard the day before, she feared he might truly give her to this woman. Richard, unaware of Lucy's expression, immediately declined Margaret's request. Though Lucy is my maid, she is not my property. I do not wish to involve her in our transactions. Lucy behind Richard breathed a sigh of relief. Margaret, sitting across from Richard, noticed Lucy's change in demeanor. Could it be that this maid shared a special relationship with Richard? However, such situations were not uncommon among nobles, as Margaret's own family could attest. Then I shall come by often for meals, Margaret said, strategically positioning herself to spend more time with Richard. Richard finally felt a sense of relief as he gazed at the exquisite magical ring before him, adorned with a bright fire element crystal. Its design vintage. This was the magical ring he had successfully crafted using the remaining fire element crystal on his hand and the magical materials exchanged from Margaret, costing nearly 1,000 gold coins. Initially, Richard intended to use this fire element crystal to create a magical necklace. However, his rapid advancement required Margaret's dark element necklace to conceal his wizarding aura. Thus, he settled for crafting a magical ring instead. This fire element magical ring did not feature an inscribed magic array but was crafted purely as an elemental affinity magical ring, akin to the wind element ring he possessed. Richard examined it with magical detection and discovered it could enhance fire element affinity by 30. Considering that the magic crystal used was merely a first-tier crystal, this fire element ring was crafted to perfection. Upon donning the ring, Richard began casting his favorite first-tier spell, Fireball. Over the past week, Richard had successfully elevated his magical energy level to Tier 3. With his Tier 3 mental strength, Tier 3 magical energy, and the enhancement from the fire element ring, the Fireball, which should have been the size of a fist, rapidly swelled to the size of a watermelon, its power multiplying several times. Dismissing the Fireball spell, Richard wore a pleased expression. Now, aside from lacking third-tier spells, his proficiency in low-tier fire element magic was already comparable to that of an ordinary third-tier wizard in the wizarding world. As for the disparity, Richard was well aware of it. The Ayun dimension and the Tiger God dimension could not be compared to the wizarding world, especially regarding high-tier magical resources. Elemental wizards in the wizarding world would typically begin concocting magical potions to enhance their elemental affinity at this stage. Although they lacked magic crystals, they still had access to high-quality magical gemstones for crafting magical equipment. However, in the Ayun dimension, defeating a third-tier priest should pose little difficulty. With a newfound understanding of his capabilities, Richard felt reassured. Having inferior equipment and low elemental affinity were minor issues, as long as he could leverage divine power crystals to rapidly advance. He could still dominate lower-tier wizards with superior mental strength and magical energy. Richard inspected the 10 basic sharp enchanted battle blades he had crafted on his magical workstation. Indeed, he had successfully enchanted them all with the new basic enchanting technique, confirming that this batch of enchanted equipment was flawless. Richard stored the battle blades in the sealed magic box. Descending the stairs, Margaret's voice echoed, "Richard, you finally come down. If you had taken any longer, I would have starved." Richard shot her a glance. "I'm this busy for your sake, crafting enchanted equipment. Besides, you could have eaten ahead." Since Margaret had dined with him after her last visit, she now came daily for meals, clearly enjoying Lucy's culinary skills. No. Margaret shook her head, thinking to herself that it was better to return home for a meal than to dine alone. After all, the company was the true delight of dining. Enchanted equipment held great significance, yet the act of sharing a meal was even more paramount. "No," Richard replied, as he moved the enchanted equipment box beside Margaret. Opening it for her inspection, Margaret stood up, astonished. "You crafted these so swiftly? You've used up 10 sets of materials." "I merely utilized the time others spent resting to create the enchanted gear," Richard responded. Margaret employed her magical senses to probe the 10 pieces of equipment, and to her surprise, she discovered that all 10 had been successfully enchanted. Gazing at Richard before her, she felt an overwhelming impulse to confine him in a small room, compelling him to continue crafting enchanted equipment. "I can't believe you managed to enchant all 10 pieces in such a short span," Margaret exclaimed, though she had witnessed Richard's diligence throughout the week. Aside from dining and resting, he had essentially remained in the second-floor magical laboratory. "Splendid. This batch of enchanted equipment should sell even better than the sturdy enchanted shields from last time," Margaret remarked as she closed the enchanted box and returned to her seat. "Now, let us eat. With how unreserved you are, it's hard to tell if this is your home or mine," Richard said, bemused by Margaret's familiarity. Casting a glance at Lucy and Petty, who were attending to them, Richard suggested, "You two should join us for the meal as well." Petty was already accustomed to Richard's disregard for formalities and sat down at the dining table. Lucy exchanged a glance with Margaret. And seeing Margaret's lack of objection, she followed suit, taking a seat to avoid inciting Richard's ire. Margaret observed this scene with amusement. After a week of interaction, she had discerned that Richard held no romantic intentions towards his maids. His actions stemmed purely from the respect he espoused. In a world dominated by the principle of survival of the fittest, such respect towards one's servant was nearly unheard of. Nevertheless, Margaret found herself increasingly intrigued by Richard. It was said that Richard's mother had been a maid, and Richard was merely the illegitimate son of a baron from the Xavier family. Hence, did Richard's behavior correlate with that of his mother? Margaret picked up a piece of black-faced monkey meat, a type of magical beast that had recently proliferated in the dining halls of the nobility in Tight Town. Additionally, the earth element of the black-faced monkey was one of Margaret's primary elemental affinities, prompting her to request Lucy to prepare it for her frequently. Though Richard did not specialize in earth elements, having a bit more elemental affinity was advantageous, so he did not hesitate to indulge in the black-faced monkey meat. As for Lucy and Petty, they dared not partake in the magical beast meat. Although seated at the same table, they were acutely aware of the disparity in status between them and the two wizards. "By the way, Richard, how is your magical workshop coming along?" Margaret inquired. "I had initially planned to establish a magical workshop for crafting copper alchemical devices, but unexpectedly, magical beasts attacked the copper mine. I don't know when we will be able to reclaim it." Richard replied, somewhat exasperated. The magical workshop was one of the stipulations for recruiting wizards in Tight Town, and the abundant copper ore would serve as essential raw material that a workshop dedicated to crafting copper alchemical devices would undoubtedly yield significant profits for Tight Town. However, plans often faltered in the face of change, and the loss of the copper mine was unanticipated. The black-faced Monkey King cannot possibly safeguard the copper mine. It cannot consume the copper itself. Once the guards and slaves there perish, it will likely vacate, Margaret deduced. While divine crystals are hard to procure, they are not worth the enchanted equipment you provided me. Margaret proposed, "How about I choose a location to help you establish the magical workshop?" "It is bound to happen eventually." Richard pondered this for a moment. Having the wealthy trading association assist in constructing the magical workshop would undoubtedly be more advantageous than doing it himself. After all, Richard was skilled in technique but lacked expertise in design. Even if he were to build a magical workshop himself, he would still need to fund it and employ professionals in Tight Town for construction. Allowing Margaret's team to handle the construction seemed like an excellent choice. Moreover, Margaret was already collaborating closely with Richard. As a wealthy individual, she had no reason to embezzle the funds for building the magical workshop. Conversely, Richard would save a considerable amount of time. With that time, he could create several pieces of enchanted equipment, thus recouping the gold spent on the workshop. Consequently, Richard agreed to Margaret's proposal. "Very well. In that case, why don't you also assist me in recruiting magical apprentices for the workshop?" Richard suggested. Margaret shot Richard a look, thinking he truly saw her as a mere tool. However, she acquiesced, knowing that she could rely on Aunt Jenny, who would surely not hesitate to lend her manpower for the development of Tight Town. "I do not want apprentices who cannot even read. They should be at least 18 years old. Dealing with children is far too troublesome," Richard stated, as he was not one to make frivolous demands. The situation with Kelly from the Tiger God Plane had already given him enough headaches. He could not endure more. "Rest assured, Richard, you are well known as a genius wizard in Tight Town. Those with magical talent will surely wish to become your apprentices," Margaret reassured him. Richard shook his head. "I only teach the basics of meditation and the crafting of alchemical devices. I am hardly a teacher. Moreover, the magical apprentices will undoubtedly be bound by an agreement with the Lord of Tight Town, requiring them to work here for over a decade, perhaps even settling down for life. That has nothing to do with me." "That may be true," Margaret mused, pouring herself a glass of juice and taking a sip before continuing. "However, for many, becoming a magical apprentice is already a significant achievement. If they can become wizards, they might even be granted noble titles by the kingdom." Richard, having ascended to nobility only after becoming a wizard himself, understood the validity of Margaret's words. After finishing lunch, Richard granted himself an afternoon of leisure. After all, with two consciousnesses aiding his meditation, he reassured himself. In the evening, Hansen returned with Payne, bringing with them a plethora of magical tomes. Payne had successfully procured the level 3 wind magic, Gale's Embrace, which Richard had long desired. Although it was merely a book that could be studied once, Payne had spent a hefty sum of 100 gold coins on it. Had Richard not previously informed Payne of the book's price, Payne would never have believed that such an expensive tome could exist. In addition to the level 3 wind magic, there was also a level 3 fire element magic book, The Dance of Fire Serpents, which was even pricier at 120 gold coins, also for a single use. Furthermore, there were various magical notes that Richard had instructed Payne to acquire discreetly. While these notes did not possess magical power, they often recorded the experiences of wizards studying magic and research into the principles of the universe, though these magical notes could not directly enhance Richard's strength. They were indispensable for any wizard. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was their affordability, often obtainable for a mere 10 gold coins for a multitude of them. My lord, here is the remaining 120 gold coins. Payne presented the leftover coins. Richard calculated silently and realized there was no opportunity for embezzlement on Payne's part. He then opened the pouch containing the gold coins and retrieved 10 coins. This sum is your reward for the task. Payne was overjoyed, accepting the coins with a deep bow, expressing his gratitude. This is your reward for completing the task, not my generosity. Accomplishing the task is your merit. Subsequently, Richard ascended to the second floor with all the magical tomes. The magical laboratory was an ideal space for studying magic, free from interruptions. Upon entering the room, Richard eagerly flipped open the Gale's Embrace tome. Finally ready to learn the flight spell. 10 minutes later, he closed the book, the magical inscriptions within now blurred. Unable to withstand further mental exertion, Richard ignited the Gale's Embrace tome with magical flames. Soon, the spell book was reduced to ashes, and aside from Payne, no one would ever know that Richard had procured the wind glide technique. Richard had also cautioned Payne not to disclose the details of this mission to anyone else. However, practicing the wind glide required a specific location. Otherwise, a wizard might fall from the sky due to inadequate skill or exhausted magical energy. Naturally, Richard had not constructed a dedicated site for this purpose. Nevertheless, he had already contemplated a suitable venue for practicing wind glide, the surface of the river adjacent to Tight Town. Although there were water arrow frogs present, their numbers were not as abundant as those of the black-faced monkeys. Coupled with Richard's dark element necklace, which concealed his wizardly aura, he was confident that he, as a newly minted third-tier wizard, could handle the situation. After finishing dinner, Richard informed Lucy that he would meditate on the second floor throughout the night. And then he left the courtyard. Cloaked by the dark element necklace, he successfully arrived at the riverbank. The surface of the river rippled gently in the breeze, while a distant watermill turned slowly, devoid of light within. Due to the presence of water arrow frogs, the townsfolk of Tight required the protection of soldiers when utilizing the mill. Now, with the soldiers having returned to Tight Town for rest, the area was devoid of any other individuals. This was indeed an ideal location for Richard to practice wind glide. Following the instructions in the spellbook, Richard attuned himself to the power of the wind elements around him, allowing that very power to lift him into the air. Initially, he did not soar too high, merely skimming the water's surface. As his proficiency increased, Richard gradually let go of his inhibitions, no longer restraining his altitude or speed. Whoosh! Richard plummeted rapidly from the heights, and just as he was about to crash into the water, he executed a swift maneuver, his feet splashing into the water. Yet, he successfully redirected himself back into flight. Leaving ripples in his wake, Richard reveled in the joy of flying. He failed to notice a pair of eyes lurking beneath the river's depths, watching his every move with the precision of a radar system. Tracking the trajectory of his flight, Richard exhaled deeply. After all, wind glide was a third-tier magic, and flying consumed a considerable amount of magical energy. In just 10 minutes, he had expended a quarter of his magical reserves. His affinity for wind elements was relatively low. Even with Cronin's wind affinity ring augmenting his own by 20, he still paled in comparison to wizards who primarily specialized in wind elements. Nevertheless, being able to utilize wind glide for 40 minutes rendered Richard considerably less fearful of being besieged by low-tier warriors, especially since the Ayun soldiers, lacking quality arrows and spears, and even third-tier priests, who could do nothing but eat dust without wind glide. From this day forth, I too possess a flying license. Richard gradually descended from the sky to the water's surface, yet remained oblivious to the lurking danger beneath. Whoosh! A water arrow suddenly shot forth from below. Richard was taken aback, but he had long been wary of potential magical beasts lurking beneath the surface. Moreover, maintaining the wind glide spell, he silently retreated, evading the surprise attack of the water arrow frog. From the power of the water arrow spell, Richard deduced that this creature was merely a first-tier magical beast. However, since it hid at the river's bottom, he needed to break through the water's surface to strike it. Not far beneath him, a water arrow frog, about the size of a fist, glimmered a vibrant green, and sat crystal clear at the riverbed. Its large eyes fixated on Richard. As Richard flew away, the water arrow frog, concealed in the depths, was at a disadvantage against the wind element magic in this location. It would be better to lure the water arrow frog into shallower waters, where he could effectively deal with it. Just as Richard made his move, the water arrow frog puffed its cheeks and unleashed another water arrow spell towards him. Although Richard understood that the water arrow spell was formed from concentrated elements, he still felt as though it was akin to the frog's saliva. With precautions in place, Richard easily dodged this water arrow spell. Fortunately, the dark element necklace masked Richard's third-tier wizard aura, allowing the water arrow frog to remain unaware of him as a formidable adversary. Additionally, magical beasts typically possessed single-element affinities, and the water arrow frog, attuned to water elements, could not perceive the wind element power that Richard wielded through wind glide. Thus, the first-tier water arrow frog merely kicked its legs at the riverbed and swam away in the direction Richard had flown. The swimming speed of the water arrow frog could not match Richard's flying pace, so he landed on the shore to await its arrival. However, when Richard remained still on the ground, the water arrow frog ceased its movement. What is going on? Richard was somewhat astonished. Was the first-tier water arrow frog truly so simple-minded that it could discern that he was deliberately enticing it to the riverbank? Richard waved his hand, and the water arrow frog swam toward him once more. Could it be a matter of dynamic vision? Richard recalled that frogs from his world were notoriously nearsighted, yet they possessed excellent dynamic vision. Adept at capturing flying insects. It was surprising to find that even the magical beast water arrow frog retained some of these abilities. Perhaps the water arrow frog had evolved from common frogs. Richard was not interested in the theory of magical beast evolution, but he was intrigued by the water arrow frog's dynamic vision. Some biological wizards enjoyed collecting the organs of unique creatures as their magical equipment. Compared to traditional magical gear, these biological magical artifacts often boasted peculiar functionalities, making them highly sought after by many wizards. Realizing that the water arrow frog had not detected his scheme, but rather could not see him while he stood motionless on the bank, Richard decided to fly slowly along the riverbank using wind glide. Enticing the water arrow frog to use its water arrow spell, the water arrow frog unleashed a barrage of water arrows. But given its limited capabilities, it was merely exhausting its magical energy against Richard, who had mastered wind glide. Before long, the water arrow frog's magical reserves were depleted, and it could only emit a harsh croak. Ribbit. Observing that the water arrow frog had exhausted its magic, Richard employed a second-tier ice elemental spell, Ice Freeze, to encase the frog in ice. He picked up the fist-sized block of ice. The water arrow frog was still alive, its bulging eyes slightly shifting with Richard's movements. To his surprise, such a diminutive magical beast existed. Although the water arrow frog was small, it still possessed a first-tier water elemental crystal. Gazing at the frozen water arrow frog in his hand, Richard utilized a first-tier holy magic spell, Dominate, derived from the divine crystal. A golden beam of magical light struck the water arrow frog, but Richard sensed that the creature had not been subdued. It was a failure. Richard was not surprised. After all, although his mental power had reached third-tier status, the water arrow frog, being a magical beast, possessed first-tier mental strength. Richard's third-tier mental power was not formidable enough to directly control a magical beast using Dominate. Regrettably, Richard was not a biological wizard and lacked the means to sustain a solitary biological organ. He had initially hoped to control this water arrow frog with Dominate for further study, but now he was left with no choice but to eliminate it and extract its crystal. Unbeknownst to the frozen water arrow frog, its resistance had ultimately led to its demise. With a second-tier wind elemental spell, Blade of Wind, Richard sliced the water arrow frog open and retrieved its magical crystal. Unsure of the potential uses for the frog's skin, he nonetheless decided to strip it away. Of course, he did not overlook the frog's highly developed dynamic vision. He carefully extracted its eyes and preserved them with ice elemental magic. He intended to study these eyes while they still retained their vitality, hoping to replicate their magical patterns, not wishing to waste the remaining flesh of the water arrow frog. Richard decided to bring it back to Lucy to see how she fared at grilling it. He was curious to discover how the taste of roasted frog would turn out. Ever since experiencing Lucy's culinary skills, Richard felt himself evolving into a food enthusiast. This outing yielded not only the mastery of wind glide but also the acquisition of a magical beast, equating to over 1,000 gold coins in his possession. Such a delightful evening was indeed a source of great satisfaction. Richard soared back to the second floor, first securing the frozen eyes and skin of the water arrow frog in a magical containment box. The amount of water arrow frog meat was meager, and he wished to keep it from Margaret's knowledge. Thus, let Lucy prepare the roasted frog for supper in the evening. Perhaps the essence of concentration lies within. As Richard, after consuming a fist-sized water arrow frog, surprisingly sensed a slight elevation in his affinity for the water element. Although Richard had previously consumed various beast meats, the enhancement of elemental affinity had felt more like a consolation. Scarcely perceptible with his level 3 mental prowess. To his astonishment, the water arrow frog allowed Richard to genuinely perceive an increase in his water elemental affinity, igniting an impulse within him to consume all the water arrow frogs from the river. However, the river passing through Tight Town was a flowing body of water with numerous regions, rendering such an endeavor improbable. Yet, this also implied that water arrow frogs might exist in other areas. After savoring the roasted frog meat, bones and all, a smile graced Richard's face, as this magical beast might very well bolster his affinity for the water element, having consumed a diminutive water arrow frog. Richard felt his affinity for the water element rise by 1, which, when converted to equipment value, could amount to several dozen gold coins. However, the beast meat enhanced the foundational elemental affinity of a wizard. Stacking with the boosts from equipment, Richard was elated. Materials that could enhance elemental affinity were exceedingly rare, even in the world of wizards, though the increase from a single water arrow frog was but 1. Cumulatively consuming enough could potentially yield an enhancement of 100. Nonetheless, Richard's initial affinity for the water element was rather low. Even an increase of 100 would still pale in comparison to his affinities for fire and ice. If Richard's affinity for water stood at 1, then his affinity for fire would be 4, and for ice, 3. Yet, no elemental wizard would forego the opportunity to enhance their elemental affinity upon reaching the legendary realm. Elemental wizards could utilize formidable elemental transformations, the strength of which was closely tied to their affinities for various elements. Moreover, at the legendary level, low-tier magical equipment ceased to affect powerful wizards. The magical equipment capable of enhancing the elemental affinity of a legendary elemental wizard would undoubtedly be exorbitantly priced. Far less cost-effective than certain potions that could achieve similar enhancements, given that the flesh of the water arrow frog could significantly elevate his affinity for the water element. Richard was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. It seemed that the townsfolk of Tide had not discovered this potential, likely due to the absence of level 3 wizards or those who had visited without sampling the flesh of the water arrow frog. In any case, Richard recognized that he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck. However, since the water arrow frogs dwelled beneath the surface, slaying them would prove challenging. Richard needed to lure them ashore or into shallower waters. Therefore, to effectively hunt the water arrow frogs, Richard resolved to learn a new level 3 spell, the chaos spell, Provocation. While Tight Town lacked this spell, it should be available in Tuning City. As long as there were level 3 wizards adept in chaos magic, they could create a spellbook for provocation using magical materials. Richard had since mastered Wind Glide, allowing him to fly at remarkable speeds, and with his ability to maintain 2 conscious meditative states to restore his magical energy. A round trip to Tunang City would likely take only 3 to 4 days. This time frame meant he need not even ask fast for leave, as some wizards could meditate for several days. As for the 2 maids and the freeloader Margaret, he simply needed to inform them that he would be conducting wizardly experiments on the 2nd floor. Richard chuckled at the thought of the water arrow frog's eyes within the magic ceiling box, realizing their potential value. Consequently, Richard instructed Lucy to prepare meals for a few days and explained to the nosy Margaret, "Yesterday, I chanced upon a level 1 water arrow frog and managed to slay it. I discovered that its eyes possess exceptional dynamic vision. Thus, I wish to conduct some experiments while the specimen remains viable." Water arrow frog. Margaret hurried over, reaching out to check if Richard was injured. Richard discreetly grasped Margaret's hand, saying, "I am a level 2 wizard. Do not underestimate me. The mere level 1 water arrow frog poses no threat." Margaret sighed inwardly, regretting the interruption of her advance. "Therefore, I will be on the 2nd floor for the next few days. Please do not disturb me." Lucy and Petty obediently acknowledged, while Margaret raised an eyebrow. "Coincidentally, I need to visit a few nearby towns to meet with the lords, and I intend to discuss your initial sharp enchantment equipment with them. I won't be around for a while." Richard nodded, refraining from further comment as he ascended to the 2nd floor with the meals prepared by Lucy. Margaret rolled her eyes and departed without dining. Richard did not plan to head directly to Tunang City. Instead, he opted to conduct his experiments on the water arrow frog's eyes first. Extracting the eyes from the magic sealing box, Richard promptly performed a defrosting procedure. Utilizing his experimental tools, he meticulously dissected the water arrow frog's eye. After a day of effort, Richard gained a foundational understanding of the principles behind the frog's remarkable dynamic vision. The water arrow frog possessed unique visual cells, enabling it to discern contrast between moving targets and their backgrounds, including the protruding edges of moving objects and variations in light and shadow to construct a complete image. Nodding in recognition, Richard contemplated the possibility of replicating the water arrow frog's dynamic vision through magical sigils. Coupled with his own vision, this could grant him the ability to capture swiftly moving objects, a formidable skill for both pursuing targets and evading spells. Furthermore, Richard sensed that this ability would align most harmoniously with the warrior profession, where superior physical attributes would facilitate rapid reactions, unlike wizards, whose bodies might struggle to respond to high-speed stimuli. However, crafting 4 distinct magical sigils to replicate the 4 types of visual cells would demand considerable magical materials, which were often costly. Richard pondered various magical materials, all of which were relatively expensive, primarily because they must not impair the user's vision. Otherwise, the effort would be in vain. As Richard contemplated, he suddenly noticed the thin skin of the water arrow frog nearby. Momentarily taken aback, the skin was exceedingly thin and should suffice for containing magical sigils, but the piece was too small. Richard envisioned creating a mask to use the water arrow frog's skin as the primary material. He would require at least 3 additional pieces of the same size that it seemed he would have to wait until returning from Tunang City to embark on this venture. Only by mastering the provocation spell would he be able to easily coax the water arrow frogs from the depths. Resolving this, Richard decisively incinerated the water arrow frog's eyes. Donning a hooded wizard's robe, he packed the meals prepared by Lucy and some gold coins, departing Tight Town under the cover of night. With his newfound mastery of wind glide, Richard flew swiftly, and given Tight Town's remote location, he went unnoticed. Maintaining a low altitude, he landed to rest once his magical energy was half expended, meditating to restore his power. Once fully replenished, he resumed his journey, aided by his unique talent for multitasking, allowing him to outlast other level 3 wizards in flight duration. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day, Richard spotted the distant outline of Tunang City. At last, he had arrived. Richard refrained from flying directly into the city. To avoid chaos, Tunang City would surely scrutinize flying entrants, requiring officers to present their rank insignia should he soar directly into the city. The residents would glean his information from his insignia, contradicting Richard's aim of remaining inconspicuous. Therefore, he chose to blend into the throng of incoming citizens. This plan proved successful, as the bustling crowds of Tunang City allowed Richard to seamlessly merge in. Although the officer insignia he carried would be documented by the alchemical devices, unless under exceptional circumstances, no one would investigate this record. Even if Richard were to be discovered, it posed no significant concern. After all, he had merely ventured into the city to procure a tome on the art of provocation. Upon entering the bustling streets of Tunang City, Richard could distinctly sense the heightened vibrancy of its populace. He first made his way to the military department to assess the availability of divine power crystals. As these were military supplies, acquiring them necessitated not only gold coins but also a portion of military merit. Fortunately, Richard's military achievements exceeded the requirements for service, and with the recruitment from Tight Town, he had garnered a modest amount of military merit, enabling him to purchase the crystals. However, before he could make any purchases, he discovered that the stock of divine power crystals was already depleted, evidently indicating that Marguerite had acted with remarkable swiftness. In addition to the military department, Richard began to observe the current state of Tunang City. With the keen perception befitting a 3rd-level wizard, he was privy to a wealth of information. The most fervent gossip was that the Red Flag Army had not returned to support the Green Flag camp, opting instead to launch a full-scale assault against the Oyun people at the fortress of Jialan Mengshan. This time, they had successfully breached the Oyun stronghold, and the next step would be to press forward. With the fortress of Jialan Mengshan taken, the path ahead was clear, and one could surmise that numerous lords and legions would be keenly interested in the lands of the Oyun people. Currently, discussions were ongoing within the military regarding the specific arrangements for the subsequent deployment of troops. Nevertheless, it was predictable that for the Kingdom of Jeff, they had taken a significant stride towards advancing into the entirety of the Oyun realm. Moreover, the magical beasts and other resources on Jialan Mengshan would undoubtedly attract a throng of wandering mercenaries. Until Jialan Mengshan was completely subdued, no lord would be able to exercise dominion over it, rendering it effectively a no-man's land. The wealth found on Jialan Mengshan would surely not escape the attention of the mercenaries. As Tight Town was one of the few lordly settlements adjacent to Jialan Mengshan, it would certainly draw a substantial influx of mercenaries. Additionally, the strength of these mercenary bands was not necessarily inferior to that of the Lord's armies. Many of these mercenaries were simply warriors without noble status or who preferred to avoid the constraints imposed by the kingdom of Jeff. Richard understood that the newly arrived mercenaries would likely attempt to capture the water arrow frogs, as these magical beasts were relatively weak once removed from the water's surface, even if other magical materials were rendered unusable. A single water element crystal could fetch a price of at least 1,000 gold coins. This represented a considerable fortune for many mercenary bands. Thus, Richard knew he must act with greater urgency. With this thought in mind, Richard wasted no time and immediately sought out a shop specializing in the sale of magical tomes. He diligently studied the third-level chaos magic provocation spell, spending 120 gold coins in the process. Once he had completed his studies, he joined the throng of mercenaries as they exited the city. Upon reaching a relatively secluded area, Richard donned his hood and swiftly employed Wind Glide to soar towards Tight Town. Most of the mercenaries were warriors. Even a third-level wizard in their midst would merely be riding a horse to keep pace with the warriors, calculating the circumstances, even if the mercenaries hurried. He still had 4 to 5 days to hunt water arrow frogs, though some mercenaries might have already set out ahead, shortening this time further. Upon returning to Tight Town, Richard did not tarry. He merely informed Marguerite that the magical materials from the water arrow frogs would be of great use to his wizardly experiments and immediately set off to hunt them. Richard spoke the truth. Although he had concluded his experiments on the eyes of the water arrow frogs, their skins were, in his estimation, the finest material for crafting dynamic visual magical equipment, instead of opting for the nearby river. Richard stealthily ascended upstream along the water's flow. Given the proximity to Tight Town, he was acutely aware that using Wind Glide during the daytime would likely attract unwanted attention. The river flowed down from Jialan Meishan, its crystalline waters allowing Richard to see the underwater scenery even from the sky. With his third-level mental prowess, he effortlessly spotted a first-level water arrow frog resting beneath the surface, without wasting a moment. Richard unleashed a provocation spell upon it. This magic could be directed towards foes to incite them or cast upon oneself to generate animosity among nearby targets. The water arrow frog, enraged by the spell, puffed its cheeks and retaliated with a water arrow spell aimed directly at Richard. However, even without the provocation spell's influence, Richard could evade the water arrow with Wind Glide, ensuring that the frog's attack missed. He then led the furious water arrow frog towards the riverbank. 3 minutes later, he departed with the frog's lifeless body in tow. After a meticulous process of skinning, Richard gazed at the water arrow frog meat in contemplation. His efficiency in slaying the water arrow frogs was commendable, but he recognized that his body, unlike that of a warrior, lacked a powerful digestive system. Even if he consumed water arrow frog meat throughout the day, he could not ingest much. Richard lamented not being a biological wizard capable of enhancing his digestive system. He pondered how long he could maintain the meat in a frozen state, fearing that prolonged freezing might adversely affect it and hinder his affinity for water elements. Yet, this was not the time for such considerations. He was acutely aware that once the mercenaries arrived, he might find himself relegated to merely sipping the broth. Therefore, whether for the magical crystals or the magical materials, his hunt for water arrow frogs could not be allowed to cease. In the ensuing 3 days, Richard continued his relentless pursuit of water arrow frogs, only pausing to transport the carcasses back to his courtyard for preservation. His efforts bore fruit. Over the course of 3 days, he had slain 27 first-level water arrow frogs and 4 second-level ones, all of which he brought back to his courtyard and froze. When valuing the magical crystals alone, he had amassed a fortune exceeding 40,000 gold coins. It was no wonder that wizards in the magical realm eagerly employed mercenary bands to hunt magical beasts, as the returns were exceedingly lucrative. Other wizards, unlike Richard, could not rely on his unique talent for rapid mana recovery. The cost of mana recovery potions was prohibitively expensive for most. Richard had also not ceased consuming water arrow frog meat, prioritizing the flesh of the second-level frogs to prevent any potential loss in his water element affinity. His affinity had now increased by 20 compared to its original state, equivalent to a boost of 2 standard beginner water element affinity potions. The value of these 2 potions could easily reach several thousand gold coins. While this did not rival the worth of the magical crystals, it was still a substantial windfall. Jialan Mei Shan, a water arrow frog standing 2 meters tall, glared down at its seated kin, its voice brimming with fury. "Damn it! What has happened? Why are there so few of us left?" The smaller frogs responded. "Gugwa, wasn't I clear in instructing you to keep your distance from those malevolent invaders? How could you allow them to slay so many of our kin?" "Gugwa, what? Those wicked invaders dared to intentionally slaughter my kin. I shall make them pay dearly." The towering water arrow frog croaked angrily, frost coating its form, while abundant vapor crystallized into ice pellets that rained down upon the ground. Were Richard present, he would have recognized that this frog, capable of articulate speech and having awakened an affinity for ice elements alongside its water element affinity, was a formidable water arrow frog king that had achieved an intermediate level. All of you, go out and capture that detestable invader. The smaller water arrow frogs leapt into the water, croaking as they swam down the mountain. Richard suddenly noticed that the water arrow frogs, which had previously vanished due to his relentless hunting, had reappeared in abundance within the river. However, he was not surprised. The waterway was vast, and as long as the river flowed, the frogs would undoubtedly migrate. After some effort, he claimed 3 more first-level water arrow frogs beneath his magic. Today, however, the croaking of the frogs seemed particularly loud, and upon catching sight of him, they charged towards him without the need for provocation spells. Richard sensed that his mana was already over half expended. He could not afford to be careless and thus prepared to approach the shore in search of a safe place to meditate. Gugwa, a half-meter-tall water arrow frog, suddenly emerged from the distance, launching a water arrow spell in Richard's direction. A third-level water arrow frog. Richard was momentarily startled, for this was not his first encounter with such a creature. However, at this level, the water arrow frog has developed a formidable resistance to provocation techniques. Last time, Richard found himself entangled for quite a while, ultimately conceding to avoid exhausting his magical energy. Due to the considerable distance, Richard effortlessly evaded the water arrow spells of the level 3 water arrow frog, merely straying a little further from the shore. Paying no heed to the level 3 water arrow frog, Richard continued his ascent towards the shore, only to discover that the creature persistently employed the same tactics, obstructing his return with its water arrow spells. What was amiss? Richard sensed something was not quite right. Crucially, the level 3 water arrow frog exhibited no urgency to approach him. Rather, it cleverly maintained its distance, merely ensuring Richard could not reach the shoreline. After another attempt, the level 3 water arrow frog repeated its previous strategy, effectively hindering Richard's flight once more. This was troubling. However, possessing the wind spirit technique, Richard was undeterred by the water arrow spells, and he pressed onward toward the shore. The water arrow frog hastily unleashed its water arrows to obstruct him, yet this time, Richard did not halt. Instead, he executed a sharp upward turn. Gugwa, the level 3 water arrow frog, let out a loud croak, but it had already been outwitted by Richard's previous maneuvers, rendering it incapable of stopping him now. Gugwa, a croak imbued with overwhelming pressure, suddenly reached Richard's ears that he glanced in the direction of the sound to see a colossal water arrow frog, towering 2 meters, leaping towards him across the water's surface. In terms of speed, this enormous water arrow frog surpassed even Richard's wind spirit technique. The water arrow frog king, Richard gasped in astonishment. Such a commanding croak and remarkable speed could only belong to a water arrow frog king, having reached intermediate status. However, he had already ascended into the sky, and the water arrow frog king, lacking flying magic, could not pursue him in flight. Gugwa, the water arrow frog king, seeing the invader who had harmed its kin so close at hand, could not allow Richard to escape. It let out a mighty roar and leaped towards him. Richard, however, was unfazed. From such a distance, even the water arrow frog king could not possibly reach him directly, and it would struggle to stabilize itself in the AIR.AS, a magical beast. The water arrow frog king was incapable of casting spells. Thus, he believed he would evade capture. To his surprise, there existed an intermediate magical beast among the water arrow frog tribe. One could reasonably deduce that there might also be a shadow leopard king within the shadow leopard tribe. 3 factions, 3 intermediate magical beasts. This harmony in the Gaedlan Mangshan could only stem from the mutual agreement among their 3 rulers. As Richard rapidly contemplated, he noticed the water arrow frog king closing in, and he dared not let his guard down. Instead, he ascended swiftly. Soon, the water arrow frog king's jumping power waned, its speed diminishing under the pull of gravity. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a beam of blue light directly towards Richard. Startled, Richard quickly dodged to the side. Yet, before the level 4 magical beast with its exceptional dynamic vision, Richard's evasive maneuvers were already anticipated. Sizzle, although Richard desperately sought to avoid a fatal strike, the blue light struck his chest. It was only then that Richard realized the blue beam was the water arrow frog king's tongue, coated in a layer of blue frost. The affinity for ice elements was evident. Realizing the water arrow frog king had awakened a second elemental affinity, Richard was horrified to find himself becoming ensnared by the frosty grip of the Frog King's tongue. He could hesitate no longer. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Richard maintained his posture and propelled himself backward with the wind spirit technique. Rip! Portions of his lung had already been frozen to the water arrow Frog King's tongue. And as he retreated, he tore that part of his lung away from his body. The agony was intense. Had he not endured the excruciating pain from awakening the tiger god and becoming a magical beast, he surely would have fainted. Fortunately, he was no longer the novice-level wizard he once was. His third-tier mental fortitude granted him considerable resistance to agony. Bearing the torment, he ascended further, while the water arrow Frog King, succumbing to gravity, plummeted into the river. Richard disregarded the fate of the water arrow Frog King, fully expending his magical energy as he fled at full speed into the distance. On the river's surface, the water arrow Frog King resurfaced. That intruder had severely injured me, and death was imminent. Be warned. Stay away from the vicinity of the intruder's residence. The other water arrow frogs responded, Gugwa, Gugwa. The water arrow Frog King gazed toward the distant lord's town, a frown creasing its features. Cough, cough. Severely injured, Richard could only feel a sharp pain in his chest. Each forceful breath was a torment. More critically, the injury to his lungs made his breathing increasingly labored, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of suffocation. If this continues, I shall perish. Richard assessed his condition. His ribs had been directly fractured by the water arrow frog's tongue, and his chest was pierced through, leaving his lungs gravely wounded. The sole consolation was that Richard's affinity for ice elements was not insignificant. The frost had not inflicted catastrophic damage upon him. Should he be grateful? Yet, had the water arrow Frog King not awakened its ice elemental affinity, Richard would not have had to tear away his own lung to escape its grasp. Had he been frozen, he would have certainly been swallowed whole by the water arrow Frog King. Given the severity of his injuries, a basic healing potion would not suffice to save Richard. Only an intermediate healing potion could facilitate his recovery. However, at this moment, Richard did not even possess a basic healing potion, and he dared not gamble on whether the town of Tite would have any intermediate healing potions available. Instead of retreating to Tite, Richard sought out a densely wooded area to land. He descended onto a towering ancient tree, employing a second-tier holy magic, Life Blessing. Richard had no choice but to rely on this spell to absorb the life force of the plants in order to heal his wounds. However, mastery of this magic belonged to the tiger god, not to Richard. While he could utilize it, the healing results would undoubtedly fall short of those achieved by the tiger god. Nevertheless, Richard possessed his own advantage, his third-tier mental fortitude. As he cast Life Blessing, he immediately felt a surge of vibrant life force pouring into him. Hiss. Richard could not suppress an exclamation as the injury on his chest produced an itchy sensation, coupled with the intense pain, inducing a desire to simply succumb to death. Yet, Richard understood this was merely his body repairing itself. Under the effects of Life Blessing, it seemed he would survive. However, now was not the time to relax. Richard reached into his chest with his right hand to extract the shattered bones that had been broken by the water arrow Frog King's tongue. If those fragments remained inside, they would pose a threat once his chest healed. Richard could only pray that the water arrow Frog King's tongue bore no venomous bacteria. Otherwise, infection would spell trouble. I wonder if a wizard can prevent infection? Richard mused darkly, at least finding some relief from the itchiness as he removed the bone fragments with his right hand. Before long, the life force of the towering ancient tree was nearly depleted, its once lush leaves turning a sickly yellow and falling to the ground. The tree had prematurely entered a state of dormancy. Before the tree's life force was entirely consumed, Richard moved on to another tree. After all, Gaidlan Mengshan was replete with such towering trees. After a day of treatment, Richard's injuries finally began to ease. One could only commend the efficacy of the most difficult holy magic to master. Indeed, its results were remarkable. Aside from a lingering dizziness, the pain in his chest had subsided. Richard wasted no time. Once his magical energy was restored, he took advantage of the cover of night to fly back to Tite. After enduring such torment, upon returning to his bed, Richard fell into a deep slumber. Utterly exhausted, Gaidlan Mengshan, the water arrow Frog King, was still resting when it suddenly sensed an unusual presence approaching nearby. An intruder. Damn it! The water arrow Frog King awoke with a roar, observing that the entity whose aura it detected was entirely encased in armor, rendering their features indistinguishable. It's me. The individual lifted his helmet, revealing a colossal crystal of divine power embedded in his forehead. After showcasing it to the water arrow Frog King, the crystal retracted into his brow, vanishing from sight. So it is you, the one who dabbles in the arcane. What brings you to my territory? My kin would never deign to worship you, the Water Arrow Frog King proclaimed, gazing intently at the man before him. Worship? I have no need for your adulation. In this realm, I already possess ample faith, the man replied, his expression devoid of emotion. That I have come to rescue you. The invaders are formidable. It is only a matter of time before they seek you out. If you wish to survive, you must ally with me. The Water Arrow Frog King let out a hearty croak of laughter. Do you think I can be deceived as easily as before? These invaders hail from a powerful world. We have no hope of escape. Even you will eventually fall victim to them. Collaborating with you would surely hasten my demise. Ha, the man replied, his face impassive. In any case, death is inevitable, so you ought to consider an alliance with me. Do you not desire to live and grow stronger? Those invaders are no match for us. If we can reach their world, we will undoubtedly become even more powerful. The Water Arrow Frog King fell into contemplation, clearly swayed by the proposition. Unlike the black-faced Monkey King, he valued the lives of his kin. Consequently, when the invaders approached the vicinity of the Giadelaming Mountains, he ordered his brethren to steer clear of their presence. Unfortunately, some of his kin, lacking in understanding, failed to heed his warnings, resulting in losses. It was only upon receiving reports from his people about an invader specifically targeting them that he took action, wounding Richard severely. However, the Water Arrow Frog King had long recognized the invader's overwhelming strength as insurmountable. The root of the issue lay in the terrifying world that stood behind this band of intruders. As long as they remained trapped in this dimension, they would eventually be exhausted by the relentless onslaught of invaders. Avoiding their notice merely extended their lives for a short while. Yet, if it were indeed possible to reach that powerful world as the man suggested, there might be hope for survival. By the way, before meeting you, I visited the black-faced Monkey King and the Shadow Leopard King. Both agreed to my proposal for collaboration. The man, noticing the Water Arrow Frog King's hesitation, wasted no time in enhancing his offer. When it comes to knowledge of the invaders, I am far more informed than you. The Shadow Leopard King agreed as well. The Water Arrow Frog King exclaimed in surprise, not expecting the cowardly creature to acquiesce. Very well, let us commence our partnership. What shall I do next? The man's lips finally curled into a smile. Patience. I have my own plans. I will inform you when your assistance is required. With that, he departed from the Water Arrow Frog King's domain. An hour later, in the territory of the Shadow Leopard King. What? The Water Arrow Frog King has also consented to your collaboration. I never imagined that timid creature would be willing to cooperate. Let us formalize our alliance then. What should I do next? Do not rush. I have my own strategies that I will notify you when I require your aid. The man exited the Shadow Leopard King's territory, finally breaking into a triumphant laugh. Indeed, they were a gullible bunch. However, were it not for their naivety, I could never have emerged as the ultimate victor, becoming the great god Ayun. Ah! A piercing scream jolted Richard from his slumber. As he awoke, he beheld Lucy, her face a mask of terror as she knelt on the floor, covering her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears. Richard glanced at his reflection in the mirror, exhausted from the previous night. He had collapsed into a deep sleep without tending to himself. Consequently, the bloodstains on his body remained untreated. Upon discovering that her lord was resting, Lucy had come to check on him. When she opened the door, she was met with the sight of Richard, covered in dark red blood, a gaping wound in the chest of his leather armor, and blood smeared at the corners of his mouth. That was a scene that could easily be mistaken for a murder scene. Disgust washed over Richard as he surveyed the blood on his body, wondering how he had managed to sleep so soundly the night before. It seemed he had truly been exhausted. His dismay. His moment of negligence had led to Lucy discovering his secret of injury. He pondered whether she would inform Jenny. Nevertheless, Richard reassured her, it's just fake blood. Upon uttering these words, Richard felt the lack of credibility in his claim. After all, as a wizard, he was no actor, and concocting such realistic fake blood merely to deceive a maid seemed absurd. Lucy, surveying the copious bloodstains on Richard, displayed an unmistakable skepticism. Although merely a maid, she had witnessed the horrors of war involving the Lord's army and the Ayun soldiers. She could distinguish real blood from faked. It is indeed real, Richard insisted, parting his garments to reveal his chest, which bore no visible wounds thanks to the healing bestowed upon him the previous day. Surely, the injury would be unnoticeable now, wouldn't it? Goodness. Richard revealed his chest, exposing a circular scar surrounded by radiating lacerations. A sight both ghastly and alarming. He had not anticipated that the blessing of life could not mend scars. While some considered scars to be badges of honor for men, Richard could only lament the loss of his previously fair skin. Now marred and unsightly, unable to comprehend why anyone would find such a thing appealing. Moreover, Lucy would surely not believe his explanations now. Thus, Richard and Lucy found themselves in a stalemate. Richard, caught in the awkwardness of his lie being discovered, and Lucy, rendered speechless by the terrifying scars on Richard's body. Ultimately, it was Lucy who broke the silence. My Lord Richard, rest assured, I will not divulge your secret of injury. Thank you. Richard realized that Lucy was indeed brave and astute. Having grasped his concerns that it was only natural, compared to her treatment in the Fast family, her current position with Richard was far superior. Richard not only provided her with clothing and opportunities for rest but, most importantly, he offered her respect, a rare commodity for a maid. My Lord Richard, there is no need for such formality. Moreover, I believe it would be best for you to put on some clothes. Lucy composed herself. Though her cheeks began to flush, she could not help but notice Richard's bare upper body, her breath quickening in response. What? Richard glanced at his own torso. Due to his slender physique, the outline of his muscles was faintly visible, but he was far from being well built. He wondered why Lucy would be embarrassed. Had she never seen a man's upper body? It struck him as rather surprising. I suppose I should take a bath. Choosing not to don his blood-stained garments, Richard selected a clean outfit and turned towards the bathroom. Fortunately, he had access to alchemical equipment that provided hot water around the clock, allowing Richard to indulge in a relaxing soak. By the time Richard emerged, fully dressed, an hour had passed. What a rare waste of time. Typically, Richard's bathing rituals would not exceed 20 minutes. However, his injuries warranted a brief respite. After all, venturing out to hunt the water arrow frog was out of the question. The formidable power of the water arrow frog king lingered in his memory. Had it not been for his swift escape, he would have surely become a victim of the water arrow frog king's wrath. He could only await the arrival of the mercenaries to confront this peril. Upon returning to his chamber, Richard discovered that the bedding on his bed had been replaced with fresh linens, and his discarded clothes had mysteriously vanished. It seemed Lucy had taken it upon herself to tidy up. Given the sorry state of his armor, he would certainly not wear it again. However, this does not imply that this set of leather armor has lost its value. Selling a heart-protecting mirror to mercenaries should still fetch a few dozen gold coins. Yet, considering the several water elemental magic crystals in his possession, Richard felt it was time to adjust his mindset. He was now a third-level wizard, with an earning potential far surpassing that of his former self. A mere handful of gold coins was hardly worth the effort. Thus, Richard comfortably allowed himself to be lazy and incinerated the rare leather armor, using second-level fire elemental magic, high heat flame. With his rapid ascension in wizardry, the armor no longer sufficed against his current adversaries. The Water Arrow Frog King had effortlessly pierced the armor with its tongue, indicating that Richard needed to upgrade to superior equipment. He pondered whether he could procure sufficient beast skins from the previously defeated third-level black-faced monkey. He felt optimistic about the prospects, as warriors typically favored metallic armor with high physical defense over leather armor, which, while offering excellent magical resistance, fell short in that aspect. Provided a wizard could enchant the armor with magical resistance, metal armor could also achieve substantial protection. As for where to acquire it, Margaret, the affluent merchant, came to mind. After the substantial haul of beast skins, the 3 tanning shops in Tit Town would undoubtedly be working tirelessly to process magical beast leather. One of these shops was a subsidiary of the Wealthy Merchant Guild, which backed Margaret. It seemed that Margaret had recently been busy with trade routes and had not visited for a few days. Nevertheless, Richard knew she would return to Tit Town shortly. A multitude of mercenaries was converging on this location, not only promising numerous orders for the Wealthy Merchant Guild, but also ensuring that the magical beast materials they hunted would be sold locally. Such a lucrative opportunity was one Margaret would certainly seize. With this in mind, Richard suddenly conceived an excellent method for obtaining water arrow frog meat and skin, directly purchasing from the mercenaries. After all, the quantity of water arrow frog meat was minimal. If the mercenaries were unaware of its notable enhancement to water elemental affinity, Richard could acquire it without spending much gold. As for the water arrow frog skin, aside from Richard's interest, only a select few wizards with specific needs would likely require it. Most importantly, the hunting efficiency of the mercenaries would far exceed that of Richard alone. This arrangement would also be mutually beneficial for Margaret. Richard would request Margaret to procure the magical materials from the water arrow frogs, as he had no gold on hand. Therefore, he would undoubtedly offer the acquired water elemental magic crystals as payment. For Margaret, the magical materials would be of lesser value compared to the crystals. After all, the world of wizards was not lacking in magical materials. However, low-grade magic crystals, regardless of their quantity, would merely be a drop in the ocean once they entered the wizarding market, making little impact. As such, the prices of magic crystals remained consistently high. Once Margaret transported Richard's crystals to the wizarding world for sale, she would likely see at least a 10% profit. A single trip to Tunang City via the spatial portal could yield thousands of gold coins. A prospect Margaret would not overlook. As for Richard's reluctance to sell them himself, that was due to the necessity of military approval to traverse the spatial portal, unlike Margaret, whose wealthy merchant guild routinely supplied the military and thus possessed a long-term pass. "Lord Richard, breakfast is ready," Lucy announced, unable to suppress a blush as she recalled the morning's events. "That I'll be there shortly." Richard set aside his thoughts, realizing that with Margaret still absent from Tit Town, there was no rush regarding his plans. By the way, where did you put my bedding and clothes?" Still lost in her reverie, Lucy blushed deeply upon hearing Richard's inquiry and hurriedly replied, "My lord. The clothes were torn and unwearable, so I secretly burned them. I have already washed the bedding." Truly, she was a devoted maid, handling matters in a manner so akin to his own. Richard nodded appreciatively and began his meal. After dining, Richard thought it prudent to seize the opportunity to create the dynamic vision magical equipment he had previously envisioned. Since he currently lacked divine power crystals, he could not absorb them. And the beast rank of the tiger god and Richard's mental strength would not improve overnight. It would be wise to temporarily set aside meditation and focus on crafting the dynamic vision magical equipment. With a plentiful supply of water arrow frog skins at hand, he had all the primary materials needed for the creation. As for the magical beast blood and bone powder required for inscribing the magical array, Richard had consciously preserved some while hunting the water arrow frogs, more than sufficient for his intended creation. With determination, Richard entered his magical laboratory. The once spacious room had been partially partitioned by Richard for use as an alchemical freezer, housing the skinned and drained water arrow frogs, which should remain preserved for an extended period under low temperatures. This freezer required Richard to periodically supply magical energy, otherwise, he would need to procure ice elemental magical gems or crystals, both of which were elusive. Thus, Richard resigned himself to the daily supply of magical energy. In a dedicated magical containment box, a stack of water arrow frog skins lay neatly arranged. Although there were over 30 pieces, they were still thinner than a spellbook. However, only such lightweight magical materials could fulfill Richard's vision for this magical equipment. After inspecting the water arrow frog skins, Richard found them to be in excellent condition after his preliminary processing. He commenced the creation of the first piece of magical equipment he had designed. The initial step involved inscribing different magical array patterns onto 4 pieces of water arrow frog skin, a task even a first-level wizard could accomplish. However, the challenge lay in the fact that water arrow frog skin was markedly different from typical magical beast hides, being exceedingly thin and delicate. A moment's inattention could ruin the entire piece of magical material. Yet, for Richard, who had mastered multitasking, inscribing magical array patterns onto the water arrow frog skins proved to be a familiar endeavor. In less than an hour, he successfully completed 1 magical array pattern. Without pause, Richard dedicated an additional 2 hours to inscribing the remaining 3 magical array patterns. The 4 completed water arrow frog skins were stacked together, with the 3-dimensional magical array patterns faintly connecting at critical points. The junctions of the 4 distinct magical array patterns were of utmost importance for the creation of this magical equipment. If they could not be seamlessly connected, the equipment would be unable to integrate and transmit dynamic images to the user. The patterns would fail to supply energy, rendering them useless, resulting in a waste of the 4 water arrow frog skins and magical materials. Even though Richard was adept at multitasking, he knew he had to proceed with caution at this stage. However, Richard possessed the advantage of being the designer of this magical equipment. He inherently understood the optimal method for connecting the 4 inscribed water arrow frog skins. Having already instructed Lucy and Petty downstairs not to disturb him, and with others likely deterred from entering by the 2 maids, Richard cleared his mind, allowing himself to fully immerse in the creation of this magical equipment. With the magical energy in Richard's possession, enhanced by his 3rd-level mental strength, he directed the magical materials to align with his envisioned connections. Soon, 2 of the inscribed water arrow frog skins were successfully joined together. However, as Richard proceeded to connect the 3rd piece, a slight fluctuation in his mental strength occurred after prolonged focus. causing the magical pattern to be inscribed incorrectly. Alas, Richard sighed, surprised at this oversight on his part. Yet, it was not entirely his fault. Fluctuations in mental strength under sustained pressure were a common issue for wizards, and only by continuing to enhance his mental strength could he improve his resilience to such prolonged strain. Fortunately, his previous connections remained intact, and only the third inscribed water arrow frog skin was rendered unusable. Richard relaxed, recognizing that he was momentarily unfit to connect different water arrow frog skins. Thus, he set about crafting a new third magical array pattern on a fresh piece of water arrow frog skin. A day later, he finally succeeded. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, Richard finally crafted the magical equipment he had envisioned. This piece of equipment was a green mask, adorned with intricate magical patterns that Richard had yet to conceal, with crimson magical glyphs intricately etched upon its surface. Let us name it the dynamic frog mask. Once Richard donned this equipment and channeled his magical energy, he did not perceive any immediate changes, which was to be expected. After all, this was Richard's magical laboratory, and aside from himself, nothing else was animated within its confines. As Richard unleashed a fireball, the flames appeared to be suspended in time under the influence of the dynamic frog mask. He was able to observe even the minutest fluctuations of the fire with remarkable clarity. The dynamic frog mask functioned like a high-speed camera, capturing each dynamic change with precision, although Richard could not discern the exact frame rate. He felt as if the flames, which would ordinarily leave an afterimage in his vision, now possessed a tangible essence, blooming like a flower in his hands, opening and closing in a delicate dance. In summary, this sensation was extraordinary, akin to a standard image suddenly transforming into 4K resolution, though only the dynamic aspects were altered. When Richard glanced at other items in the laboratory, everything remained unchanged. Suddenly inspired, Richard retrieved a new skin from a water arrow frog and began to etch magical glyphs upon it. With the dynamic frog mask adorning his face, every subtle change in the engraving process became vividly apparent to him. "I've struck gold," was Richard's initial thought, that he had not anticipated that this equipment could serve as an auxiliary tool for inscribing magical patterns, and the magical energy consumption of the dynamic frog mask was minimal. It demanded little from a wizard's magical reserves, making it accessible even to magical apprentices. Of course, typical apprentices would not be capable of inscribing magical patterns. Most of their tasks would resemble Richard's work on the water arrow frog skin. With this equipment at his disposal, the process of inscribing magical patterns and conducting other experiments related to dynamic magical materials would become significantly more manageable. However, there were numerous other magical tools that could achieve similar effects. For instance, a biological wizard could activate a single water arrow frog's eye and transplant it onto a wizard or warrior, thereby attaining comparable capabilities. Yet, such methods were not easily accepted by the general populace. The dynamic frog mask that Richard had created was primarily designed for the intricate and complex nature of magical patterns, which were exceedingly difficult to connect. Without Richard's unique ability to multitask effectively, he would not have been able to devise such an apparatus. Even if Richard were to disclose all his ideas to other wizards, without the capacity to multitask, even an ordinary mid-level wizard would find it impossible to replicate. Moreover, should Richard choose to sell the dynamic frog mask, he would certainly employ measures to obscure the magical patterns, for the Kingdom of Jeff was not particularly known for its respect for intellectual property. If other wizards were able to create their own dynamic frog masks, Richard would forfeit a substantial potential income. After Richard's concealment efforts, the magical patterns on the dynamic frog mask had vanished, leaving the mask entirely green. That if Richard wished for a different hue, he could easily alter it using magical materials, though this might add a bit more weight to the mask. The only exposed feature was the energy supply component of the dynamic frog mask, which could be powered by either magical energy or fighting spirit. As for those affluent enough to utilize magic crystals, they likely would not require such an item, according to the classification of professions. Upon advancing to level 4, both wizards and warriors undergo significant physical enhancements. Though the degree of enhancement varies from individual to individual, the eyes of a mid-level professional might even surpass those of a water arrow frog. This was a notable drawback for biological wizards. The bodily enhancements they received upon leveling up did not extend to their biological organs. Thus, the first task of a biological wizard following an advancement was typically to seek out new, higher-grade biological organs. Consequently, Richard's dynamic frog mask would primarily appeal to lower-level professionals. Having completed the dynamic frog mask, Richard stepped outside for a breath of fresh air. In the civilian district, he noticed a small number of individuals dressed as mercenaries, often adorned in various styles of armor and wielding an assortment of weaponry. In contrast, the Lord's army typically displayed uniformity in their equipment. Most of the mercenaries who had arrived were likely gathering intelligence, while some shrewd mercenaries had begun purchasing properties in the civilian district or securing long-term leases. The actions of the mercenaries brought considerable joy to the governor of Tight Town, Ginny, as properties that might have otherwise remained vacant were now successfully sold, significantly alleviating the town's financial deficits. In the coming days, Tight Town was certain to become bustling with activity. These mercenaries could easily profit by subletting their homes for the noble district. Fast would never permit disorganized mercenaries to enter. At most, he would allow reputable mercenary bands to take residence. However, mercenaries held a mutual disdain for nobles, finding their numerous regulations irksome, while nobles similarly loathed the mercenaries' unruly nature. Yet, both parties shared a common appreciation for gold. As long as it brought in coin, Fast would not refuse the entrance of mercenaries into Tight Town. Meanwhile, Richard awaited the return of Margaret at home. Margaret was not clad in her usual long dress, but rather donned a fitted leather armor that accentuated her curves. Richard could not help but acknowledge that, while she might not rival Elsa, Margaret was certainly impressive in her own right, particularly with her delicately slender waist. I am utterly exhausted. I cannot fathom why those lords are so obstinate. They abandoned a win-win situation simply due to the trivial interests of their subordinates, forsaking cooperation with the fortune trading company. Upon her arrival, Margaret unceremoniously flopped onto the sofa, and from her words, Richard sensed that her endeavors had not gone smoothly. "You must express your gratitude to me," Margaret declared, as a guard from the fortune trading company entered, carrying a sealed magic box. Although Richard suspected the contents of the box, he still opened it himself, revealing a neatly arranged collection of golden divine energy crystals. Upon counting, he discovered a staggering total of 47 crystals. "I never expected there to be so many." Although the armies of the Kingdom of Jeff had undoubtedly slain many low-level priests, numerous wizards also favored using such energy crystals for their experiments. Much like Richard's former superior, the leader of the Green Flag Army Wizard Corps, banned in the world of wizards, deities were often immensely powerful, and ordinary wizards lacked the audacity to experiment with energy crystals derived from local deities. Upon arriving in the Ayun dimension, they naturally felt liberated to explore. Suppressing his excitement, Richard regained his composure. "I truly appreciate this. There is no need for thanks. I desire something more," Margaret replied, sitting up. "After all, this is a standard transaction. 1 divine energy crystal for 4 enchanted items. Do not forget that." Richard quickly calculated in his mind and realized that aside from the 6 initial sturdy enchanted items and 7 initial sharp enchanted items he had already provided to Margaret, he would need to craft a total of 175 enchanted items for her. Given his success rate in creating enchanted equipment, even producing just 10 items per month, he would have more than enough time over the course of 2 years. Furthermore, Richard had no intention of rushing to complete the enchanted items Margaret required. The success of the dynamic frog mask had opened his eyes to a more efficient means of generating income. If possible, he would prefer to hire a few wizards to fulfill his tasks. However, Richard was well aware that this was unlikely. Much like himself, Richard would not have been recruited for such a minor cost to Tight Town were it not for the obligation to complete his service. Of course, the relatively high safety level of Tight Town was also a factor for Dart and the others. Given the current developments, they had likely already received word that the Kingdom of Jeff was on the verge of breaching the Gatterland Mountain Fortress. Only Richard and the first-level wizard, Cronin, remained blissfully unaware of the situation. "What is it that you require?" Richard inquired, gazing at Margaret, who lounged on the sofa. "As long as it is within my capabilities and does not contravene my personal principles. Feel free to ask. Let you kiss me just once," Margaret would never utter aloud. Compared to other impetuous nobles, her interest in Richard was steadily intensifying. This brilliant sorcerer, based on his usual demeanor, did not seem indifferent to his 2 maidens. Yet he always managed to suppress those reactions expertly. It was this stark contrast that only heightened Margaret's excitement. Faced with such a rival, she chose to proceed gradually, subtly altering Richard's perceptions. "There is so much I desire. But I wonder if you can acquiesce," Margaret said with a playful smile, sending shivers down Richard's spine. Was it merely an illusion? It seemed Margaret was becoming increasingly eccentric. The language of steel wool, Whips and candles came to mind. Richard shook his head, attempting to dispel the vivid images from his thoughts. It appeared he was once again entering a phase of youthful fantasies, always fixating on such frivolities. After all, Margaret was his benefactor. He ought not to regard her in such a manner. Richard produced the dynamic frog mask he had crafted, its green visage immediately capturing Margaret's attention. What an unsightly mask. You made this yourself, didn't you, Richard? Richard nodded with a stoic expression. Were it not for her status as a wealthy patron, that remark might have jeopardized their friendship. This is a magical equipment I fashioned using materials from the water arrow frog. Once worn, it enhances dynamic vision as long as you supply magical energy and fighting spirit that I have tested it, and its efficacy is remarkable. Even low-level practitioners experience a significant boost in dynamic perception. Is that so? Margaret rose from the sofa, taking the dynamic frog mask from Richard's hands, her face contorted in disdain as she donned the mask. Had it not been crafted by Richard, she would not have even dared to touch it. In her eyes, a mask so poorly made could never find a market. Following Richard's instructions, Margaret infused the mask with her magical energy. There's no noticeable change. The dynamic frog mask merely enhanced the wearer's dynamic vision. Leaving static perception unaffected, Richard explained further, and as Margaret observed him speaking, she found herself momentarily entranced. The movements of his lips and Adam's apple beneath the mask were vividly apparent, causing her to swallow hard. Do you need me to use magic to test it? Richard inquired. Margaret hastily removed the dynamic frog mask. She simply could not accept her appearance while wearing it, especially not in Richard's presence. The fortune trading company employed professional magical equipment testers, so she would leave that task to them. However, she continued, this dynamic frog mask is so hideous that it likely won't attract many buyers. If we refrain from mentioning this, we can remain good friends. Richard's expression darkened. It seemed women's perspectives were indeed quite distinct. Richard felt that his dynamic frog mask bore a striking resemblance to a prop from a film in his previous life. One that would surely sell well. Clearly, the acceptance of such items in the world of sorcery needed improvement. Besides, shouldn't the effectiveness of magical equipment take precedence over aesthetics? Wouldn't a more visually appealing design merely accommodate a few additional spells? Yet, Richard understood that his viewpoint did not represent everyone. So he proposed, the appearance can be redesigned. After all, the magical materials I used are quite lightweight. Even with the addition of some features, it wouldn't hinder functionality. Margaret pondered for a moment before suggesting, once I return, I will draft a few designs for masks. You can create them based on my designs. Richard was taken aback. I didn't realize you were a designer. Nonetheless, this was fortuitous. As a sorceress herself, Margaret would certainly consider the issues surrounding the magical materials during her design process. Thus, the subsequent crafting should not prove overly troublesome. You have no idea what else I can do. Margaret maintained an air of mystery, refraining from elaborating further, instead continuing to offer insights for Richard's dynamic frog mask. Richard, it would be best if you could create several versions of the dynamic frog mask with varying effects. Huh? But the mask only enhances dynamic vision. Richard was puzzled by Margaret's suggestion. Margaret clarified, since it's a mask, beyond aesthetics, comfort, and other factors should also be considered. For instance, your dynamic frog mask, if I'm not mistaken, could be designed to harness magical crystals or gems for energy. Richard had considered this initially but ultimately dismissed it due to perceived cost inefficiency. Additionally, we could enhance breathability and comfort. By diversifying the effects of the masks, we could establish different price points, thereby increasing sales. Richard suddenly recalled the Pro and Pro Max versions of smartphones. Margaret's suggestion bore a striking resemblance to that modeled. He shared this concept. We could design various versions. The basic version would resemble the current dynamic frog mask or perhaps a standard mask style. The professional version would incorporate magical gem energy features. The dynamic frog mask consumes very little magical energy, allowing for prolonged use after a single charge, and its appearance would certainly surpass that of the basic version. The supreme version, as you mentioned, would not only add magical gem energy, but also enhance comfort and breathability. Boasting the finest aesthetics. As for pricing, we can set the professional version slightly higher than the basic version, ensuring the difference is less than the value of the magical gem, making buyers feel they've gained a bargain. The supreme version, on the other hand, we can price considerably higher, primarily targeting affluent nobles. Once Richard concluded, he noticed Margaret gazing at him with wide, glistening eyes. I never imagined you possessed such remarkable ideas. Richard, you have no idea what else I can do. Richard echoed her sentiment. Margaret suppressed her inner excitement. Your plan is excellent. Let us proceed with it.as for pricing and sales. Allow me, as a professional, to handle that. For my fees, let us agree on 5% of the sales revenue. Richard readily agreed. 5% was quite a favorable rate for the fortune trading company's sales channels. One more thing. Richard finally had Margaret on board. I am running low on materials for the dynamic frog mask. I need both water arrow frog meat and skin, which the fortune trading company will need to supply. The material costs can be factored into our fees. After some deliberation, Richard's intentions became clear. You need materials from the water arrow frog. Margaret nodded, finding Richard's request entirely reasonable. After all, the dynamic frog mask was clearly inspired by Richard's experiments with the water arrow frog. Moreover, Richard was merely a second-level sorcerer. The water arrow frogs he had hunted previously were likely first level at best, and given the short span of days, he could hardly have amassed a significant stock. Perhaps having utilized all available materials for crafting that unsightly mask. Thus, Margaret generously replied, no problem. Several mercenary groups have already arrived in Tight Town. A few of them have partnerships with the fortune trading company. So acquiring water arrow frog materials from them will be no issue. After all, such materials are scarce. Only a genius like Richard would see an opportunity here. Truly, you are the man I admire. Margaret thought with satisfaction, silently commending herself. This way, she could achieve two objectives. Obtaining the water arrow frog skin for crafting the dynamic frog mask and acquiring the water arrow frog meat to enhance her affinity for water elements. I am truly a genius. By the way, I still need divine power crystals. As long as you can procure them, we will settle according to our previous agreement. 1 divine power crystal for 4 enchanted equipment pieces. Having witnessed Richard's extraordinary talent in the crafting of magical equipment, Margaret was convinced that he must have employed divine power crystals to explore the creation of other magical items. Without hesitation, she acquiesced to the request, recognizing that enchanted equipment was in high demand among mercenaries, especially in the face of formidable beasts and the promise of substantial rewards. It was certain that many mercenaries would be willing to pay handsomely for such enchanted items. Furthermore, Margaret saw an opportunity to profit from the enchanted equipment, and with this thought, her earlier frustration from being rebuffed by the lords dissipated entirely. Excitedly, Margaret departed with the dynamic frog mask, determined to meticulously design the mask's specifications. Meanwhile, Richard prepared to commence the production of both the professional and supreme versions of the dynamic frog mask, focusing primarily on the energy supply issues of the magical array patterns and the comfort of the masks. For Richard, the challenges associated with crafting the dynamic frog masks were trivial. However, he could not guarantee the flawless completion of the masks just yet. Thus, in the following days, Richard sequestered himself within the magical laboratory. Aside from delivering the water arrow frog meat to Lucy for cooking, he did not leave the second floor. Though the labor was arduous, Richard successfully produced both the professional and supreme versions of the dynamic frog mask. Meanwhile, Margaret had already provided Richard with her design for the mask's appearance. Although Richard was indifferent to aesthetics, he nonetheless crafted the final version in accordance with Margaret's proposal. Additionally, he incorporated anti-counterfeit magical patterns into both the professional and supreme versions, choosing to model them after the star systems from his past life. This would only slightly increase the magical energy consumption, a minor concern given that both versions were powered by magical gemstones. Moreover, this design would not clash with the anti-counterfeit patterns of wizards in this world, as they stemmed from Richard's own previous existence. Margaret expressed her admiration for the star system magical patterns designed by Richard. Feeling that he had finally displayed a sense of taste, samples of all 3 versions of the dynamic frog mask were produced, and Richard was pleasantly surprised to discover that his affinity for water elements had increased by 40. The frozen water arrow frog meat still retained its remarkable ability to enhance water element affinity. The only drawback was that Richard had taken the opportunity to have the tiger god refine another divine power crystal. But this time, the tiger god did not level up. However, this outcome was within Richard's expectations, as the disparity in mental and magical power between different levels of magical beasts would only grow larger. It was improbable that such low-grade divine power crystals could elevate the tiger god to the level of advanced magical beasts. Meanwhile, his talent for multitasking had successfully progressed to the ability to manage 4 tasks simultaneously, indicating that this talent was indeed linked to the divine power crystals. As long as Richard refined the divine power crystals in his possession, managing 40 tasks concurrently would not be out of reach. leaving him curious about the sensation of meditating at full capacity. The 3 versions of the dynamic frog mask underwent testing by the Fudong Chamber of Commerce, and the testers unanimously praised the effectiveness of the masks. Following that, Richard naturally entrusted the promotional tasks to the professional Fudong Chamber. Within a day, a mercenary disguised as a guard for the Fudong Chamber returned alone from the Gadarin Mountain, donning the basic version of the dynamic frog mask while carrying the corpse of a black-faced monkey beast, along with the magical crystal, earning over 2,000 gold coins. Although the mercenary was merely a guard in disguise, the black-faced monkey's corpse was genuine, and the kill was real. This simple marketing strategy proved effective. The mercenaries were indeed swayed. Originally an obscure mercenary, they gained a divine artifact and subsequently amassed immense wealth and the admiration of their peers through hunting magical beasts, after the mercenaries' boasting. The dynamic frog mask gained renown among mercenaries. Subsequently, even Viscount Faster personally entered the fray to purchase the supreme version of the dynamic frog mask, although he had no need for it. He benefited from the internal pricing offered by Margaret, ensuring he did not incur any losses. Thus, the dynamic frog mask became an overnight sensation in Tight Town. However, as of now, Richard had only produced 1 piece of each version. The Fudong Chamber then opened pre-orders for the dynamic frog masks, pricing the standard version at 1,000 gold coins, while the professional version, which included an additional magical gemstone valued at 300 gold coins, was priced at 1,200 gold coins. The supreme version was offered at a lofty price of 2,000 gold coins. It was evident to discerning individuals that the professional version of the dynamic frog mask presented the best value for money. In fact, it was the most frequently discussed version among both nobles and mercenaries. Nevertheless, the price exceeding 1,000 gold coins deterred many mercenaries. After all, such magical equipment was priced close to that of a first-level magical crystal. Most mercenaries lacked savings. They preferred to exchange their gold for equipment and fine wine, completing tasks to earn gold, only to spend it again, reminiscent of the Moonlight Clan from Richard's past life. However, these mercenaries were not the target audience for the dynamic frog masks. It was those with substantial wealth, interested in enhancing their capabilities, that the Fudong Chamber truly sought to attract: the Storm Mercenary Corps and the Flying Snow Mercenary Corps. Both in collaboration with the Fudong Chamber, each ordered 3 professional versions of the dynamic frog mask. Additionally, the Fudong Chamber requested materials from the water arrow frogs from these 2 large mercenary groups. The materials needed for the dynamic frog masks were the magical components found in the water arrow frogs, and the Fudong Chamber had been transparent about this, generously sharing the information with both mercenary groups. Given the confidentiality standards of these large mercenary corps, it would likely take less than a day for the entire Tight Town to become aware of this news. After all, the vital components were Richard's uniquely designed magical array patterns and his exceptional crafting skills. Once other wizards obtained the dynamic frog masks and disassembled them, they would surely identify the primary material as the skin of the water arrow frogs. Among the large mercenary corps, there were bound to be employed wizards or wizard apprentices, as the handling of magical materials required professional expertise. Regardless, other wizards would not be able to replicate the dynamic frog masks. The Fudong Chamber's openness about the need for magical materials from the water arrow frogs was reasonable, especially since one could only place an order for dynamic frog masks by providing the necessary materials. Consequently, mercenary groups that had previously shown disinterest in the water arrow frogs would now begin hunting them. Even if they themselves did not require the dynamic frog masks, they could sell the magical materials from the water arrow frogs at a high price to those who did. Within just 3 days, Richard received over 100 sets of water arrow frog materials. To place an order for a dynamic frog mask, one needed to provide 4 sets of water arrow frog materials in addition to gold coins. Although the materials could still offset the cost in gold of the orders received, aside from one mercenary who was genuinely short on funds and ordered the basic version, the remaining 12 orders were all for the professional version. These orders included not only those placed by individuals, but also those acquired by the Fudong Chamber from smaller mercenary groups at premium prices. Richard's only concern was whether he could manage to complete the production of such a large quantity of dynamic frog masks while ensuring a high success rate. If the materials were wasted without yielding any equipment, it would mean Richard would have to provide the materials himself. Nevertheless, with his talent for multitasking now enhanced, Richard felt confident in his ability to succeed. Furthermore, news of the urgent demand for water arrow frog materials had already spread. Apart from Tight Town, mercenaries had begun to hunt the water arrow frogs in nearby waters as well. Next, the mercenaries would likely attempt to hunt the water arrow frogs in the Gadarene Mountain. But Richard couldn't help but wonder about the fate of the water arrow frog king. He pondered silently. Although he was not currently a match for the water arrow frog king, it did not mean that there were no intermediate warriors within the mercenary corps. The Storm Mercenary Corps and the Flying Snow Mercenary Corps, which had previously collaborated with the Fudong Chamber, both possessed intermediate warriors. Due to the physical enhancements of intermediate professionals, magical beasts that could easily overpower ordinary warriors at lower levels would no longer hold such a significant advantage when facing intermediate warriors. Moreover, intermediate warriors would have honed numerous combat skills and possessed superior equipment, ensuring that 3 or 4 intermediate warriors could likely defeat an intermediate magical beast. However, Richard also recognized the intelligence of intermediate magical beasts. Recalling the cunning tactics of the black-faced Monkey King during their ambush at the copper mine, as well as the Water Arrow Frog King that had awakened ice elements and nearly killed him. These creatures displayed intelligence comparable to that of humans. If the mercenary corps underestimated them, they would undoubtedly suffer significant losses in the Gadarene Mountain. Yet, Richard mused, what did the misfortunes of the mercenaries have to do with him? Regardless, my dealings with the mercenaries are purely legitimate. Richard focused his attention on the order for the dynamic frog mask, and fortunately, his multitasking ability improved, allowing him to craft with greater ease. Within a month, he completed the original order, much to Margaret's delight. Her judgment had indeed proven astute, and such a brilliant sorcerer must not be let go. During this time, Richard also refined a divine power crystal. Besides elevating his multitasking talent to 5-fold, the Tiger God finally ascended to a level 3 magical beast. However, it was unfortunate that this time, no new magic awakened within its bloodline. Although Richard's mental power had increased, it still did not reach the level of a 4th-tier sorcerer. In fact, most magical beasts do not awaken new magic with every promotion. The dual awakening of the Tiger God, along with the awakening of magic at both 1st and 2nd levels, is exceedingly rare. A magical beast possessing 4 spells at the 2nd level would undoubtedly triumph over a 3rd-tier sorcerer, were it not for the relatively modest enhancement of combat prowess provided by the awakened holy magic. The Tiger God had advanced to level 3, yet Richard found himself unable to address the blue-horned hippo issue in the short term. However, due to the presence of the Tiger God, the aura of a 3rd-level magical beast instilled considerable fear in the blue-horned hippos, compelling them to migrate downstream along the river beside the Chingha tribe. There, however, they would not enjoy delectable fruits, nor would they find humans to enslave them. In just a month, orders for the dynamic frog mask multiplied. And amidst the mercenaries' fervent pursuit of gold, Richard had handled over 300 portions of water arrow frog meat. This, of course, signified the demise of 300 water arrow frogs. Yet, throughout this month, Richard had not heard any news regarding the Water Arrow Frog King, nor had any updates emerged about the previous Black-Faced Monkey King. Richard did not believe these beastly monarchs would simply give up. Their concealment surely harbored deeper schemes. Thus, Richard resolved to remain in Tight Town for the time being. As the private military of Fast had ensured the town's security, someone has actually replicated the supreme version of the dynamic frog mask. Richard was astonished, but he soon came to terms with it. After all, the supreme version merely enhanced comfort compared to the professional version, making it relatively simple to replicate. However, this would undoubtedly eliminate the anti-counterfeiting magic patterns Richard had crafted. It remained to be seen whether the sorcerer behind the replication had managed to replicate those protective enchantments as well. According to our intelligence, the individual attempting to replicate the supreme version was a 3rd-tier sorcerer from the Black Snake Mercenary Group, which had previously ordered a professional version of the dynamic frog mask from us. Apparently for the purpose of imitation, Margaret was somewhat incensed, never expecting the Black Snake Mercenary Group to engage in such underhanded tactics. In fact, the Black Snake Mercenary Group was a formidable faction. Beyond that 3rd-tier sorcerer, there was also a 4th-tier warrior among the mercenaries who had arrived in Tight Town. In terms of influence, they ranked among the leading mercenary groups that had come to the town. Generally speaking, such a powerful mercenary group would seldom resort to such despicable actions, as maintaining a certain level of credibility is essential for mercenaries traversing the land. However, the Black Snake Mercenary Group was an exception. Many of its members hailed from backgrounds as thieves and assassins, inherently possessing a tarnished reputation. The group's leader, defying convention, attracted mercenaries who had been rejected by other factions due to their nefarious conduct. By incorporating these rogues and assassins, the Black Snake mercenary group successfully undertook some exceedingly challenging mercenary tasks. Unfortunately, these lawless mercenaries did not reform as the group's leader had hoped, continuing to act according to their whims. The group's reputation remained unchanged despite its considerable strength, ultimately leading to an internal conflict wherein the original leader was slain. Currently, 3 vice leaders are at the helm of portions of the Black Snake mercenary group, each vying for control. The vice leader who arrived in Tight Town is one of them. The replication was somewhat anticipated. Richard remained calm. After all, the kingdom of Jeff had yet to establish any intellectual property laws, and mutual borrowing among sorcerers had become commonplace. Nevertheless, even a third-tier sorcerer would find it challenging to independently craft a dynamic frog mask. Richard was confident in this regard, for the talent of multitasking was exceedingly rare among sorcerers. He could barely manage to achieve it threefold. The sorcerer from the Black Snake mercenary group likely possessed a mental power level akin to Richard's, both at the 3rd tier. Really? Margaret's excitement was palpable. In truth, she was aware of the orders and shipments held by the Fortune Trading Company. Aside from the semi-gifted supreme version of the dynamic frog mask to fast, Richard had yet to produce a new one. This implied that the 3rd-tier sorcerer attempting to replicate the supreme version must have acquired it from Fast or one of his associates. Initially, Margaret was concerned that if that 3rd-tier sorcerer successfully produced a dynamic frog mask from the supreme version, others could undercut prices, severely impacting the sales of the Fortune Trading Company. However, upon hearing Richard assert that the 3rd-tier sorcerer could not replicate the dynamic frog mask, she found it to be splendid news. Nonetheless, the Black Snake mercenary group had begun purchasing water arrow frog magical materials at high prices, which had already affected their plans. Richard understood that the 3rd-tier sorcerer had likely learned that water arrow frog meat could enhance affinity for the water element. However, Richard had already secured a head start through the Fortune Trading Company, having procured a substantial amount of water arrow frog meat, thereby elevating the water element affinity to over double its original value. Should they wish to hunt more, the Black Snake mercenary group would undoubtedly dispatch mercenaries deep into the Gadliman Mountains. At that juncture, the fate of the Black Snake mercenaries would be of no concern to Richard. No worries. After all, most of the materials remain in our possession. Richard was quite at ease. Even if they acquired the magical materials from the water arrow frogs, they would merely accumulate in their warehouse. Even if that 3rd-tier sorcerer spread the word about the water arrow frog meat enhancing water element affinity, it would only serve to increase his competition. Thus, before facing setbacks, that 3rd-tier sorcerer would surely conceal this information and secretly send people out to hunt water arrow frogs. As for the replication of the supreme version, it would not significantly affect Richard. After all, every time he replicated the supreme version of the dynamic frog mask, he still needed to purchase the professional version first. The profits remained with Richard, and he would still need to provide the magical materials from the water arrow frogs. As long as the 3rd-tier sorcerer could not independently create the dynamic frog mask, Richard would ultimately prevail in securing both the frog meat and gold coins. Rest assured, I shall venture out shortly to inquire with Viscount Fast about the previous dynamic frog mask, to ascertain who sold the supreme version to the Black Snake mercenary group. Margaret, incensed, declared, I can also voice my concerns through the Fortune Trading Company. After all, those purchasing the supreme version are not overly concerned about a few coins, and they would not wish to sell to counterfeiters. With that, Margaret stormed off. My Lord Richard, a sorcerer has come to visit you. Lucy reported that a sorcerer. Richard recalled that his relationships with the 3 sorcerers in Tight Town were rather indifferent. Even the amiable Dart seldom engaged with him. Let him in. As the sorcerer entered, Richard instinctively furrowed his brow. Is it really you? The visiting sorcerer turned out to be the 2nd-tier sorceress Bertha. Richard remembered that they had not spoken in quite some time. As he found himself unable to tolerate Bertha's temperament, I have come this time to assist you. Bertha cast a flirtatious glance at Richard, which he deliberately ignored. Assist me? What could you possibly offer? And why would you wish to help me? Bertha smiled. If I am not mistaken, the much-discussed dynamic frog mask is indeed crafted by you, Richard. After all, among the sorcerers in Tight Town, we are but a few. And Miss Margaret from the Fortune Trading Company visits you daily. Richard nodded, conceding to her statement. But what could a 2nd-tier sorceress like you do to aid me? His inquiry was pointed, yet Bertha remained unfazed. Yesterday, I heard that the supreme version of the dynamic frog mask was replicated by the Black Snake mercenary group. I know who sold that supreme version to them. After Bertha elucidated the matter, Richard finally grasped the reason behind it. The sale of the supreme version of the dynamic frog mask to the Black Snake Mercenary Corps was orchestrated by Ryan, the very individual Richard had encountered in the castle of Viscount Fast. Engaged in an illicit liaison with Bertha, the motive behind Ryan's actions stemmed from jealousy sparked by Bertha's attitude towards Richard. Even though there was no actual relationship between Richard and Bertha, Ryan was still intent on seeking vengeance against Richard. During their previous confrontation with the black-faced monkeys, Ryan had also acted with malice, resulting in Cronin sustaining severe injuries. That it was unexpected that Bertha's unwarranted misfortune had led Richard into this predicament. As for how Bertha had come by this information, it was due to Ryan boasting to her the previous night, revealing all his deeds. "Then why do you assist me?" Richard inquired. "I am not aiding you. I am aiding myself. Ryan's desire for revenge nearly cost me my life last time, and I will not let him evade justice," Bertha replied. That moment, Richard could sense a deep-seated resentment in her words. He was acutely aware of Bertha's intricate relationship with both Cronin and Ryan, and he understood that Bertha bore some responsibility for Ryan's current state. However, given Bertha's inherently selfish nature, Richard surmised she would not hold herself accountable. "Bertha, what assistance can you possibly provide? You are merely a second-tier sorceress, and your power pales in comparison to the might of the Black Snake Mercenary Corps." Bertha straightened her posture, declaring, "I have my own methods. Since Ryan has come to flaunt his achievements before me, it is clear that he still harbors feelings for me. As long as I return to his side, he shall not refuse me. I can gather intelligence on the Black Snake Mercenary Corps while I am with him. If you wish to deal with the sorcerer who replicated the dynamic frog mask, I will find a way to provide you with an opportunity. When the time comes, if you can summon a powerful ally from the Fortune Chamber of Commerce, we shall coordinate our efforts, and your dynamic frog mask will no longer face imitation." It seemed Bertha was unaware that the sorcerer in question was incapable of replicating the dynamic frog mask. Whether this information had not reached her or Ryan had withheld it remained unclear. Reminding himself to stay vigilant, Richard decided to temporarily collaborate with Bertha, allowing her to investigate the situation regarding the Black Snake Mercenary Corps through Ryan. "Very well, but since Ryan is a noble under Viscount Fast, I shall not take action against him myself," Richard implied, suggesting that Bertha should eliminate this lingering threat. As for personally intervening, Richard believed it prudent to wait until he could refine the divine power crystal and truly become a fourth-tier sorcerer before provoking the Black Snake Mercenary Corps and Ryan. Acting rashly against Ryan might offend Viscount Fast, which would conflict with Richard's interests in fulfilling his military service in Tight Town. Furthermore, since the Black Snake Mercenary Corps was stationed in Tight Town, they would not depart until the lords had thoroughly conquered Mount Gaedlin, driven by their avarice. There would be ample opportunities ahead. "Agreed. I will personally deal with Ryan." Bertha nodded, for her arrival in Tight Town was motivated by the prospect of profiting from the impending fall of Gaedlin Fortress. With Cronin gravely injured and unable to assist her in crafting enchanted equipment, Bertha was disinclined to pursue the sorcerer recruitment tasks within Tight Town, once the affairs concerning Mount Gaedlin concluded. She too would depart with the mercenaries. Richard and Bertha deliberated over the details before parting ways. However, upon exiting, Bertha unexpectedly collided with Margaret, who had just returned from gathering information. "What are you doing here?" Margaret confronted Bertha. With a playful smile, Bertha responded, "What do you think a woman seeks when visiting a man? Are you looking to die?" Margaret retorted, unconvinced that Richard could ever be attracted to Bertha. After all, even in the presence of someone as striking as herself, Richard had maintained his composure. Nevertheless, she could not entirely dismiss the possibility, considering Bertha's physical attributes might appeal to Richard. Moreover, she recalled that Richard had crafted a set of leather armor for a friend with a commendable physique, which could indeed sway his preferences. Contemplating this, Margaret's expression fluctuated between suspicion and concern. Bertha, recognizing the power of the Jones family and not wishing to offend Margaret, teased her briefly before clarifying, "I am here to assist Richard." Humph. Margaret realized she had been deceived by Bertha. Nonetheless, she firmly stated, "From now on, keep your distance from Richard." Bertha said nothing, swaying her hips as she departed, leaving Margaret seething with frustration. "What is the matter?" Richard inquired. Observing the irate Margaret entering, he found it perplexing that even if the dynamic frog mask had been imitated, Margaret, with her considerable wealth, would remain agitated for so long. Margaret sulked. That wretched woman Bertha was here. Wasn't she? "Bertha? Yes, she just left, Richard replied, puzzled by the connection between Margaret's anger and Bertha. Could it be jealousy? No, Richard shook his head, realizing that one of life's greatest misconceptions is to believe others harbor feelings for you. Margaret was likely worried about being deceived by Bertha. Richard reassured her. Rest assured, Bertha came to discuss matters concerning the Black Snake Mercenary Corps. She is willing to gather intelligence for us. Margaret pouted but refrained from pressing further. Knowing such inquiries would only irritate Richard. Regardless, you should keep your distance from Bertha. She is not a trustworthy woman that I understand, Richard comforted her. But whether they are good or bad, as long as they are useful, that suffices. With that, Richard quickly shifted the topic to by the way, how did your inquiries with Fast turn out? It was a baron under Fast, Dylan, who expressed great interest in the dynamic frog mask and purchased it from Fast for a sum of gold. Baron Dylan, I wonder how he is connected to Ryan. Richard mused aloud. Margaret recalled, Baron Dylan is Ryan's father and a third-tier warrior, second only to the defense officer, Craig, among Fast's subordinates, a third-tier warrior. Richard pondered whether Baron Dylan was aware that Ryan's actions were aimed at the Fortune Chamber of Commerce. If he was, this could complicate their plans considerably. Noticing Richard's furrowed brow, Margaret whispered, I have already sought assistance from my family. One of my uncles is en route, and he is a fourth-tier warrior. A fourth-tier warrior. Thank you, Margaret. Richard expressed his gratitude, realizing that this would at least ensure the Black Snake Mercenary Corps would not act recklessly against the Fortune Chamber of Commerce. There's no need for such formality. Besides, the dynamic frog mask has already netted over 30,000 gold. It is only right for my family to send someone, Margaret replied. Even though the dynamic frog mask had indeed earned over 30,000 gold, the Fortune Chamber only retained 5% as a fee, amounting to less than 2,000 gold, which was insufficient to command a fourth-tier warrior. Thus, it was evident that Margaret had contributed significantly to this endeavor. Reflecting on this, Richard produced 9 first-tier water elemental crystals obtained from hunting water arrow frogs. These are the first-tier water elemental crystals I acquired from my previous hunts. Water is not my primary element, so please sell them within the Fortune Chamber. This was a half-truth, as Richard's affinity for water elements had significantly improved following his consumption of water arrow frog meat, now approaching the strength of a primary specialization. He presented these 9 crystals to ensure Margaret could earn a profit, thus enhancing her standing within the Fortune Chamber. His reluctance to present all of them stemmed from a desire to conceal his true capabilities. Hunting 9 water arrow frogs indicated he was already a formidable second-tier sorcerer. Margaret, upon seeing the glimmering 9 first-tier water elemental crystals in Richard's hand, understood his good intentions. Without hesitation, she accepted them, recognizing their potential resale value in the sorcerer market, which would yield at least 1,000 gold in profit. Initially, Margaret had hoped to leverage this gesture to establish a sense of indebtedness between them, bringing their relationship closer. However, she had not anticipated Richard's capacity to produce such a substantial number of first-tier water elemental crystals. In retrospect, since their acquaintance, the bounty of gifts and opportunities Richard had provided had been unceasing. Although considerable human and material resources have been invested by the Fortune Chamber of Commerce, I have nonetheless accrued a substantial sum of gold coins from my dealings with Richard. While these coins may not be sufficient for me to triumph in the family assessment, they are more than adequate to maintain my current standing, if not advance it further. I understand that you may be reluctant to owe me a favor, yet in my view, we are good friends, and such formality is unnecessary, Margaret said to Richard. Good friends? Richard had no desire to be classified as such, primarily due to his overly compassionate nature. Should they become good friends, he would inevitably find it difficult to deceive her. Just as he had opportunistically leveraged the creation of the dynamic frog mask to have Margaret utilize the resources of the Fortune Chamber to acquire water frog meat, thereby doubling his affinity with water elements. If they were to become close friends, would Richard still be able to exploit her so easily? Of course, we need not be so formal. Hence, I entrust these magic crystals to you. Ensure you secure a good price. Richard chuckled. I shall, she replied. The Black Snake Mercenary Corps. Bertha, have you witnessed the prowess of this young master? Ryan, in high spirits, was pleasantly surprised by Bertha's lack of resolve. A mere slight maneuver on his part had her eagerly returning to his side. Richard was nothing more than a secondary wizard. As long as you follow me, I can guarantee your comfort. Bertha smirked inwardly, responding to Ryan with a coy smile. Young Master Ryan, you are certainly unlike that muddy-footed wizard Richard. However, I have been diligently practicing magic and may not have the time to create enchanted equipment. Ryan felt a surge of satisfaction. He was well aware that, as a secondary warrior, his importance to Tight Town paled in comparison to that of a secondary wizard. Yet, considering his father, Baron Dillon, was a trusted aide of Viscount Fast, he had little regard for Bertha, viewing her merely as a fleeting amusement. However, the notion of reducing a secondary wizard to submission beneath his feet immensely gratified Ryan's ego. If you currently lack the time, I shall have my father speak with Governor Jenny, and once you are available, you can make up for the enchanted equipment, though I have no personal ties to Jenny. Having a good father certainly has its advantages. In contrast, that muddy-footed wizard Richard, no matter how handsome or powerful, is ultimately bound to comply with the crafting of enchanted gear. Then I thank you. Young Master Ryan. Bertha smiled seductively. So, will you be resting at the Black Snake Mercenary Corps tonight, or returning home? Ryan leaned in to kiss Bertha's cheek, saying, not to worry, once I finish discussing your matters with my father, I will return to keep you company tonight. Bertha smiled sweetly, concealing any traces of resentment within her heart. When Ryan returned home, he was met with disbelief. What? You want Bertha to cease creating enchanted equipment? Absolutely not. Baron Dillon, a rotund man, was visibly agitated by Ryan's request. Father, please do me this favor. I have already made a promise to Bertha. Ryan had not anticipated his father's steadfast refusal, so he hastily clarified. Bertha is not refusing to craft enchanted gear. She merely lacks the time due to her current focus on magic. Once she has completed her training, she will be able to catch up. Don't think I am unaware. The last time you had me purchase the dynamic frog mask, you promptly handed it over to the Black Snake Mercenary Corps. Your actions have offended both the Fudong Chamber and Wizard Richard. As a trusted lieutenant of Fast, Dillon had his own channels of information and was aware that the creator of the dynamic frog mask was none other than the recruited Wizard Richard from Tight Town. Father, since you have already offended the Fudong Chamber and Richard, why not assist me once more? Besides, Richard is merely a secondary wizard, having amassed a fortune from the dynamic frog mask, while Master Kayabi of the Black Snake Mercenary Corps is a third-level wizard. And he has assured me he can replicate the supreme version of the dynamic frog mask. This represents a significant sum of gold. If we could collaborate with the Black Snake Mercenary Corps, wouldn't we be able to share in the profits? Rather than allowing that petty Richard to pocket the gold, it would be far better for our family to control it. Dillon was tempted. Although he was the second in command under Fast, he expended considerable gold annually to train his own private army. He was aware that the Fudong Chamber had already profited tens of thousands from the dynamic frog mask. If he could secure a similar amount, it might elevate his status in Tight Town above that of the detestable Craig. Are you certain Master Kayabi can replicate the dynamic frog mask? Seeing his father's interest, Ryan quickly pressed on. Absolutely. I have witnessed Master Kayabi craft the supreme version of the dynamic frog mask. As for the ordinary and professional versions, they are child's play. Moreover, that ungrateful wizard Richard has no intention of remaining in Tight Town. In a little over 2 years, he will surely return to the wizarding world. Once he departs, what harm could come from offending him? Baron Dillon was not particularly concerned about Richard, a third-level warrior commanding several hundred private soldiers alongside part of Fast forces. He had little fear of Richard's retaliation. His only apprehension lay in potentially incurring the wrath of the Fudong Chamber. However, if he could earn a substantial amount of gold and allocate a portion to train Fast troops, Lord Fast would likely refrain from reprimanding him. Very well, I shall grant you this request. However, I have a condition, Dillon said with a lascivious grin, that I recall that Bertha has a splendid figure. Let her accompany me for an evening. Ryan paused. Though such arrangements were not new to their father-son relationship, he wondered if Bertha would be agreeable. Nonetheless, recalling Bertha's previous actions, Ryan ultimately acquiesced. After all, many women comparable to Bertha surrounded him. This was merely a moment of jealousy directed at Richard. In that case, let her come to my home tonight. Otherwise, we should go out together. If your mother finds out, she will surely nag incessantly. The two shared a knowing smile. 2 days later, Bart, a fourth-level warrior and Margaret's uncle from the Jones family, finally arrived in Tight Town. Despite being a fourth-level warrior, Bart had never shown interest in the family's business ventures, instead excelling in the cultivation of fighting energy. At the age of 32, he had already ascended to the rank of fourth-level warrior. And in his lifetime, he might even attempt to reach the level of advanced warrior. However, despite his exceptional talent in fighting energy, The Jones family placed significant emphasis on commerce, leading to Bart's status within the family being overshadowed by several commercial magnates. Nevertheless, as a direct descendant of the Jones family, he naturally possessed ample resources for cultivating fighting energy. "Margaret, I never anticipated you would allow me to come here," Bart exclaimed eagerly upon seeing Margaret. "If you do not generate sufficient gold for the family, your ranking in the assessment will surely decline." As Margaret's uncle, Bart was naturally concerned for his niece's welfare. Margaret met Bart at her home. Having summoned several of her subordinates and the captain of her guard, "Uncle Bart, why so serious upon our first meeting?" Margaret cooed. "This trouble with the Black Snake Mercenary Corps is the only reason I summoned you." Bart scoffed. "What are the Black Snake Mercenary Corps to us? Do they dare interfere with our family's business? But do not attempt to deceive me. If I am not mistaken, this has to do with a wizard named Richard." "Correct. To be candid, I have come bearing the family's assessment task. If you can earn 100,000 gold coins before the Lord thoroughly conquers the Gatterland Mountains, not only will the family refrain from imposing restrictions on your relationship with Richard, but your ranking will also see a significant improvement. Should you fail, I fear you may have to heed the family's orders and depart from the Oyun Plain. 100,000 gold coins?" Margaret gasped, aware that she had already laid the groundwork in Tight Town through the Jones family's channels. However, there remains a considerable distance before the complete control of the trade routes surrounding the town near Gatland Mountain is achieved. Aside from Tight Town, 2 other towns have permitted the shops under Margaret's command to establish a presence. Nevertheless, even with this development, the prospect of earning a profit of 100,000 gold coins seems unattainable. Despite Richard's provision of the dynamic frog mask and 9 first-level water elemental magic crystals, most of the profits have already been ceded to Richard, leaving Margaret with a minimal amount of gold. Without the counterfeit efforts of the Black Snake Mercenary Corps, earning 10,000 gold coins from these 2 items would be a straightforward task. However, this still leaves a staggering gap of 90,000 gold coins. Other ventures, given the spending habits of numerous mercenaries, might yield an additional 20 to 30,000 gold coins, but reaching the target of 100,000 is utterly insufficient. Of course, the family is aware of the formidable nature of this assessment task. And Uncle Bart will be stationed in Tight Town during this period, fully adhering to your commands. Bart stroked his head. He is quite fond of this niece of his. If necessary, our fortune trading company could organize a team to hunt magical beasts in Gatland Mountain. But with so many mercenaries around, it seems unlikely that we could secure much. Margaret's furrowed brow did not ease. Hunting magical beasts with the guards from Fortune Trading Company would be even more troublesome than dealing with Fast's private army. After all, Margaret cannot compel them to risk their lives. Should there be casualties, the family would undoubtedly deduct significant points from this assessment task. After all, the Jones family has always adhered to the principle of harmony and profit. Even with Uncle Bart's presence, 4-level warrior mercenaries have already arrived in Tight Town, and magical beasts are not easily acquired. It is likely that the mercenaries might unite against Fortune Trading Company. Nonetheless, the family's assessment task will not be rescinded. The only option now is to find a way to earn 100,000 gold coins. In light of this, let us have Uncle Bart accompany me to meet with Wizard Richard," suggested Margaret. As long as Uncle Bart can witness Richard's value, even if this assessment is not completed, we can still strive for a better rating. "Very well. I too am eager to see what manner of 2nd-level wizard has compelled you to mobilize so many resources from the family," Bart replied. Margaret and Bart subsequently visited Richard's residence. Having received word, Richard instructed Lucy and Petty to prepare tea and snacks, items he typically would not indulge in. "Greetings, Mr. Bart," Richard said, maintaining a sufficient level of respect towards Margaret's uncle. Particularly since Bart was a 4-level warrior. Bart appraised Richard. He certainly appeared quite handsome, yet his aura revealed the presence of Margaret's dark magic crystal necklace around Richard's neck. Had their relationship progressed to such a stage? Contemplating this, Bart's regard for Richard diminished further. "I am Bart. You must be Richard, correct? I have heard that it was your magical equipment that was replicated by Corby of the Black Snake Mercenary Corps, prompting Margaret to summon me," Bart stated. Richard silently broke into a cold sweat. Although he had not engaged in the actions Bart described, deceiving Margaret was indeed a fact. Nevertheless, Bart's assistance would be indispensable in addressing the Black Snake Mercenary Corps. "Mr. Bart, the dynamic frog mask I crafted cannot be replicated by Corby. What he has done is merely modify my professional version into a supreme version. Once we publicize this, the actions of the Black Snake Mercenary Corps will naturally unravel." Richard asserted. Are you certain? Bart inquired that he had been summoned by Margaret through the alchemical communication device and had received his information via family channels within Tight Town. Presently, the entire town was abuzz with rumors that Corby of the Black Snake Mercenary Corps had replicated the dynamic frog mask. I am certain, Richard replied earnestly, simultaneously resolving within himself that should Corby truly manage to replicate the dynamic frog mask, he would discreetly deal with him once he ascended to a 4-level wizard. After all, Richard was rapidly accumulating faith power, and he lacked divine power crystals. He could already sense that his mental prowess was not far from reaching the 4th level, with the refinement of 2 more divine power crystals. He would attain that advancement. Upon witnessing Richard's confidence, Bart regarded him with a newfound admiration. In that case, let us disseminate this news and resolve the troubles posed by the Black Snake Mercenary Corps. Bart declared, a man of swift action, especially with Margaret's assessment task weighing on his mind. He promptly decided to announce that the Black Snake Mercenary Corps could not replicate the dynamic frog mask. Uncle Bart, please do not rush, Margaret interjected. It is still too early to release the news. I have already arranged for people to dig a trap for them, and when the time comes, we will naturally resolve this matter. As a member of the Jones family tasked with the assessment, Margaret was no stranger to the intrigues of the marketplace, and upon receiving Richard's assurance regarding the dynamic frog mask, she promptly organized her personnel. Since you have a plan in mind, I shall defer to your judgment, Bart replied openly, recognizing that he was not one to strategize effectively in business matters. It was best to rely on his niece's acumen. However, we must maintain some pressure on the Black Snake Mercenary Corps in public, Margaret said with a cunning smile. Margaret then elucidated her plan to Bart and Richard. The trio, accompanied by their guards, made their way to the Black Snake Mercenary Corps base in Tight Town. The group approached with an air of intimidation, clearly intent on confronting the Black Snake Mercenary Corps, with the latter having replicated the dynamic frog mask of Fortune Trading Company. Trouble was finally brewing. This promised to be an entertaining spectacle. Who would have thought that Fortune Trading Company would come knocking at their door? However, the Black Snake Mercenary Corps had a vice captain present, a mid-level warrior who would not be easily dealt with by Fortune Trading Company. My friend, your information is outdated. Today, Fortune Trading Company has also dispatched a mid-level warrior to Tight Town, came the response. Soon, a throng of mercenaries gathered around, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Is that not Miss Margaret of Fortune Trading Company? What brings you to our Black Snake Mercenary Corps? A hawk-nosed middle-aged man called out. He was one of the vice captains of the Black Snake Mercenary Corps, Godwin, who had been at the 4th-level warrior stage for many years, far beyond Richard's current capabilities. Captain Godwin, I am not here out of leisure. Your Black Snake Mercenary Corps has behaved unethically by brazenly reproducing our dynamic frog mask. Will you not provide Fortune Trading Company with an explanation? Margaret retorted, her expression fierce, yet Godwin remained unfazed. After all, the Black Snake Mercenary Corps had already sullied their reputation. As long as they could profit, that was all that mattered. However, upon spotting Bart, his demeanor shifted, clearly recognizing him as a 4th-level warrior. Miss Margaret, that is not how the matter stands. The magical equipment crafted by Corby was developed entirely by him. The functions are merely similar to your Fortune Trading Company's dynamic frog mask, Godwin proclaimed, producing a mask. Upon inspection, it bore a striking resemblance to Richard's dynamic frog mask, even featuring the anti-counterfeit magic patterns crafted by Richard. Clearly, Corby, the 3rd-level wizard of the Black Snake Mercenary Corps, was a master of magic patterns. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, this is the magical equipment crafted by Master Corby, with functions entirely equivalent to the dynamic frog mask sold by Fortune Trading Company. Although Bart was also a 4th-level warrior, Godwin was not inclined to yield merely due to Bart's presence, especially with Ryan standing by his side. In Tight Town, he felt no fear. Brothers of the Mercenary Guild. The dynamic frog mask produced by our Black Snake Mercenary Corps is of excellent quality and affordable price. Regardless of the version, it is 200 gold coins cheaper than that of Fortune Trading Company, Godwin declared, casting a scornful glance towards Margaret and her entourage, by simply setting a lower price. The mercenaries would naturally rally to his support. Even if they could not afford it, they would inherently resent a trading company profiting from them. Although the Black Snake Mercenary Corps had a tarnished name, they were still part of the mercenary fraternity. 200 gold coins cheaper meant being able to purchase 2 additional enchanted items. Indeed, it appears that the members of the Black Snake Mercenary Corps can sometimes do good deeds. The mercenaries surrounding them were engaged in lively discussions. Margaret feigned anger, yet her heart was brimming with joy. The more assistance the mercenaries provided to the Black Snake Mercenary Corps, the more devastating their demise would be once her schemes came to fruition. Richard observed the dynamic frog mask in Godwin's possession, sensing an underlying unease. "Godwin, may I have a glimpse of the dynamic frog mask you hold?" Richard's voice rose above the clamor of the crowd. "Who are you?" Godwin, taken aback by the sight of a wizard among Margaret's entourage, found it perplexing that someone dared to speak after Margaret had seemingly given up. "He is the creator of the dynamic frog mask." "Wizard Richard," Margaret elucidated, though Richard had not informed her of his actions, causing her some apprehension. Was it possible that the dynamic frog mask had indeed been replicated by Colby? Otherwise, why would Richard suddenly wish to examine the mask crafted by Colby? "Ah, so it is you." Godwin was astonished to discover that the creator of the dynamic frog mask was this young wizard before him. "What of it? This dynamic frog mask is not unique to you alone. With so many mercenaries present, if anyone from the fortune chamber dared to damage the dynamic frog mask, he could easily turn the tables on them." After speaking, Godwin extended the dynamic frog mask, and Richard promptly received it. As he held the mask, Richard fell into deep contemplation. It must be said that Colby was indeed a master of imitation. Not only had he replicated the magical array, but he had also emulated the anti-counterfeiting magical glyphs Richard had designed. However, Richard's anti-counterfeiting glyphs were based on the star systems of his previous life, whereas Colby's glyphs had incorrect orbital and rotational speeds. Observing Richard's serious demeanor, a gaunt old wizard behind Godwin began to feel anxious. He was Colby, the one who had replicated the dynamic frog mask. Richard meticulously sensed the discrepancies. The magical energy of the entire dynamic frog mask far exceeded that of his own creation, and the flow of magic was entirely unrelated to the magical array. Yet, how could a mask that bypassed the magical array grant the user dynamic vision? Suddenly, Richard conceived a possibility. Colby might be a biological wizard, utilizing his biological magic to invigorate the eyes of the water arrow frog. However, this could only sustain its function for a limited time. Once Colby's magic waned, the water arrow frog's eyes would perish, rendering the mask utterly useless. So, had Colby concealed this from everyone, or had he allied with the Black Snake Mercenary Corps? Regardless, it was clear that Colby intended to flee. Despite uncovering the issue, Richard chose not to expose Colby, but instead returned the dynamic frog mask. He could not have anticipated that the Black Snake Mercenary Corps possessed a wizard capable of replicating his dynamic frog mask. A bitter expression crossed Richard's face, revealing his prowess in subterfuge. Colby let out a sigh of relief behind the scenes. "Richard, you are merely a second-level wizard. Do not let a modicum of talent inflate your pride." Lion emerged from the Black Snake Mercenary Corps quarters. Embracing Bursa, Richard observed Bursa's delicate demeanor and could not help but reflect. A more adept performer has appeared. Witnessing Lion's arrogance, Richard snorted and returned to the crowd of the fortune chamber. He whispered the discoveries he had made to Margaret, who blushed slightly and nodded. Even if Colby chose to flee, it would not disrupt her plans. Upon Lion's arrival, Godwin felt emboldened. "Lion, your timing is impeccable. You must arbitrate this dispute. The fortune chamber insists that our Black Snake Mercenary Corps has replicated their dynamic frog mask." Although Godwin denied it verbally, the identical dynamic frog mask in his possession was obvious to all present, drawing silent condemnation for his shamelessness. "Lion, do you also intend to oppose the fortune chamber? Let us not forget that I, too, was invited by Viscount Fast." Margaret was well acquainted with Lion upon her arrival. He had been captivated by her beauty and had pursued her to some extent, but her close relationship with Jenny had prompted Jenny to warn Lion, leading him to withdraw. Godwin stood forth, exuding the presence of a fourth-level warrior. "That is not how this matter should be addressed. Lion is merely aiding in the pursuit of justice." The aura of a fourth-level warrior forced the members of the fortune chamber to retreat. Even Richard felt a wave of discomfort. Do not presume that only your Black Snake Mercenary Corps boasts fourth-level warriors. Finally, Bart stepped forward, revealing his own formidable presence. A burst of crimson fighting spirit surged skyward, colliding with Godwin's might. The clash of these two mid-level warriors was so overwhelming that it sent the onlooking mercenaries reeling. In Tight Town, violence is strictly prohibited. Baron Dillon arrived late, with Tight Town's private military. However, this proclamation was largely empty. as brawls among mercenaries occurred daily without Dylan intervening. Dylan? I cannot believe he stands with the Black Snake Mercenary Corps. Margaret's heart sank. Dylan was a trusted aide of Viscount Fast. What troubled her further was the possibility of Fast's endorsement behind this alliance. Yet, Fast himself would not dare openly offend the Jones family. Margaret resolved, Baron Dylan, I did not expect you to side with the Black Snake Mercenary Corps. I wonder what benefits Godwin has promised you. Dylan smiled subtly, his cunning far surpassing that of Lion. Miss Margaret, I am not aligned with the Black Snake Mercenary Corps. We are merely here to conduct business in Tight Town. And fair competition is only just. Though he spoke thus, it was evident to astute observers that Dylan was indeed lending his support to the Black Snake Mercenary Corps. Very well, let us see how this unfolds. Richard and Margaret departed, while Dylan instructed his subordinates to return. Following Lion into the quarters of the Black Snake Mercenary Corps, to Margaret's astonishment, Dylan had begun to support the Black Snake Mercenary Corps. She smiled slightly, realizing that with Dylan's endorsement, the dynamic frog masks produced by the Black Snake Mercenary Corps would undoubtedly sell like hotcakes. With Richard's confirmation that Colby had merely utilized biological magic to temporarily animate the water arrow frog's eyes, their plan could now proceed. Margaret summoned the leaders of the Flying Snow Mercenary Corps and the Storm Mercenary Corps. Gentlemen, our previous plans can now be executed. The matter of gold will be handled by the Fortune Chamber. Margaret's strategy was to fund the purchase of dynamic frog masks from the Black Snake Mercenary Corps. If Colby continued using Richard's dynamic frog masks, ordering the professional version would lead the Black Snake Mercenary Corps to incur losses. Now that Colby had substituted with the water arrow frog's eyes, he would likely flee within a few days. When that time came, Margaret could leverage her orders to demand the dynamic frog masks from the Black Snake Mercenary Corps. Should they fail to deliver, the Black Snake Mercenary Corps would owe her double the gold. In her efforts to contend with the Black Snake Mercenary Corps, Margaret had also brought the Storm Mercenary Corps and the Flying Snow Mercenary Corps into her fold. Indeed, just as Margaret had anticipated, the dynamic frog masks produced by the Black Snake Mercenary Corps began to sell remarkably well after the members of the Fortune Chamber departed, besides Dylan, who ordered a batch at an internal price. Numerous other mercenary groups placed substantial orders. Unsurprisingly, the largest orders came from the Flying Snow Mercenary Corps and the Storm Mercenary Corps, funded by the Fortune Chamber. Margaret mused. It seems the Black Snake Mercenary Corps is destined for ruin. Richard returned to his magical laboratory. Although the Black Snake Mercenary Corps now dominated the entire market, the orders for dynamic frog masks placed with the Fortune Chamber of Commerce could not be cancelled, and Richard had to continue their production. Furthermore, without Richard's authentic dynamic frog masks, once the Black Snake Mercenary Corps versions faced a catastrophic failure, the Fortune Chamber of Commerce could also find itself in dire straits. A week later, at the headquarters of the Black Snake Mercenary Corps, an elderly man shrouded in black cloth stealthily slipped out of a room. He was Kayabi. Realizing that the dynamic frog masks he had initially crafted were on the verge of becoming obsolete, he prepared to flee. Under the cover of night, Kayabi stealthily made his escape with the gold coins he had deceitfully obtained as he departed from Tight Town. A pair of black wings unfurled behind him, wings of a third-tier flying magical beast that he had purchased with his life savings. With the assistance of his biological mana, his sustained flying speed surpassed that of the wind glide spell by a factor of 2, as long as he could distance himself from Tight Town. Even Godwin would not be able to catch him. To his surprise, he had so easily swindled such a substantial amount of gold. Kayabi felt a sense of pride swell within him. He had not anticipated acquiring over 10,000 gold coins with such ease. With this fortune, he could potentially procure some organs from fourth-tier magical beasts, greatly enhancing his power. As for the Black Snake Mercenary Corps, they were merely a temporary refuge for him. Who cared if a deluge engulfed them? The only regret was that he had not managed to acquire much frog meat, but that was of little concern. After all, he was not an elemental mage. As long as he had the gold in hand, that was sufficient. Unbeknownst to him, however, a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows, silently observing him. Upon learning of Kayabi's intent to flee, Margaret had employed a multitude of mercenaries with gold to keep a watchful eye on the Black Snake Mercenary Corps. The members of the Black Snake Mercenary Corps, at that moment, were oblivious to the fact that Kayabi had deceived them from the very beginning and was preparing to escape, leaving them unguarded. Yet, Bart had already positioned himself early on, and as soon as Kayabi exited Tight Town, he was intercepted by 3 fourth-tier warriors. Apart from Bart, the leaders of the Snowflake Mercenary Corps and the Storm Mercenary Corps also took action. Faced with the sudden appearance of 3 fourth-tier warriors, Kayabi was taken aback. However, his cowardice soon led him to kneel and plead for mercy to my lords. I was blinded by greed. The gold I obtained through deceit is right here. I implore you to spare my life. The thought of battling 3 fourth-tier warriors was utterly ludicrous. Even against a single fourth-tier warrior, he could only hope to escape. Now, with 3 before him, it was no wonder Kayabi chose to beg for mercy. Bart kicked the kneeling Kayabi, causing him to fall to the ground, scattering the gold coins he held. Enough of your pretense. Do you think I don't know the effort I expended? Upon hearing this, Kayabi ceased his act of agony but remained on the ground. Bart gleefully gathered the scattered coins and, gazing at the fallen Kayabi, felt a twinge of regret. What a pity it was, a third-tier sorcerer. If only he could have served the Fortune Chamber of Commerce. Who knows how much gold he could have earned. Sensing something amiss, Kayabi attempted to rise and flee. An enchanted dagger was plunged into Kayabi's heart. Staring blankly at Bart, he seemed to wish to utter something, but the blood that gushed forth stifled his words. Bart withdrew the enchanted dagger and severed Kayabi's head for the magical beast organs Kayabi had hoarded. Without biological mana, they could only be sold as magical materials. After all, he was a third-tier sorcerer. Allowing him to live might have resulted in him using some means to undermine their plans. The infamous reputation of the swindler Kayabi had already reached the ears of the Fortune Chamber of Commerce. Thus, it was better for him to perish. Bart counted the coins in his hand and handed them to the leaders of the Snowflake Mercenary Corps and the Storm Mercenary Corps. Esteemed leaders, consider these coins as the Fortune Chamber of Commerce's order to your mercenary groups. Whether magical materials or magic crystals, the Fortune Chamber of Commerce will acquire them. The leaders of the Snowflake Mercenary Corps and the Storm Mercenary Corps felt a chill in their hearts upon witnessing Bart's decisiveness in executing a third-tier sorcerer. However, the 3 factions were now bound together by a common cause. Should the Black Snake Mercenary Corps regain its footing, it would pose a significant threat to all 3 factions. Thus, they could only follow the Fortune Chamber of Commerce down this perilous path. The Black Snake Mercenary Corps. Godwin was soundly asleep, cradling a female mercenary, when suddenly, one of his subordinates rushed in with alarming news. Captain, it's not good. Master Kayabi is missing. Godwin's initial anger at being awakened dissipated instantly, replaced by a chilling realization that he was well aware that the gold currently being amassed by the Black Snake Mercenary Corps was intertwined with Kayabi. If anything happened to Kayabi, it would spell disaster for the entire Corps. Kicking the person beside him off the bed, Godwin hastily donned his clothes, neglecting even his shoes, and dashed out of the room. However, upon seeing the orderly state of Kayabi's quarters, Godwin's heart sank to new depths. Both Kayabi's collection of magical beast organs and the recently acquired gold had vanished along with him. Clearly, Kayabi had been prepared for this escape. But why would he choose to flee at such a lucrative time? Godwin soon realized that the issue lay with the dynamic frog masks Kayabi had replicated. Damn it, Godwin seethed, wishing he could tear Kayabi to shreds. The pressing question was whether he could still catch up with Kayabi. Godwin knew that his primary objective was to locate the fleeing Kayabi. However, according to Kayabi's plan, even a 4th-tier warrior would not be able to pursue him, especially since Kayabi had already been killed by Bart. Now merely a lifeless corpse, Godwin hurriedly took flight. But where could he find Kayabi? By the time he returned to the Black Snake Mercenary Corps, chaos had already erupted. The Black Snake Mercenary Corps was never known for its strict discipline. And within half a day, news of Kayabi's escape had spread throughout Tight Town. Not to mention, the Fortune Chamber of Commerce and the Snowflake and Storm Mercenary Corps were further fanning the flames. At that moment, the Black Snake Mercenary Corps was surrounded by irate mercenaries demanding an explanation regarding their orders for the dynamic frog masks. Godwin descended into the throng, his aura brimming with the might of a 4th-tier warrior. Silence. The crowd fell into a hush under the pressure of his presence. Yet, at that moment, 3 figures emerged from the crowd. It was Bart and the 2 leaders of the Snowflake and Storm Mercenary Corps. Godwin's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the Fortune Chamber of Commerce had allied with the 2 Mercenary Corps? Captain Godwin, I've heard that Kayabi from your Black Snake Mercenary Corps has vanished. We are here to inquire about the dynamic frog masks we ordered. After all, we have already made our payments, the leader of the Snowflake Mercenary Corps stated. Indeed, we from the Storm Mercenary Corps invested a substantial amount in the dynamic frog masks from your Black Snake Mercenary Corps. These cannot go to waste. The leader of the Storm Mercenary Corps echoed. You? Godwin's rage flared. But given the strength of his subordinates, he found himself outmatched against the two mercenary corps. And what about you? The Fortune Chamber of Commerce did not place any orders for dynamic frog masks with us, Godwin retorted, directing his gaze at Bart. Bart waved his hand dismissively. The Fortune Chamber of Commerce is the financial backer for both the Snowflake and Storm Mercenary Corps. The gold used to order the dynamic frog masks came from us. Thus, the Fortune Chamber of Commerce is now the largest creditor of the Black Snake Mercenary Corps. It was then that Godwin comprehended the scheme orchestrated by the Fortune Chamber of Commerce. However, he could not fathom how the Fortune Chamber of Commerce had learned about Kayabi's deceitful plans, especially since even he, Kayabi's direct superior, had been kept in the dark about his schemes. How could the Fortune Chamber of Commerce possibly know that Kayabi would flee? If Kayabi had been sent by the Fortune Chamber of Commerce, that too made little sense, as he had been a member of the Black Snake Mercenary Corps for 2 years. Did the Fortune Chamber of Commerce begin its strategic planning 2 years ago? Does the Black Snake Mercenary Corps hold such significant influence? Commander Godwin should not think of shirking his responsibilities. Bart grinned insidiously, stating that the Fortune Chamber of Commerce has already delivered the order copies to its branch in the European cloud dimension. The personnel there will not be as accommodating as I am. Debts will accrue interest. Even if Commander Godwin is unable to repay, there are still 2 other vice commanders, right? At that moment, Baron Dillon hurried in with his private army. Baron Dillon, your arrival is fortuitous. You must take charge of the Black Snake Mercenary Corps. Godwin felt as if he had seen a glimmer of hope. In recent days, he had sent over 5,000 gold coins to Baron Dillon's residence. I have no dealings with your Black Snake Mercenary Corps. However, Commander Godwin, did I not place an order for a batch of dynamic frog masks? I wonder if they can be delivered. Dillon's words caused Godwin's previously elated heart to plummet once more. Dillon was already aware of the situation. Both he and the Black Snake Mercenary Corps had been deceived by Colby. Yet, he could not shoulder the losses alone, that if Viscount Faster were to grow dissatisfied with him, Dillon's standing in Tight Town would be jeopardized. Thus, Dillon decisively chose to turn against them, directly putting the Black Snake Mercenary Corps in jeopardy. You, after I sent you so many gold coins, Godwin fumed. Realizing that nobility were indeed a fickle lot, and he had encountered such treachery sooner than expected. Ultimately, Godwin acknowledged the compensation for the dynamic frog masks order. After all, both the Fortune Chamber of Commerce and Tight Town were powers he could not afford to offend, not to mention the multitude of mercenaries involved. However, what Godwin did not anticipate was that just 2 days later, the Black Snake Mercenary Corps would encounter further troubles. Previously, the dynamic frog masks crafted by Colby had utilized their own biological magic to activate the water arrow frog's eyes. Now, the biological magic from the initial batch he produced had been nearly exhausted, rendering these masks useless. Even the mercenaries who had received the dynamic frog masks were now dissatisfied and demanded compensation from the Black Snake Mercenary Corps. Already burdened with substantial debts from the order of dynamic frog masks, the Corps found themselves unable to compensate these mercenaries and soon erupted into conflict with them. Fortunately, Godwin, being a level 4 warrior, managed to maintain order amidst the chaos. From that day forth, nearly all mercenaries of the Black Snake Mercenary Corps ventured into the Gadeland Mountain, searching for traces of magical beasts. Fortune Chamber of Commerce. Colby, Dillon, do not let me find an opportunity, otherwise, I shall not spare you. Godwin cast a resentful glance back at Tight Town before continuing onward with his mercenaries toward the Gadeland Mountain. Meanwhile, the Fortune Chamber of Commerce was also confronted by some individuals attempting to return the dynamic frog masks produced by Colby. However, Richard was well prepared for this. The anti-counterfeit magic patterns created by Colby differed from those crafted by Richard, having developed alongside the operation of the magic patterns. Faced with the evidence presented by the Fortune Chamber of Commerce, these opportunistic mercenaries had no choice but to accept their losses. The uproar surrounding the imitation dynamic frog masks gradually subsided with the departure of the Black Snake Mercenary Corps. For Richard, the dynamic frog masks were merely a one-time transaction. Once the magical materials from all the water arrow frogs on Gadeland Mountain were exhausted, this magical equipment would become a relic of the past. However, this was of little consequence, for by that time, Richard would have already advanced to a level 4 wizard and would no longer require such low-tier equipment. Thus, Richard found himself entering a busy period once more. As the orders for the dynamic frog masks consumed 2 months of his time before he finally completed them all. Of course, the lengthy endeavor proved worthwhile. the income generated solely from the dynamic frog masks. After deducting the payments to the Fortune Chamber of Commerce and the costs of the magical materials for the water arrow frogs, left Richard with 75,000 gold coins. Not to mention, Richard also enhanced his affinity for water elements through the consumption of water arrow frog meat, elevating it to 5 times his original affinity. Consequently, water element affinity became his highest elemental affinity. In the following period, Richard diligently studied water element magic, primarily focusing on first and second tier spells. Although Richard was no longer in need of gold coins, he chose not to reveal his true strength, presenting himself as merely a second-tier wizard in the eyes of others. Therefore, he refrained from ostentatiously pursuing third-tier magic. On the other hand, in the Tiger God dimension, Richard had identified all nearby human settlements around the fierce tiger tribe after months of exploration. Apart from a few short-sighted tribes, Richard effortlessly secured the faith of all people in the area through both force and benevolence, amassing over 5,000 adherents to the Tiger God, with Richard's support. The Tiger God tribe had grown to become the second-largest tribe, surpassed only by the Blue River tribe. In addition to Elsa, her father, Vic, had successfully advanced to a level 1 warrior after nearly 3 months of effort. However, even with 2 level 1 warriors, they could not compete with the Blue River tribe, which boasted 6 level 1 warriors. This was hardly surprising, as the Blue River tribe was the largest in the vicinity. And Chief Cook had devised a series of training methods to select outstanding individuals to form his personal guard. Of the 6 who advanced to level 1 warriors in the Blue River tribe, 4 hailed from the personal guard, and Cook himself had also achieved level 1 warrior status. Had it not been for Richard's presence, Cook would have easily dominated the surrounding territories. Nevertheless, the smaller tribes had begun to embrace Richard, and the Blue River tribe dared not provoke them. Meanwhile, the apprentice wizard Kelly had made only modest progress during this time. Her spiritual power had not significantly improved, and Richard could only hope to gain insights akin to those of the European cloud deity from the divine power crystals, thereby elevating Kelly to a level 1 practitioner. However, there was good news for Kelly as well. She had discovered a dozen magical herbs in the area with the help of personnel sent by Cook. These herbs could be used to concoct basic magical potions and some auxiliary training elixirs. Unfortunately, Richard currently lacked the precise instruments for potion making and did not wish to waste the magical herbs. Moreover, Richard's training did not require potions. With the power of faith and divine power crystals, his training speed surpassed that of consuming potions. What troubled Richard was that when he attempted to leave the area, he encountered a blockade of magical beasts, the sheer number of which suggested the presence of a magical beast king. Large groups of magical beasts inhabited every direction. If this were in the European cloud dimension, Richard would be overjoyed, as hunting so many magical beasts would lead to great fortune. However, being in the Tiger God dimension, Richard could only rely on the Tiger God's abilities to resolve the situation. Even at level 4, the Tiger God could not contend with a magical beast king accompanied by numerous kin. Faced with this, Richard resolved to bide his time, since he could not cultivate new followers. He encouraged his current adherents to procreate abundantly. After all, there was no shortage of food, and with Richard's magic and the guidance of the Blue River tribe, the entire tribe began to cultivate wasteland for grain. Richard summoned the divine power crystals. With a flick of his wrist, 5 divine power crystals appeared in his hand. During this period, Richard had not absorbed any divine power crystals. Thus, the faith in the Tiger God had accumulated. This was the moment he had been waiting for, to refine all 5 divine power crystals at once, striving to break through to level 4 spiritual power and elevate the Tiger God to a level 4 magical beast. After much practice, Richard's spiritual power was now just a step away from advancing to level 4. Meanwhile, in the European cloud dimension, Richard also declared his seclusion. Advancing to level 4 wizard would enhance his physical capabilities, and he did not wish for others to discover that he had ascended to level 4 so swiftly. In both dimensions, Richard closed his eyes simultaneously. Now, let the breakthrough commence. 10 days later, in the Tiger God dimension, Richard opened the eyes of the Tiger God, an overwhelming stench wafting from his body, a result of the physical enhancement gained from advancing to level 4 wizard. After refining the 5 divine power crystals, both Richard and the Tiger God had attained level 4. Notably, the Tiger God was the first to ascend to level 4 magical beast status, becoming the king of magical beasts. This advancement not only enhanced the physical form of the magical beast, Moreover, more significantly, a new elemental affinity has awakened, the light element. What perplexes Richard is that this awakening stands in stark contrast to the original dark element affinity of the Tiger God. Were it not for the divine power crystal, the Tiger God's subsequent ascension would be fraught with difficulties. Furthermore, the Tiger God has now awakened new fourth-level magic in all three elemental domains. The fourth-level dark element magic, dark enhancement, passively bolsters the Tiger God's various capabilities. Notably, the affinity for dark element increases at night, amplifying the effects of dark enhancement. The fourth-level light element magic, Judgment of Light, is an offensive spell that as for its power, Richard can only affirm that it is indeed worthy of being a fourth-level spell, representing Richard's strongest attack magic to date. Regrettably, Richard himself did not awaken an affinity for the light element. Thus, even when employing this spell, its potency pales in comparison to other fourth-level magics. The final fourth-level holy magic, Sacred Guardian, serves as a defensive spell. Overall, in terms of raw strength, the Tiger God is now more than tenfold stronger than before. However, even as a fourth-level entity, the Tiger God dares not provoke the other beast kings within his realm. After all, Richard's influence in the Tiger God's domain pales in comparison to that of the other beast kings, with barely a handful of first-level warriors under his command. In the Oyun realm, Richard also ascended to a fourth-level wizard after enhancing his mental power through rigorous training. As an elemental wizard, Richard did not awaken a new elemental affinity. Instead, he experienced a doubling of his affinity for all elemental types. This means that even without magical equipment, the potency of his elemental spells is now twice as powerful as before. The chaos element, however, remains closely tied to mental power and has not seen a direct enhancement. Simultaneously, Richard received unfortunate news. The effects of his fire element ring and wind element ring have significantly diminished. As low-tier equipment, these two elemental affinity rings now only offer minimal enhancements to Richard. Nevertheless, he is unwilling to sell them, as doing so would expose his true level. More evident, however, is the physical enhancement brought about by his ascension to fourth-level wizard. Richard gazed into the mirror and couldn't help but pinch his own face. Despite the sun and wind in the Oyun realm, his skin remains exquisitely fair, and this enhancement has seemingly reversed his aging process. Being too youthful is not necessarily appealing. Shaking his head, Richard noted that although his appearance had altered slightly, he still retained his striking handsomeness. As for the reversal effect of the enhancement, it would be imperceptible to those around him. Richard could also employ makeup to appear a bit older if he wished. Furthermore, the scar left on his chest by the Water Arrow Frog King has vanished during this physical enhancement. Most importantly, Richard's strength, endurance, speed, and reaction time have all seen substantial boosts. If one were to compare physical strength alone, Richard's current physique surpasses that of a third-level warrior. Truly, it is the threshold of mid-level prowess. Richard mused that breaking through from third-level wizard to fourth level has resulted in a remarkable leap in his capabilities. Next, he must focus on learning new spells. Once he possesses fourth-level combat power, even the Gaedlan Mountain will not be beyond his reach. However, at this moment, a bath is of utmost priority. Sensing the odor on his body, Richard hastily dashed into the bathroom. In the following 2 days, Richard utilized his doubled speed to make a trip to Tunin City. After expending nearly 10,000 gold coins, he finally managed to acquire knowledge of several fourth-level spells. However, the coveted knowledge of spatial magic eluded him. According to Richard's investigations, both Tunin City and the entire Oyun realm prohibit the sale of information regarding spatial magic. Richard could easily guess the reason. Fear that the locals of the Oyun realm might learn about spatial magic and escape from it. Yet, Richard remained unperturbed. He had not initially intended to establish a spatial passage in the Oyun realm. After all, constructing such a passage would likely cost several 100,000 gold coins. That Richard's true desire was to return to the wizarding world and purchase a territory upon which to build a spatial passage. He merely wished to learn about spatial magic to save time, as nearly every mid-level wizard in the wizarding world studies it, since his aspiration to learn about spatial magic could not be realized. The next step would be to stake a claim in Gaedlan Mountain. Ever since the Black Serpent Mercenary Corps has devoted itself to conquering Gaedlan Mountain, it has significantly piqued the interest of other mercenaries in the area. After all, the number of magical beasts on the mountain is finite. Should the Black Serpent Mercenary Corps eliminate them all, the gold coins they could earn would dwindle. However, since the Black Serpent Mercenary Corps began their incursion into the mountain, the number of magical beasts has diminished considerably. Even when beasts are sighted, they are predominantly first-level creatures. Moreover, the once abundant black-faced monkeys seem to have vanished from Gadeland Mountain, with mercenaries primarily hunting water arrow frogs. Yet, after Richard and Kayabi's extensive hunting of the dynamic frogs, the number of water arrow frogs on Gadeland Mountain has also significantly decreased. Many mercenaries believe that the magical beasts have fled the mountain. Consequently, in pursuit of greater rewards, the mercenaries have surged up the mountain en masse. Listening to the reports received from the Fudong Chamber of Commerce, Richard's expression beneath the dynamic frog mask reflected a sense of helplessness. He suspects that the recent anomalies regarding the magical beasts on Gadeland Mountain are likely part of a scheme to lure mercenaries into the fray. First, the presence of numerous magical beasts entices mercenaries with promises of wealth, encouraging them to venture up the mountain in search of prey. Then, a false impression of the beast retreat is created, unsettling those who would have otherwise remained at ease. However, even if Richard were to share his suspicions with the mercenaries, the allure of gold would undoubtedly render his warnings futile. The only ones who could afford to remain still are pure business people like those from the Fudong Chamber of Commerce. Even lords must consider their share of land on Gadeland Mountain. After all, the laws of the Jeff Kingdom dictate that any lord capable of occupying territory in another realm, with the kingdom's support, possesses ownership of 70% of that land. For lords, territories are nothing less than profit-generating machines. Not only these noble lords, but even the Red Flag Army, which has already breached the fortress, would likely redirect their efforts toward claiming land on Gadeland Mountain, in the face of such trends. Richard's solitary voice carries little weight. Moreover, aside from the multitude of magical beasts on Gadeland Mountain, there are only 3 beast kings, while the forces of the Jeff Kingdom dominate the mountain. Richard sighed. Unsure of the beast's ultimate scheme. In order to stake his own claim, Richard chose not to retreat but instead concealed his identity and soared toward Gadeland Mountain. After all, as a 4th-level wizard, he possesses a degree of capability to safeguard his life amidst the beast's machinations. Wearing the dynamic frog mask, Richard maintained the speed of a 3rd-level wizard as he ventured deeper into the mountain. Though the effects of his wind element affinity ring have dwindled, Richard's affinity for the wind element has doubled, coupled with his mental power and magic having both reached the 4th level. Thus, if Richard were to fly at full speed, he would surpass the capabilities of a 4th-level warrior utilizing combat chi. If there exists another individual of the same level who could match Richard's speed, it would only be a 4th-level flying magical beast or a wizard with a higher affinity for the wind element. This is one of the reasons Richard believes he can survive the beast schemes. Compared to 4th-level wizards in the wizarding world, Richard is merely lacking in mid-level magical equipment and extensive knowledge. While flying, Richard suddenly detected the presence of a water arrow frog in the river below. What fortuitous luck to encounter a water arrow frog in this place. Although he has delved deep into Gadeland Mountain, this area has been scoured by mercenaries countless times. Could it be that my mental power is simply too formidable? Richard descended to the ground. Although he could not see the water arrow frog beneath the water, his mental power sensed that one was lurking below. Had he not consumed water arrow frog meat to enhance his affinity for the water element, hunting this magical beast would have posed some difficulty. However, Richard has now mastered several water element spells. 3rd-level water element spell, Binding of Water. The elemental magic of water coalesced into tendrils, piercing the depths towards the location sensed by Richard, confronted with a 3rd-level spell. The 1st-level water arrow frog was swiftly ensnared by the bindings of water magic, requiring little effort from Richard. As he retracted the water bindings, Richard gazed at the bound water arrow frog. Furrowing his brow, its legs had been broken, rendering it incapable of swimming in the water. Yet, as a magical beast, such injuries were insufficient to slay it. Surprisingly, the aura of the water arrow frog seemed to intensify. Am I being baited? Richard pondered as he considered using the water bindings to extinguish the 1st-level water arrow frog. While calmly observing his surroundings, the band of mercenaries had encircled him. Moments ago, they had been scattered nearby, but Richard, a 4th-level wizard, paid little heed to these lowly mercenaries. To his astonishment, he had caught a significant prize. The leader of the mercenaries smirked, flanked by 2 3rd-level warriors, while the remaining dozen varied in rank from 1st to 2nd level. However, Richard remained unfazed. Even 3rd-level wizards who had mastered the wind manipulation spell would be no match for this group of mercenaries. Do you not fear retribution for setting a trap here? Richard inquired with curiosity. He chuckled. We have long gathered intelligence. The prominent factions have already entered the mountains, and only solitary wanderers like yourself would arrive tardily. For reasons unknown, the mercenary leader refrained from immediate confrontation, opting instead to engage Richard in conversation. Such audacity. Richard shook his head, asserting, "Yet with your abilities, you should have no chance of slaying me. After all, the meager bows and spears you wield are insufficient to contend with a fourth-level wizard like myself. Unless..." Richard's voice trailed off as fireballs began to materialize before him. This was a casting technique he had developed to hone his multitasking abilities, simultaneously conjuring various low-level spells, complemented by his exceptional elemental affinity. Among low-level wizards, he was unparalleled, unless you have others concealed elsewhere. Richard sent the fireballs hurtling in two directions. To his surprise, two mercenaries clad in leather armor emerged from what had previously been an empty space. The stealth technique, a hallmark skill of the assassin class, was rendered futile under Richard's fourth-level mental prowess. He had detected these two third-level assassins moments ago. The mercenary leader's conversation with him had merely served to buy time, distracting him so that the two assassins could close the distance. He possesses dynamic frog vision, capable of revealing my invisibility. Stop him quickly, one exposed assassin shouted in panic, oblivious to Richard's extraordinarily swift casting speed. They aimed to thwart his use of wind manipulation, failing to recognize the peril they faced. Hurry, everyone. Charge together. A third-level wizard must possess considerable wealth, the mercenary leader commanded. And the mercenaries surged excitedly towards Richard. With a primary focus on fire elements, Richard's enhanced affinity as a newly ascended fourth-level wizard allowed his fireballs to outclass those of ordinary wizards. Not to mention, he had unleashed such an extraordinary number of fireballs in succession. The reinforced fireballs deftly maneuvered towards the two third-level assassins, striking them with devastating force. Even with their commendable magical resistance granted by their leather armor, the two assassins were grievously wounded. How could this be? Is this truly within the capabilities of a third-level wizard? The mercenary leader turned to flee, but Richard conjured another fireball that soared towards his direction. With his multitasking talent fully engaged, Richard's casting speed rivaled that of the legendary spell torrent. He expended little effort, relying solely on fireballs to dispatch the approaching mercenaries. After all, apart from the three third-level warriors, the remaining mercenaries could scarcely withstand even a single fireball from Richard. Having dealt with the oncoming mercenaries, Richard turned his attention back to the initial two third-level assassins. So, I wonder if you possess any information that might persuade me to spare you. Richard smiled faintly, causing the two assassins to feel a jolt of apprehension. What he sought to inquire about was the current situation in Gaedlan-Megshan, hoping that the mercenaries might reveal the machinations of the Beast King. Not willing to speak, Richard observed their stunned expressions. Conjuring another fireball in his right hand, "Wizard, I will speak," one assassin hastily pleaded, fully aware that their lives hung by a thread. If they endured another of Richard's fireballs, they would surely perish. We have been unable to locate any traces of magical beasts in recent days. It was only due to a water arrow frog captured by our leader that we were commanded to set an ambush here. The assassin spoke. Resentment towards their deceased leader welled within them. Had it not been for their leader's greed, they would not find themselves in such dire straits. No signs of magical beasts. Richard nodded. This indeed aligned with the information from the Fortune Commerce Guild. The magical beast on the periphery of Gaedlan-Megshan had vanished, unlike 2 months prior, when the entire mountain was teeming with magical creatures. After all, the consumption of magical beasts is prodigious, and even the Beast King cannot conjure sustenance. To survive and reproduce, the magical beasts had dispersed across Gaedlan-Megshan. With their disappearance, only the Beast King could command them. What, then, was the nature of their conspiracy? Richard continued his inquiry. How many large mercenary groups have ventured into Gaedlan-Megshan? How many from the Lord's army have entered? The assassin grimaced, clearly suffering from his injuries. Wizard, the renowned mercenary groups have already ventured deep into Gaedlan-Megshan. After all, only there could they encounter magical beasts. As for the Lord's army, the lords from several nearby towns have also entered the mountains. The Lord's army has entered as well. How long ago did the last batch of the Lord's army go in? Richard pressed further. It has been over 10 days. Over 10 days. If he ventured there now, it might indeed be too late. With a flick of his right hand, Richard unleashed a fireball that incinerated the two assassins. Regrettably, they had provided no valuable information, being merely a small mercenary group devoid of even intermediate warriors. Richard accelerated, heading swiftly into the depths of the mountains. After all, he could now multitask with remarkable efficiency, and his meditation for recovering magical power surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The sole drawback might be that Richard's current meditation technique was struggling to keep pace with his rapid advancement. However, intermediate meditation techniques, much like knowledge of spatial magic, were banned for sale in the Oyun plane. Once he reached the wizarding world, he would undoubtedly seek a new meditation method, deep within Gaedlan Meshan. The mercenary group from the Jeff Kingdom and the Lord's army had arrived at this location. Yet, even they found themselves impeded by a multitude of magical beasts. Damn it, Godwin cursed vehemently, burdened with debt. Should he fail to repay his obligations promptly, the Fortune Commerce Guild would undoubtedly pressure the two deputy leaders of the Black Serpent mercenary group for repayment. At that point, his position as deputy leader would be jeopardized. To his dismay, despite their numbers, they were thwarted by these beasts that it was unforeseen. Who could have anticipated that the great Oyun would conspire with the Beast King, constructing a colossal stone city in these deep mountains using earth magic? Only humans could assist magical beasts in erecting such a fortress. The speaker, a commander of a mercenary group, shares an excellent rapport with Godwin. In the distance, a colossal stone city rests atop a mountain peak. The city walls are teeming with magical beasts, led by three formidable beast kings, the black-faced monkey king, the water arrow frog king, and the most powerful, the shadow leopard king, who has ascended to a fifth-level magical beast with the aid of the great god Oyun, making it the pinnacle of combat strength in the stone city. Beside the three beast kings stands a mysterious figure clad in armor, whose presence rivals that of the beast kings. He is the envoy of the great god Oyun. Previously, he had successfully persuaded the three beast kings to abandon the outer water arrow frogs, diverting the attention of the mercenaries. He had led the three beast kings and the remaining magical beasts to this location from the outset. After several months, with the assistance of the envoy schematics, the black-faced monkey king guided his kin to construct this stone city deep within the mountains. The city stands 20 meters high and fortified by the black-faced monkey's earth magic. The walls appear as a singular entity. Even a first-level warrior would only manage to create a minor dent upon striking them. Moreover, the magical beasts seem to have never considered the possibility of exiting the stone city. For there is not even a gate. In recent days, the mercenaries have contemplated assaulting this stone city. Alas, aside from the fourth-level warriors capable of utilizing their fighting spirit to hover in midair, other warriors found themselves struck down by the magical beast spells before they even set foot on the city walls, even when they inflicted damage upon the walls of the stone city. It was swiftly repaired by the black-faced monkey's earth magic. After several attempts to penetrate the stronghold, aside from the numerous fourth-level warriors among the mercenaries who managed to engage the three beast kings and slay some magical beasts, the remaining mercenaries suffered grievous casualties. Ultimately, as the mercenary groups primarily seek profit, the captains had no choice but to order a retreat and postpone their offensive. On the other side, the Lord's army of the Jeff Kingdom stands ready. Each Lord's banner is distinct, yet their equipment is far superior, and their discipline surpasses that of the mercenaries. Most crucially, many soldiers within the Lord's army have experienced the rigors of siege warfare. Although they have not besieged a city defended by magical beasts, they have endured the onslaught of wizardry, understanding the terrifying potential of magical beasts in an environment conducive to spellcasting. Faced with the imposing stone city, the Lord's army remained motionless upon arrival. Even when the mercenaries launched their attack on the stone city and attempted to persuade the Lord's army to join the fray, the Lord's army deployed mid-level forces to shield the mercenaries from the magical beasts and the envoy of the great god Oyun. However, after several assaults, the staff of the Lord's army has gathered the desired intelligence, regardless of the circumstances. The Lords will not relinquish the opportunity to conquer the Gaedlan Mountain. One cannot help but wonder what these noble lords are truly waiting for. Godwin scoffed. Are they hoping for the city to collapse on its own, to seize the stone city? The mercenary groups have united, consolidating their camps, yet the mercenaries remain undisciplined, and the camp is still a chaotic mess. The leaders of the mercenary groups have convened to deliberate strategies that cannot be said thus. The Lords certainly desire to resolve the stone city issue more than we do. However, a city brimming with magical beasts is indeed easy to defend, but challenging to assault. One captain remarked, "Then what do you propose? Are we to simply wait here?" Godwin challenged. The leader of the Flying Snow Brigade smiled faintly. Godwin has been cornered by debts. Nevertheless, the mercenaries share a common interest, and it appears the Lords are waiting for siege equipment. Before setting out, they likely did not anticipate that magical beasts could establish such a stronghold deep within the mountains. Are you suggesting magical cannons? That seems improbable. Even the most rudimentary magical cannons' ammunition costs a fortune. How could they transport such artillery here to lay siege to a city? The surrounding mercenary leaders were silenced by the conjecture of the leader of the Flying Snow Brigade. Indeed, magical cannons are potent siege tools, yet they come at a steep price. Even within the green banner of the seven-colored flag Legion, where Richard previously served, there were no magical cannons. Only the Red Banner Legion, tasked with breaching the gate-limit fortress, possesses 3 low-level magical cannons. It is not entirely impossible. Let us not forget. The Red Banner Legion has already breached the gate-limit fortress. If the lords were to borrow magical cannons from them, it is quite likely they would oblige. The leader of the Flying Snow Brigade elaborated on his reasoning, adding that to escort the magical cannons, the Red Banner Legion would also need to send personnel. It seems the lords intend for the Red Banner Legion to partake in the spoils of Galen Mountain, as only thus could they persuade the Red Banner Legion to lend their magical cannons. Of course, what truly solidified my conviction is that I have a friend serving within the Red Banner Legion. It was he who informed me of the Red Banner Legion's willingness to lend their magical cannons. After all, this is not a military operation commanded by the military headquarters, so the confidentiality requirements are not excessively stringent. I never anticipated that these lords would engage in such grand machinations. Each magical cannon costs over 100,000 gold coins, and the ammunition requires magical crystals for production. This means each magical cannonball is crafted from thousands of gold coins. Even the mercenary leaders were taken aback by the lord's audacity. Meanwhile, the 3 magical cannons transported by the Red Banner Legion have successfully arrived at the Lord's army camp. Accompanying the transport of these cannons are not only the vice commander of the Red Banner Legion, a 5th-level warrior, but also a squad of 20 wizards. Vice Commander Wide, we truly owe you our gratitude this time. I in the Lord's army camp, a fellow 5th-level warrior, Count Myers, spoke up. He is the highest-ranking noble in the vicinity of Galen Mountain and the commander of this Lord's army operation. Count Myers, we of the Red Banner Legion are merely engaging in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Vice Commander Wide replied with a slight smile. Had it not been for the magical beasts constructing a colossal stone city upon the mountain, the Red Banner Legion would have had to pay a hefty price to intervene in the affairs of Galen Mountain. Now, by simply lending 3 magical cannons that will remain unused for the time being, they can stake a claim to a share of the spoils in Galen Mountain. Thus, this endeavor was vigorously promoted by Wide within the Red Banner Legion, allowing him to secure the largest portion when it comes time to divide the spoils of Galen Mountain. Currently, Wide is contemplating whether to spend money acquiring territory in Galen Mountain from other Red Banner Legion officers. Count Myers' expression stiffened momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. Were it not for his desire to avoid excessive casualties, he would not have sought the magical cannons from the Red Banner Legion. Vice Commander Wide, since the magical cannons have arrived, let us discuss our plan to conquer the Stone City. Wide, emerging from his reverie, nodded in agreement and followed the lords toward the inner camp, while the wizard squad transported the magical cannons into the lord's army camp. Are those the mercenaries that have come this time? Wide cast a glance at the mercenaries' camp. Its disarray left him with a measure of disdain for them. Indeed, merely a horde of disobedient fools. No matter how numerous they are, they remain a rabble. Count Myers smiled, clearly in agreement with Wide's assessment. However, for this siege, the presence of these mercenaries is still requisite. Since the mercenaries desire to confront the magical beasts, let them be the first to charge forth. With 2 5th-level warriors and 3 magical cannons, the Lord's army now possesses strength that far surpasses that of the mercenaries. Should the mercenaries prove disobedient, they can simply be cast aside, at worst. I can summon a few more standard units from the Red Banner Legion. Wide suggested that should the Red Banner Legion contribute more soldiers to the Galen Mountain campaign, he would be able to seize more territory as a result. It is impossible to expect these mercenaries to be devoid of greed. Count Myers subtly rejected Wide's proposal. Rest assured, once we have finalized our siege plan, I shall persuade those mercenaries myself. Meanwhile, Richard, after flying at full speed, finally reached the depths of Galen Mountain. Have I finally caught up? Richard gazed at the distant, towering city of stone, his heart filled with astonishment. It took him quite some time to regain his composure. To his surprise, the foolish, lowly beast had managed to construct such an impressive stone city upon the mountains. The vibrant elemental aura emanating from the city made it clear to Richard that it was built using earth elemental magic. As a wizard, Richard's understanding of magical beasts surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and he was aware that, without advancing to the rank of intermediate beast, lowly beasts, despite possessing a modicum of intelligence, were akin to human children. In other words, a group of childlike wizards had managed to erect the stone city in just a matter of months. Clearly, there were changes at play that Richard did not yet comprehend. Casting a glance at the 2 camps ahead, Richard ultimately chose to fly towards the mercenary camp. After all, he was a concealed 4th-tier wizard. venturing into the Lord's military camp would likely subject him to scrutiny. Conversely, the mercenaries would undoubtedly be intrigued by the presence of a new fourth-tier wizard. Before Richard could reach the camp, a fourth-tier warrior approached him. To his surprise, it was a familiar face, Godwin, the vice-captain of the Black Serpent Mercenary Corps. This esteemed fourth-tier wizard, what brings you to our mercenary camp? Godwin inquired politely, his tone markedly different from their previous encounter in Tight Town. It was no wonder. At that time, Godwin had only known Richard to be a mere second-tier wizard, and they had been adversaries. Now, however, Richard radiated the aura of a fourth-tier wizard. Furthermore, Godwin, burdened by debt, held the lowest position among the fourth-tier warriors in the mercenary camp. Otherwise, he would not have been the one to welcome Richard. The enigmatic wizard, understanding the underlying dynamics. Richard smiled faintly beneath his dynamic frog mask. I am indeed interested in becoming a mercenary. I wonder if Vice Captain Godwin would be willing to accept me on behalf of the camp? How do you know my name is Godwin? Godwin was taken aback but quickly realized from Richard's expression that the fourth-tier wizard must have come from Tight Town. The implications of his past deeds being known to Richard left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, Godwin recognized the significance of a fourth-tier wizard to their mercenary camp and proceeded to escort Richard inside. Although he did not command the mercenary corps like other fourth-tier warriors, Godwin heeded the opinions of all the mercenary leaders and allowed Richard to join the command structure of the mercenary corps. Unlike the clearly hierarchical structure of the Lord's military command, the mercenaries' command was represented by a grand round table, symbolizing the equal status of all participating mercenary leaders. Richard successfully secured a seat and entered into the discussions. Observing the gathered mercenaries, Richard noted that, apart from himself and Godwin, there were 7 other fourth-tier warriors present, including individuals he recognized. The leaders of the Flying Snow Mercenary Corps and the Storm Mercenary Corps. What shall we call you, esteemed fourth-tier wizard? The leader of the Flying Snow Mercenary Corps inquired. Richard's heart stirred. The fact that the leader of the Flying Snow Mercenary Corps was the first to speak after his arrival indicated that his status among the mercenary leaders was subtly the highest. You may address me as the Tiger God Wizard, Richard replied, concealing his true name and adopting the alias of the Tiger God. After all, none present could venture to the realm of the Tiger God. Tiger God, a name that clearly seems fabricated, the leader of the Flying Snow Mercenary Corps remarked, not pursuing the matter further, as it was common for mercenaries to adopt pseudonyms. Since the Tiger God Wizard has expressed an interest in joining us, allow me to brief you on the current situation. The leader of the Flying Snow Mercenary Corps began. Within the Stone City, aside from the 3 Beast Kings, there is also a fourth-tier priest, a devotee of the great god Ayun. As for the other lowly beasts, their numbers likely exceed 1,000. The construction of this stone city was only made possible with the assistance of that fourth-tier priest. Regrettably, at that time, we were all still on the outskirts of Gatherland Mountain, and none of us detected this situation. Otherwise, we would not be facing such difficulties now. Richard's expression slightly faltered beneath his mask. The mercenaries had been drawn to the outskirts of Gatherland Mountain not only due to the machinations of the beasts but also due to the influence of his dynamic frog mask. Had it not been for the rising prices of water arrow frog magic materials stirred by his mask, the mercenaries would not have lingered there for so long. That we have already joined forces with the Lord's military to launch several attacks. However, due to the Lord's reluctance to exert effort, our results have been minimal. Nonetheless, I have received word that the reason the Lord's military has remained inactive is to await the arrival of a magical cannon borrowed from the Red Flag Army. The Vice Commander of the Red Flag Army, Vice Commander Weed, has now brought the magical cannon into the Lord's camp. It is likely that before long, the Lords will come to us to discuss plans for attacking the Stone City. The magical cannon? Richard was taken aback. Such strategic weapons cost over 1 million each and possessed destructive power comparable to that of a fourth-tier wizard's magical attacks. Moreover, the magical cannon did not face the risk of exhausting its magical energy, making the task of breaching such a stone city feasible. After outlining the current situation, the leader of the Flying Snow Mercenary Corps adopted a grave demeanor, addressing everyone present. In this discussion, it seems the Lord's military intends for us mercenaries to take the lead. What are your thoughts? Are they really going to throw us in front? Those lords treat us like we are nothing, a mercenary leader voiced, expressing the sentiments of those gathered. Unfortunately, the circumstances dictated otherwise. With the Lord's military now possessing a magical cannon, they held the initiative to strike against the Stone City. We would certainly need to bolster our numbers to make the Lords willingly hand over the magical beasts to us. The leader of the Flying Snow Mercenary Corps felt equally helpless. It was an undeniable fact that the mercenary strength paled in comparison to the Lord's, compounded by the backing of the kingdom of Jeff behind them. In terms of both power and influence, the Lords surpassed the mercenaries. Since we cannot change this, let us first discuss the allocation of personnel, the leader of the Flying Snow Mercenary Corps stated, rapping his knuckles on the table, revealing the true purpose of the meeting. We shall adhere to our long-standing tradition. Those who contribute more shall receive a greater share. Currently, the Stone City likely housed over 1,000 magical beasts, valued at several million gold coins. However, the Lords would undoubtedly seek the lion's share, so we must negotiate the distribution of the beast corpses beforehand. When the Lords send their representatives, we can then compete for our share. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. The allocation among the mercenaries was rather straightforward. To acquire more gold coins, one had to contribute more manpower. Richard observed the contemplative mercenaries with a slight smile and spoke first. Esteemed mercenary brothers, I am but a solitary individual. Therefore, I shall take on the task of confronting the envoy of the great god Ayun, that fourth-tier priest. Both he and I are spellcasters, and I will do my utmost to restrain him from casting enhancement spells for the other magical beasts. As for the distribution of spoils, I should also be considered a fourth-tier combatant. I require the divine crystal of that fourth-tier priest, and for the rest, please settle it with me as an equal share of the magic crystals. Richard's opening remarks primarily aimed at acquiring the divine crystal from the fourth-tier priest. The divine crystals he had previously refined were produced by lowly priests, yielding only low-level knowledge and spells. Thus, Richard sought to explore what magical knowledge and spells he could gain from refining a mid-level divine crystal. Moreover, as a solitary individual, his contributions in the siege would certainly not match those of other mercenary leaders. So it would be wise to extend a favor to the leader of the Flying Snow Mercenary Corps and set an example. Upon hearing Richard's words, the mercenary leaders were taken aback, not because Richard's request was too high, but rather because it was too low. Simply considering Richard's capabilities as a fourth-tier wizard, his destructive potential on the battlefield far exceeded that of a fourth-tier warrior, especially given that Richard was willing to engage the envoy of the great god Ayun. If Richard succeeded in preventing the fourth-tier priest from casting enhancement spells, the combat strength of the Beast Kings and other magical beasts would be significantly diminished. More importantly, the mercenaries could leverage this advantage to negotiate for a larger share of the magical beast corpses from the Lords. Since the Tiger God Wizard is willing to intervene, let us first acknowledge his contribution. The leader of the Flying Snow Mercenary Corps felt a surge of joy in his heart, yet he still owed this wizard a favor. A fourth-tier combatant was still too lowly in stature for the Tiger God Wizard. Since it is possible to restrain the fourth-level priest, one might as well consider it equivalent to possessing 2 fourth-level combat forces. The other mercenary leaders voiced no objections as they prioritized the overall strength of their mercenary groups over individual fourth-level prowess, with Richard taking the lead. The other leaders began to express their desired numbers and capabilities. Among them, the one contributing the most effort was Godwin, the vice leader of the Black Snake mercenary group. Having committed all of his capable subordinates to repay debts, he found himself in a precarious position. Even so, according to his calculations, the gold coins he would receive would still fall short of covering his debts. Godwin now hoped to repay a substantial portion of his obligations to prevent the other 2 vice leaders from seizing the opportunity to conspire against him and remove him from his position. Richard observed Godwin's predicament but chose not to comment further. If it were not for Godwin's avarice, the dynamic frog face he crafted would be challenging to replicate, and it would be Richard, not Godwin, who would be lamenting his fate. Having finally tallied the contributing mercenaries, the leader of the Flying Snow Mercenary Group revealed a smile. He took the initiative to assume the responsibility of negotiating with the Lords. In reality, he had already reached an understanding with Count Miles, the commander of the Lord's army. Before the negotiations commenced, he would inform Miles of the mercenaries' bottom line, allowing Miles to present a price close to that threshold during discussions. Once the deal was struck, Miles would reward the leader of the Flying Snow Mercenary Group as a token of gratitude for the negotiations. The prior news of the Lord's army borrowing magical cannons from the Red Flag Army had also been discreetly relayed to him by Miles. In return, Miles aimed to establish his authority within the Lord's army through this negotiation, thereby facilitating his acquisition of more territories. Dear mercenary brothers, do not blame me. If you were in my position, you would surely make the same decision, the leader of the Flying Snow Mercenary Group mused. Thus, under the harmonious cooperation of both negotiating parties, a consensus was swiftly reached between the Lord's army and the mercenaries. The mercenaries would assume the primary role in the siege, while the Lord's army would provide long-range support with magical cannons and supply well-equipped warriors to secure the city walls. As for the intermediate combat forces, given that they could all fly, the giant stone city posed little challenge for them, focusing instead on dealing with the beast kings and adapting to changing circumstances. Richard, too, was gratified to be assigned to confront the fourth-level priest of the god of clouds. Should he succeed in slaying this fourth-level priest, all the spoils would belong to Richard, the giant stone city. The Lord's army and the mercenaries had mobilized according to plan, with over 30,000 troops converging towards the city. Is that the magical cannon? Richard mused, watching the colossal artillery being rolled out by the Lord's army, his heart fluttering with excitement. Dazzling colors, intricate magical patterns, and the imposing barrel combined to create a magnificent sight. Although these three magical cannons were of the lowest tier, their effective range exceeded 5 kilometers, far surpassing the spell-casting distance of a fourth-level sorcerer. With these magical cannons in place, capturing the giant stone city would surely be a straightforward endeavor. Meanwhile, the beasts below had also noticed the gathering of mercenaries in the Lord's army, with the three beast kings ascending the city walls. Is that the magical cannon of the Red Flag army? It doesn't seem impressive, the black-faced monkey king scoffed. If all of them are as foolish as you, I wonder how long this giant stone city can hold out. The envoy of the god of clouds, the fourth-level priest, retorted coldly. Are you seeking death? The fourth-level priest disregarded the black-faced monkey king's threat, asserting that the power of any magical cannon was not inferior to his own magic. Should these three magical cannons unleash their fire freely, the giant stone city would likely not withstand for long. If it were not for the will of the god of clouds, do you think I would come here to assist you? The black-faced monkey king, angered, recognized that the fourth-level priest was indeed there to support him. By time, they needed to take the initiative and restrict the magical cannon's attacks while awaiting the opportune moment foretold by the god of clouds. The fourth-level priest regarded the distant army, his expression grave beneath his armor. Take the initiative. Does that not mean sending ourselves to our doom? Questioned the water arrow frog king, who, being timid by nature, preferred to remain within the city. The recently promoted fifth-level shadow leopard king cruelly smirked, asserting that staying within the city would only lead to death. We still need to delay for 3 days. Those lower-level beasts are no longer useful. We only need to retain enough third-level beasts to execute that spell. Is that so? The water arrow frog king noted that there were few of its lower-level kin left, with most survivors being the third-level water arrow frogs it had selected, while the others had been slain by mercenaries around the outskirts of Gadeland Mountain. I support this proposal. Black-faced monkey king. What do you think? The shadow leopard king inquired, casting a glance at him. Seeing the murderous intent in the shadow leopard king's eyes, the black-faced monkey king nodded. Regardless, it cared little for the lives of its kin. As long as the collaboration with the god of clouds proceeded smoothly, it could not only survive but perhaps even advance further in the future. Then it is settled. Let the invaders push the magical cannons forward, and we will send the beasts to charge at them. Those magical cannons move slowly, commanded the fourth-level priest. All right, let the magical cannons be stationed here. Videl directed the sorcerer team to position the 3 magical cannons adequately, ensuring they could strike the giant stone city. The accompanying sorcerers swiftly unloaded the magical cannons from their carts and secured their bases with earth magic. Now, aim for the center of the giant stone city's walls and fire. Upon the order of the sorcerer team leader, 3 magical shells were loaded into the cannons and launched towards the giant stone city. Among the mercenaries, Richard was keenly observing the situation with the magical cannons. He watched as 3 magical shells struck the city walls, producing a tremendous roar as they detonated, unleashing the full force of the magical crystal projectiles, their energies intertwining into a dazzling display of vibrant fire. The once mighty city walls now bore 3 large breaches, revealing glimpses of the densely packed beasts within. Truly, a single shell could breach thousands. The power was formidable. The sheer might of such an alchemical machine piqued Richard's intense interest. If he could produce magical cannons, the wealth he would accumulate could easily fund the construction of a wizard tower in the sorcerer's world. The beasts are clearly not planning to sit idle. Miles observed the beasts gathering behind the city walls, a slight smile gracing his lips as he continued with the original plan, allowing fourth-level and higher warriors to unleash their powers, with the amplification of sound magic. His command echoed across the battlefield. The giant stone city, one beast after another leaped directly from the walls, for this was a city without gates. Fortunately, the beasts were robust, and jumping from over 20 meters high did not pose significant harm. The number of beasts leaping down exceeded 300, predominantly black-faced monkeys. As soon as they left the walls and were out of spellcasting range, they began to cast their magic, summoning falling stones that did not plummet from above but instead materialized before them. Accompanied by the black-faced monkeys' incantations, the stones rolled down the mountainside towards the forces below. "Everyone, raise your shields and brace yourselves," the leader of the Flying Snow mercenary group bellowed. Before the mercenaries, warriors raised their shields, their expressions tense as they focused on the oncoming boulders. There was no alternative. After all, the giant stone city was perched atop a mountain, and the leader had borrowed a batch of shields from Miles. To maintain their formation and not disrupt the magical cannon's bombardment, the mercenaries had no choice but to defend against the falling stones. The boulders crashed against the shields, producing a resounding thud. Although the majority of these beasts were of first and second levels, however, under the acceleration of gravity, the power of these rolling stones was significantly enhanced. Many mercenaries were struck dead, along with their shields. Without even a gasp, leaving the originally orderly formation in chaos, the leader of the Fei Shui mercenary corps could not help but show a grim expression. The mercenaries at the forefront had been meticulously chosen by the leaders to withstand the boulders hurled by the magical beasts. Yet they had performed so poorly. Fortunately, the mercenary group still had a considerable number of fourth-tier warriors. With a wave of his hand, the leader of the Fei Shui mercenary corps summoned the fourth-tier fighters to soar into the air. Excluding the leader himself, there were a total of 8, including Richard. What is happening? Why haven't the 3 Beast Kings emerged? Myers was puzzled. In previous encounters, these irritable Beast Kings had charged out at the sight of intermediate warriors. Perhaps they aimed to deplete our fighting spirit and magical energy. Look at those magical beasts. They are mostly first and second tier. The speaker was Richard's acquaintance, Fast, the Lord of Tit Town. Indeed, let us leave it to those mercenaries for now. Vice Commander Wade, continue the bombardment with the magical cannons. We shall bear the cost of the shells. Wade chuckled. I too am curious how long this beast-constructed fortress can withstand the magical artillery. Keep firing, do not skimp on the shells, and do not let Myers save money. Myers's expression darkened. The magical beasts that exited the city did not pause to continue their bolder assaults on the mercenaries' formation. Instead, they charged forward. These brutes are utterly mindless, Godwin cursed, brandishing his scimitar as he was the first to charge at the beasts. A few magical beasts attempted to cast spells at Godwin, but his agility allowed him to evade several magical attacks with deft movements in the air. As Godwin swooped close to the ground, he silently severed the head of a second-tier black-faced monkey with his scimitar. Unexpectedly, Godwin's strength was not to be underestimated. Richard flew behind the intermediate warriors. Observing that the leaders of the mercenary groups possessed ample combat experience, denying the magical beasts any opportunity to land a spell, wisely distancing themselves. After all, they were merely a horde of first and second-tier magical beasts. Completely incapable of threatening fourth-tier warriors. To defeat them, it would require more than 20 magical beasts to successfully cast spells, and the intermediate warriors were not foolish enough to stand still and be struck by the beasts. Very well, Richard remarked, restricting the casting range of the lower-tier magical beasts, ensuring they did not monopolize the spotlight. Fourth-tier fire elemental magic, Flamestorm. A torrent of high-temperature flames, composed of fire elements, coalesced into a fiery vortex, rapidly expanding to over 10 meters high as Richard cast his spell. Go. The flamestorm surged toward the horde of magical beasts, incinerating them into charred remains, with only those at a distance managing to escape, albeit with their fur singed and curled, ultimately creating a circular clearing of over 10 meters. Richard's single flamestorm had dispatched over a dozen magical beasts. Truly, as a fourth-tier wizard, his destructive power far surpassed that of a warrior. Observing his handiwork, Richard felt a surge of excitement. Tiger God Wizard, perhaps you should rest at the back. With just this one spell, there is nothing left but magical crystals, jested a fourth-tier warrior. The Beast Kings have yet to emerge. They likely intend to exhaust our fighting spirit, and the lords must have realized this, hence none have approached. Another fourth-tier warrior chimed in. We need not waste our fighting spirit on these beasts. Let the mercenaries handle them. Richard merely sought to test the might of his fourth-tier magic. Given his meditation, the recovery of his magical energy was swift, and that last fourth-tier spell was hardly taxing. Yet, to avoid drawing attention, Richard followed the battle-hardened mercenaries as they returned to formation. In that brief span, they had slain over 50 magical beasts. The disparity in strength was simply too great. The priests atop the walls, witnessing this scene, could not help but shake their heads. Black-faced Monkey King, do you not have plenty of your kin left? There is no need to send them to their doom one by one. Hurry and command them to charge against the magical artillery positions. At the very least, they should disrupt the bombardment. I will bolster them with a song of courage." Not long after, the once mighty walls had begun to show numerous breaches. Courtesy of the magical artillery, without any other intervention, merely relying on 30 shells, the walls had already begun to show signs of collapse. However, behind the walls, black-faced monkeys had commenced repairs using earth elemental magic, restoring the crumbling structure. In that case, I shall send out 500 black-faced monkeys. The black-faced monkeys had not anticipated that the mercenaries would be so formidable, and the power of the magical artillery was astonishing. "Let my kin emerge from the city. They serve no purpose in our plans." The Shadow Panther King spoke, his tone utterly ruthless. The fourth-tier priest was taken aback. He had not expected someone to eagerly send their kin to their deaths. "Very well, I shall first grant your kin a song of courage." After all, when it came to killing, his kin were among the most formidable of the first-tier magical beasts. With the Shadow Panther King's order, 50 Shadow Panthers appeared before the fourth-tier priest, including several third-tier Shadow Panthers. After a chant, the fourth-tier priest finally imbued the Shadow Panthers and black-faced monkeys with a song of courage, invigorating their spirits. As a fourth-tier priest, the effect of his song of courage was twice that of a lower-tier priest. Even if the two beast kings wished to halt their advance, the magical beasts, bolstered by courage, would continue forward, though at the cost of nearly exhausting his divine power. After all, bestowing courage upon so many beasts was no small feat, all right. May the blessings of Lord Oyun be upon you. Advance toward the magical artillery positions. With a commanding voice, the fourth-tier priest ordered, and the magically enhanced beasts roared in unison before sprinting furiously toward the city gates. Silently, the figures of the Shadow Panthers vanished amidst the ranks of magical beasts. Although it was daytime, the dark mist of stealth was not easily discernible among the charging magical beasts. The magical beasts are coming again. This time, they are all black-faced monkeys, along with some stealthy Shadow Panthers. "Be cautious of the lurking Shadow Panthers," the leader of the Feishiwei mercenary corps shouted. However, the sheer number of beasts charging forth was overwhelming, even though the mercenaries held a numerical advantage facing the magically enhanced horde. Their recently restored formation was shattered. Hiss! A Shadow Panther emerged from the dark mist, its claws silently slicing through a mercenary's neck, severing his head cleanly, blood gushing from the wound. Yet, the Shadow Panther vanished back into the shadows. Despite the warning from the leader of the Feishiwei mercenary corps, the mercenary groups acted independently, rendering it difficult for them to spot the elusive Shadow Panthers in the chaotic fray. Moreover, this batch of Shadow Panthers included several third-tier individuals, bolstered by the Song of Courage, enhancing their strength to the point where they could slay fourth-tier warriors in a single strike. Almost immediately upon contact with the magical beasts, over 100 mercenaries fell to their hands. Soon, the mercenaries' formation was thoroughly disrupted. "Damn it. Send fourth-tier warriors to support the mercenaries. I will protect the Tiger God Wizard. He must not waste his magical energy. These beasts are all enhanced by the Song of Courage. And that fourth-tier priest has surely expended considerable divine power." Upon receiving the command, the level 4 warrior immediately soared into the air, eagerly heading towards the direction of his mercenary group. These were indeed their subordinates, mercenaries who were currently being slaughtered by the beasts, causing them great distress. The leader of the Flying Snow mercenary corps swiftly approached Richard, whose defensive capabilities paled in comparison to those of the level 4 warrior. Moreover, as a pseudo-magic artillery, he too would become a target for the beasts, thus he did not refuse the protection offered by the leader of the Flying Snow mercenary corps, and together they flew above the mercenaries. Richard was taken aback by the poor performance of the mercenaries on the front lines. Previously, they had encountered an ambush by a horde of black-faced monkeys while with the hunting team from Tight Town. However, despite the numerical advantage, the hunting team had shown remarkable effectiveness under Craig's command, successfully inflicting damage on the black-faced monkeys and ultimately holding out until the support from Fast arrived. The current formation of the mercenary corps was not lacking in fighting spirit compared to the hunting team, but their equipment was significantly inferior. Confronted by the charging beasts, they could only wield their various weapons, and the lack of coordinated training resulted in a chaotic response to the beast counterattacks. Richard's thoughts raced like lightning, but his hands remained busy. The beasts had already mingled with the mercenaries, thus he refrained from casting large-scale spells, continuing instead to use his level 1 fireball spell to target the beasts below one by one. However, with his exceptional affinity for fire elements and rapid casting speed, his presence in the air was akin to that of a magical cannon. In a mere 10 minutes, Richard unleashed over 30 fireballs. Had he aimed to kill the beast rather than merely weaken their fighting prowess, dispatching 30 low-level beasts would have posed no challenge. Richard's actions soon caught the attention of the beasts. As more than a dozen stone fall spells coalesced above the heads of the black-faced monkeys and hurtled toward him, the leader of the Flying Snow Mercenary Corps shouted, brandishing his longsword to intercept the falling stones. Swish! A white light flashed as a water shield spell manifested around the leader, courtesy of Richard's timely defensive magic. The leader nodded in acknowledgement before slicing through the falling stones with his longsword. Though the shield was ultimately shattered by the debris, he was astonished by the rapid casting speed of the suddenly appearing tiger god wizard. It felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Observing several clusters of black mist advancing towards them, the leader's blade trembled, and white fighting spirit erupted from him, forming a suit of white armor that enveloped him, with the level 4 fighting technique. The aura armor, he was confident that even a level 3 beast could not breach his defenses. He then swung his longsword and charged towards the approaching black mist. Unbeknownst to him, among the mercenaries, there existed such a formidable level 4 wizard. Miles had been closely monitoring the situation at the mercenary position, and having witnessed Richard's 2 spells, he felt a pang of envy. How he wished his subordinates could have such a level 4 wizard as well. It was said that this tiger god wizard was a solitary mercenary who had come alone to the camp point. One of Miles' officers reported on Richard's situation. Miles nodded, instructing that once the siege concluded, the officer should approach this tiger god wizard to ascertain what conditions would entice him to join his ranks. Wide, present by his side, was the deputy commander of the Red Flag Army. Any personnel adjustments required approval from the military headquarters, and besides, there was already a level 4 wizard serving as the deputy commander and leader of the Red Flag Army's Wizard Corps. Should the Tiger God Wizard join the Red Flag Army, he would inevitably fall under the command of that deputy commander. Thus, Wide was not particularly interested in recruiting the Tiger God. It seems these mercenaries cannot hold their ground. Should we send reinforcements? Wide inquired. Miles shook his head, asserting that it was still early in the battle, and their lord's army did not need to intervene just yet. If the beasts truly surged forward, they could simply retreat with their magical artillery. He had not anticipated the beasts within the stone giant city would exceed his estimates, and the mercenaries would certainly bear the brunt of the losses. If they desired gold, let them trade their lives for it. Wide jested. I see you're more concerned about the magical cannonballs. After such a lengthy time, Miles sighed in resignation. He had previously told Wide not to hold back. Yet he hadn't expected the wizard team under Wide to be so unrestrained, the magical artillery firing without pause, resulting in the expenditure of over 40,000 gold coins just in cannonballs. If this continued, his subordinates would undoubtedly voice their discontent. After all, even if the lords captured the stone giant city, much of what they acquired would be the territory of Gadelin Mountain, with the valuable magical crystals and materials primarily benefiting the mercenaries. Should this battle ultimately lead to financial losses for the lords, the prestige he had carefully cultivated would be trampled underfoot. Very well, wizard team, cease fire for now, dismantle the magical artillery bases, and prepare for an immediate retreat. Wide said nonchalantly, as it was not his gold being spent. At the mercenary position, despite the support of a level 4 warrior, the onslaught of the beast still breached the mercenary defenses. Elated, the beast surged through the gap toward the magical artillery's position. Little did they know, the magical artillery had already been withdrawn by Wide's wizard team, and even the Lord's army had retreated to a safe distance. Witnessing this scene, emboldened by the Song of Courage, the beasts had no thought of retreating. Instead, they turned back to assault the mercenary position. Damn it, exclaimed a mercenary captain, lamenting the heavy losses his subordinates had suffered due to the beast's relentless assault. To his dismay, upon turning back, he saw the Lord's army had withdrawn to a distance, merely spectating. Had it not been for their insufficient strength, he would have relished the chance to teach the Lord's army a lesson. On the battlefield, mercenaries were falling at any moment, with falling stones and black mist serving as harbingers of death. The appearance of these spells often signified the demise of mercenaries. Even Richard could not alter the grim reality of the battle. After casting another 30 fireballs, Richard claimed he needed to rest due to magical fatigue and found a quiet spot to recuperate. The leader of the Flying Snow Mercenary Corps had no objections, recognizing the immense value of the Tiger God Wizard on the battlefield. Were it not for Richard's magic, the mercenaries would have likely suffered hundreds more casualties, although Richard had chosen a place to rest. In truth, he still retained considerable magical energy, and his recovery rate was swift as he focused intently. What he truly wished to uncover was the nature of the conspiracy hidden within Stone Giant City orchestrated by the messenger of the great god Ayun. The priest and the Beast King were not fools. Upon witnessing the magical artillery, they should have realized that Stone Giant City could not withstand the siege. If Richard were in the priest's position, he would have ordered all beasts to evacuate the city. If they could not destroy the magical artillery, they would make a strategic retreat and leave Stone Giant City. After all, given the beast's current movements, there should be at least several thousand remaining within Stone Giant City. If such a number existed, and considering the mercenaries' lackluster performance today, a successful breakout would not be insurmountable. What the Lords sought was the territory of Gaedlan Mountain. They would not risk excessive losses of their noble private armies for mere gold. Yet, why did they still cling to this Stone Giant City? What secrets lay hidden within? To be cautious, Richard resolved to ensure his own fighting capabilities. Should circumstances turn dire, he would withdraw immediately. As for the mercenaries, their fates were no longer within his control. After all, Richard had fulfilled his duty as a level 4 wizard in casting magic. 2 hours later, through the relentless efforts of the level 4 warrior, he finally led his mercenaries to eliminate the wave of attacking beasts. However, the price paid by the mercenaries was indeed harrowing. Over 1,000 mercenaries had perished on the spot, with countless others injured. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the corpses of 700 to 800 beasts on the mercenary position, a bloodlust gleamed in the eyes of all mercenaries. Without mentioning anything else, just the 700 magical crystals could yield nearly 1,000,000 gold coins when transported back to the wizarding world. Humans die for wealth, and birds perish for food. The mercenaries had come to Gaedlan Mountain with the sole purpose of acquiring gold, hadn't they? The materials, now worth millions in gold coins, lie scattered upon the ground, awaiting the attention of the mercenaries. Fortunately, the leaders of the mercenary bands possess a modicum of intelligence, issuing strict orders to their subordinates to meticulously gather and categorize all the magical crystals and materials for equitable distribution. Were it not for the presence of these leaders, Richard would harbor doubts about the mercenaries' potential to turn on one another in a frenzy for the magical crystals, despite the heavy toll paid. The mercenaries' faces radiate joy upon witnessing their bounty of magical crystals, and their leaders are no exception. Given that those lordly troops are unwilling to contribute, must we share our hard-earned magical crystals with them? One mercenary captain voiced the sentiments of many. Even the leader of the Feishue mercenary group, who had clandestinely collaborated with Myers, found the Lord's indifference to be rather excessive. Not far away, the lordly troops, having observed the mercenaries dispatching the magical beasts, returned with their magical artillery. It seems the mercenaries have no intention of sharing the beasts' carcasses with us, a lord jested, eyeing the red-eyed mercenaries. Myers nodded in agreement, reasoning that, in any case, they had suffered no loss and might as well allow the mercenaries to enjoy a taste of victory. Let the mercenaries part with magical crystals worth 80,000 gold coins as compensation for the magical artillery shells used earlier. As for the remainder, let these mercenaries divide it among themselves. Once the city of Stone is besieged, our prepared lordly troops will advance. At that point, the negotiations will be in our favor, if the mercenaries are wise. All will be well. If they're not, we shall reclaim what they have consumed. Myers, you remain as cunning as ever, remarked another lord with a smile. Truth be told, he harbored considerable interest in the magical beast remains held by the mercenaries. Initially reluctant to cede these spoils, he was surprised to find Myers even more avaricious than himself. After the city of Stone is captured, the mercenaries' remaining fighting strength will likely be depleted. And when the lordly troops advance with forces beyond the negotiations, one wonders if the mercenaries will still possess their former bravado. The assembled lords erupted in laughter. Meanwhile, the captains of the mercenary groups, having received news from Myers, were filled with excitement. Even after deducting 80,000 gold coins, they would still secure at least 100,000 gold coins. Particularly for Godwin, the unexpected profitability of this mission offered a glimmer of hope for settling the debts of the Heish mercenary group. Although some astute mercenaries sensed something amiss, they were unreserved when it came to dividing the spoils. Richard, having earned 20,000 gold coins through his remarkable performance, opted for easily portable magical crystals. As he did not have the luxury of numerous subordinates or an abundance of enchanted boxes like the mercenary leaders, gazing at the magical crystals worth 20,000 gold coins in his hand, Richard could not help but reflect. Just a few months prior, he had been a mere first-level wizard, fretting over a handful of gold coins. Now, he could effortlessly acquire 20,000. Richard understood that these changes were a direct result of his enhanced abilities. Had he remained a first-level wizard, he would still be toiling in Tight Town to craft enchanted equipment. If fortune had not favored him, he might have met a fate akin to Cronin's. With this thought, Richard's resolve to strengthen his powers solidified. In the mercenary camp, following a round of dividing the spoils, the morale of the mercenaries surged. Despite the loss of numerous comrades, the survivors reaped substantial rewards. Even the lowest-ranked mercenaries now claimed earnings of several dozen gold coins, though these riches consisted of magical crystals and materials that needed to be transported down the mountain for sale before they could be distributed. Observing the jubilant mercenaries around him, Richard noted that their combat energy and stamina had been significantly depleted in the short term. An assault on the City of Stone was unlikely. He pondered the next moves of the lordly troops. Would the magical artillery continue its bombardment? Were the lordly forces merely waiting for the mercenaries to recover before launching another attack? As Richard observed, he silently contemplated the intricate game being played among the mercenaries. The lords and the Beast King. The stark reality was that the City of Stone was utterly incapable of withstanding the magical artillery. Thus, the Beast King altered its previous strategy, sending forth lower-level magical beasts to sacrifice themselves and disrupt the artillery's firing rhythm. Clearly, this tactic served no purpose other than to buy time. After all, compared to the beasts, the number of lords and mercenaries outside the City of Stone greatly outweighed them, and in a war of attrition, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. Was it possible that the Great Oyun had additional reinforcements? That seemed unlikely, given that the Red Flag Army was stationed on the opposite side of the mountain. Recklessly dispatching support would only grant the Red Flag Army an opportunity to exploit. Regardless, the best course of action remained relentless bombardment, denying the City of Stone any respite. Richard sighed softly as he gazed at the distant resting lordly troops. It was inconceivable to expect these noble lords to rush to the mercenaries' aid. In their eyes, their private armies were far more valuable than the mercenaries. Meanwhile, the mercenaries had exhausted much of their energy and stamina and would need time to recuperate before launching another attack. Observing the damaged walls of the City of Stone gradually being mended by the earth elemental magic of the black-faced monkeys, Richard felt a pang of impatience. At that moment, he felt as if he were a mere spectator in a game of chess. Watching the mercenaries and the lordly troops make foolish moves, unable to resist the urge to offer guidance, taking a deep breath, Richard reminded himself to remain calm, affirming that his purpose here was solely to earn gold coins and divine power crystals. Whatever transpired between the mercenaries and the lordly troops was of no concern to him. After resting for a while, the mercenaries, urged by the lordly troops, finally resumed their assault, though this time their morale was noticeably diminished. After all, they had amassed considerable wealth, and to perish now would seem a grave loss. Thus, when the magical beasts surged forth from the City of Stone once more, the mercenaries found themselves scrambling to evade. Were it not for the presence of fourth-level warriors and Richard providing support, these beasts might have effortlessly breached the mercenaries' lines and reached the lordly troops. Witnessing this, Richard felt a sense of relief wash over him. These magical beasts still bore the blessings of the fourth-level priestess Courageous Him. Given the passage of time, the priest's divine power should have been restored by now. Currently, even the commands of the Fei Shui mercenary group's leader would not compel the mercenaries to fight to the death. After all, they were merely a hastily assembled team, and following the completion of this mission, they would become competitors. Thus, the morning spectacle replayed itself, as the magical beasts once again broke through the mercenaries' defenses, and the lordly troops had retreated early, culminating in a hasty conclusion to the afternoon's siege. Nevertheless, this battle had further enriched the mercenaries' coffers, with Richard receiving an additional 10,000 gold coins and magical crystals. On the first day of the siege, the mercenaries had vanquished over 1,000 magical beasts. If one were to consider the number of foes slain, this conflict had already proven to be a resounding success. The mercenary camp was filled with an atmosphere of jubilation, with many mercenaries indulging in revelry. For them, alcohol was an integral part of life. The lordly troops expressed mild discontent over this, but Myers quelled the matter. What troubled him more was another issue. The day's siege had garnered the mercenaries immense wealth, inciting envy among many of the lords under his command. Consequently, several lords began demanding that their private armies join forces with the mercenaries in the next day's siege. Among these lords was even Myers' own younger brother. Reluctantly, Myers acquiesced, and upon opening this door, nearly half of the lords expressed their desire to participate. Originally, Myers had sought to employ the Fei Shui mercenary group's leader to lead the charge as cannon fodder. Now, however, he found himself in a predicament. His own prestige diminished as a result. It seemed my plans must be altered. Since the magical beasts have not put up a desperate fight, let the lordly troops and mercenaries advance together. Myers contemplated. As dusk fell, Richard sat alone in a corner of the mercenary camp, averse to alcohol, especially the poor-quality spirits the mercenaries consumed, which left a dreadful aftertaste and often resulted in hangovers. He chose a secluded spot to rest and meditate on his magical studies. Richard's exceptional aptitude for multitasking allowed him to maintain control over his body at all times. Why is the fog so thick? Richard shook off his garments, which had become thoroughly dampened by the dense mist. However, as it was already deep autumn and their camp was nestled within the heart of the mountains, such heavy fog was to be expected. Richard did not dwell on it. reasoning that the abundance of moisture in the air indicated a higher concentration of water elements, thereby enhancing the potency of his water element magic. As he gazed at the mist swirling around the mountains and then turned to observe the city of stone, an unsettling feeling crept over him. The fog enveloped his vicinity, yet the city of stone appeared remarkably clear, the damaged walls distinctly visible. This was contrary to reason, given the proximity, even though the city of stone was situated at a higher elevation. The fluctuations of water elements should naturally draw the mist towards it. It was evident that the water elements within the city had been depleted. The water elements flowing towards the city of stone had not had the chance to coalesce in a fog before being consumed. This peculiar situation might very well be a hidden scheme of the Beast Kings. A surge of excitement coursed through Richard. The depletion of water elements was undoubtedly for the purpose of casting water element magic, suggesting that numerous water arrow frogs had utilized their magic within the city of stone. It was no wonder that, among the beasts that surged forth today, water arrow frogs were the least in number. Besides the considerable casualties among them, it was certain that a portion of the water arrow frogs remained within the city of stone. However, Richard was still puzzled as to why the Beast Kings would allow the water arrow frogs to cast magic within the city. With this profound confusion, Richard devoted the entire night to his training. Yet, throughout the night, the city of stone exhibited no signs of activity, as if it had surrendered its resistance. Nevertheless, Richard had begun to perceive the machinations of the Beast Kings. Feeling that he was on the brink of uncovering the truth. In the early morning at the mercenary territory, the early risers were busy fetching water and preparing meals. Some of the more reckless mercenaries had not returned to their tents the previous night and had instead slept outdoors. These individuals were astonished to find their clothes thoroughly soaked by the mist, cursing as they stripped off their drenched garments. Fortunately, most of these mercenaries were seasoned warriors, and the chill was not severe enough to cause them to catch a cold. Richard commenced his breakfast, though he did not prepare it himself. Instead, he consumed some provisions inside the tent. It was unavoidable, as his culinary skills were inferior even to Hansen's. Previously, at the Green Flag camp, he had relied on his retinue of nightly subordinates for meals, all of whom hailed from the territory and had long been accustomed to household chores, including cooking and laundry. To Richard's surprise, a mercenary sought him out. Is it the esteemed Tiger God Sorcerer? Richard inquired from within the tent. The Tiger God Sorcerer, the captain has sent me to summon you for a discussion, the mercenary replied. Richard donned his dynamic frog mask and lifted the tent flap. The mercenary outside was somewhat familiar to him, presumably a trusted aide of the captain of the Flying Snow mercenary group. Without delay, Richard exited the tent. What has transpired? Richard queried, a sense of confusion lingering, for he had sensed no movement from the city of stone towards the mercenary camp throughout the previous night. The beasts had remained concealed within the city. I am not entirely sure, but this morning, a considerable number of people arrived from the Lord's army, the mercenary respectfully answered. The Lord's army? What trouble are they stirring now? Richard followed the mercenary to the assembly area of the mercenary group's captain. Before he even entered, he could hear the sound of heated arguments. Your lord has far too lofty expectations. Just because we mercenaries have earned a few coins, you're envious, are you? Do you truly think we are your subordinates, coming and going at your whim? We are looking out for your interests. Many of your men fell yesterday. If you let our people join, you might suffer fewer losses. Richard lifted the tent flap and stepped inside. A considerable number of individuals from the Lord's army had arrived. The original round table was insufficient and had been removed. The newcomers from the Lord's army and the mercenaries were seated on opposite sides, facing each other. Richard was not the last to arrive, as there were still 2 vacant seats among the mercenaries. The mercenary captain was flushed with color, though it was unclear whether it was from the heated discussion or some other cause.